Thank you all. And it's nice to be here, and I want to thank you all for coming. And every year we look forward to this. And 35 years.
Good news, folks. We are ready to race.
Thank you all, and I love you.
Thank you very much for making us welcome here on your way. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Loretta Lynns.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. See what I'm saying? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Really? No, they don't work also. I gotta go yell at Rodney, who's in the TV truck. Turn this off. One, two. All right, folks, we are ready to go racing. Yes, finally, we are ready to go racing here after yet another rainy, muddy start to our day, and we're going to have our 65cc classes on the track in just a moment. But first, let's put an invocation together this morning with Mr. Kevin Kozad of MXers for Jesus. Kevin?
Thank you, Weege. Let's join together and pray. Father, we just thank you for this time ahead of us, a time of competition, a time with our family, and time with our friends. We ask for your blessings on each and every rider today, on every gate drop throughout this day. As we say each and every morning, but we can never say enough, Father, the men and women that serve our country in the military, we ask you to bless them on this day of racing. Father, we thank you for continued blessings and protection throughout this day. In your name, Jesus, amen.
Thank you, Kevin. And now let's get to the playing of our national anthem. And we are ready to go racing here on yet another muddy race day, but that is part of the drill at the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Amateur Nationals at Loretta Lynns Ranch, presented by AMSOIL. And we did flip the schedule just a little bit. 45-plus class will be coming later, but it will be 65s to kick off our morning of racing here on a Thursday. Thanks to Rodney Tomlin and Megawatt Matt Watson for getting us through the morning shift. And now we're ready to go racing. Kevin and I only come in when there's racing. That's the way we do. We have a racing-only contract. And the riders are on the line. We have our, we'll give you an update on what the first moto scores were in this division. As we go into our second set of motos, we're about halfway through. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, let's have a look. These 65 10-11s, they get the joy of hitting the track first. We did the parade lap. Well, a few of the guys did. Maybe 7, 8 of them did it. About 32 other guys said, nah, I'm good. I'm going to hang out here, keep the tires fresh, keep me off the ground as long as possible. One little guy fell right in front of us, but he was able to get back up and get moving. And we are off and running Thursday's edition of the 35th Annual Red Bull Loretta Lynns Amateur National Championships. The Homer towels. Look at this kid there in the number 2 spot. He has multiple towels hanging from his body.
I think I see 58. No surprise, Hunter Yoder off to the races, and with the whole shot, he has been dominant so far this week. Wow, riders already starting to stack up on that ant hill, those hills on the inside after the first couple of corners. But Yoder is out front right now, dominant so far this week. He's got another Bell Helmets whole shot award, and he is flying. He did catch a little air there on the bumps heading into the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, Hunter Yoder out of Menifee, California. Californians known for their mud prowess. That's gone. That's done.
Ridiculous.
Jet Reynolds is doing it in the mud. Hunter Yoder's doing it in the mud. Mitchell Falk did it in the mud the other day. So Hunter having himself a good year. He has been the guy to beat in this 65 10-11 class out of Menifee, California. Look for the rest of the guys. And, in fact, he did get that Bell Helmets whole shot award, the number 58 rider. He's been perfect all week, Jason.
Yeah, hasn't lost a moto yet, and he's had some big leads as well. He's really gone next level. A breakout week that Hunter Yoder is working on, but we are only halfway there, and in a mud race, anything can happen. And for once, you know, sometimes we build that hype up and say anything can happen, and not too much happens. This week, with these conditions, anything can and will happen. We've already seen it. Yoder going to try to hold on. Look at how treacherous this track is, especially for the 65s. And the good news is, by getting these mini cycles out here early, they don't have to deal with ruts and trenches that were developed by full-size motorcycles. So it's a little bit easier on the kids than it could have been. Yoder has already pulled away big time.
So that's the thinking. Like, some of the kids are probably going, why are we the first ones out? Because you're right. When we start these big bikes to come out there and just lay some huge ruts out there, it's even that much harder for these guys to get around. So that was the thinking as to why we put the 65s up front at the front of the program. Let's talk about who did what. This is their second moto, right, Jason? So Yoder was your winner last time we went racing. Your second-place finisher was number 99, another California mud rider specialist out of the high desert, Ryder DeFrancesco. He finished second. Your third-place rider was Evan Ferry. Have a week, Evan Ferry. He's been top 3 or 4 all week long, so this has been a great week for little Evan.
Yoder, look at the lead he has. He's already come through the finish line area on lap 1, and we're just still waiting on second. And a bunch of fans going crazy there at the fence as they're pumped on this. Here's your battle. We'll use the transponders to tell you the numbers because they are completely covered.
That's Ryder D there.
You can pick out the Kawasaki's in these 65 classes.
Wow, you splash your competition. That's a maneuver there. Get a wheel on them, splash them.
Splash them.
And there goes Ryder D. I mean, Yoder is just answering questions. You want me to get the whole shot? I got that. You want me to do it in the mud? I can do that. You want me to pass people? You want me to win at Freestone? I'll win wherever you tell me. Mammoth, Loretta's.
Altitude.
Doesn't matter.
Sea level. Doesn't matter.
Great battle
Still
there.
side by side. That is Noah Stevens on the 50 and Ryder DeFrancesco on the 99, battling for second and third. But 15 seconds is the advantage for Yoder after one lap. He has just been incredible this week. It looks like DeFrancesco has finally made the pass stick for second. Oh, wait a minute. Did
Yoder's down. Yoder was down.
That is Yoder behind the billboards.
So now that's going to give the lead over to Ryder D. So just like that, the championship starts to change in the mud.
Yeah.
Like you said, anything can happen.
Okay,
so
we were right. See?
We were right.
We were right.
Absolutely.
Anything
we're always
can
right.
happen.
So there's Ryder DeFrancesco. New life there in the DeFrancesco camp as he is now leading this thing. Ryder finished second the first moto, so we're going to have a crazy third moto. Wouldn't be Loretta's if we didn't have to do some crazy math.
Especially in these 65 divisions. So, wow, Hunter Yoder, a 15-second lead in one lap, and then he must have had a crash somewhere around that tunnel of love or the straightaway that connects to the billboards. We were watching the battle for second, which has now become a battle for first, because as Yoder went down, DeFrancesco gets around the 50 of Noah Stevens for second, then takes the lead after the problems for Yoder. And now the 99, trust us on that. You can't see the numbers, but that's what it is.
Look at that lead. So now we have to wonder if he can put 15 seconds on him on one lap. He's got to be able to have that ability to catch Ryder DeFrancesco.
I think that was Yoder in second or third. I'm trying to figure that out.
He's got a black foamy thing on his helmet to keep the mud off. I do know that.
That's the 89 of Dakota Aldridge.
There's the number 50 just behind him.
Oh, Stevens. He's lost some spots. So Stevens is around fifth now after being second at one point.
Still looking for Yoder. There's the number 89 machine again. That is still Dakota Aldridge, and Aldridge was fourth when they came through the first time, but throw that out the window. We've changed that since.
This is what we've come to expect, especially this class is usually a little bit inconsistent in the first place. You got young kids going for it and a little less experience, but you throw in mud, very difficult on these little motorcycles. But this is a real skill-building exercise for them, so they're going to learn. Got some goggles already hanging on the handlebars for some of these riders.
Man, if you're that kid's dad, do you bring him into the pit, slap another pair of goggles on him?
It almost would be worth it.
I think it would. I think what you lose, that young man is down. He hits the deck. Yellow flags are out. Man, here comes Yoder, so you can pick him up right there with the black foam on the helmet. So Hunter Yoder has got some work to do. He's probably 8th, 9th, 10th, something like that.
I think worse than that. We'll know in a moment when he gets through and get the transponders. But Yoder goes from a huge lead on lap one. And here's the problem. Look at the roost that he's going to have to deal with.
Still got the tear-offs. He's got the full package. Look at that helmet. He's doing everything you can do. He's got the foam to keep the mud from sticking, the extended duckbill there with the extra goggle lens on it, the roll-offs. He's doing it all. So he's making some passes. So we'll check back in with Hunter Yoder. A couple of kids he's already gotten around by way of crashes or just a straight-up pass.
Yeah, that might be the one thing that bails him out. Other riders are going to make mistakes in these conditions as well. Obviously, a lot easier to pass when riders are making mistakes. Meanwhile, DeFrancesco has completed the second lap. Now in the lead, it is Leland Golizuski, who is second on the number 25, kind of snuck in there when everybody else had their problems. So good job by Golizuski to get into second. Third place, Dakota Aldridge. Freddie Aquino rounds out your top five.
And you're right, Yoder is 11th place. He's got some work to do. Plenty of time. Absolutely, these are long motos. We're going to race about 15 minutes with the younger kids. Is that correct?
I think so. Let's bring in Andrea Lieb real quick here from On Track. We were talking to her yesterday about the whole program. Got a couple announcements to make that probably pretty important to 65cc kids a few years down the road. What's happening with On Track, Andrea Lieb?
Hi, good morning, and oh my gosh, look at these little soldiers. They just are going and not giving up. I just love their spirit. Just a reminder, Friday, tomorrow, 5 o'clock On Track, teachers are here. 6 of us, Miss Molly, Stacy, Wanda, Augusta, Andrea, and Maureen would love to meet with you under the Parts Unlimited tent. We'll have some food, some refreshments. Come by and we'll tell you about our program, and we'd love to meet the ones that are already enrolled.
So you're having a teacher work day today, huh?
Yeah.
Parent-teacher conferences are coming up. It's going to be a big week for On Track.
You know, because of our accreditation, we have to have so many hours of professional development. So guess where our first annual professional development live conference is?
Right here.
Right here at Loretta Lynns, and I couldn't be more proud to be here. You know, even though Michael hasn't been back here with me since 2009, I still feel like I'm at home. So thank you so
he has not
much
come
for
back
that.
to visit?
No, I tried to get him out here,
Yeah.
but he's got a cast on his leg right now.
Oh,
I'm
geez.
healing from a 2015 injury, so I'm sure I'll drag him out here next year.
Okay. All right, so On Track, and that's over at the Parts Unlimited Village over there?
Yeah, we'll be there Friday at 5. We'd love to see our current families, new families, interested families, and our Easy Up is right across from Oakley. We're down there. We've got decals.
Are you near the
stickers.
Weeping Willow where you're always at?
No, we actually moved up a little bit.
Oh, moving up in the world. Good for you.
All right.
I love the Weeping Willow, though.
I know that's your spot. That's how I know where to tell everybody to go.
No, we're across from Oakley, and we've got a little PowerPoint presentation down there for you, and we'd love to meet our families. So thanks again, and good luck to all the racers. And I just want to say, anybody who's made it here to Loretta Lynns, you're already a champion. So if there's any way that you could take some advice from an old school teacher, have some fun. It'll work out.
And a parent as well, a parent of a pretty awesome little dirt bike rider himself. So, yeah, like I think Kevin Kozad, they're not going to remember what's going on the track. It's the things that happen outside the pits where you make those memories here at the ranch.
All right, thanks for stopping by, Andrea. Go check it out at the on the vendors row.
Great,
and
thank
5
you.
o'clock on Friday. Come on by. Thanks. All right, 65 class. We are watching the progress of Hunter Yoder, who's trying to at least get himself back into a championship position, and he is now stalking this pack in front of him.
He's had to pass him twice because he just picked himself up again a moment ago. I think he tipped it over.
Well, it
stalled
was
it
close.
almost.
He made a mistake at the end of the 10 Commandments, but I think
he wrote it out.
Yeah, But he is up to the 89 of Aldridge. That's going to be around top 5. So he's made some passes. Unless Aldridge has gone backwards, he's right in front of the 89 now. Watching Hunter Yoder, the 58, your first moto winner. Aldridge just passed him back.
He is in the number 6 spot, so now he moves past him. And he is putting this championship together now. He makes a few more passes. He will mathematically jump right back up there with Ryder DiFrancesco.
But here's the problem. DiFrancesco is gone. He's got a 13-second lead. So even if Yoder completes a comeback for the ages, it might only be good enough for second, which means we could be looking at a third moto winner-take-all 2-1, 1-2 showdown. Yoder's got work to do. He's done half of it. He's come from 11th to about 5th.
Had a great start, had about a 15-second lead, goes down, back to 11th. Now he's climbing his way back up. That's what you want to see, though. He's telling you, I can check these boxes off, come back through the pack, get a good start, ride in the mud.
Actually, it's really interesting. You and I had a big conversation last night with none other than James Stewart Sr., Big James, and he talked about how important it is for these young riders to learn how to deal with bad starts and make passes. As Yoder's definitely getting his lessons in that right now as he finally gets back around the 89 of Aldridge. They have gone to, I mean, it's been 3 or 4 passes in the last lap between those two. And wisely both adjusting to the outside line of the split lane after the 10 Commandments. Oh, cross-riding the 50 of Noah Stevens. So there's another pass.
And I'm sure his dad, my dad, they always preach, keep your feet on the peg, keep a pin. You take your feet off the pegs, things get a little squirrely. So Yoder's just keeping a pin, zigzagging all over the racetrack.
I take some special balance to be able to do that. Easier said than done. But look at Yoder out of that corner. Did exactly what you're saying. Was lighting it up. Rear tire spinning just a little bit. Feet on the pegs. Doing everything he can to keep at least one foot on the pegs. Yeah, once you don't have control of the motorcycle, once you're pulling from the highest point, the highest center of gravity, and using your arms,
the bike doesn't work like that.
Yeah, everything, all the balance starts to go away. You fall off to the back of the bike. Can't control things. Yoder even standing up.
Jumping that tabletop.
Yeah.
Looks like Jean-Michel Bell at the
look at that wheelie.
Charlotte Supercross when it just pouring rain. Him and Guy Cooper just airing that entire racetrack out.
This is some impressive riding for Yoder, but shout out to Ryder DiFrancesco and Leland Golazewski, who are 1-2 on the track. And trying to get this pronunciation there. 44 is in third. All right, bear with me, folks. Marcello Leo Dorico, third place out of Florida, 10th in the first moto. So it is all sorts of mixed up in the mud.
Hey, you can talk all you want about Hunter's lap times, but I'm telling you, Ryder DiFrancesco has the fastest lap time of this race. So Ryder D putting it together here. He's proven he can ride in the mud as well. A 2:47 on lap number 2. So Ryder D, he wants to square up with this guy in that third moto. Got
all that mud practice up from Bakersfield, California.
Yeah. Rains all the time there.
Once a year it rains. Once every 10 years. They call it the 10-year rain.
Get out there on those bikes. As soon as it rains, they're rushing out there to get that Loretta's practice in.
Oh, I remember it. It's 4 years ago.
It rained one time.
It rained one time.
Up and over the Tunnel of Love, we're watching the Orange Brigade KTM California rider. It's Hunter Yoder. There's old man Ferry up here checking out where little Evan Ferry is. We're taking a look. We'll try to find him. There's Evan. He's up to 10th place, Pops. He's in 10th place.
Hey, Ricky Carmichael going to be signing autographs at the Comedic Tent. That's right here on Vendors Row at 11:30. So that's a half hour from now. Ricky Carmichael, the GOAT, will be signing autographs at the Comedic Tent at 11:30. So stop on by and get a chance to get a handshake and an autograph from Ricky Carmichael. Back to this 65-10-11. As you mentioned, Ryder D has pulled away. Golazewski and Leo Dorico trying to hold on for a podium, but Hunter Yoder is coming.
Check it out. 4 seconds back behind the next rider in front of him. Hunter Yoder has a shot at Marcello Leo Dorico. I'm going to go with Leo Dorico. You go Leo Dorico. We'll see where we end up. I don't know. I don't know what either one.
No, I mean,
total guess.
You're saying Marcello. I'm saying Marcello.
Could be.
You say tomato. I say tomato. Potato.
Let's start the whole thing off.
I'm going to consult with Dan Quayle here for the proper spelling. Potato.
Wow, way to pull that one
That
out.
is an old one. That has it all. These
Nobody's
kids do not
get
that. Dan Quayle. When was the last time that name was said?
VP, dog.
Forgotten. Probably not an accident.
The other VP invented the internet. Thanks to him, now we're able to watch this on Racer TV broadcast.
Thank you for doing this. Oh.
There's a good look at the number 75 machine as he's motoring around out there without the goggles. Or that's Evan Ferry. That's there he is.
No, that's 76.
Oh,
that's
76?
a Cobra, I think, right? Yeah, that's Cobra. That would be the 76 of Trevor.
From wherever.
Collip. Trevor Collip and 11th. That shows you how difficult this track really is.
It's difficult for us to even see the riders.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to head down to the podium area, and we'll try to sort this out. Hunter Yoder trying to track down a podium. He's in 4th. Needs the points big time.
There's a good look at the track itself. Just some random B-roll shot there. Yoder 4th, and we had Varola in the number 5 spot. 6th place rider is Michael McLean. Kyle Smith 7th. Evan Ferry creeping on up. He's in the number 8 spot. Dakota Aldridge was a little further up front a few moments ago. He's now 9th. And Ryan Conaguer rounds out your top 10. This is a delayed Loretta Lynns, our first moto of the day, essentially, as we've had to push things back. The rain really wreaking havoc on the racetrack. Every time we've gotten close to having it turn back around, the rains have fallen. So it's going to be just one of those years. Got to make the best of it. There's another look at Evan Ferry. Still got the hammer down. Ferry is coming. Evan making a couple of passes, now up to 8th. Pretty much his best week at the ranch, so Ferry really doing an outstanding job. He's got himself a 3rd, a 4th. Now he's got himself an 8th place right now in the mud. I'm sure Timmy said at all costs, try to keep those goggles on your head, son. Dakota Orange making a run at Ferry. He was jumping right beside him. We'll see. That'll be a good race. So it's DeFrancesco, 41-second lead. Outstanding. We haven't even seen him. He's so far out front. I'm sure the DeFrancesco family, there he is. Have a good look at Ryder D. He's got the full mud package there. He went for the full mud upgrade on the motorcycle. He's got the hand guards there. I know Randy was putting that all together. He's got the terrible towels if you're a Steelers fan. That is a full mud package there. And he is making it work. Ryder D looking good. Answering those questions as well. A 2:47 on lap 2. The fastest lap of this race on that Kawasaki. Rider number 48 on the ground there. We will have a look at that young man. And that is, well, that's 46 or 49. Reagan Cochran, I believe. The bike just falls right back over. He is beat. That's 46. That's going to be Tanner Scott out of Canada. There goes bike number 14 motoring right by him. Ethan Cook out of Utah. And that's what you see, man. You'll see a kid tip it over. It takes a half hour to crank the bike back up. Weighs twice as much as their little 8-year-old bodies are. He's looking around. Normally at Chicken Finger Motocross, Dad comes out there, fires it back up, gets him back out there. But that's not the way we play here. Kind of got to do it on your own. So Yoder's gotten up to the number 3 spot. So he needs to pick up one more position to try to take over or at least tie Ryder DeFrancesco going into that 2nd or 3rd and final moto. There's another look at the number 71. Five laps in the book. First race of the day. We got another 65 class coming up, 65, 7 and 9. Yellow flags pretty much on permanent display in these first few motos as these kids figure out where they want to go and where they don't want to go. Riders appear to be stuck in all parts of the racetrack. There's Yoder again. He sits 1 second. He might have made that pass. He was 1 second last time through, 1.9 seconds behind Leland Golzewski. And we'll see if Hunter has been able to make that pass. Leland on the number 25 KTM. A handful of Cobras out there, 1 or 2 Kawasaki's, and the rest of the field on those Orange Brigade KTMs. So we'll set the field here as they come through for lap number 6. Ryder DeFrancesco is gone. 41-second commanding lead for him. Pretty good moto, man. He didn't fall. I don't believe he's fallen. Yoder fell early, had a 15-second lead, fell all the way back outside the top 10. And Yoder's, they are now 54 seconds behind Ryder DeFrancesco. Hunter Yoder is. He's made the pass on Leland Golzewski. So Yoder now comes into the 3rd and final moto. They'll have 1-2 and 2-1 moto scores respectively between Ryder DeFrancesco and Hunter Yoder. So this is going to be a good one. This is race number 8 on the race order, 65, 10 to 11. The last stop for these young men before they move into the 85cc class. Ryder plays around on the 85 at some of the other amateur nationals. I think he's a 65 rider this week. So Evan Ferry creeping up to the number 7 spot. Slade Barola is 6th. Golzewski is 5th. He had a problem on that lap. Obviously, Kyle Smith is now 4th. Marcelo Leo Doricio is 3rd. Hunter Yoder 2nd. Ryder DiFrancesco is your leader and has been since lap number 2. Ryder D with a little bit of problem there. Kicks the outriggers out, keeps it upright. Still got that clear vision. Got the roll-off system in place. I think that's the way to go. You can manage this whenever it's just mud, but when you add rain in there, it gets in between the film, then you have problems. And Ryder's been able to stay pretty much out of the roost of most riders. There he is, picking his way through there. Looking over his shoulder there. Yeah, you got this one, man. 54-second lead. And I'm sure those guys over there pitboarding for him, IQ of Hughes, he knows it. There he goes. Trying to get those goggles set up. Pulls the tear off. A battle of attrition here. Saw some videos throughout the internet. Everybody kind of giving you their look of the ranch. Matt Walker at 7 a.m. He's got the live feed going. We got the river right down the middle of pit road there. Everybody trying to negotiate the pits. Wondering when we were going to start. Amsoil, last lap coming at you. So, in fact, here we go. Ryder DiFrancesco is going to come into that third and final moto tied with Hunter Yoder. And Ryder D bangs out a big moto win. This is big. He is pumped on that. The Jeff Ward triple pump, bowling pump there. And now he will cruise right on down. The hair's still perfect. Ryan Holiday from Kawasaki gives him the high five. Looking for Hunter Yoder. He was a good bit back, 54 seconds. Ryder D, no stranger to the podium. He handles his business up there. Got those Scott goggles. The vision is perfectly clear. There's IQ of Hughes. I believe he's going to throw that bike right up on the stand, his mechanic. Going to go have a Jimmy John sub after this one. Cut the crust off of that dude. Look at that blonde hair. Bam. And now the Instagram game on full power. Get those Instagram posts up, Ryder D. Let's go. Hustle, hustle. And we'll get ready to send it down to Jason Wygant. He's going to have this podium duty covered up. Ryder D is going to take the win. Yoder is going to be 2nd. Leo Doricio is 3rd. Kyle Smith 4th. Slade Barola will be 5th. Michael McLean will be your 6th place rider. Ryan Kanagura 7th. Mitchell Zarumba will be 8th. Trevor Collop 9th. And rounding out your top 10, Grayson Smith. That is your top 10, 65, 10 to 11. Another batch of 65s coming at you as we send it down to Jason Wygant with your winner.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, big win there. Now we've got a championship tie going into the third moto, so that's definitely going to be exciting. Hopefully have some good conditions for that one. Let's hand out the gold medal and the Kawasaki Team Green hat. Moto 2 winner, Ryder DiFrancesco. Coming up here, Ryder. It seemed like everybody was having problems in the mud, but did you have any close calls? Did you have any crashes or anything, or was it actually pretty smooth?
It's actually pretty smooth. The ruts got really deep at the end, and I just legs off everywhere and just keep it safe and got the win.
This third moto, it's going to be a battle. We got a 1-2 and a 2-1 situation between you and Yoder. Is that exciting?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. For the last moto, I think I'm just going to go out there and send it.
Awesome, man. Who do you want to thank, Ryder?
My mom, my dad, DC, Kawasaki Pro Circuit, Jimmy John's, DC, my mechanic, Akua, Dunlop, 6D, Thor, Alpine Stars, Scott, whoever I forgot, thanks.
All right, let's hear it for the 99, the moto winner, Ryder DiFrancesco. And we'll bring our second place finisher up. He's probably getting cleaned up and flushing the eyes out right now. Second place finisher was our first moto winner, so that's what's so exciting in this third moto. We got a tie coming your way. With a 2-1 and a 1-2. Two riders who are not strangers to battling each other. Well, he had a big lead in the first lap and also got the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Crash and a comeback from about 11th to 2nd Let's hear it for Hunter Yoder. And he can hold this up too. Got to get a start in a mud race, and he did that. I'll let you take some pictures. Well, the race started great. You had a 15-second lead on the first lap, and then what happened? We missed you. I think it was by the billboards. Did you go down?
Yeah, it was soft. I came around first. I was the only one to go through there so far, and I hit a bump, and it was really soft, and I went over the bars, and then I got burnt all up the side of my body. So, I don't know. We'll see next moto.
Good comeback for second. Who do you want to thank?
My whole family, my mom, dad, grandmas, and grandpas, KTM, Orange Brigade, Fox, Jake giving me the roll-offs, really good vision, Race Tech, ODI Grips, Nahilo, my mechanic Brent, Twisted Development Racing, Dunlop Tires got me off to a good start, and everybody else, thank you.
There it is, second place, Hunter Yoder, the 58, Orange Brigade KTM rider. And I'm looking for the third place rider, just a rider. Come on up. And Kevin Kelly and I are finally going to find out who was right on the name pronunciation for this one. And we got a translator. This will be good. It's Marcelo Leo Dorico taking third. How was the moto?
Como foi a bateria? He said his moto was good. He made a few mistakes, but it was good.
Cool. We want to thank some people?
Quem você quer agradecer?
Agradecer primeiramente a Deus e meu treinador Maguila, Jânio, meu pai, minha mãe, minha irmã, e meu mecânico e minha mãe.
He said, first of all, he wants to thank the man up above. He wants to thank his trainer, Maguila, from Maguila Mex Schools, Hapo Zone Racing, Johnyo from the moto site, his mom, his dad, and his mechanic, Stuart.
Where are you from?
Brazil.
Brazil. All right, well done. Bronze medal, third place. Let's hear it for Marcelo Leodorico. Thank you. Send it back to the tower. Congratulations.
All right, thanks, Jason. Looks like the Doziers, again, jump out on the racetrack for a quick touch-up, much like you need to have. Might want to hit the makeup booth real quick, Jake. Get that hair squared away. It's race number 9 coming up, 65, 7-9, limited. We'll take a look at the top 10. And the parade lap underway. Just a handful of kids taking off on this parade lap. Talked to Ryan Holiday about that. I said, what do you think about parade laps? Do you do it? Do you not do it? He goes, I'll tell you this. It was Thomas Covington had a hole shot, and I told him the night before, don't do the parade lap. It's going to be wet. Sit tight. Don't do it. Thomas does not do the parade lap and goes down leading, never gets a hole shot, got the hole shot, and went down, and Ryan said that was on me. He said that they put a little roller somewhere on the inside of a turn. Thomas wasn't expecting it, would have saw it on the parade lap, and Thomas went down. So Holiday believes in the parade lap. I don't know if I do. I think I would sit tight. Just a handful of kids taking this parade lap, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them there, race number 9. We'll have a look at the top 10. This is how they finished first time we went racing. Looking for our 10th place finisher as I scour the results. Colton Trelue out of Lake Park, Georgia, number 61 on the KTM. He finished 10th. Your 9th place finisher was Aiden Dickens, number 40 out of Skippers, Virginia on the KTM as well. 8th place finisher, Casey Cochran out of Georgia, number 60 on the Cobra. Here was your top 5. Owen Koval out of Plymouth, Massachusetts on the number 41 KTM. 4th place finisher would have been Daxton Bennett, number 8 out of Morganton, North Carolina. Your podium looked like this in this 65, 7-9 class. 3rd place was Moon Garrett's out of Crystal River, Florida on the number 49 KTM. Your 2nd place finisher was Jordan Renfro out of Orlando, Florida, KTM out of number 17. And your winner, the last time we went racing, Cole Kish out of Newport, Michigan, number 81 on the Cobra. Has anybody escaped a mud moto? I think we've all gotten one. If you've raced 3 times, you will race 3 times. You're going to hit a mud moto at some point. I don't know if anybody's been so fortunate as to miss all the rain and get a dry track to race on every time. This is race number 9, 65, 7-9 limited. The parade lap is fully underway. About 8 kids taking advantage of that. The rest of the gang down there sitting tight. The gear still looks fresh. Not as much mud on the knobbies. Don't have that potential of going down. There's some good and bad to that. One kid stuck in the rut. He's having to get a flagger to help him out. But hey, wouldn't you rather get stuck there now than come through that same rut during the race and be stuck during the race? So there's something to be said about that. Hashtag Loretta Lynn MX. Show us how you're watching this race, folks. I got some funny ones, man. There's some guys that were driving down the road. Don't advocate that, but he had his phone set up there, suction cupped onto the window, watching the race. How do you watch Loretta Lynn's? Hashtag Loretta Lynn MX on Instagram. Show us what you're doing, where you got, what your setup is. If you're in the RV, if you're on the fence line, if you're on the golf cart, if you're in the cubicle at work. Had some buddies of mine hit me up from California. They're out there working. The guys from Mammoth Mountain enjoying the race. Got a lot of humidity now. It's pretty much 100% humidity with the rain that we've had fall down. The Thor Tower is packed full of folks up there. That's the best spot in the house. You can see that's a couple stories up. Thor coming in with that a few years back, and it's been the place to be for sure. The Rocky Mountain ATV covered stands as well over there to the left of the announcer's tower. It's a good spot to be. And if you got a golf cart, you can make your spot to be anywhere you want. This has got to be the highest population of golf carts anywhere on the planet short of the Masters, but I don't think you can use them a golf cart there. You got to walk that whole thing. So ton of golf carts, utility vehicles, razors, scooters, whatever it is you're zipping around here on. Last night we had FMF karaoke, church service from Kevin Kozad. That was good fun. We had the big dinner over there at Rides Unlimited. Greg Geisler put together a nice little spread for the folks here, or at least for his crew anyway. And we're just about ready to put these kids back on the gate. Let's get them through these first few turns. That's the first of their tasks. And we will now focus our attention on the start. Pan those cameras, zoom them in tight. AMA officials going down the line, pointing at each one of them individually. Are you good? Are you ready? See which one of these kids can get that Bell Helmets hole shot. $100 to each moto hole shot winner in all 3 motos. That's a ton of money that Bell's offering up. So you're riding 2 classes, get the hole shot in every one. You can walk away with $600 in Bell Helmets hole shot money to throw down on one of those new Bell helmets. All right, we're getting set. Some of those kids locking down the hole shot devices. Is that even a problem in this mud? A 65 with a hole shot device? You know better than I do. I don't know. The dad by the doghouse jumping up, down. He got the bike running. Oh, we're good now. Eyes trained down. And we are off and running. Who's going to get the hole shot? Splashing about. There he is, the man in the yellow gear. Orange motorcycle. Can't make it out just yet. We'll know in just a moment who that Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award winner is. It's going to be James Clough out of Elko, Minnesota. So the race underway. The little time ticker you see there in the corner of your TV screen indicates the start of the race. So see how long it takes these guys to get through. 65, 7-9 limited underway. James Clough, your leader. James finished 15th last time. James gets the hole shot now. You know Dad is pumped. He's running from the starting gate, trying not to get stuck in the mud as he makes his way to the Yamaha mechanics area. James has already cleared the 10 commandments, and he is starting to open this thing up. He's got bike number 17 right behind him. It's going to be Jordan Renfro. Renfro finished second. Renfro finished second in that first moto. He's about third now. Still watching James Clough lead this thing out of Elko, Minnesota. James got the whole shot. He got 14th in that first moto. Look out, James. Stop for just a second, and here comes the cavalry now.
'17 able to take over the lead here, and it's pretty cool. A lot of these riders you would think in this class are not super experienced, but they do have the mud set up pretty well dialed.
Their dads are super experienced.
Jordan Renfro is the one who's taking the lead, and he was second in the first moto, so Renfro looking good right now. Oh, the 41 is completely bogged down.
Owen Koval, he finished in the top 10. He finished 5th last time out, so Owen's got to get that bike started up. He's got the tear-off hanging from his face. There's 41 trying to get it back up and going out of Massachusetts.
Anyway, what you're going to notice in a lot of these riders, if you're watching, is the extra long visor. And Bell, okay, you can see the orange tape. That's actually taping a clear goggle lens to the front of the visor. You extend that visor so when the roost comes out, you can duck your head a little bit, and the visor will, whoa!
Wow. Holy
wow.
cow, there's kids going down everywhere. That was bike number 8. That was Daxton Bennett. He finished 4th. So all of our top 10 guys having some issues. Everybody's going to have an issue out there.
Bennett is now the leader. Orange Brigade rider. Talked to his dad yesterday. He was solid. Bad starts and gate picks in the first motos, but hold on for that 4th. And now if you get a moto win, he's right in the hunt. KTM actually held a camp for their riders at his compound in North Carolina. Got a really cool sand track up there that his dad keeps begging me to go ride, but I will not do it because I know these 65 kids will work me.
Absolutely.
Which is embarrassing. Okay, pulling the tear off. Woo!
So he went with tear offs, not the roll offs, huh?
Yeah. Now, I mentioned, first of all, the visor situation, and Bell actually now, why did this take 50 years for someone to come up with this idea? They actually make an extra long visor.
Brilliant.
Most riders do it the old school way. You just tape a goggle lens to the end of the visor to extend it. Now, as far as the roll-offs and tear-offs, here's the key. Everyone on earth is going to say, why would you not run roll-offs? Why would you not run roll-offs? Here's why. The disadvantage of roll-offs is that a tear-off covers the entire lens. You get the full lens. A roll-off is a strip of film. It's generally only about 1.5 inches from top to bottom height. So when you're running the roll-off, you don't have nearly the field of vision. You have a lot more poles, and you can keep clearing the vision, but you don't have the entire goggle lens to see out of. Now, some of the goggles have advanced quite a bit recently. Oakley with that air brake. The roll-off is a lot wider than it used to be, but it's still not as big as a full tear-off. So different riders are comfortable with different things. And a lot of times it doesn't matter at all when it gets super wet. You can just get so much mud in and around the roll-offs and tear-offs, and no matter what kind of goggles you have, where none of them are doing anything. And that's when you see the riders start pulling the goggles. You see the visor extension on this rider as well, the 15, who was up front right from the beginning of this one. James Clough had that whole shot.
Yeah, there's things you can do to the bike. You can obviously wire the grips. You'll see guys that have the air boxes taped so you don't get water off the start splashing in there. There's ignition issues you can try to fix up, and lots of things you can do to the bike, the body. You see the towels hanging from these guys to try to dry their hands off. This kid's going to go wipe a flagger out. They don't even know it's coming. We had to cut away from that before the flagger.
Yeah, stop by, wipe his gloves on the flagger's shirt.
It's a good tactic.
Yep.
Hey, can I borrow that yellow shirt?
Real quick. Can I borrow your flag? I have to think that waterproofing and mudproofing is actually more critical on these little bikes. These days, you could take a stock 250 or 450 out and mud on it all day. The ignition problems in the water and all that, not really a big issue anymore. These bikes are pretty reliable right off the rip. But some of the mini cycles haven't had the same level of development, and some of them, especially the 50s, have some issues when you get into conditions like this.
I remember people used to spray Pam all over the under fenders. Yeah. And, hey, let's bring this mud guy in. What a great guy to come up to the tower. Aaron Plessinger hops in the tower. And who's better to talk about mud? He wants to get at you. If you need a sub rider, you want somebody to jump on that bike and ride for you, Aaron Plessinger, I'm going to offer his services. I'm going to say, let's split it. $1,000. Aaron will ride a moto for you in the mud and get you a moto win. Aaron, are you up for that task?
I'm going to do it NASCAR style. Whoever starts the moto gets the credit for the finish.
Yeah.
Even
Aaron,
if you tap out and put Aaron on the motorcycle.
Oh, yeah. I will. I'll get on that bike and ride it for you.
I want to see you on a 65, though.
That would
I want
be
to
awesome.
see you fit
He
on a
could
65.
ride 2 of them. He'd get 2 finishes. He'll ride 2 of those dirt bikes. At a time. Hey,
Yes,
welcome
sir.
to the tower. Welcome back to the ranch.
Hey.
It's no different than one of the last times you were here. It was raining and you were winning motos, right?
Yeah, I love it. It was in 2013. had my claim to fame, I like to call it.
Dude, that is what put you were on the radar somewhat, but then that moved you like right to the middle of the radar.
Oh yeah, it was a good year that year, and I won 6 motos that year, so
I would say
couldn't
it's
have
a
went better.
very good year.
Yeah.
Man, this
Couldn't
ranch,
have went better.
we talk about what it means to guys in their careers. You, Shane McElrath, it really just springboarded your career, what you did right here for that week of racing.
Oh yeah, it's crazy what this week of racing and this race does to your career, but it can hurt it, or it can help it out a lot, and in my case, it helped it out a ton.
All right, watching the 81. That's Cole Kish. He was your first moto winner. Some trouble early in this moto. He is in 6th place right now on the 81 Cobra, trying to keep that bike upright. That's probably the best you could do through that section. He's paddling all over the place.
I see 65s almost flipping over because the mud's so deep out there.
Now, speaking of mud, I've been joking around. Well, I thought it was a joke, but your dad, I think, is taking it seriously. There are people that say that your dad might be the best mud rider in the history of the world. And I said that to him once, and he's like, yeah.
He didn't say no? Oh, yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Kind of took it like shrugged, like, yeah, it could be.
So could your dad beat you on not a jump-laden track in the mud? If you just even bikes just go at it in the mud.
Is he nasty in the mud?
He's definitely fast. He's a faster rider in the mud. But
Faster?
I don't
know. You say faster?
He's faster than most.
Okay. All right. Maybe not you. Well, dude, I know it, man. The neck of the woods you come from, talking to Aaron Plessinger up here in Ohio, you have some of the worst mud that you can have. If it rains there, look out.
Oh, yeah. It always sticks to the bike. It is real slick in some places, and you got to watch your back at all times or you're going down.
Are you picking lines? Like when we're watching these guys ride, are you focusing on where you want to be on the racetrack, or are you just like, all right, here I am, let's just pin it, this is what we got to do?
I just try and focus on going fast because my dad always says the faster you go, the easier it is in the mud. And he always used to just pin it. So
pin it.
Those wise words of Scott Plessinger.
All right. Feet on the pegs. Pin it.
Feet on the pegs. And he would yell at me every time I took my feet off the pegs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting some real
everybody's
knowledge.
dad said that. Keep feet on the pegs, keep pin. My dad ran that. That was all he had for me.
That was the end. You got anything else? Nope.
Stop turning around. I'm going to take that seat off the bike if you don't stand up.
Yep.
Keep your feet on the pegs. That's it. That's the knowledge my dad gave me. Now go win races. Really, that's all I have to do.
My dad always took my seat off.
Right? They did it with my brother.
Like 20-minute motos like that.
You'll never, ever sit down again.
Take the back brake pedal off? Did you do that one? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Took that off too?
Yep.
Oh, all the tricks.
The same way every old school dad did that. I'll take your seat off, son.
Oh, that's great. Cole Kish still working forward. You can tell his bike is only half muddy. That yellow Cobra, that's your first Moto winner. Daxton Bennick, 4th in Moto 1, is leading in Moto 2. James Clough is 2nd. Logan Best, Moon Garrett's, Aiden Dickens. That's your top 5. What do you got going on? I hear Yamaha's got something cool planned tonight. You going to be a part of that? You going to be over there at the Yamaha dinner?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be over at the Yamaha dinner talking about the new bike.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Kish bogged down, back going. He's okay.
Yeah, I'm
going
to be talking about the new bike and meeting and greeting some people, and I'll actually be over at Yamaha signing autographs from 1 to 3, and then at Thor from 3 to 4 signing autographs. So if you want to come over and get an autograph, that's the time.
They're not going to have you rip up on that new bike on this muddy track?
Debut the brand new bike out here.
You wish. Yeah, you actually would like it. You're like the only dude who'd be like, I want to ride this stuff.
I would love it.
Not going to be the nicest display bike after you do,
no.
after you do laps out here.
I might have to change a few sprockets and chain or two. But
Hey, we're chatting it up with Star Racing's Aaron Plessinger. And Aaron, any cool bike setups that you know of back in the day, your little tricks that your dad brought from the woods over to the motocross side of things?
For mud races, you thinking?
For mud racing, yeah.
For mud races, yeah. I mean,
or do you guys do anything at Star that you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. We didn't do that back in the day.
Yeah, my dad always used to buy shish kebab sticks and break them in half and put them on the bars, and he would wire tie them to the grips. So if you went down, you could just wipe your gloves off on them, and then you're good to go.
It's like a boot scraper when you go in your house.
Yeah,
he had shish kebab sticks wire tied to the grip so he could rake the mud off the grips if he fell to give him grip.
How are the blisters, bro?
Shish kebab blisters.
It's actually comfortable.
What?
It's like it fits like right here in your hand.
Wow. It's not under the bar?
In all my years.
Actually where your
it's like there's 2 of them. They sit like.
Is it on your grips or on your bars?
It's on the grips.
Wow. So Again, Aaron, we want to show for everybody watching at
Oh,
home.
we have a demonstration
We've got Aaron
going here now.
Plessinger. Show everybody what the technique was when you wire-tied shish kebab sticks.
He's going to use a
All right,
microphone.
I got a microphone
So here's
here.
a shish kebab stick. Your dad
All right,
cut them.
so
This is
yeah,
ridiculous.
he would cut them, put them about right
All right.
there,
There you go. Look at that in the camera. There you go.
and then you
So
can
you get
wipe
mud
your
on your
gloves off.
If you fall,
You
you
can
clean
wipe
the
your
mud off.
gloves off if you fell on them.
Never heard
So-
that in my life.
Even that year in the B class where you won all those motos, I think you told me that. You did that year, even on the big bike and everything, right?
Yeah, I actually did it the first Moto 250B and the last Moto 250B. So
Some of these guys could use this advice right now. We've had bikes down all over the place trying to get 65s around on a muddy track, which was untouched about 25 minutes ago.
Yep.
And now there's huge ruts everywhere. Watching the 8, Daxton Bennick, he has been the cleanest out front for most of this thing. And trying to get a moto win and go 4-1 in the motos. Now, I think people are a little confused. They're always like, oh, Plessinger was an off-road guy, a GNCC guy like his dad, and then all of a sudden he started doing moto and started doing well. I mean, you were racing these classes. You raced moto as a kid.
oh yeah, I raced here from.
Did you do 50s?
Yeah, I
Yep.
raced. I actually won a moto in 2005. I
On a
raced
50?
here, yeah,
Yeah.
in 2004 and didn't do so hot. But 2005, I came back. I won one moto, and then I think I went like 10 DNF, and then
Very consistent week for you.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was an awesome week.
Yeah.
But that was the only moto I had ever won until 2013.
Wow.
And I raced here every year except 2010 because I tore my ACL.
But I remember you had some podiums and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. I had a bunch of podiums, and I was always stoked to get a podium here because it was the toughest race of the year. And
Yeah.
everybody was here, and it was a good feeling to get
And
a
you
podium.
were a Yamaha guy for a lot of it, for a long time.
Yeah, I switched over to Yamaha, or I was riding KTMs for a while because my dad had Plessinger cycles back in the day.
Got a good discount on one of those?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got a good discount. I had to pay out of pocket, but my dad hooked it up, and then in 2008 I switched to Yamaha and been on Yamaha ever since.
Yeah, were you on 85s? Do you ride a Yamaha 85s?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the occasion for keeping the sleeves on the shirt? What's up?
You know,
That's a dress shirt.
yeah, this is a nice. Thor hooked it up with a nice pocketed shirt, so
It's his
You know.
corporate look. It's your
maybe
shirt tie look.
when it gets a little older and a little faded, we'll cut the sleeves off.
Yeah, we had Cooper on the show, and he was talking about, as soon as you get shirts in, you're just snipping those things right out of the plastic. Cut those sleeves off.
You cut the sleeves and they cut the tag off, man.
Pop the tags, cut the sleeves.
Pop the top, pop the collar. Look at Daxton Bennick standing up through some of these sections. I guess, whoa, hold on.
He's
Don't put
looking
that
good.
announcer's curse on that
I guess
kid.
so. I'm not going to talk about this dude anymore.
Yeah, no disrespect to the Bennick family, but typically we talk about a guy and he just crashes into the stands. Like, are you serious?
Yeah, things get nasty. Now, he looked over his shoulder, but he has a 20-second lead over James Close, so he's good, even with that little mistake.
As long as he
I think we had a 6 for 6. You were in the B class that year, right?
I was in B class that year, and then
Yeah.
RJ Hampshire did it the next
in the
year
A class, yeah.
Doesn't happen very often.
Doesn't
does it?
happen
No,
very.
yeah.
It happens less than people would think.
Yeah.
Even all the rippers who have come through here, it doesn't always happen. The 6 for 6 is tough.
Yeah, it is so tough. And then the last few motos, you have all that pressure on you, and I mean, once you get a flow going at this track, though, it's like.
Is it like a pitcher whenever he's got a no-hitter going into about the 7th inning? Do the guys at Yamaha say, just leave him be, don't talk to him, don't talk about the no-hitter he's got going on right now, that'll
Leave him
break
alone.
it, leave him alone.
Yep, that's pretty much
Something
what
like
you
that.
have to do.
Did people start acting weird going into those last motos when you're going for a title or going for a moto win? Could you tell that other people were nervous around you?
For you?
I could tell my dad was a little nervous, but
Yeah.
it wasn't too bad. Everybody was just really pumped for me that week because I was doing so good. And then, my dad just came up to me and was like, "You just got to do it. You got to get out there and you got to finish it off strong." You'll go
That changed a
6
lot
for
of
6.
things for you. Yeah. No
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah,
Only going
no
to change your
pressure,
entire
but-
life right now.
Hey, and nothing's changed, though. Check that the bend of that hat. Let's get an angle on that. I don't know what the curvature is. He's one of the few guys that's running it under the ears with the bend, just a nice curve, country
Nice
boy
curve. You
bend.
you
Keep
gotta
it
have
real.
the curve in the
I like
bill.
that. He ain't changed.
You got to have the camouflage, too. Right
I was
here.
going to say, the camo, you have to bend the bill if it's camo.
Yeah,
And
you
we
have
got
to by law.
We got the American flag over here. Too.
Wow.
Oh, America.
Can't get any
Check
more
it out.
American than that.
As soon as you put the American flag on it, the bill bends.
It
Yeah.
Magically
Yes.
happens. I guess I'm going to have to go to the podium here soon because these are slow lap times in the mud. And we got 5 laps complete for Daxton Bennett, who's looking for the moto win. And Cole Kish, our first moto winner, still back in 6th. So it's going to be all sorts of mixed up for Moto 2. See you in a bit, Aaron.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's always cool when some of the guys roll through. Aaron hung out with us during this mud moto. Chad Reed, we're going to get him up here in just a minute after we finish up with this moto. Aaron, you sit tight for a minute. We're going to ride this thing all the way to the end, and then we'll let Jason do the podiums. So before we kick you out of here.
Ooh.
So your plans are you got some autographs to sign here from 1 to 3, like 4
Yeah.
hours of autographs. Are you ready for that? Like, do you
I'm not
train
sure.
for that?
Yeah, I'd sit at home and just
Practice your autograph.
write my.
Have you worked it to where it's something that's quick and efficient, where it's not anything? Let's see one. Let's see what your autograph would look like.
All right, let's see it.
Let's see what you got here. We're going to let you ride. Hey, in your last few years of racing here at the ranch, do you think that the way they've kind of organized and set this race up, did it get you kind of ready for what was waiting for you on the other side in the pro ranks?
Oh, definitely. This track has always been gnarly, and I think it's been more so like a national track every year I've came, and just riding in those conditions and then having like set times for your races and your practices and everything, and just all around it's got me ready for nationals and pro ranks.
I love asking guys after they've kind of gotten a year or two under their belt in the pro ranks. Like when you left Loretta's, did you think, man, can't get any more fit? I do it right. I'm doing it. There's no better way you can do it than the way I'm doing it right now. And then, wow, that was an eye opener. Those first couple races.
Kind of, but it was hard to say because I didn't go for the last 3. I went into 2015 for.
So you had a little
Supercross.
more time to get ready,
Yeah,
huh?
I had a little more time, and I trained with Cooper, and
That helped, huh?
Yeah,
He's kind of good. He's pretty decent on dirt bike.
Yeah, he's all right.
Whatever. Man, you start racing guys. What man? 5 out of the top 8 at times. Man, it's like a Yamaha commercial when you guys are out there.
It's always blue streak up there.
Man, it is. Hey, we're 18 minutes into this one, folks, and it's all Daxton Bennett. He's 25 seconds out front. James Clough, our Whole Shot Award winner there. The Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner is still second. Logan Best giving it his best. He is third. Moon Garrett's is fourth. Owen Koval is fifth. Aiden Dickens is sixth. Cole Kish, seventh. Won that first moto. Preston Massiangelo, eighth. Zayden Masson is ninth. And Braden Long rounds out your top 10 as we are getting close to seeing that white flag here in just another lap or so in the 65-7-9. Aaron Plessinger hanging out with us, watching this mud race, and that's where you kind of made your name here at the ranch in the mud. And, man, everything just changed. It's funny how this place works. Like you, Shane McElrath, things just went totally different at that point when you got those wins.
Yeah, it was crazy. My career, it changed so much from that time or that point on, and it was amazing.
There it is, the checker flag. We're 20 minutes in, and can he keep it up on two wheels? Daxton Bennett will nail down the win on the number 8 KTM. He will roost someone in the process of getting to the podium, I'm sure, getting those tear-offs all cleaned up.
He was
And
looking
how
good.
about
He was
that?
standing up a lot.
Yeah,
I
that's
like that.
There's a trick there. There's a technique there for sure.
Yeah, that's a must. Standing up is really important in the mud.
Keep your feet on the pegs. There's number 37, blows right by Jason Wygant, wants nothing to do with him.
Man, he looks like Grant Langston.
There he is, number 8. There's Christy LaCroix going to take that hat right off her head. You just won. Did you know that?
Did
And
you know?
there's Megawatt down there getting things sorted out with those big rubber boots. You're in the shot. All right, man.
Getting the shot.
Daxton Bennett. That's where they had the Orange Brigade camp there.
Got a little mud on his mouth.
Man, you got that mud face. You earned that mud, though. At that point, you're pretty happy to have that mud.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
winner's mud, huh? Christy trying to give that blonde head, a little toe head, his hat. Spit that
Oh,
water
yeah.
right out. Spit it on Jason Wygant. When he comes up
Wait
there,
till he
just
gets
blast
over
him.
there.
Yeah, right as he comes up there. Oh, sorry, dude. All right, we're going to get things ready. We're going to celebrate properly. We're going to have our podium. It's going to look like this. Bennett, Clough, and Best. 1, 2, 3 in that 65-7-9 class. Jason Wygant's going to be down there with our winner. Take it away, Jason.
This guy not wasting any time, all the way up on the podium, already ready to go. Fourth in Moto 1, pulls out the victory in Moto 2. So now he's in contention for the title in what should be a crazy class considering all the mud and the inconsistency that you're going to see over 3 motos. I'll give you the gold medal to Daxton Bennick. Okay, how was the mud out there, bro?
It was fun. It was just like wide open.
Oh, you liked it?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome, man. What's going to happen here in Moto 3? You probably still got to go out there and win it. Do you like being in that situation with a 4-1, going for it?
Yes.
Who do you want to thank, man?
KTM Orange Brigade, of course, the Lord for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, the Hilo, Bell helmets, Sky goggles, Thor gear, Alpine Star, Ethica, Brock, and everyone else.
All right. Good. Daxton Bennick taking the #1 spot here in Moto 2 in the mud. Making the Orange Brigade people happy on the KTM. We'll bring up James Clough next. James Clough also collecting the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Hang out up here if you want, Daxton. It's all good. Silver medal and a Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Let's hear it for James Clough. Flip it over. My bad. There we go. It is not a Leb Whole Shot Award. It is a Bell Whole Shot Award. Let's hear it for James Clough. Yeah. All right, James, how'd that go?
Good.
Got a good start, huh?
Very good.
Who do you want to thank, man?
My mom, dad, Belle, Fox, my uncles, my grandma, Matt, Unlimited Motorsports, Formax Graphics, Vertex, Shannon Nide, and Chad Pedersen, and everyone else I forgot.
All right. Let's hear it for him, James Clough. Second place. And your Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Yeah, now we got the bike on the stand. Only added a little bit of weight to that. Late in the race, this guy makes it happen and gets on the podium. This is the second time I think he's done that this week. Let's hear it from Moon Garrett. Did you make some moves late in the race?
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah, did you even know what position you're in?
No.
Okay, well, you got third. That's awesome. You got to be happy.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
Lord Jesus, meet me safe. Will, Randy, Timmy, Power Band Suspension, Too Fast MX, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it from Moon Garrett's taking third. And a bronze medal. Awesome job. All right, we're going to let some big bikes rip now. I believe it'll be the 45 senior class, and we'll see how they do in these conditions. Kevin?
High RPM aggressive riding takes a toll on your engine. Extreme heat adds to the challenge. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil synthetic base oils resist viscosity loss. The oil provides a protective film against wear to gears, bearings, and pistons. An extreme simulated start test and on-track testing with professional riders reveals AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil delivers bulletproof wear protection. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil. Out front performance.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best? The best. You have to have the best equipment under the hood. That's why I only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
For those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
The Andersons discovered life is easier with an Outlaw RV.
Motocross bikes are
The
all
Outlaw
about
is a
handling
complete
and
home on
nothing
wheels
handles
with a
like
multifunctional garage. Getting on the road has never been quicker. The Outlaw is made to fit the lifestyle of today's active families. So stop roughing it and start enjoying your weekends. Find the Thor Motor Coach Outlaw that fits your needs at GarageRVs.com today.
High RPM aggressive riding takes a toll.
All right, here we go. Race number 6 getting their hot lap underway. I don't know if it's going to call it a hot lap, parade lap, where am I going to crash lap? That's the way I would look at it. Where am I going down? That's what's going to happen on this one. And it's plus 45 class. We'll look at the top 10. We got Chad Reed in the booth with us, so we're going to check in with Chad. Chad, it won't be long, man. This plus 45 class is calling your name, right? We're all getting old, right?
Wow.
I'm 43, man. I'm older
I was going to go with
I'm not there yet.
Jeez, I was going to go with we finally have a class that makes you young, and no, you just flipped that script completely, dude.
I know it. We had McGrath up here. We were watching him and Emig. They were like, yeah, this is our class, man. We're done. Plus 45 class. We're in that.
That's funny, but
yeah.
I guess I'm almost there. No.
Yeah, you're not even 35 plus
I'm
yet.
not even,
No.
yeah, I'm not even, I'm outside of 10 years.
You're all right. The funny thing was McGrath was here, and he's like, I want no business of riding on this track in this mud against these dudes who are training their balls off all the time.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like, I want nothing to do with these guys. They'll smoke me right now. So he wasn't looking at the age group saying, I got this.
No.
Yeah, that's what I was talking with Berner earlier. It's just, you try to do this event to have a little bit of fun, and
yeah, how is he having fun?
I think this weather sucks the fun right out of it.
Dude. He actually, we were talking to his mechanic for the week, Dan Truman. Berner should have been in contention for the title and is kind of still there, but crashed late in the thing. He actually, by consistency, should have been right in it.
Yeah, it sounds like the first one. He came from a ways back, and I want to say he fought himself into second, third, and went down on the last lap. So a little bit of a bummer, but I mean, if the conditions keep going like this, anything can happen. So you just gotta try to be on the, on the lucky side rather than on the ground.
Got to be in it to win it.
In it to win it.
There you go.
I say, yes.
Now, talking to Berner, I talked to him on Monday. He was not exactly on the full motoing down super training program over the last month or so.
No, I mean, we've kind of been on a bit of a world tour.
Yeah.
Went to Europe for a month. So I think that, I'm part to blame for his
results. Okay.
For his maybe not the 100% prep that he wanted or needed.
Yeah.
But I think he's here to try to have some fun, and it's not just grinding it out there. When the conditions are like this, it's more survival. So we had a good time in Europe.
Yeah.
It's been fun, and as soon as he got back from there, I believe he hit the ground running and tried to get motors in when he could, and cutting the grass and everything like that out of the 22 compound.
Everyone thinks, I'm sure, when guys of his level retire, it's like, they can just do whatever they want. They can just ride all the time, but he's been kept pretty busy.
He's real busy. The last 2 years we've been at it. So looking forward to it. To be honest with you, I wouldn't say it's been some off time for him, but for me, the last 2 months have been pretty chill. I was in Australia for a month. Got to see mum and dad, catch up a little bit. So for me, I'm excited to get back into it, and he's probably looking for a vacation, but he's about to go to work.
Oh, shoot.
Hey, speaking of mom and dad, how about your kids? Your kids are kind of getting into this dirt bike thing.
Yeah, not really.
Not as much?
They just want to ride a little bit. My girl, and for good or bad, she's probably more into it than anyone. She just wants to ride. But then, you kind of put her on there, and I'm like, okay, let's spend some time. Let's teach you how to do it. And then she kind of gets a little bit scared and doesn't want to do it by herself. So you never know. Like my little guy is 2 today. He seems to have, bicycles, motorcycles at all times. So, it's just one of those things. You never know what direction they're going to do.
Play golf, play tennis.
It's all there. It's available to them. We have, the bikes, the property. And I think that a lot of time when that's there and that's available to them 24/7, it's almost like they don't want it. You know?
Right.
So, you know, Tate loves it if somebody's there to ride with him. And one minute we're riding bikes, we're driving go-karts, and now he wants to play soccer. So you never know what you're going to get.
I can't imagine you're upset about the soccer thing. That's probably an okay alternative.
You know, I live this life. You know, I call it a lifestyle.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm one of a few that are my age and are still around. You know, doing what we do, and I love it, and I dread the moment that I have to call it a day. So, you know, it's dangerous, yes, but man, so's the world these days. So
yeah.
Motorcycles and the motorcycle world provided me with an amazing life and seeing a lot of things. So I would never, you know, step in between that for my kids. You know, if that's what they chose to do, then we'd be all in.
I got to send Maxwell Kiefer to the MX Sports office. Yeah, you said something a year or two ago that surprised me. A lot of guys, the travel and the grind is often what gets to them. The riding and training, of course, has its good and bad points, but the travel, it seems like universally everybody's like, man, that's gnarly. But you actually said, I think a year or two ago, that you're like, hey, I've been on airplanes since I was 11 years old. I don't mind it.
I love it. You know?
Yeah.
I try to make it enjoyable. I try to make it fun. I'm at a point where motocross and the outdoor nationals are just not something that I want to do, you know, on a day-to-day basis. So I kind of try to take a step back, go do some fun things, and yeah, just try to keep it fun so that it will hopefully keep me around for a while.
We're watching a 45-plus class take off. We had a big crash behind, I think, third place. Terry Bostard had the lead early in the first moto. He has it again here. Bell Helmet's whole shot in Moto 2, Californian. The California guys, I've been talking to a bunch of them down there. We're always, with our dumb rudimentary geography, well, they're from California, the mud's tough. They're all like, yeah, but they flood practice tracks.
Right.
We've ridden on wet tracks. It's not.
Yeah, in the morning there.
Yeah.
You could probably speak to that. How are those tracks
yeah,
out in water?
The outdoor nationals looks like this in the morning. So,
right.
It seems like that. In all honesty, it's like that throughout the whole world. You know, it seems like you look old school, and then now you look at all the current generation. It's from Australia to Europe to here. It's all the same. You know, they put a lot of effort and a lot of work into making the tracks ruddy and nasty for the riders. So for some people, this is their normal.
Yeah. Seems to be okay here for Terry Bostard in the lead on the 67. We're just getting started, senior 45-plus. All right, you're here for Yamaha. We got a dinner, an announcement, some stuff going on tonight?
Yeah, got an autograph session, I want to say, from 1 to 2:30
okay.
Over at the Yamaha tent, so that should be fun. Yeah, and then, like you said, a dinner tonight. Get to meet and greet a lot of people. And, last time I was here, maybe 10 years ago, it was all the same thing. So it's been a long time since I've been at the ranch. So I'm excited. See what the young up and coming kids are got. Not that you can see them, but we can see the riding.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. Like I said, I've been off for the last 2 months. So to be out here seeing dirt bikes and being amongst it's refreshing for me.
Nowadays we're seeing, I don't know how they pull it off, but international kids somehow figure out a way to get to qualifiers and race in this race. Even Ken Roxon did it back when he was like 13 or 14. Was this ever, obviously it would have been impossible to pull off, but did you know of this event when you were a kid? Did you dream of what would that have been like? Did you know about it?
Yeah, I knew about it. It was a lifelong goal or should I say, my childhood. Always wanted to come to Loretta Lynns. My older cousin, Craig Anderson.
Yeah.
He got to come, I want to say, in like 91.
He won a title even.
Yeah, I want to say it was back
deal.
when Ponca was here.
Yeah.
So then, back then they hit Ponca and then came here. And yeah, I wasn't fortunate enough to, have family with some money.
Yeah.
And more than anything, just the connections to be able to get bikes, cars, trailers, whatever it is that you need to get from Australia to here. So it's an event that I don't, I never have been a part of, but it's one that I always wanted to be a part of.
Okay,
and
so it was on the radar.
Maybe when I retire. I don't know that today makes me want to come back and race.
Yeah,
but
motos.
But I would like to come back to the ranch and and ride the vet class and say that that I got to race Loretta Lynn.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, that's the inevitable question we were going to ask. So you already answered it. Maybe someday. That's cool. Let's just give an update here. Bostard is leading. Jay Wagner second. Ralph Bentley is third. Gabriel Guardalo is fourth. And Alan Alford is fifth in this senior 45+. These guys just struggling through. Yeah, these conditions exactly don't make you say, I want to get on the dirt bike and go ride this stuff.
Oh, man, that flow looks so good right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, just airing it out.
When you get the whole shot, it's nice, though.
That's cool.
Only time the bike's clean. So what is your program now? Like, have you literally not ridden? I know you did some GPs in Europe. Have you not ridden at all since then?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I did the 2 GPs. The first weekend was not bad. I wasn't so far off, but the second week was a lot of work. And then I went to Oz, and as most kids, you get around, all the things that you grew up with, and my sucker is down there. You have to go to a gas station, and you don't pay at the pump. You got to go inside.
Oh,
and
boy.
they're littered with chocolates and ice creams.
Yeah.
And,
that's how they get you in there.
So it's a good time. They suck you right in. So to say the least, I've had a good, past month of enjoying Aussie lifestyle, and but yeah, I'm ready to get back to work. Start training for what we got, Charlotte and Glen Helen, and then Monster Energy Cup.
Okay. All right. So back on the bike. Have you been back on the bike yet, or?
Yeah, I've rode a couple times.
Okay.
Actually, rode the last 2 days with Kyle Chisholm at my house, and
okay.
Yeah, things are okay. I'm not in shape right now, but you got to start somewhere. And
right.
For whatever reason, I enjoy going back to zero. I think that one of the things that I contribute to why I've been able to sustain the level that I have for so long is, try to get the downtime and enjoy life, be human, because in my opinion, you're human first, athlete second. You got to have fun, and with 3 kids, it's been a lot of just good times to take the summer off. They're obviously on vacation, and get to spend time with them and not be on the grind. And after the whole 22 Motorsports thing, it's been a lot of a lot of stress over a 6-year period, and it was nice to let all that go and recharge batteries.
Watching a battle here for fourth with Ralph Bentley, also Gabe Guardalo and Jay Wagner. That's second, third, fourth. This is a good battle right here. Yeah, I know you said that was one of the goals for 2016, just being back on that Monster Energy Yamaha team, to finally have a chance to not have to play team owner, team manager, and all those other jobs behind the scenes anymore. Did it feel different? Did it accomplish that, at least from a stress standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I say it over and over. I don't think that I got the benefit of the factory rider in 2016 because, you're a big part of it, and both of you guys. But, I didn't have a job until the week before Anaheim.
It was stressful, man. We didn't know if you were going racing. I guess you really didn't know.
It was stressful, like one side of the fence, you're working hard, you're training, you're riding, you're getting a few parts here and there, and then when that's all finished, reality hits, and you got to go home, you got to make the phone calls, and try to make all that work, and it's tough.
76, by the way, Ralph Bentley went down. He was in third, so that's going to open up third now for Gabe Guardalo to take that spot away. Oh, yeah, so when we get to Anaheim 1, you're on what appears to be, you got a factory rig, the bike looks cool, the team got all the nice apparel. That all happened a little late. It wasn't the exact way you would have drawn it up.
Yeah, it was. And, it was not perfect, but it was a lot of fun. I think that, Yamaha going factory racing again, myself, being back involved, it was kind of like we turned the clock back a little bit. And so I think for the first couple of races, it was like everyone was running on the hot, just the excitement.
Okay.
Reality set in, and we had to, as everybody got better and more comfortable as the races went on, we needed to also do the same thing. So I think that we were well prepared for the situation, but obviously we had work beyond the first 4 to 5 races.
What I thought was cool, you did get to bring some of your troops over, Shane Drew, Mike Gosler. They kind of integrated in with Yamaha, and they were pumped, man. I remember talking to them at round 2 at San Diego, and they were like, we love working for these guys. We love what we got going on here. So you got to bring some of your kind of combine a little merger of the 2-2 guys with the Yamaha crew.
Yeah, ideally the conversation of 22 Motorsports taking over the Yamaha factory team and trying to re-bring that back. There was talk behind closed doors going on for, maybe 3 months, and then that just wasn't happening as quick as I would have liked. and then I ended up just bailing. So
yeah. Oh, so you were
ideally,
thinking of that. That was a potential.
Yeah, I mean, returning home.
Yeah.
Was the ultimate goal in playing, and you know, I want to end my career with Yamaha, and yeah. So the fact that the matter is we're really trying to get Tutu Motorsports to become the you know, the factory race team for Yamaha, but yeah, it didn't work out, but we got to take a couple of our guys with us.
All right, so in the end, it's Factory Yamaha's back, and I think we'll have more info on that tonight, what that's going to look like a little bit in the future. So if you folks want to come down to the Yamaha dinner tonight and be part of the Blue Crew, if you're a Yamaha rider, enjoy dinner, enjoy getting to hang out with some of these guys. The 45 plus, I'll just update you. Bostard's led this thing from the start, which is not a shock. You get a whole shot in the mud race, get a big advantage. Jay Wagner's right there. What are the first motor results, Kevin? What are we looking at in this class as far as overalls?
Looks like Barry McCarty was your winner out of Port Orange, Florida, on the number 17 KTM. Second place was your leader here, Barry Bostard. Jay Wagner was third, so Jay's in the mix there. So Jay and Barry.
Well, McCarty's struggling in this one in 12th with a bad start, but yeah, it could be between Wagner and Bostard there in that final
moto.
moto.
Second, third, and it looks like they're going to flip-flop a little bit here. So again, going into that third set of motos, doing some math.
I'm going to sound like a rookie here, but did the 60 kids do the same track as these guys?
Yes, they did.
So
yeah.
Looking at those lap times,
dude,
it's quite amazing that those 65 kids were doing.
Ryder DiFrancesco turned that exact lap time in his
matched
moto,
him.
2:46.
You know,
of course,
so
not nearly as rutted.
The track obviously deteriorates quite a lot, and that's what you're seeing. So it's always like when we have muddy supercrosses and things like that, you always see the first group out is always so like 10 seconds faster than even just like the good factory guys.
Right.
And we're last on the track. So yeah, it's good to see that it's consistent.
Yes,
right?
It's not just you that's struggling. These guys are struggling to go faster than the 65 class that was just out there. Bostard trying to take the win. The difference is we see much more consistency with this group as far as the moto scores go. The 65s, they win titles with like a 3, 10, 1. Those kids just pin it the whole time, mud or not.
Whatever happens.
Whatever happens. This class, you often get a guy going 1-1-1, and someone goes 2-2-2, 3-3-3. These guys leave a little something more in the reserve tank. Oh,
right?
Just as I say that.
Very consistent.
Sideways.
They crashed the announcer's curse yet again.
Yeah, sorry about that.
11 minutes into the race.
The lines are getting better, but obviously, as you see, they're getting deeper as well. So then the groove becomes, like when you see the 65 kids, it's more like they're out there just sloshing and moving around a lot. But now the groove's coming. So you gotta, you see these guys getting their pegs dragging, feet dragging, and all the fun things.
There's Bostard in the lead. A couple of riders were telling me yesterday. Also, the problem is they dug down so deep they're getting out of that clay, and that's like riding on ice. They're saying so even when you get into a rut that looks good, it doesn't always work out that way.
No, and one of the tracks that I won a mud race in 11 was Mount Morris. It's one of those tracks where when it rains, for the first bit it's okay, and then it starts getting starts drying up, getting real tacky, and when bike starts getting heavier and heavier. So it's these guys, as the day gets on, it'll go through a process of where it gets worse before it gets better, and then obviously when it comes around, then it's a lot of fun.
Ooh. We got anything there, Megawatt? We got to make an announcement. Oh. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We got to make up some time. We lost about 4 hours on Tuesday morning. We lost almost that much again today, about 3 hours. So we're going to adjust the moto times, which means I got to head to the podium. If you had a 15-minute moto originally scheduled, if you were a class that is 15-minute motos, you now have 12-minute motos. If you have a 20-minute moto, we're going to do 15 minutes, so that's going to be the case for the senior 45 plus. We will keep 20-minute motos for the A classes. They will still run the traditional 20 minutes. Everyone else that was scheduled for a 20-minute moto will run a 15-minute moto, and that means time is about to run out as Terry Bostard is trying to put this championship in his sights as he looks for a second moto win. I got to head to the podium. Chad, thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you for autographs at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, 1 to 2:30. Okay,
over at Yamaha, and then a dinner tonight. I believe that'll be at the arena. Amsoil Arena, that's my best guess. That's where most of the dinners happen.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming up.
All right, good to see you, Jason.
We saw Dan Truman this morning, and he was saying it was raining. We were wondering if you were going to make it. I was wondering if you were just going to get about a mile away and say, I don't know
Hang out
about
in
that.
Nashville.
Oh, I mean, if I get on the plane, I'm coming. So,
Okay, all right, you were in.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing was getting up at 5 a.m. this morning and heading off to the airport.
Okay.
But, and it's my little guy, and it's my youngest child's second birthday today, so I'm missing that. So, but hey, duty calls. I've had 2 months off. I've had a lot of time around those guys, and we've been celebrating. So it's time to go back to work.
Cool. All right, thanks for stopping by, Chad.
Cheers.
Yep.
Thanks.
Awesome. Well, that's the checker flag. Chad Reed's checker flag for you if you want to go out and sign some autographs right now. Start that process right now. Or you want to hang out in the AC. Can't blame you. Terry Bastard's going to roll that bad boy. Man, he looks surprisingly clean for a guy that just raced out on that racetrack. Looks like the bike just let go at the right time. Smoked out, just like Rodney Reynolds is later on tonight. Number
That's
67.
What a whole shot gets you right there.
That's exactly right.
That's nice.
A clean motorcycle. Good look for that guy. He's thumbs up to everybody in the stands there. Terry Bastard is stoked. Jason Wygant will be there in about 15 minutes when he trudges his way down to the podium. We're going to have a full announcer swap here. Megawatt's going to jump in here. Rodney Tomlin's going to jump in here. Chad Reed, thanks for jumping in and helping us out and calling some action. Good seeing you, man. Good luck in the future. We'll see you tonight at the
Good luck, everyone.
Chad Reed in the house. Been a while since we've had him. Some muddy hugs for the family. That's what it's all about there. Terry and his, looks like his kids. And we will get things ready for the podium. I saw the high five from Kip Bigelow to Terry, so Terry's stoked. We've chatted with Terry before. We saw him down on the podium a few times last year, and he's going to pop that helmet off. Good to see you down there, Terry, in the mud. A mud specialist, man, looking good. Kept it up on 2 wheels. Got the boys there. They're going to clean him up. Get the old man cleaned up, man. Help the old pops out there. Now Dad's cool. Normally they don't want anything to do with Dad. Now Dad is the coolest guy in the pits as far as they're concerned. That's awesome. You get to share that with your kids. They get to see you win on this stage. And the number 97 did just that. Now, this championship really comes into focus for Terry. Terry got a second in the first moto. Now he's got a first in this one. So how about that? Terry looking good. A 2-1 going into that third and final moto. Bostard, Jay Wagner second. Guardardo is third. Nettie is fourth. Alford is fifth. That's your top 5. And hashtag Loretta Lynn MX, that is the official hashtag. Don't forget that as we send it back down to the Race Tech podium. Jason Wygant with our winner. Jason?
Thanks, Kevin. We'll perform all the announcer swaps up there, and we will swap some medals with these riders. Terry Bostard looking good. I don't even want to talk championship. I'm sure he probably would rather not. We'll just talk motos right now. A gold medal performance. Also grabbed the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Let's hear it for Terry Bostard. Hey, number one thing in a mud race is try to get a whole shot. This bike is actually shockingly clean. That's what happens when you get out front. Do you like riding in the mud? Because that was pretty impressive.
In California, if it sprinkles, they cancel. But ever since I was a kid, I just enjoy the mud. Good attitude about it.
Maybe that's the key. Just you were not, when you knew you were going to have a mud moto, you were okay with it.
I was. I had to be. Being frustrated with it ain't going to help one bit. So I was on the line saying, you know what? Let's go mudding, boys.
It worked. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank, first of all, the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. I have a lot of great sponsors, Fox Racing, Motion Pro, Hammerhead, Recluse Clutch helps me out. Honda's been helping me this week. And, last but not least, my motor builder, Al Posey, has done a fantastic job on this thing.
Good job. Let's hear it for Terry Bostard taking the win. And we have second place coming on up. He's been consistent, so he's still in title contention. Going to need a moto win in that last one, and maybe he can make this happen. Let's hear it for Jay Wagner. All right, Jay, solid moto. What was it like for you?
Man, that track is ridiculous. And I had a horrible start. I come out of there, got all sideways, bounced off both people on both sides of me. And then it opened up, and I got down to the first turn and carved right around the inside like I always do. And I come out pretty decent. And, man, the first couple laps are just the mistakes that cost me. And when you get out clean, like Terry did, it's just a lot easier racetrack. You can pick your own lines. It didn't take me long to get into second, but once I did, I really backed it off just to be safe. I'll take a second anytime over a crash. So these guys out here, they're all a bunch of badasses. Don't let nobody kid you. They've been putting in the work, and you see who's winning. I have done nothing but work on my kids' bikes for the last 2 months and done very little. My family's here, a lot of my friends, and I love it, man. This is good stuff.
Awesome. That's a big smile there. Who do you want to thank, Jay?
And I missed a few the first time. Maverick Motorcycles, my dad's he's got a little Harley shop and makes big horsepower Harleys. Spectro, Brap Supply, Kurt Kropp, Throttle Jockey, them guys have been doing my graphics and stuff for about 5-6 years. And, man, my biggest sponsor, Redbud. Redbud!
Nice.
You know, it's my family. You know, they've been helping us out. Championship. What's that? What's that mean? I don't remember his name. Carl Bowling, we'll just put it at that.
Nice.
Give me some cash to come down. I don't know. I better get off here. You're going to run out of time.
Maybe we'll see you again. Let's hear for Jay Wagner, second place. Moto. Okay. Close enough? All right. Third place is Gabriel Guadajardo. That's pretty good. All right. Let's hear it for our third place finisher. All right. Yeah, hop on over. Get over here. Yeah, soak it up. You know what? Come on up to the podium. Yeah, bring the girls up. All right. How was the moto, Gabriel?
Amazing. I used to ride enduro. I like the mud. Yes. I am thankful for, I can speak Spanish. Estoy bien agradecido por mi esposa, mis hijas, y Darren Porter. He's my mechanic. Cool. Yes. Viva Mexico. I drove from Mexico. Cool. And it's 20 hours drive. It's amazing be here in this stand.
Congratulations on that. Do you want to thank anybody else?
Again, to my wife, my kids, Luisa and Sofia, and Gabriel. I don't know what is Gabriel, and Darren Porter. And thank God to be here.
Congrats. That's a great speech. Thank you. Gracias. Yeah. Gabriel Guadajardo taking third place. Love talking to these guys in this class. They somehow become excellent professional public speakers once they reach that 40, 45 plus age division. You want pictures? You want me? All right. Send up the tower. I got to do paparazzi work, bro.
All right, we're back down on the starting gate. Hey, one serious note. When you take a hot lap or a parade lap, you need to complete the entire lap. You are not allowed to just ride out there on the racetrack and cut the track and head back to the starting line. Do not do that. They will dock you position. That's straight from Davey Coombs. Just shot that bit of information up to us. If you take a parade lap, you must ride the entire lap. That's up to you. They're not forcing you to take the parade lap. So if you take it, you must ride the entire lap. And that's a safety issue. You're cutting across the racetrack. There may be a piece of equipment that's moving. Maybe some of our workers or personnel are moving across, and it's not safe to do that. If you take a parade lap today, you must complete the entire lap. Do not cut the racetrack. All right, we are up and running. Schoolboy 1, 12 to 16. Take a listen here, folks. Love it. Red Bull KTM rider, I believe that might be Derek Drake. The number 33 machine, we'll see. Derek got a third in the first moto. And Derek has been kind of quiet this week, even though a third place is not that quiet. Derek is a guy you expect to see leading races. A Red Bull KTM rider now goes into the 10 Commandments, number 33. Derek Drake, your early race leader. I believe Jalik Swoll was the rider he battled with in that first moto, or that won the first moto. We'll give you that rundown here in just a second. The top 10, it was Jalik Swoll, number 30 on the Husqvarna, but that's not him out front. The number 91 now out front, and that's Carson Brown. Carson finished 7th in the first moto, and check him out. Downtown Carson Brown is doing it on the number 91 Husqvarna. The top 10 last time we went racing, it was Marco Canella was your 10th place finisher. The 9th place finisher looking down the line, it was number 77, Palmer Neely out of Covington, Louisiana. 8th place finisher would have been Jesse Flock out of Adair, Oklahoma. 7th place finisher was Carson Brown. He has made his way into the number 1 spot. He got around number 33, Derek Drake. 6th place finisher last time we went out racing with this schoolboy class was Parker Mashburn. Your top 5, it was Mason Gonzalez was your 5th place finisher. Carter Halpane out of Lubbock, Texas was your 4th place finisher. And your podium looked like this. Derek Drake, who sits in the number 2 spot, he finished 3rd. Your 2nd place finisher was Pierce Brown. Where are you at, Pierce Brown? Get up there, buddy. And your winner was Jalik Swole, number 30 on the Husqvarna. So Pierce Brown, Jalik Swole, not in the picture right here, but Carson Brown and Derek Drake are. So they want to get out there and make hay while the sun attempts to shine. And there he is, Carson Brown out front. Derek Drake, 33, your 2nd place rider. Jalik Swole is 3rd. There he is. 4th place rider, number 49. That is Gabe Gutierrez. He finished 13th in that first moto. And still, there's Palmer Neely just outside the top 10. So your leader, Carson Brown, he actually won that 125 shootout race up in Washougal, and not a good thing to see early in a moto when you have your roll-off film hanging behind you. So now more than ever, he wants to stay out front and avoid the roost that's sure to come from the bike directly behind him should Derek Drake put together a pass. And lapped riders later on in the moto, that could be an issue as well as he gets into some of the lapped riders. Carson Brown leaving nothing out on the table right now. He is putting it down. Jalik Swole steady back there. You see him in the camera. He is 3rd in that 10 Commandments in the shot. And your 4th place rider, Gabe Gutierrez. Colton Eigelman is 5th. Carter Halpane 6th. Mason Gonzalez 7th. Brock Pappy is 8th. Dark Comfort 9th. Marco Canella 10th. Ethan Mann 11th. Palmer Neely 12th. Christian Fernandez is 13th. Chase Fosnock 14th. And Jesse Flock rounds out the top 15 here. Early moments here in race number 7. Anything can happen. Yellow flags out. Carson Brown able to keep it together, though. It is hard to look smooth and calculated. You come out, your feet are flying out. You got a roll-off dangling behind your goggles there. Just trying to keep that thing upright. That's about as smooth and calculated as you can look. There's Derek Drake trying to go after Carson Brown and all the while keep Jalik Swole, your first moto winner, behind him. So he's got double duty right there. There's Carson Brown, the Fly Racing Husqvarna ride. Up and over the big step up, the camelback, if you will. Now coming around the Thor Swamp, the big sweeper. And Carson Brown eyeing the prize here, leading out on lap number 2. Brown now has to pick one of the ruts that he thinks he can keep the bike upright in, lay it in there, pin that little 125. And he now leads lap number 2. A couple of schoolboy classes that we have for you at Loretta's. This one features 2 strokes only, the Schoolboy 1. 12 to 16 class. Schoolboy 2 features the 4-stroke. So a good place to land before you jump full-time on the 250F. That's why they created this schoolboy class. All 125s, riders between the ages of 12 and 16. And I love it. I think it teaches you how to ride a motorcycle and ride it correctly. Can't just make it up with a twist of the wrist. Carson Brown, pie the mechanics area, hangs a right, and he is gone. 3 seconds out front is the number 91 machine. Carson Brown, we're showing you the number 30 of Jalik Swole as he works his way past the mechanics area and under the Red Bull arch. Your leader's just in front of him. You can see him at the bottom of the shot there. They'll all enter these 10 Commandments in just a moment. You see these guys lift the front wheel up a lot of times. They just want to get that front wheel and avoid some of the, obviously the big rollers and some of the ruts. And Jalik Swole, your first moto winner, you're taking a look at him through the 10 Commandments. Those things starting to get chewed up. And Jalik now heading off into Storyland. Up and over that double. Try to bust this next double. We'll look back down the racetrack for your 4th place rider, Gabe Gutierrez. There's Gabe, and he's got Colton Eigelman on the Yamaha coming at him. And we've got a gentleman up here protecting the mullet with the American flag wrapped around it. That is a look right there. So, Schoolboy 1, lap number 2 in the books. Brown, Drake, and Swole. This is race number 7, the Schoolboy 1. The inside rut's now really getting deep, so guys are going to start moving out to the outside portions of the racetrack. That was Carter Halpane getting about radiator deep in that one. There's Carter again, the number 82. He's got the Yamaha rider just in front of him, and that's Eigelman. Laces out. So Carter Halpane shaved the big afro earlier in the year. Saved about a couple of pounds of weight. His drag coefficient dropped as well. More aerodynamic is Carter Halpane. The Texas rider doing everything he can to win these motos or be competitive, and shaving the head was part of the program. Going now across the starting line by the billboards. They'll hang a left, about 5,000 ruts to choose from here. They're all going to go on the same one. Keep digging down a couple inches each time they go through there. Look over to the right, spot your mechanics pit board. And off you go, almost where we used to be in the pits. That was once where we all parked trucks and trailers, and then you pop back out right about here. And back onto the regular portion of the racetrack under the Red Bull arch, the peristyle, as it were. Wes Kane coined that phrase, even though that's nothing to do with the peristyle. Down the long short chute, which I don't know what that means, a long short chute. And then on to the 10 Commandments. There are 10 jumps. We've numbered them. And then off into Storyland, where the stories all live there. They flagged back there, so they call it Storyland now.
Watching the beginning of this moto from down trackside, it's Jason Wygan here, checking back in.
All right.
These 125s, man, when it's slick or deep, the acceleration, it's like the roll at the Fast and the Furious kids say. They're going from like 10 miles an hour to 20. It takes about 20 seconds. They're barely able to accelerate at all. Wide open, either bogging or spinning.
So much
they
noise.
Grab a gear. It is tough.
Now,
on
the
these
wheel spin's probably 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, sounds
Seriously.
awesome. Sounds awesome. But you'll see it in the turn before the billboards after the Tunnel of Love.
Hey.
They go through the turn about 8 miles an hour, and by the end of the straightaway by the billboards, they're going 12. Could barely get any acceleration in these slick, muddy conditions.
So you're not seeing the braking bumps because they're not going fast enough to really even.
They probably don't need to. It's this corner right here. He's on the gas. Oh, come on.
Probably
and
more
now
15
slow
miles
down.
an hour.
Yeah, doesn't pick up much speed at all in these conditions.
Same thing here. Wheel spin 75 miles an hour, going 18 miles an hour past the mechanics.
Yeah, ground speed.
I'd love to have a Lit Pro on these guys.
Yeah, I want to have a Lit. This is what we should have: a Lit Pro, and then an old school odometer in the rear wheel,
a speedometer for real on the
and
wheel.
measure the distance of
and
difference.
the difference.
Oh, Derek Drake.
Oh, he got third in our first moto. He goes down in the 10 Commandments, so that is a big deal. Got to try. They don't have the electric start on the old 125 here.
Good point.
Got to fire that bad boy up old school. Look at that. Trusty KTM.
Oh, 125s, dude. You can kick them by hand.
Take that, Waz. Waz just got covered
Drinking
up.
Lincoln just got nailed.
Drinking Lincoln from MXP TV. Eat it. Derek Drake says, beat it, geek.
Carson Brown in the lead. Carson Brown, by the way, won the 125 Dream Race out at Washougal. Had to beat such luminaries as David Pingree and Ivan Tedesco to do it. He was ripping. He was gone. And everybody's like, oh, watch that kid. He's a hot shot going to Loretta's in a week or two. And I was like, okay, that makes a lot more sense. What did Brown have in Moto 1, though?
He was inside the top 10, 7th, I believe, is what he had.
Yeah, not quite what he wanted, but he's trying to bounce back here. Derek Drake was second. Now we got to see if he lost any ground. Jalik Swoll, who was your Moto 1 winner, was in third. Here is Swoll right now. You see it on Racer TV, the number 30. I would assume he got around Drake when Drake was down. Drake had about 9 seconds on him. We're not talking about Drake from Toronto, the rapper. We're talking about Derek Drake. We're not talking about Drake's cakes either.
Yeah.
Drake's cakes. Derek Drake went down, so we'll see how that affected things.
Drake.
If Jalik Swoll has taken the second spot away, we'll know as they come through the finish line area.
And those handlebars look so wide on that bike there. The Brock Lover bend, Husqvarna bars there.
Yeah.
The Heike Mikkel bend.
CZ bend. He
Just
put those
flat,
white hand guards
baseball
in.
bat. That's all it is. One side's thicker than the other one's.
Really, not
gets
even the
thicker.
same. Wow.
No.
A little pine tar on there. George Brett running the high pine
He's
tar.
going to run out of there and freak out. If you say that pine tar is above that spot, he's coming out of there.
Not. The pine tar cannot go past the triple clamp. It goes past the triple clamp.
George Brett will be.
Oh, he'd be that homer would be disallowed.
He was so
the
good.
angriest person in the history
Ever.
of sports.
Ever.
I
No
think
doubt.
so.
No doubt. And Carson Brown continues with that roll-off streamer behind him. We were concerned about that. If he were to get passed by Drake, then he's got to deal with vision problems. So
Yeah.
he's been lucky to be out front.
Yeah,
with
what
that
happens if
problem.
he gets into the lapper situation he's dealing with right now?
What if that thing gets caught up in the rear wheel, just pulls him off the bike? It wouldn't snap. That stuff's
Imagine
so
that.
strong. He'll be pulled
Ah.
behind another rider.
Remember, the 20-minute motos have been shortened to 15, so I got to head down to the podium already. Man, I'm exhausted.
Hey, another thing, Davey Coombs wanted to let everyone know, if you take a parade lap, take the whole parade lap. Do not cut across. There's guys just kind of going spotting the track, doing a 180 heading back. Not happening. They
All right.
will dock you. They will dock you. You go down to that podium, you do the whole podium. Don't just come back and do one or two
Okay,
podiums.
I will. I'll walk all the way down there. I'll do the full thing.
.13 minutes into this bad boy, and the number 91 of Carson Brown made the pass early in the race. Drake was sitting in the number 2 spot. Jalek Swoll was third. Jalek Swoll now moved up a spot after Drake goes down. So Swoll and Drake flip-flop positions, and they hit lap number 6. Carson Brown out front. Swoll and Drake, that's your podium. Gutierrez is 4th. Eigenman is 5th. Marcus Michael Phelps is 6th. Dar Comfort is 7th. Carter Halpane is 8th. Chase Bosnacht is 9th. Brock Pappy rounds out your top 10. Jesse Flock is 11th. Justin Thompson 12th. Christian Fernandez 13th. Pierce Brown, downtown Pierce Brown, man. He is just now clawing up his way into the teens. Pierce Brown finished very strong in that first moto. Connor Molinax is 15th. 16th, Austin Smith. Palmer Neely is 17th. Joshua Strickland 18th. Luke Neese 19th. And Devin Sorensen rounds out the top 20 here in Schoolboy 1, 12-16. Welcome back, Megawatt, the speaker fixer-upper extraordinaire, the electronics technician here at the ranch, the jack of all trades, master of so many things other than just announcing. Good to have you back, Megawatt. We haven't even announced the race together, have we? We've all week long.
Just did some updates this morning, kept people posted, and man, oh man, just about 20 minutes till 7 or so, Rodney and I were inspecting buzzes and hums and hisses and all kinds of strange sounds, but you know what? Sounding pretty good right now. We're going to try to get things straightened out on that podium here throughout the course of the day. Really want to improve upon that for you. Want to make it better. And let's see. Other than that, man, you got to tell me basically what's happened today, Kevin. I've listened to you guys, but
It
man.
has rained a lot early this morning. It's very muddy. And the 16th, I'll give you something that's kind of interesting. Ryder DeFrancesco turned a 2:46 in his race, and that was as fast as the plus 45 class. Now, granted, we're not dogging out the plus 45 class. The track was so smooth for Ryder and those guys, no ruts, so that's why it has gotten worse. Just like you said, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Chad Reed said it earlier, and it has gotten worse.
So that's what you guys were talking about. I heard Ryder D and I heard his time, and I there was some kind of comparison I was catching, but
Right.
you know, holy cow. Interesting. And then I see the, what was it, Senior Plus 45? Did they ride already this morning?
Yeah,
I saw
that's what we're
Ralph
talking
Bentley. Saw Ralph Bentley and those guys
There it
down
is.
there.
Checker flag for Carson Brown. He finished 7th in the first moto. He's going to take the moto win, but Jalek Swoll goes 1, and now he finishes 2nd in this moto. So Jalek Swoll doing what he has to do. He's managing this championship. A 1-2 puts you pretty good in that third moto.
Oh, no question about it. Jalek Swoll sitting in the driver's seat right now in that class. And
Derek Drake's going to go 3-3 That's not bad.
Oh, are you
Needs some help
kidding?
in that final moto, though. Derek Drake wants to win this thing.
Phenomenal. You know, people often forget, you know, we're not talking about a district race. We're not talking about a local race. We're not talking about a fair race, man.
The best of the best.
Yeah, when we're talking about a third, a fourth, a fifth place, well, we're talking about a third, a fourth, a fifth place out of the best of the best. Like you said, you've already seen all of our international competitors. We've talked to them on the podium. Let me tell you something. It's a global event, Kelly. All right? If you want to prove your point, if you're the man that you think you are, the woman you think you are on a motocross bike, this is where you're going to prove it at the amateur level. So incredible to watch these guys go 3-3, 4-4, and stay that consistent throughout the 3 days of weather we've had, Kevin.
Absolutely. And Jason Wygant's got a happy Carson Brown, man. I picked Carson up about 3 years ago at the California Classic when we had it at Glen Helen. I'm like, man, this kid, he was a big kid on an 80. I'm like, when he gets on a big bike, he's going to be better. He was top 2, top 3 kid flying on the bike. So now he's really showing you what he's got as Carson Brown pulls down a moto win, beats Jalik Swoll, Derek Drake, the best of the best here in this schoolboy class. And we've got Jason Wygant who's going to introduce you to Carson Brown. Jason Wygant, what do you have for us, my man?
Dude, stop talking, Kevin. We're good, man. What are you doing? Are you announcing a race or something? Like, why do you even have a microphone?
I just tossed it to you. Shut up and talk to Carson Brown.
All right, all the congrats goes right here. Gold medal performance for Carson Brown. There we go. That was more like it, man. Great ride.
Yeah, you know, I felt good. All I needed was a start, and I knew I could throw it up here. I mean, when I saw it raining, I was like, oh, man, yes, because we live in Washington. It's muddier more than it's dry, so it was awesome. I mean, the bike hooked up great. My Dunlop tires ripped a good old start, and I can't thank the whole Fry family enough for getting me here in PMOW, Motorsport Hillsboro, and BBR, Pro Circuit, Devolve Fly, WP, Fusion, Spectro, X, Moto stuff. I mean, I can't do it without them. I mean, thank you so much.
Good job. Let's hear it for Carson Brown taking the moto win. Thank you. And we're going to look for second place, who should have the points lead going into the final moto. But Jalik Swoll. We got to find Jalik and also Derek Drake, who I believe ended up third.
All right, well, coming up next, looks like our 450C. Thanks a lot, Jason Wygant.
1-2 for the Husqvarnas in this Schoolboy 125 class. So it's come a long way in a short amount of time with the rebuild of the brand. We got to get Jalik Swoll up. They got to make sure he's got the right swag, jersey, hat, all figured out. And once he's got the podium look, then he will be in the podium spot. Here he comes. All right, so had to do some work, got the first moto win, ends up second in Moto 2. So he's looking good right now. I'm sure he's happy about this. Silver medal performance for Jalik Swoll. How nasty is the track right now, man?
Yeah, it's really weird. It's really slick and deep at the same time. But yeah, I got a decent start. Just try to ride smart and just stay up. That was the plan, and got through that and came out with a second. So I'm pretty pumped about it. Yeah.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Jalik?
I thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic, my trainer Tim Ferry, Husqvarna, Rockstar, Bobby Hewitt, Scuba, everybody from Rockstar and Husqvarna that are over here for me, and just everything like that. 100%. Alpine Stars, 7 and Max, Bell Power Sports, Alpine Star, FMF, Lynns, WP. Everybody else just all me things.
Jalik Swoll, second place in Schoolboy 1. Derek Drake. We get Derek Drake on over here on a 33. Orange Brigade KTM Troy Lee rider. Let's get Derek Drake on up. Had a little sachet in the mud, but he was able to recover and still take a podium finish on the TLD KTM. Come on out front. Let's hear it for Derek Drake. Looks like the mud got you at least one time there in the 10 Commandments. How was the moto for you?
It was good. I got the best start I've had all week, obviously, with the whole shot. And it was my race, and I threw it away in the 10 Commandments. So Carson was getting away a little bit. And I was trying to stay smooth and hit a kicker on the 10 Commandments and went over the bars, got up as quick as I can. I was lucky enough to salvage third. It can always be worse.
Who do you want to thank, man?
My mom and dad, my mechanic T2, Red Bull, Orange Brigade, GoPro, KTM, Toyota Design, Spy, Alpine Star, FMF, Stance, GoPro. Thank you.
All right. Derek Drake, third place. Let's hear it for him. Nicely done. Right here? Hey, you said that, Derek. 1 second here. Grab that. Bell Helmet's whole shot award for the 33. Let's hook him up one more time. There we go. That's it for the podium in Schoolboy 1.
All right, thanks, Jason. Looks like 450C now out on their parade lap. So starting with the first moto on that Thursday order, it is the 450C on deck. We should have our Super Mini 112 to 15. Coming up after those guys are 250 All-Star AB 14 Plus, 450B Limited, then our women's 16 Plus All-Star and women's 14 Plus. So a lot of major classes coming up here in just a few moments, getting ready to get underway with 450C. As we said, that would be race number 10. Under your moto order on Thursday, that'll be your first race. So working our way right through some adverse conditions this morning and getting ourselves back on track and starting to see a wonderful race surface out there right now. An amazing amount of rain has fallen here over the last 3 days, and the racers, the fans, the track crew, all of us have banded together, man, and we are going to make the best of it, and we're having a great week, and glad you are here with us at the 35th annual running of the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Amateur National Motocross Championships at Loretta, Lynns, presented by AMSOIL. So blue skies ahead of us right now, a little bit of clouds predicted in the area throughout the rest of the evening, but looks like we should be seeing clear skies throughout the rest of the day tomorrow, moving into Saturday. So conditions starting to improve on the track, looking really good right now. No standing water anywhere. A few slick spots out there, a few sticky spots out there, no question about that, but nothing that you're not going to find on your average race any weekend here in America. So 450C circulating the track right now on that parade lap. So these guys will be getting locked and loaded and underway in just a moment. I want to say thanks to the folks down at Cometic today for bringing Ricky Carmichael out, signing some autographs down there. Awesome opportunity for you guys to meet and greet with the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Quite a line down there in front of the Cometic booth this afternoon or this morning. So those guys having a great time down there. Want to say thanks one more time to them. And right now, our last few 450C riders making their way into the gate one more time. Going to get locked and loaded, as we said, and get this thing fired up under some amazing skies right now. Looks like things are really going to start to tack up, probably starting with this moto right here. Going to see a different kind of traction than we've seen the rest of the day. So conditions really going to start to take major changes in a short amount of time now. So we're going to see this track take on a couple of different personalities, you can imagine, over the next couple hours.
Yeah, I agree. Just standing out there as I was, the sun finally coming out, and it's making a big difference. And then we did some track maintenance before this. But as Chad Reed said when he was up here in the tower about a half hour ago, the track's going to go through this metamorphosis where it's going to get worse before it gets better, gets real tacky and heavy for a while. The lines are going to change. So it'll be interesting to see how it affects these motos and when we start hitting that sweet spot, because the previous motos, it was getting slower. Every race was actually getting slower. We saw where the 65s actually had faster lap times than the 45-plus riders who were on 450s because the track was getting worse. We'll see if now it's made the turn for the better. But to be honest, no one really cares because everyone has the same conditions to deal with. So as long as every rider's on the same track at the same time, be it good or bad, be it sticky or slippery or whatever else we're going to have, it's fair as long as it's the same for everyone, and we know that's going to be the case.
If there is one old adage that holds true, Jason Wygant, it is the same track for everybody on the gate. So that's the bottom line. Look at it, this and that. Coulda, woulda, shoulda been. We got a great day. We got great weather, a great track, and we got 40 of the country's best 450C riders getting ready to make it happen right now.
That's the bottom line because Stone Cold Megawatt said so. 450C Oliver, next rider's out. It's bottom line, bro. Is a phone or is this like a movie screen?
Well, you know when you're old like me. Okay?
Oh, you got some big font.
Hey, come on, man. Oh, did you see that?
Yeah, I've seen.
Did you see my messages?
Dude, I saw them. I saw you looking at messages. I was on the podium. You were in the tower. I could see them. It's out of control. 28-point font.
Lady 3 rows back on the airplane was reading my messages one day, and she says, "Hey, how do I make my font that big?"
Oh, really?
Said,
She was interested in this. Yeah, for you could you don't put the passwords. People actually could see that as you type that in. You got to be careful. Looks like we're ready to go racing here in 450C. We'll get you some data on this class in just a moment. You did it. Nicely done. Megawatt has dug through the files, the paperwork, and we got it. First moto, Austin Popolo Sandoval had second place. And I remember this one. Brian Begin took the win. So, and he actually started it. Oh, huge
my
pile
goodness.
Up.
Are
Wow,
you kidding
huge
me?
Pile up.
Wow, looked away from the monitor for 1 second, and look at this. A pile of riders up on the mound in turn 2. That left-hander, been watching lots of guys really try to make a break for that inside. Keep a clean track. Yeah, keep a clean track.
Whoa!
Take a shortcut. Man, oh, man.
That was about as close to over the bars as you could go. Tough break.
And look at this.
15 of Justin Berge.
Bounces up, man.
Yeah.
You know, lands flat on his back, and that guy's kicking that Honda, getting her back in action. But out front, look at this. Clear track, working their way back into the rear section of the track right now. But want to tell us who got our whole shot there, Jason?
Yeah, it is Hunter Reihart at KTM. I think he's still out front. Boy, the track has changed dramatically after that track maintenance, man.
It's incredible, and I told you we're going to see several different personalities in a very short amount of time. Over the next couple hours, we're going to see this track really, really take on several faces. These guys now coming through the beach, working their way back through them. Look at this, Jason.
Hunter Schlosser taking the lead on the lucky number 13 Honda, bike kicking around. He's shrugging that off.
That might be the best you're going to see the beach look all day. You notice the ruts aren't really deep, yet you still had enough firm traction right there to keep the bike upright.
That's true. So Hunter in the lead now. Oh, actually, it's a battle of two hunters. It's two hunters. Like the most dangerous game. Two hunters out there right now. They got their weapons ready. Oh, feet off the pegs for your leader now.
Yes. Oh, look at this. Our second place machine was at that number 15. What was that?
Yeah,
the number
that
14.
Is 14.
Brock
of Hunter
Pappy,
Reihart.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Hunter Reihart is in the lead, or Hunter Reihart was the one that had the whole shot, was in the lead, got past, went back to second, then made that big bobble. That has allowed Hunter Schlosser to extend the lead.
Wow. Tell you, that's pretty dramatic
cheer.
right there. You know, I told you the other yesterday while we were doing this, while I was working on sound.
Yeah.
Said, man, I saw all the techniques: the dog paddle, the outrigger, the toe drag. I saw them all yesterday, man. So
Keeper
we'll
pin.
see. Yeah, I think it's going to be another one of those days, boss.
We're going to show you the crash that was everything but a crash. As they always said about, this was the real crash. This is the crash of the 10 Commandments.
Wow.
Watch out. Hold on to those handlebars. He tried to ride it all the way down to the end, that 15 of Justin Berge.
Now, let me tell you how he got hit with both barrels right there. Did you notice the crossbar just totally bashed him in the chest? Then he lands flat on his back. That guy jumped up and starts kicking the bike before he's on the seat, dude.
He tried to hold on to the bars and keep it from stalling all the way down. He's trying to keep that hand on the clutch to the bitter end.
You know, long time debate, ride it out or get away. And the Hurricane himself said, ride it out. Ride it to the ground. So
that right hand. Right hand is on it. This is your battle for third place. So Hunter Schlosser and Hunter
look
Reihart
at this.
still lead. The 21 of Cole Katu basically ran into a patch of ice. Had nowhere to go. The bike wouldn't pull.
Did you see it just literally stop forward progress, forward momentum that quick, Jason? Pulled right in there. The bike came to an immediate stop by that time. Schlosser gone.
Dustin McManus has now taken the third spot away from Cole Katu. So Dustin McManus, third. Hunter Schlosser and Hunter Reihart. Those are your leaders in 450C. Oh, man.
Look.
It was great in the first lap. Track was great in the first lap. It's starting to get deep in a hurry.
Yeah, you're going to see that happen right now. And with the displacement of these bikes, with these 450s, let me tell you something. They're bad enough on hard pack or rearranging real estate.
That's right.
You get them on this kind of surface, and what line you may see this lap, it's going to be gone next lap because somebody on the next 450 just obliterated it.
I was talking to Big James Stewart last night. That's what he said. He goes, these 450s, what do? They dig a hole. They dig a hole. And that's what these guys are doing. Battle for second shaping up now. The 14 of Hunter Reihart, who almost threw it away in this next corner a lap ago. He now has McManus, Ogrodnik, and Katu close to him. Trying to figure out who is who.
Yeah.
Katu, there's the one on that Yamaha.
That's what I was trying to look at because he's riding really well, riding pretty solid right there, riding defensively, and not taking too many chances and looking pretty stable out there. As you can see, once again, these guys dabbing, these guys running the legs out, running the outriggers. But what's going to happen here in just a few minutes, these ruts are going to get so deep, Jason, that doing something like that could risk injury and could really stop the forward progress of the bike. So going to have to be smart with those feet coming up.
Oh, so hard to do it. Oh, tear-off pulled for McManus, who was in third, trying to take second away. Yeah, earlier today we had Aaron Plessinger up here, who definitely knows a thing or two about mud. So we asked him, we don't really care about his ideas. We asked him for what his dad knows, because we know his dad is the ultimate mudder.
Exactly.
So we said, what did your dad teach you about mud? And he said, feet on the pegs. Feet on the pegs.
You know, that's the best advice I can give any young rider out there. That advice was given to me, and I can tell you, you keep those feet on the pegs, you squeeze that bike with the legs. That's the best control you're going to have. Ride loose and just give it the gas.
Hunter Reihart is doing it. He's in second. He's the leader of this pack you're seeing right now. They're through the 10 Commandments. Hunter Schlosser has pulled away in the lead. Trying to look at some moto scores from the first moto as these two battle it out. Here comes McManus again, going to try to get Hunter Reihart. This is a battle for second.
Yeah, these guys gone for it. They got the opportunity to do that right now in this situation, in this second moto. Looks like Reihart, McManus, Katu all fighting it out right there. These guys are not only talking about a box position today. Now we're halfway through this thing. This is moto number 2, and it's critical to that overall championship standing.
And remember, we have actually shortened the moto length. That's just a reminder for everybody here. Our 20-minute motos are now 15-minute motos. Our 15-minute motos are now 12. A classes will continue to run their originally scheduled 20-minute moto as we still watch this battle. McManus, Reihart, and Katu through the sand. Now, Brian Begin won the first moto. I'm looking at Brian Begin right now. He is, I believe he's just outside the top 10, 17th. Brian Begin, your first moto winner. Second was Austin Sandoval. I don't see him anywhere.
And Begin had an absolutely flawless moto in the first round. So what we're looking at here is a major shakeup right now of our first moto scores. Looking at these guys already, Jason, lap number 3, riding on lap number 3. Did you see the difference in the sand section in 3 laps after 450? We said, this is almost identical. Ideal conditions, yeah.
Already gone.
Done.
Well, that's how nuts this has been. The podium finishers in Moto 1, they are nowhere near the podium here in Moto 2. Is another pass. Cole Katu getting around Hunter Reihart for second, that's for third, as Dustin McManus has already gotten by them. Our podium finishers in Moto 1, Sandoval, Begin, and Cole Tompkins are not near the top 3 here in Moto 2. So that's how mixed up it's going to be when you get a C-class and you throw in some mud. Trying to find Tompkins, who was third in the first moto, but I can't see him anywhere on the radar. He must be way back. Yeah, 22nd place. He's the one riding with Smart Top Moto Concepts, but the tough break in Moto 2 for him.
Got some great camera work by our guys today, man, keeping us right on top of the action, I'll tell you that for sure. And the action right now still up front in that second, third position. The battle for second still happening right in front of us. So I'm telling you, Weege, I look for some. Oh, my goodness. See the entrance right there, man. Penciled that thing, man.
I was torn ACLs, MCLs, meniscus. That leg bent in a way it's not supposed to. He tried to get dragged back in that rut. Good recovery for Hunter.
And there it is. There it is. It's just a matter of just making a small mistake, a small miscalculation, and that's all it's going to take today, Jason. What did that cost him right now? 2, 3 positions. Looks like so far that's the third position. Third man just went by, I think.
Oh, no.
So,
he's trying to start it on an uphill.
Yeah.
Holding that front brake, man, that was a tough break. Katu is going for a podium finish. I'd say now he's probably going to be just inside the top 10 as Hunter Schlosser, he is gone, 21-second lead.
Riding so well. And just one little thing,
Wow.
and there it is. Changes the face of this race completely.
Yep. As a moto medal, he's battling it out with Stetson Johnson now for 7th and 8th place when he was running in 3rd, Cole Katu. So tough break, was trying to get a moto medal. Got to go for it, though.
Yeah, you absolutely have to go for it. Big Rick told me one time the thing that separated Ricky from a lot of his competitors was his willingness to go for it. Let me tell you, how many times did you and I watch Ricky throttle out over the career? How many times?
Yes.
The most incredible saves ever. But you know what? You get into that position by taking a willingness to cross that line and pick up that position and have faith in yourself that it's going to work out,
Yes.
And a lot of guys never cross that line. They get up there, they ride where they're comfortable, which may be extremely fast,
Yeah.
But what separated Ricky was when necessary, he would cross that line and count on his ability to pull him out.
I would say it all the time. Carmichael had the most basic theory in the history of racing. Going really fast and managing to not crash while doing it.
Right.
That's the whole thing of racing.
Right.
If you go too fast, you crash.
Right.
He managed to go too fast and not crash.
And
It's that simple.
you expect a lot of things. When I ask Big Rick that question, I'm waiting on all the genie, the training, this, the that.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh man," he said, "Let me tell you now." He said, "Ricky will cross that line, and he's got faith in himself, and that's what separated him." He's 100% right, man.
I think that's it. Yeah. Hunter Schlosser, you're seeing him right now on the Lucky 13 in the lead. 26-second gap now. Schlosser is slopping it, slushing it around.
He's the guys he's coming on now, coming up to right now. Yes, they're a lap down, and in today's conditions, they're out there cruising. They're going to finish the race, and going to be a little easier to pick through these guys today than if it was much drier and that kind of thing, where they have a faster pace.
Right.
He's on a much quicker pace than everybody out there. He's got a gap of about 26 seconds, so going to be a little easier for him to pick through that traffic today, Jason. One less thing he's really going to have to worry about.
Definitely got a rhythm, a flow going right now.
Look
No
how clean he
graphics
is.
on the bike. What's up with that?
What's that?
No graphics on the bike. Running the no graphics. Your name here. Sponsor this dude.
Oh, I just noticed, man, how clean he is. Look at that.
Yeah.
All the way, the gear, the bike, everything. Brad Jones stepping in the booth. You ought to see the footage he got of Raynard on that 125,
Nice.
man.
Yeah.
He's got it standing up through the rhythm section over here. Big boy over the bars. Looking good, dude.
That was a real story that we'll have on Racer TV. We have our live broadcast right now, but Racer TV, the television show, will be in October. Back-to-back weeks of coverage on a Sunday afternoon on NBCSN. So we'll give you plenty of coverage from this race on TV. Also, I'm going to have to go down to the podium. Checkered flag is out. Good job, Hunter Schlosser. You got the goal.
Absolutely. Hunter Schlosser making it happen out there on a racetrack that has changed many times over the course of the last 15 minutes. So as Jason makes his way down to the finish line, we're going to watch these guys close this one out here. Schlosser having about a 26-second gap last time around, so going to be a little bit more than that, I believe, before our second-place rider makes it around. Still looks like it's going to be Dustin McManus. Looks like he's still in that current position, so as we wait for the timing and scoring to update, yep, it is Dustin McManus. This time it's a 30-second margin, 30.9 seconds, so Schlosser got out there, did what he needed to do, took control of the race early, had great race management, had good vision throughout the course of the moto, was able to pick through the lappers extremely easily, and didn't get caught up in any drama, was able to escape that first turn mess, and really had his race to himself right now. And the race that we kept our eyes on throughout the course of the whole moto, Dustin McManus and Dean Taylor riding really well. Chance Raynard, Dylan Marsh in that five spot had a great ride going on, and Hunter Raynard had got the whole shot, made a couple mistakes in a couple corners, was pushed back to about the 6th place, it looks like. Antonio Calvano in that 7th place, riding that number 52 Yamaha. Stetson Johnson coming in 8th place here this afternoon. 9th place went to Riley Ogrodnik, so he's got a pretty strong ride going on right now. And Mark McCleskey in the 10th position. Starting to see the dirt really take on a new personality. Starting to get really thick and heavy, so not sloppy like it was this morning. Mud just splashing around and coming off the bikes pretty easily. right now got everything starting to tack up and get extremely heavy. So going to see an absolutely new face every few minutes out there on this track. So right now kind of cloudy out, not going to have the sun beating down on the surface. So things are going to tack up, but not quite as fast as, say, if we're at 90 degrees. So it looks like with our next race coming up, our Super Mini 1, 12 to 15, those guys are going to have a really nice course, going to have good traction and lots of lines from this 450 class that just came to an end, our 450C. Once again, Hunter Schlosser taking that win right there, having about a 30.990 margin over Dustin McManus in that second place. Once again, third place went to Dean Taylor. Fourth place, Chase Reinhardt. Dylan Marsh, our fifth place finisher. Hunter, let's see here.
Looking good.
All right, we have Chase Reinhardt and Hunter Reinhardt. So Hunter getting sixth place. Antonio Calvano in that number 7 position. Eighth went to Stetson Johnson. Ninth, Riley O'Rodnick. And the 10th place, Mark Molesky. Down there on the podium and waiting for me to quit talking is Jason the Weege Wygant. So, Weege, take it over, buddy.
Thank you. Talking to our winner up here, just doing some bench racing. Let's hear it for Hunter Schlosser. This is hilarious. I said you had a big lead. Did you feel good? And you said, no, it was tough.
It was tough. It's real squirrely out there. Lines are all crazy, but it was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How good does it feel, man? You got a gold medal.
Oh, man, it's unreal. It's so awesome.
Who do you want to thank, Hunter?
First of all, I got to thank the Lord Jesus Christ. Got to give all the glory to him for letting us be here. And then I just got to thank my mom and Keith for getting me out here. Shannon Nide has been helping me out a lot, getting me dialed in. Race Tech suspension's awesome. 6D, they just got me some new helmets. My brother, my sister, Ricky, Travis, Dylan, my mechanic, he's been awesome. And the Brightleys and just my grandparents and everyone for coming out here. And Eddie and Ginger Weirden. And Escondido Cycle Center. And I don't know, that's all I can think about right now.
Pretty good. You don't get to cheat with the fenders either. You don't have a lot of stickers on there. Let's hear it for our winner, Hunter Schlosser. He's looking for some graphics people to help him out. That'd be a good start. I got to get our second place finisher, who should be Dustin McManus. We got our second place finisher. Come on up. Don't need graphics to win. I like that. Yeah. It's all about function over form. But I'm sure you won't mind if someone wants to hook him up. You'll take him. If someone wants to give him some graphics, they'll take it. Come on over to the center. Be proud of that. Let's hear it for Dustin McManus. Good job, Dustin. How tough was it?
Yeah, it was pretty nice. It wasn't even that bad, honestly. You know, grew up racing hare scrambles, so that compares nothing to what a hare scramble. So it was good. I had fun. You know, wish I came home with the win, but second's good.
Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to my mom, the Martinez family, Top of the Line Painting, EMT, Dirt Tech. I don't even know who else. Whoever else I forgot. Thank you.
Dustin McManus, second place. I'm looking for Dean, who got third place. We'll give him a bronze. Dean Taylor takes third in 450C. Gotcha, Dean. How was that race for you?
It was all right. I hit the gate off the start, and then it was just come back from there and don't fall and stay out of carnage. Made it through.
Hitting the gate to the podium. Pretty good. Who do you want to thank?
MCR Suspension, 45 Designs, Magic Racing, Club MX, Tamer Whole Shot Devices. Anyone else I forgot? Sorry.
There it is. Let's hear it for Dean Taylor taking third place. Thank you, Dean. And that's it for 450C. I'll send it back up to the tower. We're going to put a few more small motorcycles on this very, very rough racetrack.
All right, thanks, Jason. Race number 11 on the line right now, our Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Those guys getting ready to take off on a parade lap here in just a second. Do want to remind everybody, if you leave on a parade lap, you need to do a complete lap. And if you do not, if you cut the course short, if you come back to the starting line without doing a complete lap, you are going to be docked. So straight from the top, straight from management, do a complete lap once you leave that gate. Those guys getting ready to get the thing fired up, getting ready to get those Super Mini 1 out on the course here in just a second. So we're going to see who's going to take that parade lap, who's not, who's locked and loaded down there ready to get some action going on. And look at this. Holy cow, coming through the door. It's the GOAT himself.
Hey, 1 second, guys. I just got to get a whole shot award here. Hunter Reihart taking the whole shot in 450C. Bell Helmets giving you some money. Who do you want to thank?
Hazardous MX family, my mom, dad, and everybody watching at home.
Thanks, Hunter. Send it back to the tower.
All right, Weeds, thanks a lot. Another Bell $100 whole shot winner there, thanks to Bell Helmets. And as we wait for these guys to do just a little bit more track maintenance, got a surprise guest up here in the tower, the GOAT, Ricky Carmichael. RC, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Well, glad to be here. Thanks
Man.
for. I'm glad to be here. Glad to see everybody. Mother Nature hasn't worked out with us as good as she should, but that's the way it is.
Absolutely, and you know what? Everybody, Ricky, it's just been amazing watching these guys come together, get everything taken care of, and it's been amazing to watch the fans, the riders, the track crew, and everybody do what they need to do to keep this thing on time, to keep the conditions as fair and as even as possible for everybody. So, what's going on with RC right now as these youngsters start out on their parade lap?
Well, everything's going good. Been working hard, with the race team stuff, obviously RCH, and then, the goat farm. Got my boys here, everybody racing, and just come here to support them and my sponsors. Did some autograph sessions. Did one yesterday at Fox, and then did one today at Cometic Gaskets, and just living it up, man. I love coming here. I really enjoy this place, and it's so fun to see and watch all the young talent.
Man, you got some amazing memories here. I know on and off the track at this place it meant so much to all of us as kids. But, celebrating our 35th annual run in here, Loretta's was a lifetime for you.
Yeah, it was. I started coming here in 1990, I believe, 91, and been here pretty much every year since. And it's just really special to me, and this is what racing is all about. And I come back here every year, like I said, and I get my fix, and it's just comforting and a good feeling I get when I come here to see all these riders and the families, the efforts that they make, the sacrifices that they make. It's cool.
Yeah, no doubt about that. When you take a look at the kids today, when you take a look at the equipment they're on today, did you think that you'd see that much progress in your career, in your lifetime?
It's funny you say that because it is unbelievable how far the bikes have come these days. I mean, everything is disc brakes. When I was on 60s, we didn't have disc brakes. It was still drum brakes. And so these things are amazing. It's amazing how fast they are as well. The suspension components are so good, and the engines are so good. Everything is so powerful now that these bikes are really fast, and it's amazing what the younger kids can do on small bikes. It truly is.
No doubt. Hey, you headed to Sturgis?
I'm not going to Sturgis this year. Nope. I wish I was. I had a blast last year. We left from here, but not going to Sturgis this year. And I'm going to get back home and hang out. My kids only have about a week and a half left of summer, so we're going to live that up. And then once they go to school, we'll be able to get back in a routine. And like I said, I've been spending a lot of time up on my farm and working with all the riders. We got some camps coming up, all that fun stuff. You can check it out on my website, rickycarmichael.com. And just doing that, kind of opening the goat farm up, my facility up to some riders, and having yearly members there. And it's been a lot of fun working with these riders coming up. So we're looking to expand that business, and it's just fun, man. I really enjoy it.
Who are you keeping an eye on today?
Well, all of my riders.
Scoot on over here.
Yeah,
We're going to let Rodney sit down, man. Scoot on over here. Get Rodney Tomlin in the house with us, man.
All of our riders from the goat farm, Stiles, Robertson, Marchbanks, and just those two guys right now are
two incredible talents. Simply put, I can tell you that.
Two incredible talents. James Anderson. Who else we got here? Levi Newby, Gordon Keller. And then obviously Savachi, but he's not racing, and Gavin Faith, of course. So we had Goat Farm's doing pretty good right now, and looking to add, maybe one or two more guys. And like I said, blow it out on the camps. I really like that. Love doing the camps. It's fun. We have like week camps, and guys are able to come in, just a limited group, and they get to experience the whole my place, and it's like basically it's like an RCU, but at my compound.
Man, let me tell you something. That's like a backstage pass RCU right there, man. That's
right.
The bottom
it's
line.
a fun day, or it's a fun week rather. We let them ride on Monday, and then we do full on track all day Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then let them free ride again on Friday. And we also are going to start implementing some other types of training with our trainer out there, Clint Friesen, and it's good.
Well, Ricky, I know that you got a lot of things going on, a lot of irons in the fire. In the last couple of years, you've been involved with this thing they call the Edge of Summer Motocross. You still involved in that coming up there this year?
Yeah, it's going to be good. They're trying to get me to race. I haven't committed to it yet, but nevertheless, I will be there, signing autographs, all that fun stuff. It is a great event. It's cool to see the growth, and that track, I raced last year. The track was a lot of fun.
I remember that. I happened to be up there for that one. You seemed like you had a lot of fun.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I had a blast. It was a good time, and looking forward to going up there again. For me, I think it'll be a last-minute thing if I race, but I definitely haven't committed to it yet.
Yep, that's coming up September 10th, I believe, at the Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort up in Michigan. That's on a Saturday.
Correct.
But one thing that ties me into it a lot is the ATV Motocross National Championship. They're actually moving the pro finale over to that one on Friday. So they'll do ATVs on Friday, the pro finale championship on Friday, and then Saturday we'll go back to the two-wheels. So
that'll be awesome.
Yeah, so you actually got something really good going on up there, and there's a lot of people talking about it. But that, again, coming up September 10th and 9th and 10th, actually.
Yep, that's right. It'll be fun. It's a great place. Soaring Eagle is a great resort, and they've been obviously a huge help to RCH team and the sport in general. Look at this here.
Yep, speaking of sport, we got some sportsters on the racetrack right now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, look at that, getting a little sideways. Who's that in the lead? Is it Cobush?
Looks like Seth Hammaker.
Seth Hammaker.
Yep, Hammaker grabbing the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award out of Bainbridge, Pennsylvania, the number 51 Kawasaki. And already he's starting to separate himself from the rest of the pack. That's pretty impressive already.
Well, he's got such an advantage already, not rubbing any elbows, not worrying about anybody beside him. Seth definitely focused forward right now, knows the importance of keeping that clear vision, and the less incidents or situations he puts himself in, the better. All these guys right now, not racing the track, they're racing each other. Seth has the opportunity to just race the track.
Yeah, and this track is just so brutal right now with all the rain that this place has endured over the week. You can see the ruts here, are so deep. But the one good thing about it, I will say, with all this rain, is you can see there's multiple grooves around the racetrack, and that is good from a racer's standpoint because you don't have to follow. There's not one fast line.
That has to be
multiple grooves.
Yeah, that has to be one of the most impressive things to me is the fact that this racetrack didn't lose its raceability with all the moisture that has come out here. And, one thing that I've heard a lot of people talk about, I don't know if you guys have mentioned this yet or not, but a little swapping out going on there. But this track really developing out to be one of the rougher racetracks that ever, watching this and it developed, do you think this is probably the roughest you've ever seen?
Yeah, it's rough as I've ever seen it before, and it is just these guys aren't getting a break at all. We've got some down riders here.
Got three guys taking a picnic on the beach out there. Not exactly sure who they were, but a little bit of bad luck because first guy collected the other two.
Yeah,
and that's the way it happens
in these conditions.
Yeah, exactly, victims.
Wrong place at the wrong time.
Wait for our leaders to come around here, get our timing and scoring up. And as we know, number 51 Kawasaki of Seth Hammaker out front. Looks like it is Max Miller on that KTM number 61 machine in the second place. Lance Kobush in the third spot. Joshua Gibbs riding in the fourth position. Cameron Geyer in the fifth spot. Sixth goes to Joe Shimoda. Looks like Kat Ayala in the seventh spot. Styles Robertson rides in eighth. Alden Tijero in the ninth position. And Caden Niffing in that 10th spot.
Well, here's some interesting news of information for you. Moto 1 results see that Jalik Swall actually took the Moto 1 win in this one, and I haven't seen his name, I don't believe, pop up on the roster just yet as we look down through the start orders here. Actually, or am I even in the right class? Oh, I might have the wrong class. Oh, we got the wrong paperwork up here. I was going to say, all right, let's get rid of that paperwork. And let's start with this paperwork. All right, here we go. So who is our winner? Oh, Jarrett Fry. So that makes a little more sense to have these guys in the Super Mini 1 class out there. He is back in the number 11 spot. So we still do have a little bit of a scenario shaping up as our leader or Moto 1 winner actually a little further back in the pack. This gives him an opportunity to shine, and we've seen a lot of that taking place as well. Those starts, inconsistent starts for these riders, and many of them having to work their way up through the pack just to get into a top 5 position, let alone become a factor for an overall top 3. Lance Kobush, the number 99 out of New Florence, Missouri, on the Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki, who is running in the number 3 spot right now, was second place there in Moto number 1. He starts out pretty strong. Looks like the 64 Max Miller just ahead of him in that number 2 position. And as you look at the results from that first moto, Max Miller actually took a 5th place position. So he's running a rather consistent moto here, but a little better, obviously, up the second. And Seth Hammaker, the 51 machine, whom we've seen take the whole shot, and this early lead through this first lap and rolling through the second lap was in 4th place in Moto 1.
Look at this. Got a race going on right here. Looks like the number 64 machine coming under a little heat right now. The number 64, who is that, Rodney? That is Max Miller. Yeah.
Miller again.
That's Kobush behind him. And I can tell you right now, Kobush using the inside, using the outside, trying to keep that momentum up.
He is going everywhere. I mean, like we talked about, that's, you know, a lot of people don't like the mud, but I'm telling you, this is a multi-groove racetrack right now, and Kobush is making it happen, going inside, outside. I thought he was going to get around Max Miller around the outside of the big sweeper. Right. Didn't make it happen.
Looked like Eli Tomac on rocks in there a couple weeks ago at Southwick, man. That's the way it was. It was the momentum that did the job.
You're exactly right.
Sure.
Eli was using a lot of momentum around the outsides, and you know, that really caters to his, that track really caters to his riding style. You can see Kobush making a mistake going on the inside.
You know, I've tried to express it when you're watching this monitor, Ricky, and you can see all those lines right here. You know, you and I are picking lines in our head and trying to watch this thing, and some of the folks can't see all of those lines, but how amazing is it to look out there and see all these opportunities to pass? There's not a bad line on the track, but there's a bad line for different situations.
That's right. I'm just watching these guys, and I'm like, okay, this is where I would go, or it looks really fun. See, I love these conditions. I really, truly do. Love these conditions where it gets a little bit ruddy. You know, you really got to pay attention. Takes a lot of focus. And, you know, the least amount of mistakes you can make in this type of condition really can benefit you if you're in the lead. You know, the guys behind you making several mistakes, you can really chew up a lot of time on somebody that way or gain a lot of time.
In a situation like this, do you have as much fun whenever you're playing catch-up, making all those passes and everything?
I don't think that it's as fun when you're trying to play catch-up in this scenario, but when you're in the lead in these conditions is when it's the best.
Well, from a spectator standpoint, we like to watch you go up
the back. Well, that's what I've always said. A boring race is good for somebody.
Well, nothing boring on the track right now. Look at this. Kobush is going to do it, champ. Looks like he's headed after Max Miller right now. Max digging that front end just a bit. Kobush able to keep the power on. Kept that front end a little lighter, but look at this. Miller trying to fight back. Miller going to fire back right here in this tight left-hander, but Kobush has him covered right now. Going to try to make a break for it.
Yeah, he is. That was a nice pass up the inside, and Miller did try to counter-attack there. Couldn't make it happen. We'll see what can happen. A lot of mistakes to be had in these kind of conditions as well.
And he used a line we haven't seen in the first 3 or 4 laps. He hasn't used that line yet, and that's what he made the pass with.
That's right.
Well, as we take a look at the standings now after 3 laps of racing, Hammaker still out front as he enjoys nearly a 7-second lead over Kobush now, who has moved into the number 2 spot. Miller dropping back to the number 3. We got 4th place, the number 30 at Joshua Gibbs. We see Styles Robertson, the 23, rounding out the top 5. Aiden Tejero, the 87, now in 6th. It's Joe Shimoda, the number 47, in 7th. Cameron Geyer, the 98, is 8th. Caden Nipping rounding out 9th, and 10th place is Joshua Boaz aboard the 37.
Kobush making that inside work right there, man. Pretty quick. I thought he was going to stick. Didn't you? I thought he was going to have a little hiccup in there.
He made it work there.
Looking good right now.
You can see how slippery it is up the face of the 10 Commandments. You know, when they jump in there and jump out, it's getting down to the hard base, and those tires are searching for a grip.
I said yesterday, you better obey all 10 commandments in those conditions. So slick. Number 1, if you spin on takeoff, Ricky, it's over.
News, yeah.
You swap on landing, it's over.
You gotta really focus on going straight through there too, because if you're leaned over a little bit, that's when the tire spins out and slides out, and then you're along for the ride at that point.
So many guys entered them sideways yesterday. They just spun on that first takeoff,
right.
and that's the end right there. But right now, man, look at these guys. Seth Hamaker out front, leading by just about 6.8 seconds, it looks like. And Kobish putting on a great ride, has entertained us a good bit here so far. Max Miller not giving up right now, staying in the fight right now. Has him in his sights. Kobish makes a mistake right now, which is going to be easy to do. Miller will be there to capitalize on it.
And what place did Max Miller get in the first moto?
Miller looking there. He got a 5th place position actually in Moto number 1. Just real quick to let you know, Jarrett Fry, the Moto 1 winner, still hanging it out back there in the number 13 spot. He actually has lost a couple of places since that first lap of racing. Doing a little bit of math in the head here as we watch this. Hamaker, the 51 machine, I believe, actually posting up a 4th place finish in Moto number 1.
Oh.
Kobish, a 2nd place position, if memory serves me correct here. So he's looking at a 2-2. So in reality right now, if it was a 2-moto format, he'd have the championship one. So he could go in with the ride like this to the 3rd and final moto with a little bit of an advantage with 1 moto to go.
Right now we see Kobish. I missed it, champ. I heard you give a little bit of a woo as he come down the back of that
over
jump.
This little tunnel jump here, has a big kicker in it, and he hit the rut, and the back end kicked up and about sent him over the bars. So he had a nice save, that's for sure. But
and that's all it takes on a day like today.
Oh, yeah. You got to be on your toes. Things happen quick.
I was going to ask you now. Here we are in the 2nd motos. Holy cow! Look at this.
Go again.
Great job through the 10 Commandments right there. Good timing. And in a situation like this, you're about 7 seconds back. We're late into the moto. Go into championship preservation mode.
Yeah, I think so for him. He's in a good point situation, like you alluded to, and really he has a lot to lose by taking some unnecessary risks. So I think he's he could be just points hunting right now. And I'm looking here at the timing and scoring, and he's definitely Hamaker is pulled away a little bit. Had a faster lap the last time. He ran a 2:18.3. Lance Kobush ran a 2:19.2. So almost a second faster for Hamaker.
Haven't got to see Hamaker much on the screen right here to watch his lines.
No.
Haven't seen where he's making that extra second up, see exactly what he's doing. But I can tell you, the whole time Max Miller and Lance Kobush were fighting it out, just Seth was up there picking the desired race line, had good vision, much easier, using much less energy than Kobush was, I can tell you.
Clean vision is optimal on conditions like this. Look at him, he's looking good.
Yeah, we talked. Oh, look at this. We talked about those mistakes, Ricky. Holy cow, that's our leader right there. We just said, what a great race this guy's riding. He's had the opportunity to have clean track, clean vision.
Right.
And you know what? A small lapse of concentration, a small lack of traction, and man, oh man, bad things happen.
Yeah, that's right. That was a close call. But I'm watching him here, and he just seems like he's keeping his momentum up. He's flowing a little bit better than Lance. Like you can see, he's not stabbing his corners and losing momentum, and that's a 10th here, a 10th there. It really adds up.
Yeah, I said yesterday we had guys going with the flow, and then we had the point and shoot riders.
Right.
And the point and shoot riders weren't getting it done in the minimum traction situations. You had to just keep that momentum up. And what I like is he's letting the bike move.
That's right.
Is what I like. He's controlling it with his legs from the waist down, but letting that bike move just a bit. So if something does happen, man, he can recover and grab a handful.
Well, that's right. Man, he has a nice lead there.
Look at that.
Nothing
wow.
like that coming out of a corner, and you can look over to the side and see your competition. He's not breathing down your neck. That's good.
All kinds of emotions go through a rider as they're in different positions on the track. Man, what's this guy feeling right now?
Oh, he's probably pumped right now. I can see him. He's just pacing Lance, and if he needs to pick it up, he's picking it up, and he's paying attention. He's starting to get into some lap riders here, so you really got to look ahead of you and plan your passes as well. So that's probably what's going through his mind right there. It's occupying his mind rather than if there was no one in front of him, no lappers in front of him, he probably be thinking of something else. But right now, he's probably thinking, okay, how do I get by this lapper? This is probably a good area to get by. Things of that nature is what he's thinking.
For sure. We watched him come through that beach section, just setting the front wheel down trying to smooth things out as much as possible. So looks like a really smart ride to me by our leader, Seth Hamaker. Taking a look back through the pack now, Lance Kober still in that second place, this time around about 9.6 seconds back. Max Miller rides in that third position as he has for the last few laps. Looks like Joshua Gibbs in that fourth position. Styles Robertson riding in the fifth spot. Looks like we may have a little change there. Joshua Gibbs, Styles Robertson in the number 5 position. Aiden Tijero in the number 6 spot. Joe Shimoda rides in 7th. Hardy Munoz in that 8th spot. Jarrett Fry in the 9th position. And Joshua Boaz in that number 10 spot. So these guys right now in the late stages of this moto always love the Super Minis. These guys coming to the end of the small bike career, these guys have maximum experience on them. These guys are masters of these machines.
They are.
They are capable of using everything the bike produces.
Yes.
So what it comes down to is it comes down to line choice, comes down to no mistakes, comes down to fitness. So every one of these bikes can win.
That's right.
And every one of these guys can ride these bikes wide open.
Yeah, pretty much. That's right. Fun to watch these guys, how amazing they are in these little machines. It's just they carry so much speed and just this.
Like I said,
one of my talent is it's so fun for me to watch. The amount of appreciation I have for it is so high.
You were one of the true masters on that number 167 machine. You could keep that thing on note.
Yeah.
That thing never fell. That thing never fell off the rev limiter. And outside of that, you were never really jerky. Yeah, you would pick some out-of-the-way lines. You would pick some different lines, but you kept that thing grounded at all times.
Tried to.
Yeah, and man, oh man. Well, your dad told me a couple years ago, we were having a casual conversation, and I said, Big Rick, I said, what made him the GOAT? What separated him? You were there. And he said, your willingness to hang it out. Said your willingness to take chances, man. You had enough faith in yourself that you were going to bet we'd land it.
Right. Yeah. I was able to push that limit, and 9 out of 10 times it worked out for me. Sometimes it didn't. But as I got older and more aware of what I was doing and the respect that I had for the track or the bike, I was able to ride that limit, and my chances of falling was less the older that I got. Just I was more in tune with the bike and what the repercussions of each little bump that I would hit on the track would do.
Well, we know this. A lot of your competitors over the years in any of the classes, whether it was amateur, 125s, big bikes, we know who they are. Hey, checkered flag is out right there. Seth Hamaker. Wow, what a great ride,
yeah,
champ.
that was an impressive ride. I mean, he was so fast every lap, almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Kobush a lap there. That's doing something.
Wow, and to be honest with you, where do you find 2 laps here? Or 2 seconds here per lap?
That's a good question. Well, like I alluded to earlier, he was riding with a lot of momentum, just really smooth. It's cool to see.
Well, I tell you what, when we take a look down through this class, a big shakeup over those first moto finishes. So a lot of guys going to be in contention here.
That's right.
At some different point, at some different level throughout this second moto, as we're watching these guys still come across the line. Actually, only 6th place has made it across the line so far, champ. So looks like really going to put all this emphasis and a lot of weight on some of these guys as they're making their way to the line for that third moto coming up in our Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. So when those guys line up for that third moto, it's going to be do or die time.
It's game. Yep.
Game on, I don't think one guy. I haven't done quick math, but I don't think one guy has a real distinct advantage here right now because of so many shakeups outside of the top 10.
Who's this? Fall right before the finish line there.
And
did he cross the beacon yet? Where it time?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. It's right up here in front of the in front of the scaffolding. So looks like when we looked down over top of the deck there a little bit ago, man, it looked like quickcrete.
Yeah. It's brutal.
It tacked up. It was getting that heavy, thick part where it doesn't run off of the fenders. It sticks to them.
That's right.
It doesn't
gets
splash.
rutted up.
Yeah, it doesn't splash off. It bonds.
That's right.
looks like we've got, let's see, who's coming up next here, champ?
We got.
Let's see here. We just finished with our Super Mini 112 All-Star race.
250 All-Star.
Look at that.
250 All-Star A, B.
That'll be a great race right there. And then coming up, 450B Limited. Exciting race there the other day. Those guys, you could throw a blanket over the first 5 cats in 450B Limited. So that's going to be exciting there. And should have a great track by the time our ladies take the course there. Coming up, that will be race number 13 in just a few moments. But right now, getting things squared away down there on the podium with our Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Going to be interesting to hear what Kobish has to say about that struggle he had. Now, it looks like look at this. Joshua Gibbs working his way into the third place there,
Third
champ.
spot.
Did
Nice.
you see that?
Nice.
No, I didn't even see that. Max Miller obviously having some problem.
Yeah, something happened
Wonder if
there.
that was him at the finish line.
No, I do not think it was him. No.
Okay, gotcha. So something has happened there. Styles Robertson able to sneak past him, and Gibbs gets that last spot on the box here today.
Yep, he does.
We're going to bring our winner on up here. 51. This guy is making a name for himself this week. Some great rides, multiple podium finishes, and now a gold. Seth Hamaker. Dude, you are having an awesome week.
Yeah, man, it's finally paying off, and all the hard work we put in, it's finally showing, and that's going to make me work harder.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Beeline Racing, PR2 for the motor and suspension, south of the border training facility, everybody over there. They've been helping me get ready. Bell helmets, 100% goggles, golden tire hooking up really good out there. Fly Racing, Renthal and Hilo, Shelby, Nate, everybody back at home, thanks for helping me out, and it's awesome that it's paying off.
Speaking of Bell Helmets, let's give him the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Congratulations one more time. Let's hear it for Seth Hamaker. Thank you, Seth. And we're going to bring up our second place finisher. Got himself in a great position for the championship. Let's hear it for second place, Lance Kobush. All right, Lance, how'd that moto go for you?
Got off to not the greatest start, and kind of spun once I got out there. And, you know, Seth got out there out front early, so he had a clean track the whole time, so it was pretty good for him. And Max, it was hard to get around Max because the track's pretty one line, but after that, just I knew he was up there, and I just want to stay consistent and keep it on 2 wheels. I had a pretty bad crash yesterday, hit my head, so we'll be back.
Good job salvaging a second then. Who do you want to thank?
Monster Energy Kawasaki, Team Green, Thor, Pro Circuit, Ethica, iLab, M&M Concession, Tamer, Dunlop, Renthal, AP Designs, InStyle Graphics, my mom and dad, the man up above, friends, family, everybody, thanks.
There it is. Let's hear it for our second place finisher, Lance Kobush. Go ahead.
100% goggles.
Nice. All right, Lance Kobush. Looking for a third. I think that was Gibbs. Third place, let's hear it for Josh Gibbs. Got yourself a bronze. How'd that moto go?
Pretty good. I got off to a good start. And then I just tried to stay where I was, and I knew Max was fading a little bit, and then he ended up crashing, and I moved into third and just held my own. I got a little bit arm pump.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
Olin, Sabamex, Ryan, Grant, Hunter, Taylor, my mom, dad, Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Brewer Cycles, Troy Lee Designs, and thanks everyone else.
There it is. Let's hear it for Josh Gibbs. Third place. That's Super Mini. I'll send it back to the tower.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys, want to let everybody know that Chad Reed and Aaron Plessinger are down in the Blue Crew pits right now. Got a little meet and greet autograph session going on. So Aaron Plessinger and Chad Reed down in the Yamaha pits right now.
Check out our easy-to-use website and experience customer service that takes the whole shot. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Consistent clutch feel is vital to effective starts or to confidently maneuver around obstacles on the trail. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil was subjected to an extreme simulated start test. After 32 simulated race starts, AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil continued to deliver consistent clutch feel, and the clutch plates remain clean with no visible wear. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil. Out front performance.
You smell it, you feel it, you can taste it in the air. Speed, man. Full wide open. Blast. I didn't really like high school too much. Too booky, too take notes, learn this, and that's it. Yeah, WildTech. They have full-size motorcycles. The feeling of taking them apart every day, putting them back together. You can't explain it. Everything I learned applies to now. Seeing your motorcycle that you put together right around the track at 180 miles an hour, oh, definitely rewarding. My name is Mike. My school's WildTech.
Get on the fast track to a career. Turn pro at WildTech.
The 2017 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross, presented by Seven, returns to the World Center of Racing at Daytona International Speedway on March 12th and 13th. Watch the best racers in the world battle it out on Saturday, and then race on the same track as them on Sunday and Monday. Registration and information is at racedaytona.com.
All right, back with the action on the track, getting ready to get underway with our 250 All-Star race here. Looking through some information here, trying to get as much stuff as we can in order for you guys, but 250 All-Star race getting ready to kick off here. Had an opportunity to be joined in the booth by the GOAT there, Ricky Carmichael, greatest of all time, a few minutes ago. Hope everybody enjoyed that. Always a lot of fun listening to the GOAT analyze the race for us, as we know he does on TV quite often with guys like the Weeds. But here we go. Looks like our 250 All-Star race underway right now. Who's going to get that hole shot? We're going to find out here in just a second. Man, oh man. Didn't get a read on that plate. We're going to know here in 1 second. Caleb Carter on that KTM shot out of a cannon. Caleb Carter putting a gap on these guys through the second turn. Unbelievable how much space he was able to pick up, but looks like he's getting some company right now. Looks like possibly a pair of Kawasaki's about to bring it up on Caleb Carter right now as he makes his way into the 10 Commandments for the first time.
250 All-Star AB, that's a new one out here.
250 All-Star AB, that's a new one out here. Wow, that is the most confusing crossing of the wires. It's like the ones in my head. 250 All-Star AB. Caleb Carter with that hole shot. Now, what's interesting, this class is new this year. That's the point I was trying to make. So we didn't know who would actually compete in it. It appears this year that a lot of the A riders and the B riders stuck to the traditional 250A, 250B, 450A, 450B, Open Pro Sport type classes. So this one's up for grabs. So you can take advantage.
Looks like Caleb Carter having yellow number plates on his bike, indicating maybe possibly a B rider. So got some fresh information right now. The number 86 machine still out front. So, you know, been a kind of a rare thing to see a whole shot lead for more than a few corners here the last few motos, man, to be quite honest with you.
Because the mud keeps trapping them. The 40 of Austin Root you saw making passes. Brandon Gorley on the 41 was your first moto winner. So the first moto taken by Brandon Gorley on the 41. Not a great start for him. Battle about to materialize. Austin Root on that number 40, starting to close in on Caleb Carter. Caleb Carter running the retro numbers on that KTM. That's not an Elsinore.
Yeah, it looks really cool. And as they make their way through timing and scoring, we'll get a little better idea of how this thing's going to shape up in current running order, Weeds. Now, in current running order means the first lap of the madness is what that means here in this all-star class. So Austin Root in that second place, only about 1.1 seconds behind Caleb Carter. Brandon Gorley in that third position. He's on the number 41 KTM. Luke Hempen less than 1 second behind him. So top 4 riders separated by less than 4 seconds.
And you got to watch a 41 of Gorley into the twisties after the start. KTM man is trying to win this title. He got the first moto win. He is third right now, but he is not too far back from this battle for the lead.
Wow, got a great race going on up there with Root trying to make a move on Carter. Carter giving it everything he's got, trying to keep that KTM just ahead, getting a little more traction. Looks like Austin Root trying to make it through that right side of the Ten Commandments a little quicker on the left right now. Everybody having a little more luck onto that outside wedge and bringing it in from there.
Root continues to close on Carter. Gorley and Luke Hempen are battling for third and fourth, but here are your leaders. You can see them here on RacerTV.com. They're into Storyland in the back. Wow, bike's getting slung sideways.
Was that Gorley that dove on the inside right there?
Yes, it was, on the 41 to take third. Whoa, when you see him get kicked. Meanwhile, Root is on the inside, and I finally get to say it, the Root is on fire, taking over the lead from Caleb Carter. This is some good racing.
Absolutely. Root was working it. He made that happen. He pursued that thing. He put the pressure on Carter. Not that the pressure made the difference, but Root using opportunities right there, taking some chances.
So now Root trying to get away. Caleb Carter is under fire, though. Here comes Brandon Gorley, your first moto winner.
Yeah, you know, a lot of pressure when you do whole shot down here. And if you've got any reservations or hesitations about line choice or this or that, these guys are just going to run right past you. They're going to gobble you up, and you're going to start drifting back through. Sometimes the anxiety gets the best of you after that whole shot, but in this all-star race, that definitely shouldn't be the case.
No, these guys have got some experience, and you can see they're great riders. Considering how rough this track is, I shouldn't even use the word rough, how nasty this track is. You haven't seen a ton of big mistakes like that. Gorley did get sideways, did have to take the 1 foot off the peg, but for the most part, they're riding it in pretty good form.
Yeah, these guys having a lot more luck and success right now. Earlier in the day, like I said, we saw a lot of different techniques being used.
Yeah.
And these guys right now treated to a really good condition course, which I'm seeing, you know, the tackiness come about, not quite as slick as it was a few motos ago. And, yeah, still a bit sticky and that type of thing, but really a great course.
At least these guys are making it appear that way because they're great riders. The 250 AB All-Star, Austin Root leading. Let's see if Gorley can try to track him down. Root had a good first moto, also fifth. I think it was a little bit further up and then had a crash. Second in the first moto went to Jerry Robin, who led most of it until Gorley was able to catch him. Robin is dealing with some injuries, and right now Robin is back in seventh here in Moto 2 after the second in Moto 1. So Gorley's looking good for a championship situation right now, but I guarantee you he wants to go after the win.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what he comes to the ranch for, is to win.
Yeah, he wants to moto win, dude.
For sure.
Make a name for yourself. That's potential here. Oh, the number 20, Luke Hempen, is taking third, so he's on the move.
Yeah, man, stuck it right in that rut, man.
Looking good.
Brought it right through there. You look really good.
I think he's closed on Gorley. Oh, Gorley a foot off the peg. He's getting bounced around in this sand turn, and now Luke Hempen is right there.
Look at this. Hempen able to set that thing right down in that rut. Not able to make the move in that corner, but really setting himself up to keep the pressure on. Like you said, Gorley taking a foot off that peg, getting a foot ripped off, man, really slowed the forward momentum. And that really gives the guy behind you a boost. I mean, when he sees that happen, let me tell you something. Look at this.
Hempen is flying right now, and he just goes around Gorley, long way around. Is he going to be able to hold it, make it stick? Hey, the leader is right in front of them.
Oh my goodness. Had the line, too, did Hempen, and Gorley, man, swapped over there and shut the door and actually give the leader just a little bit of breathing room.
That's true. This has become the classic. These two are battling, and that might let the leader get away.
You know, a lot of times those two guys will hook up and push each other, but it's amazing how many times that they'll get in each other's way.
Yeah,
you know?
Oh, Now on the
Look
inside,
at
the
this.
leader
Are
gets
you
hung
kidding
up.
me?
Wow. So the leader has gotten hung up. Oh, it's
Oh,
and
no!
now down.
Saw it coming. Saw that thing develop right there. The big drift, the big slide wedge, and man, just went a little too far, and that's it.
Well, now this thing is all sorts of shaken up.
Wow.
So the leader got hung up behind the billboards, lost the lead, then the very next corner crashed. So let's try to reset it for you. I believe that is Gorley out front. Caleb Carter. Actually, we're watching. This is for second. Austin Root is gone in the lead. Just out of the picture. So this is actually your battle for second. So sorry, Caleb Carter was second, got passed by Gorley, went down. Gorley is now second. Luke Hempen is third. Watch out for the next rider who's coming through. I saw number 23 back there. Who's this rider out of Kawasaki making some serious time up from fourth place?
I know this much. The leader was given an opportunity to breathe right there.
Yes.
He's just getting out of the picture just a bit. But like you said, what a shakeup that's going to put in this overall championship chase.
There's Brandon Gorley, second place, won the first moto. He's looking good right now. Austin Root, fifth in Moto 1, is your leader. Gorley's going to deal with more pressure from Hempen again.
Man, Hempen relentless right now. Hempen bringing it, just on pace. Looks like he's very comfortable on the bike too, Jason. Doesn't look like he's desperate.
Nope.
Looks like he's just trying different lines and seeing if he can make something stick.
Trying to see. Oh, 75. 75. Oh, Jake Panancos. Man, have not heard much from him this week, but really starting to put it together in this 250 AB All-Star. You'll see he's the third rider in this group. Second, third, and fourth. We're in the big pond turn, headed back toward us in the announcer's tower, past Rocky Mountain ATV MC set up right there. There's Brandon Gorley, your first moto winner on the 41.
Only a few seconds separating each of these positions, and that's all the way back into the number 5 spot. Now the leader has just a bit of breathing room. He last time through, or this time through actually, about 6 seconds, Jason, 5.9 seconds. But if we take a look from Hempen, he's only 2 seconds behind him. Panancos about 1.3 behind him. Robbins 9 seconds back. So 5 guys, 10 seconds. That's 2 seconds a bike, basically.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, and you got to make passes. But Robin, he's got to get it done. He's got to try to finish either right behind or even better in front of this number 41 of Gorley, because Gorley got the moto win over him in the first moto. Robin was second, so Robin needs to make up points. Oh, somebody's down. That is a 64. I think that's Michael Hicks, who's 13th in the 64 the mud, wreaking havoc. Now you see the leader, Austin Root, on the 40. So you see the kind of gap he has. It's not a huge one.
Yeah, I could tell you this much. Any of the mistakes we've seen so far today will chew that gap up.
Oh, yeah. That's nothing.
Okay, let me tell you something. Very seldom are you just going to fall down, jump back on it, keep it running in these conditions. You're going to have muddy grips. You're going to have the gloves totaled. You're going to have maybe the cables just loaded with stuff. So not a simple proposition is just jumping back on and going.
And no, so if you're Gorley here in second, try to keep that heat on. Hopefully Austin Root, if your Gorley makes the forced error or even an unforced error, you got Luke Hempen, Jake Panancos, Jerry Robin, that's your top 5. Caleb Carter, who was leading this thing at one point with the whole shot, crashed. He is 6th. Wilfredo Guzman 7th, and it's Joey Crown, Durko Vandewey, and McCoy Bro round out the top 10.
See Gorley get hung up there just a bit on that inside. Looks smooth on the monitor here, but you know what? Sticky, tacky, and thick down there. So the number 41 machine finding that out as he went to the inside. Lost a little momentum there as opposed to rolling the outside. Looks like 4 laps in here, Jason. Of course, this one going 20 minutes is a AB race, is a all-star race. So all of our A classes still going 20 minutes today, of course.
Dude, we're only halfway through this thing. I mean, these guys are struggling. This track keeps getting deeper and deeper.
Right.
So it could be a survival race now.
Now, notice the difference. As they come through the scoring center right here, the splash. Still some water, not standing water, but the water in the soil itself. So they're actually splashing that water out of the soil. But when they move around into this side of the track, just a real thick, tacky type of muck.
No change in the order at the moment. White waiting for Joey Crown and Jerry Robin to try to get into this battle. Now, Robin told us in Moto 1 he was leading most of it and then faded late. He had a big injury. He was racing GNCCs this year, had a big injury right before the opener in Florida Daytona time. broke his back and some ribs, so he has not been able to ride or train nearly as much as he had hoped for this year. And he admitted in the first moto, Jerry Robin, that he just faded, was good for half the moto, and then ended up finishing second, just trying to hang on. So we'll see if Robin can make a charge in the second half of this one. It's going to be tough in 5th place, and he's got to be hurting just a bit.
I'd say anytime you're coming off a broken back, a little fade is acceptable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Now, you know it. You're at the GNCCs. There was some hype about what could Jerry Robin do in the woods this year, but we haven't really been able to see it because of the injuries.
Right. I tell you, starting to tighten up back here just a little bit. Was that the, let's see.
Is that Austin Root? Is that
I
the
think
leader?
it might have been, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We got a battle for the lead.
Look at
Good
this.
call, Mega.
Holy cow.
So Austin Root's starting to slow, and Gorley's just clicking off the laps. They're going to split the lap rider, and here we go. Battle for the lead.
You mentioned that these guys are starting to look a little tired, obviously in the conditions we have. And right now, these guys riding a very similar racetrack. So, Gorley, man, look at this.
Woo! Triples up. Now he's on the inside of Root, and he's got the lead.
Trying to keep that bike low, put it back on the ground, and it worked. Look at this. Stays just to the inside, so we got a new leader right now. Moving Austin Root back into the second position. Gorley obviously trying a lot of different lines. We've watched over the last couple laps. He's been back there studying just a bit. So we'll be able to see if Root changes his lines or sticks to his current race line and tries to pick the pace up.
Man, it has come apart for Austin Root. Not sure what happened here, but he just lost second now to the 20 of Hempen. So going backwards in a hurry, that's 2 positions in 1 lap. Maybe he could be tired, maybe twisted an ankle or a knee. Maybe some bike problems. He's got more company. Here comes Jake Panancos behind the billboards on that Kawasaki trying to get him. And is Jerry Robin with Panancos? No, he's a couple seconds back.
I thought that was Panancos trying to make a move as well. But
it's Panancos. I was just trying to see if Robin was behind Panancos, but he's not.
Gotcha.
So Panancos is free to go after it. Oh, hey, we're going to have another battle. Another Gorley and Hempen battle, but now for the lead. Look at Hempen around the outside.
Wow.
Dude, that berm stopped in a hurry. It just hit
did,
a wall of
for
mud.
sure. Absolutely.
To the inside. Hempen's got this. Gorley's going to try to make this rhythm work through the 10 commandments to hold him off. He does.
Wow. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought he had the drive. I thought he had just a clean line right there. Thought he was going to be able to make that pass, and look at this.
Got to split the lap traffic. Man, I got to give credit to Gorley. Gorley has ridden very well in this moto.
He's taken the heat, man. He has not buckled, has not folded, man, has shown no signs of succumbing to the pressure for sure. And once again, man, look at that number 20 machine, man. Hempen just rail that left-hander. We watched him do that a little earlier. That's back by the mechanic zone. And guy getting down and dirty in the corners here. Still a battle out front, though, Weech. Gorley, Austin Root. Hempen still in that 3rd position, but don't have our timer up here. Not sure exactly how far into this thing we are right now.
We got it all the way in the
There
corner.
we go, 14:46, so just about 15 minutes into this one. 5 minutes to go, man. Holy cow. Lot of drama left. Couple laps left in this one at 2:15 for your leader, 2:21 for Austin Root, 2:15 for Hempen. So last time around, Hempen turning a 5-second quicker lap.
Man, they stepped up. So here's the battle.
That's incredible.
Yeah, they have stepped to get faster as the track, I would think, is getting worse. And still a battle now for the lead. Gorley and Hempen. Jake Panancos has taken 3rd from Austin Root. So Austin Root, this is going to be the one that got away.
Oh, who's down?
Oh, that's Panancos.
Yeah, Panancos down.
That was 3rd place.
Man, just moved into that position there not long ago and has to surrender it right now. Was on the box and now is not.
Boy, there's got to be wow, so much pressure. Things are just blowing up around here. Gorley has been dealing with serious heat from Hempen the entire moto, and you're on a track that is so easy to make huge mistakes on, and it hasn't happened.
Coming up on that 16-minute mark, so be curious to see how it falls, how many more laps, possibly 3 more laps, each what it looks like we may have here. So 3 laps at this point could be an eternity for some of these guys, or seem like one anyways.
It's stretched out just a tiny bit now between Gorley and Hempen. Panancos, as we mentioned, went down. So we'll see if Austin Root has been able to take that third-place spot. They all just came through the 10 Commandments. There's Panancos getting it back going on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, heartbreak for him, just falling over basically, because charged up through the pack, made some great passes.
Trying to figure it's Jerry Robin. He's on a YZ250. It was easy to spot him earlier. He had the big blue Buffalo front number plate. All right, so we're looking at Jerry Robin trying to make moves. Robin on the outside looking in title-wise. Yeah, you can pick out the two-stroke.
Got that blue Buffalo handlebar fairing.
That's right.
On it.
It's good mud protection, bro. Robin got second in Moto 1. Gurley is looking at a 1-1 if he can hold on. So if you're Robin, you just got to try to get as many points as you can and then hope for maybe some bad luck for Gurley in the third moto.
Right, that's the best you can hope for in that situation. As you can see, riders now, again, starting to stick and dab just a bit. Really going to get to that heavy stage, Jason, right now. Just a little bit of clearing out there. The temp's coming up a bit, so gone is the splash, gone is the wetness, you know. Now it's getting thick and tough to navigate.
Robin is all the way around the outside. You see that handlebar fairing, the blue Buffalo, and the FXR gear that sticks out, trying to get Panancos. And you can update as they come through, taking the white flag, and I got ahead of the podium.
Absolutely. Jason making his way down there, and we're going to call this one to the end here as they make their way out on the white flag lap. Gorley this time around 6.12 the lead over Hempen. Hempen, just an amazing ride for him. Been up and down in this one. Rode the wheels off of that Yamaha, so the number 20 machine still in that second position. Looks like our third place bike now still Panancos, so able to maintain a position on that box right now. Jerry Robin going after him, trying to make it happen. Less than a second behind Panancos. So looks like Robin really trying to push the issue right there and get himself up on the box. Joey Crown in that number 5 spot last time around. Looks like Austin Root behind him. Wilfredo Guzman in that 7th place. 8th, Caleb Carter. Derko Vanderwen in that number 9 spot. And McCoy Bro in the 10th position right now. So waiting on those guys to make their way back around. White flag is out. So last lap for these guys. Checkered flag will be falling here in just a few moments. We'll follow these guys down to the podium, of course, where we're going to hear all about the changing conditions and catch up on exactly what the championship standings are, what the positions look like for these guys in our 250 All-Star AB 14 Plus. So a lot of action, as we knew there would be. Really starting to watch things change up quite a bit here, and as we move into the later stages of the afternoon, going to see a lot of riders on this track, so going to see a lot of different faces. Coming up next, let's see here. Coming up next, looks like we're going to have our 450B Limited. That's race 12 in the program. So 450B Limited, those guys will be making their way out for a parade lap here just shortly as the last of our 250 All-Star AB riders exit the course here. So leaders will be making their way down into the podium area. The top 10 riders will make their way down off the side of the track. So right now, waiting for the rest of our riders, Brandon Corley with the win, 9 laps in this one. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? These guys, tire to tire, amazing finish right here. These guys racing all the way to the finish line. Robin able to edge out Hempen. Now, I want to tell you something. I want to see a slow-mo of that one, guys. Incredible. Those guys less than a wheel apart. On timing and scoring right now shows Gorley, Hempen, Robin is what it shows on timing and scoring. Holy cow. Right behind him, Jake Panancos, Joey Crown, Austin Root, Wilfredo Guzman making his way through in the 7th place right now. In the 8th place, Caleb Carter. 9th position is going to McCoy Bro. And rounding out the top 10 is going to be Derko Vanderwen. So, wow, top 10 spread out there quite a bit. So, Brandon Gorley, Luke Hempen, and Jerry Robbins, what we're seeing here on our timing scoring 1, 2, 3. Panancos, man, that guy, what a heartbreaker there. Got up into the box position a couple times, up into podium position a couple times, not able to seal the deal. So it looks like Weege down on the podium right now. Got our winner, the number 41 machine of Brandon Corley.
Thank you. Yeah. Let's hear it for Brandon Gorley, our moto winner, Brandon Gorley. Sitting on a 1-1 in the 250 All-Star class. I got to give you credit, man. You were dealing with heat. That whole moto, the track was super treacherous, and you didn't really make that many mistakes considering how bad it was.
Yeah, I just tried to ride a clean race, even if I had to slow down a little bit to do it. Just kept it smooth and consistent and stayed up.
All right. Sitting on a 1-1, who do you want to thank?
I thank Fox Racing, Power Band, Evans Coolant, my mom and dad for getting me here, and big thanks to Brad Taylor for helping with my motor to get me here.
All right, Brandon Gorley, see if you can get it done. Taking a moto win. Would love to get that title. We'll see how it turns out. I got to bring up our second place finisher, the number 20 of Hempen. Come on up. Well, man, this guy gave it a heck of an effort. It was close. He battled Gorley the entire way. He ends up second. Let's hear it for Luke Hempen. I don't know how much roost you must have ate, dude. You guys battled the whole way.
I pulled my last hair off. I had to take my goggles off the last lap. Couldn't see anything. I didn't want to make a big mistake and crash and get way dead last, so I just rode my race and didn't make any mistakes.
Thanks for putting on a good show for us. It was exciting to watch. Who do you want to thank?
Definitely Lord Jesus Christ. Keep me safe. My mom and dad, my brother. He washed my bike last night, so gotta. My grandpa, he's here. The whole Cycle Trader team, Tamer, Thor, Bell, Garnay, Scott Rabin for making an awesome motor for me. Everybody at home, thanks.
All right, let's hear it for him. Second place, Luke Hempen. And we'll bring up third, hard earned. This dude and Jake Panancos were going at it for that final podium spot. Come on up here, Jerry. Well, he keeps himself in title contention. He has a 2-3 now. And you never know. It can happen in the third moto. Let's hear it for Jerry Robin. Well, geez, man, I know you're hurting a little bit coming in, and then you had to try to make passes late in the moto. It had to be tough.
Yeah, I got off to kind of okay start. Had to pass a lot of kids and just eating the roost. Kind of sucked, but oh well.
Digging deep, though, man. Had to be tough in those last couple laps.
Yeah, it was. Me and Jake had a good battle going on, and the track's gnarly from all the rain, and it's getting better, but it's pretty gnarly.
Who do you want to thank?
For sure, south of the border, my parents, Amsoil, Lynns, Wreck Loose, 6D, Hammer Nutrition, 100%, Garnet, FXR, Seat Concepts, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Third place, Jerry Robin. All right, great racing in that AB All-Star class. These guys are good enough where the mud didn't affect them. They were still able to make passes, still able to make things happen. That was good to watch. I'll send it back to Megawatt. Oh, we got our whole shot winner. Nope, not sending it back yet. Not sending it back. Good work here. This one got away. He was up front, had a crash, but great start. Bell Helmet's whole shot award goes to Caleb Carter. Tough break back there around the mechanics area, but a good moto. How was it?
I mean, I felt good until I crashed. Whenever I went down, I got a little tired, and then I built back up for the end of the race. But just wish I wouldn't have crashed, but oh well, it happens.
You want to thank some people?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Brad Taylor, Scott Leather Wheels, BC Photography, FMF, Motul, Race Tech, and that's it, I think.
All right, there it is, Caleb Carter, whole shot award. And thank you to Bell Helmets for hooking it up, and we'll be right back as I send it to the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Wheat.
riders and racers, we understand the need to get quality parts, apparel, and accessories fast. We have the horsepower of multiple warehouses to make sure your gear, OEM parts, or accessories make it to your door quickly. Check out our easy-to-use website and experience customer service that takes the whole shot. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Lucas Oil Pro Motocross returns to Mechanicsville in Southern Maryland for the 2016 Geico Motorcycle Budds Creek National. Saturday, August 20th at 1 p.m. Be trackside when the dirt flies as the world's fastest motocross riders battle in bar-to-bar action. See Roxon, Tomac, the Martins, Tavachi, and many more. For tickets, directions, VIP seating, and pit passes, go to BuddsCreekProMX.com. That's BuddsCreekProMX.com. Get there early for opening ceremonies. Visit Sponsor Village and meet your favorite riders. The Budds Creek National. Saturday, August 20th at 1 p.m. Lucas Oil Pro Motocross returns to Crawfordsville for the 2016 Ironman National. Saturday, August 27th at 1 p.m. Be trackside when the dirt flies as the world's fastest motocross riders battle in bar-to-bar action. See Roxon, Tomac, the Martins, Tavachi, and many more. For tickets, directions, VIP seating, and pit passes, go to IronmanProMX.com. That's IronmanProMX.com. Get there early for opening ceremonies. Visit Sponsor Village and meet your favorite riders. The Ironman National. Saturday, August 27th at 1 p.m.
Getting out in front on the racetrack or on the trail requires every performance edge you can get. AMSOIL Synthetic Dirt Bike Oil is formulated to maximize horsepower. Its synthetic base oils reduce energy loss to friction, meaning your engine works less to deliver more power to the ground, helping you get out front and stay out front. AMSOIL Synthetic Dirt Bike Oil. Out front performance.
All right, thanks a lot, Rodney. Back here in the tower, got a few announcements for you. Want to remind everybody our 51cc races will take place this evening. Groups A, B, and C at 6 o'clock. So 51cc races, groups A, B, and C going to take place this evening at 6 p.m. Coming up next, looks like we have, let's see here, 450B Limited coming up. That's race number 12 in the program. Going to be a fast class there, going to be an exciting class. Really, really close contest in Moto number 1, so Moto number 2 of our 450B Limited coming up. Hey, got some folks that we need to return to Moto Tees. First, Kimberly Weiniger, they need you to stop by. They've got something for you, so Kimberly Weiniger, you need to stop by Moto Tees. And then these folks have custom bibs and haven't picked them up yet, so these guys ordered some custom bibs. You guys haven't made your way over to pick up your bib, so Colby number 25, Lessler number 90, Alfred number 21, Robertson number 16, Palmer number 99, Gray number 70, Belonga number 86, Kresminen number 64, and Turney number 52. Custom bibs are still available right now. You guys can go over and order a custom bib from Moto Tees, and it will be delivered after the event. So get one to hang on the wall for sure. One more time, Colby number 25, Lessler number 90, Alfred number 21, Robertson number 16, Palmer number 99, and Gray number 70, Belonga 86, Kresman 64, and Turney number 52. Please pick up your custom bibs over at Moto Tees. All right, getting ready to get our 450B race underway here. Looks like most of these guys getting locked and loaded in the gate here, waiting on the official signal here. Going to get this one underway. Looks like we have a few more spots in the gate we need to fill. Right now have a couple open slots right here, getting our last few riders situated. Making sure everything's in order down there. Second moto of 450B. Sounds like the revs are up right now, underway right now. Looks like we're headed for that first turn. Who's it going to be? Already a couple riders down in the middle of the straightaway right now. They work their way around turn number 1. Up and over that inside line. Look at this. The riders to the outside trying to get a number right now on that machine. Looks like the number 17, yeah, Wilson Fleming out of Cairo, Georgia, out front on that Yamaha, getting the Bell Helmuth Hole Shot Award. Looks like Fleming giving up that lead right now. Looks like the Honda machine. Not sure if that's the number. Let's see here. 57, I believe. Trying to get a beat on exactly who that is, but able to get up there and take that lead over for Fleming right now. Fleming has another Yamaha right behind him. Working their way into the deep sand right now. These guys coming back out of the rear section of Storyland, working their way back through this rhythm section. Now, this rhythm section, a lot of different lines leading into it. Got to be on your game right now. You have to be lined up and squared. Fleming trying to make a run at it. Looks like it is maybe the number 97 on that Honda right there. Let's see if that looks right here. Yeah, the number 97, Wyatt Fontenoy out of, looks like Opelousas, Louisiana, getting a third in Moto number 1. So Wyatt trying to make it happen now with a third in Moto number 1, leading the way here in Moto number 2. Fleming still in that second position on that number 17 Yamaha, getting the whole shot, but Wyatt able to put the heat on him, make his way around early there, getting out in control of this one. Got clear vision and clear track, making their way around the final left-hander here below the finish line, coming through timing and scoring for the first time. It is going to be the number 97. Now, a pass being made. Looks like the 44 machine able to get around Wilson. So it is Wyatt Fontenot, followed by Nolan Hepner. He's in that 44 Yamaha. William Garrison rides in the third place, while Wilson Fleming, your whole shot winner, has been relegated to the 4th position. Austin Watling rides in the 5th spot right now on the 42 Honda. Christopher Forte in that number 6 position. Jack Fowler rides in the 7th spot. Colby Morris in 8th. Hunter Braun in the 9th position. And Connor Jardina in the 10th position. So Fontenot out front by about 1.2 seconds. Hepner having a 2-second advantage over Garrison. So right now, Wilson Fleming trying to get back in the mix in this one. But right now, it's Wyatt Fontenot working his way back into the center section, into the 10 Commandments right now, getting a good drive. Fontenot riding wide right now, seeing that line work so far throughout the course of the day. Guys going inside, not getting quite as good a drive. Looks like we've got a real battle going on back in that 5th and 6th place. It was Austin Watling in that number 5 spot. Christopher Fortenay wanting that position, so it looks like going to have a challenge right now in that number 5 position. Riders working their way back into Storyland, should be coming back into view, and there they are right now coming back through the work area, getting set up for this very technical section back there. A lot of ruts, different rhythms coming through there. Now back into the beach. Fontenot one more time making his way around on that Honda. The number 44 machine of Hepner still riding in that 2nd position, losing a little bit of ground here on lap number 2. So leaders working their way back up and over that big quad jump in the middle of the course in front of the pond. So watch what happens right here, folks. Going to have a real battle on our hands when the 5th and 6th places get back into the front of the track right here. These guys fighting it out. They all want inside that top 5 right now. Got to be in it to win it early in this one, and trying to make up positions right now. Or watching Fleming trying to get back up in it a little bit, getting that hole shot and then falling off a few positions in that first lap. Watching, working his way back through on lap number 2. This time around, the gap increasing. The gap this time, 4.65 seconds. So Fontenot picking up almost double on his lead after the first lap. So first time around, about 2 seconds. This time, 4.65 for Fontenot. Hepner still ahead of Garrison. Fleming still riding in that 4th spot, but only 1 second behind him. Christopher Fortenay wanting to take that position away. Austin Watling trying to get back up into that top 5. Hunter Braun in the 7th spot. Colby Morse rides in 8th. Jack Fowler in the 9th position. Justin Schimminger in the 10th spot. Lap times right now, a 2:13.6 for Wyatt Fontenot, a 2:17 for Nolan Harper, 2:17 for Garrison, 2:19 for Fleming, 2:19 for Forte. So definitely the fast man on the track right now, Wyatt Fontenot, 2:13.664, the fast lap.
Fontenot not having a problem getting it done right now. Battle is on in the 10 Commandments. Boy, those numbers are hard to pick out. With
Yeah, absolutely. Now stuff's really sticking to those number plates, which making it hard to identify these guys.
I'm pretty sure that's 4th and 5th. Wilson, Fleming, and
that's where the battle has been. You are correct.
Seriously,
yeah, that's where the battle has been.
And Wilson, Fleming, and Christopher Forte. That's 4th and 5th. They're in the storyland. It's Fontenot, Hepner, and Garrison are 1, 2, 3.
This one, of course, going to be 15 minutes. It's a B-class race, so this one's going to go 15 minutes. And as we take a look outside of our top 10, we'll take a quick look. Looks like Tanner Basso in the 11th spot. Jonah Smith rides in 12th. Dave Bertucci in the number 13 position. Samuel Thurman rides in 14th. Corey Carson in 15th. What have we got going on, Weech? What'd I miss?
Forte went down, lost the front end in the sand turn. So that's the end of that battle. Wilson Fleming is going to be 4th all by himself.
So many times we've seen that today, losing that front end in the thick stuff or the slick stuff. So if it gets thick or slick, you got to keep an eye on that front end. So Fleming, our whole shot winner, able to ride there in the 4th position unchallenged right now, going to have some clear vision. As we mentioned, this one's going to go 15 minutes as opposed to 20. So limited time for these guys. Going to get out there and try to make it happen early, as Fontenot has done. Pulled away, went from 2 seconds to 4 seconds to 7 seconds lead on that 3rd lap. Want to remind everybody our 51cc races coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, groups A, B, and C. Want to remind everybody 51cc races coming up at 6 o'clock, A, B, and C. Right now, a 2:15, the last lap for your leader. His best lap, a 2:13. So already starting to come into some lap traffic. What happens now, Weege, a lot of these guys, lose some traction in the first lap or so, make a small tip over, but so much harder, as we mentioned, to get going again. And if you're not making any mistakes, you're going to get around those guys quick. So we'll see how Fontenot is able to deal with that, if that's going to help or hinder him. But Hempner, man, that guy, he's had his hands full. Garrison only 2 seconds behind him, 2.5 seconds behind him, and Garrison been trying to find a way around. Now you start to see these guys lose a little balance. These guys are going to start to experience some of these deeper ruts. Now what's happening, these guys are starting to drag some foot pegs, starting to get thrown around a bit. So precision is going to be key as the track starts to deteriorate. We saw the track really come around. Now we're going to see it get a little bit rougher now. 4 wide right now. Somebody going down, though, in the 10 Commandments right there. Guys, a couple riders getting together, exiting the 10 Commandments as well. Looks like the 51 machine of, that's, let's see here. Holy cow. Yeah, Samuel Thurman getting caught up. He was actually in about the 12th place. I think now he's in the 14th place, it looks like. So getting caught up there. Got to be precise as you're leaving or entering the 10 Commandments, and Thurman making a small mistake, costing him some time right there. As they come back around on lap number 4 this time, Wyatt Fontenot still out front, waiting on our 2nd place rider to come by. Going to see the gap this time. Hempton comes by, and this time we've increased it to 8.731. So Fontenot just slowly extending that lead right now. Got a systematic ride going on, does Fontenot right now. Very precise, very controlled. Looking like we're in championship preservation mode.
Well, he got 3rd in the first moto, and leading here, he could control his own destiny. Your first moto winner, Wilson Fleming, is in 4th. So Wyatt Fontenot might be making it happen. Rich Taylor was 2nd in Moto 1. He is way back, 32nd place right now.
Man, bad news for Taylor, and that's the history of the ranch. That's what can happen, and a lot of times does happen down here, and it goes back to just the level of competition and the whole idea behind the program.
Got to do it 3 times in all conditions, and we have definitely stressed the all conditions part of that this week. Wyatt Fontenot Lead is up to 8.7 seconds
Oh,
over Hefner.
man.
Oh, down hard.
Spit off the high side. I'm going to say right now might have took a handlebar as he went over.
Jonah Smith. Is that Jonah Smith? It was 38.
Looked like, yeah,
that was a
looked
38.
like it might
Jonah
have
Smith
been. Yep.
down. He was trying to get into the top 10, battling with T.J. Albright and Tanner Basso.
You see what happened there, Weege?
I missed it, actually.
Just drifted a bit out and got into the deep, soft stuff. And
Oh,
man,
boy.
30 mile an hour to 0 right now.
Oh, there's nothing worse than the high side. Ask anyone in the road racing world. So, tough break for him. Hope he's able to get back up. Like you said, he might have taken a handlebar to the gut just to add injury to injury. Not even insult to injury, injury to injury.
No, that was injury on injury.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was injury on injury crime. So, watching this battle right now as Fontenot gets away from Hebner, Garrison, Fleming. Austin Watling comes through in 5th. Reminder that we got the autograph signing over there. Oh, here we go. Here's the crash. Oh, stuffed it.
Front wheel gets out into that
Yeah,
soft
look
stuff,
out, you're
and there's
done.
no saving that, man. Actually, the trouble started before he got out there, but, you know, just dig that front end in too late. You're not going to stop that, not going to save that. No way to throttle out there, Weege.
No throttling out, as we were talking about before. It's tough, these mud races. They push the mud off to the side. You get out there, it's like 3 feet deep. That'll grab your front wheel in a hurry.
This time around, looks like 9.1 is our lead, so steadily increasing, just systematically pulling away right now, not in leaps and bounds, but when you take a look at the lap time, staying consistently a little better than a half a second a lap faster, so when you're leading, that half a second extends and translates into real estate every time you cross the line. Right now, these guys coming up on just about 12 and a half minutes. This one, of course, going to go 15 minutes. 450B limited, and right now the man out front, Wyatt Fontenot, with a 3rd place in Moto number 1, looking really good here. Fast lap of a 2:13. Now, interesting to see, slowed up about 5 seconds since that first lap, and I have to say, due to some of that traffic and watching some of these corners, I'm going to have to say over the last 5 laps, some of these corners really changing, and I'm going to have to say all these guys being extra careful right now. Got to keep it on 2 wheels. Got to finish. You know, they say to win, you know, to finish first, you must first finish. And, you know, case in point here today in these types of conditions.
Yeah, got to be in it to win it. So we had Chad Reed up here in the tower talking about before. His buddy Michael Byrne trying to dig it out and maybe go for the title in 25 plus. He's been bit by the mud just like everybody else. Doesn't matter how much experience you have, it's tough in these conditions. But yellow flag's waving now. That's going to change this battle.
Man, starting to get deep back there, Weege. Roller starting to really get augured out a bit, starting to get deep.
That is 4T who went down on that 66 Yamaha. He is in 6th. He's got Jack Fowler right behind him. 6-6 and 8-8 battling it out. That's what we've been watching here on Racer TV. They're into the beach turn as Fontenot keeps pulling away. I'm going to do the same. I'll head down to the podium. Looking for Nolan Hebner and William Garrison. They're going to try to hold on for top 3.
Woo, big swap right there as they make their way back through. Should be taking white flag, I believe, this time around. Should be looking like our last lap, and it is. White flag is out, so 450B coming to a close here. 1 lap to go. Fontenot going to be able to maintain the lead, be able to keep that thing on 2 wheels. Hebner right now trying to keep ahead of Garrison. Garrison wants to get up there and work his way into that 2nd position. Every position counts right now in the championship scene, but Wilson Fleming only sitting a few more seconds back. Fleming trying to get up into that top 3 position and change the outlook on his championship run. But Fontenot with a 3rd place in Moto number 1, sitting extremely good going into the final moto of our 450B Limited. So this time around, 8.1 seconds out on the final lap right now. Looks like the number 97 still comfortably in control. Nolan Hebner still in that 2nd position. Garrison riding in the 3rd spot. Wilson Fleming in the 4th. Next race coming up today, let's see here. looks like our women's 16 plus all-star and our women's plus 14. After that's going to be our 125 12 to 16 BC, and then we'll have our 250A race. So a lot of action left in this one here. About a half a lap to go. Fontenot working his way through traffic right now. Last time around a 2:19.426, a gap of 8.1. So Fontenot on cruise control right now, trying not to make any mistakes, staying square over that bike, trying to bring this one home without incident. Nolan Hepner trying to do the same thing right now, about 8.1 seconds behind, just trying to stay ahead of Garrison, get a good clean second place finish, and set himself up well going into the final moto of 450B. So last lap, leader making his way toward the finish line right now. Checkered flag is flying. The number 97 of Wyatt Fontenot making his way across the finish. So Nolan Hepner making his way down to that final turn right there, working his way back to the finish line area. Nolan Hepner taking the second place finish. It is William Garrison in the third position. So Fontenot, Hepner, and Garrison running 1, 2, 3 for the majority of this moto, and that's how they do finish. 7.25 seconds separating Fontenot from Hepner. So just about the same margin throughout the course of that whole moto. Garrison able to just keep Hepner honest with a 1.8 gap, but not able to close the deal. So Fleming finishing in the fourth spot. Christopher Forti in that number 5 position. Jack Fowler finishing in the 6th spot. Austin Watering in 7th. Hunter Braun in 8th. Waiting for our 9th place rider to come along right now. It was Tanner Basso, and it still is. Rounding out the top 10. Going to look like, is it the number 28 coming around the corner there? It is Colby Morse rounding out the top 10. Fast lap this time around, a 2:13.664 out of the number 97 for Wyatt Fontenot. Squaring up a few ruts out there, smoothing out just a few things. Going to get the box blade out there before we get our next race underway. Of course, we're going to make our way down to the podium here in just a few minutes. Luigi's going to round up Wyatt Fontenot, Nolan Harper, and William Garrison. Going to award some moto medals. Going to get the lowdown on how things went out there and what's starting to develop on the track. Coming up again, as we mentioned, next moto will be our women's 16 plus all-star and women's 14 plus. Following them on deck should have our 125 12 to 16 BC and then our 250A.
And congratulations, a gold moto medal. Here, we'll stand behind the bike. Let's hear it for Wyatt Fontenot. Okay, 450B limited. How stock is it, bro? Works pretty good?
Stock as hell.
Just straight. I know what you mean. Okay, how was the moto for you? It was pretty solid, dude. You were pulling away.
I had about a third place start, and then I found myself in front, so I just played it smooth, safe, and I had some breathing room, so I knew I kind of had it going.
Who do you want to thank, Wyatt?
Oh, the Lord above, my trainer Caleb Bertrand. He took me in under his wing. He's the best. And my mom and dad, my little brother, my girlfriend, her dad, her family, everyone. Kevin Gravette for building my motors, and everyone else. So thank you.
Good job. Wyatt Fontenot is your winner.
Show yo.
These people are pumped. That's what we like to see. Championship could potentially be his as well, depending on how that third moto goes. We'll bring our second place finisher on up. And good run for second place. We'll give him the silver right here. Let's hear it for Nolan. Here, I'll bring you out front. Nolan Hepner. Good ride.
Thanks, man. It's pretty slick out there. It's a lot slicker and deeper than I thought. Like before, I was on my Zuma ripping around looking at lines, and it's a lot deeper. It's really soft.
On the track or in the pits?
Both.
What? When?
Mostly on the track, though, all right?
When were you on the Zuma doing this?
Probably an hour for the moto.
All right. Okay. Well, we won't find any tracks out there. They probably rode right over them. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer Dylan, FXR, Nitro Lubricants, Scott, my little brother, everybody has helped me.
Let's hear it for Nolan Hepner, second place. Great ride. Yeah, show off the silver. And William Garrison is third, and we got a bronze medal waiting for him. Let's hook him up with a bronze. Come on out front. Woo! Let's hear it for William Garrison. How'd it go?
Really good. It's thankful for the hard work paying off now. It's improved a lot this last year, and I'm finally to that step that I've always dreamed of. So I'm just gonna move forward and hopefully get to see this site a couple more times this week. So track's pretty good, and yeah, I'm still mind-boggled on it, but yeah, definitely is what I've been looking for. So
I love these podium interviews because when these guys are pumped like this, it's great. Who do you want to thank?
First of all, my mom and dad, Lord Jesus Christ, for keeping me safe, and Club Mex, Brandon and Mike, I can't thank them enough. They're like my second family over there, and Thor, Oakley, 60, Dominique over there, appreciate it a lot. Alpine Star, Brewer Cycles, they're awesome to me, can't thank them enough. Sycra, FMF, Dunlop, everyone just that I forgot. Nick Jackson at BDMX, awesome graphics, head over there. Everyone that I forgot, thank you so much. It's
Dream come true.
What's that?
Dream come true, huh?
It sure is. Thank you.
Let's hear it for him. William Garrison, third place. That's the B class. We got a whole shot award. The whole shot award, come on up. Wilson Fleming, who has a chance at the championship, as a matter of fact. You might remember Wilson getting a good run in Moto 1 and salvaging something in Moto 2. Let's hear it for Wilson Fleming. Who do you want to thank?
Gotta thank my mom and dad, the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. MTF, 7, Scott, Brewer Cycles, MGX, EVS, Pro Taper, and Slackaware.
Congratulations. We'll see you in Moto number 3. Good job. Let's hear it for Wilson Fleming. That's the B class. Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. I'm going to get that one of these days, right off the rip. Let's go back to the tower at Megawatt.
All right, Weege out on the track right now. Our women's 16-plus All-Star, race number 13, out on our sighting lap right now, so getting ready to get locked and loaded back in the gate. Get race number 13 underway, women's 16-plus All-Star. Look at this. How do you watch Loretta Lynn MX? Looks like Mason Lawrence, 928. See here, watching Yoder 508 on the podium for Moto 1. Killed it, dude. Nice glasses, it says. So Mason Lawrence 928 at home taking all the action in and got a picture posted of the number 508 machine of Hunter Yoder on the podium. So a reminder, use the hashtag Loretta Lynns MX and let us know how you watch Loretta Lynns MX. Got a special guest with us right now in the studio coming up right now to help commentate with our women's 16-plus All-Star class. Somebody that knows a little bit about women's motocross, Jessica Patterson. What's happening, JP Money? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Just decided to come out to the ranch and check out some races and just see how it's going.
Right on. Long time no see. What's been going on?
Really, I've been doing a lot of coaching lately with kids back home and just kind of dealing with that, getting a few of them, I had a few of them here, getting them ready for this race, and that's it, really, just keeping my days busy.
Right, no doubt about that. You are always busy, always something going on. Got a fast group of ladies about to take to the course here in a second, Jessica. What do you take of the conditions today, man? What's your take on it?
Oh, I mean, I've honestly seen it 10 times worse than this.
Right.
I think it honestly looks really good. I know the base is pretty slick. Of course, it's really rutted and muddy, and sucks in some spots, but for the amount of rain that we've had and the conditions that it has been with this many bikes and everything, I think it's going to turn out to be pretty good.
Absolutely. We watched the same scenario over the last couple days. Anybody that knows it'll get worse before it gets better and that type of thing. Going to move through a couple stages of the dirt. It's going to get thick and sticky. It's going to get really tacky. Then it's going to get to where the lines become hard. Instead of starting to move around, the lines are going to take form and stay that way and get deeper and deeper. So take a look at our track crew out here. Got one of the easy goes a little beyond its capacity.
Yeah,
JP,
definitely. You don't want to get out of that main line, that's for sure.
Right on. Hey, looks like we need Cameron McCarson. We need you to meet your dad at the announcer's tower. Cameron McCarson, meet your dad at the announcer's tower, please. But, hey, take a look at some of our first moto finishes. Look like Brandy Richards with the win. Hannah Hodges taking second place in that first one. And if we look at it, Marissa Markelon in the third position. So 3 absolutely fast ladies right there. Any one of those 3 can win anywhere at any time. So these fans in for a treat here today.
Oh, for sure. And, with these conditions, it's all about being patient, picking good lines, just being smart pretty much, and putting good laps together. So, yeah, there's a good group of girls here, and with these conditions, it makes it more interesting.
There's one thing that stands true down here. Every week you watch Supercross and you watch motocross and you see the keys to the race, and get a good start, and you always see make no mistakes. And, that makes a lot of sense. You don't make any mistakes, you have a great race. But here at the ranch, especially in these type of conditions, how important is it?
Oh, it's really important. I mean, everybody's gonna make mistakes. That's the thing, is if you do, you can't get frustrated. You gotta keep pushing and move forward. And like I said, everybody's gonna make mistakes. The track's tough, so really just minimizing your mistakes and just trying to put the best clean laps you can together.
One of your strong points, one of the strong aspects of your riding was your mental game. It was tough to shake you up. I've really never seen anybody shake you up or make you lose concentration. The only person to make Jessica make a mistake was Jessica. It seemed like, because I can tell you, you were just mentally tough. You were gonna race 110% to the end. You were going to analyze the situation all the time. You weren't going to let other people get in your head.
No, definitely. I mean, that's the whole reason you ride and train, is to be 100% confident in yourself, and you got a good group of people. It's that's just what you got to use with it. I did make a lot of mistakes, but that's because I was always pushing to try to get a little bit better. But sometimes I learned from them, sometimes not so much. But I always tried to do my best and put it all together.
Yeah, I tell you, when we talk about aspects, you were always a fair starter. Not the greatest starter all the time, but one thing about it, you were able to pick up positions quickly.
Yeah.
In the first couple corners, you were willing to make a move.
For sure.
You knew that the time to go was early. Yeah, and I was so impressed by that. I was like, look at her. She would go from 5th position to 2nd in 2 turns.
Yeah.
Willing to go inside or maybe even carry that momentum around outside. But you took stock of where you were immediately after that first time.
Yeah,
and you were able to make quick.
You can't let anybody get away. You got to make the passes fast and can't follow. So I always went for the lead straight away, or at least got to whoever was leading, so you could at least follow him if you had to for a minute.
I always laughed. I just thought it was your willingness to just establish that dominance, show them who's boss right away.
Yeah.
I'm out front. If you want to win, you got to come past me.
I try to make it that way.
Well, I know one thing. You made it a lot of fun to watch, and a lot of great memories down here, I'm sure, at the ranch. What's one of the fondest?
I would have to say my first one. I was just 15, and it was in '99, and I wasn't expected to win. So
Right.
Of course, that was always a special one for me.
Well, it sounds like we're bringing the revs up. The gate has dropped right now. Let's see who it's going to be with our Bell Holshot Award as our women's 16-plus All-Star takes off. And look at this, the usual suspects up front. Jessica, looks like Hannah out around to the outside possibly.
Yeah.
Going to be tough to read here just for a second. Look, we're going to get confirmation here on that. Looks like, yep, it is Shelby Rowland, the number 9 machine, getting the whole shot, but carrying that momentum clear around the outside. Jessica Patterson style making a move in the second turn. Look like Hannah Hodges making a run for the front. Now look here, already coming into play, no mistakes. Making a little hiccup right there, the number 17 machine, not getting so clean into the 10 Commandments and cost some time right there. Right now, taking a look at... looks like, let's see, who is that?
I think that's Kylie leading now.
Looks like it is Kylie leading, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know she made a mistake the first moto, so she obviously knows that it's no time to waste here.
Now, I tell you, when you take a look at this, the opportunity for her to make a mistake, the opportunity for her to get sideways or whatever, make a few adjustments to the game right now. She's trying to ride inside, trying to make a short track. But as we take a look at the number 17 machine, trying to ride wide, trying to keep the momentum up.
Yeah, definitely. That's what this whole track's about, really, is just keeping your momentum going. And insides always aren't the best, so it's really just keeping your rolling going, pretty much.
Yeah. What it looks like to me is it's a little more defensive riding that inside line. But I tell you, looks like right now, there's my point, having that opportunity to get stuck right now. Normally in drier conditions, that inside line can work. But I tell you, looks like to me the risk versus the payoff pretty risky right now.
That's why it's important just to ride your lines at first and go from there.
All right, our second wave taken off right now. That is going to be our women's 14-plus amateur class. But out front, we have got a battle on our hands. And as we come to the close on lap number 1, going to get an idea of our lap times. Yeah. Yeah, as they remind us right now, Hannah leading up to the last lap of moto number 1 and then crashing out. So a little retribution on her mind right now. Joined once again in the tower by the man, the myth, the legend, the Weeds, Jason Wygant, up here with myself.
Most of that's a myth.
Most of that, man, myth, legend, is myth.
Up here joining a legend,
Yeah,
Jessica Patterson.
I'm not even,
who could whip both of us on any given day on any given track.
Yeah, I just raced Weeds not too long ago.
When?
We're
when?
rivals.
Oh, GNCC?
I think we
no,
are.
that's
I know.
it.
I feel like I
remember.
brought you out of retirement.
You
I didn't know
kinda
you were
did.
racing, and then all of a sudden there you are. So maybe it was me.
It kind of was you, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the one time when I started in the front row a few years ago, that was dangerous because then you came barreling through. And then the problem is, that's the tough part of GNCC. You get passed by one, and you're like, uh-oh, there's going to be 5 more.
Oh, yeah.
Raging.
We're coming.
Just pull over. Just pull over. Here they
Pretend
come.
you have a flat tire or something.
What's that?
Just pretend you have a flat tire.
I'm looking down at the bike. Something's
Yeah.
wrong. Something's wrong. So good to see you back here. Oh, it's cool. You're doing some coaching with some of these riders?
Yeah.
All right. Still South Carolina area?
Yeah, still
All
there.
right. Is that going to be it? Is that permanent? Been
I
a
mean,
while now.
Pretty much permanent. I mean, we have a house, and I got a whole little crew together, and
Got a NASCAR driver?
got a
NASCAR driver in your house?
Yeah. I think we'll be there for a while.
Eddie Ray, the NASCAR up-and-coming hopeful.
Oh, gosh.
Kylie Fosnot is leading. Hannah Hodges ended up taking an unscheduled visit to the mechanics area. She crashed almost into it in that first moto. So we'll see if there's a little revenge here in Moto 2. This is starting to heat up. This is good racing. Look at this. Yeah.
We had actually talked, Jessica and I did a little bit ago, about moving through some traffic, and with a split class here with dual classes, double the trouble, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, honestly, that was always the hardest thing for me, even when I was racing as the lappers. And, you know, with the double gate here, it's definitely a lot tougher. There's a little bit more riders. You know, everybody's not on the same pace, so it does make it actually more of a challenge than the track itself.
I think I know the answer to this one. Hannah moving into second place right now. Hodges, and a big mistake. Front end washes a bit, but able to gather it back up there, Jess, and keep it on 2 wheels. I'm sure sometime or another you've just given leeway to that lapper long enough. You really wanted to park one of them here and there.
I mean, there's come a couple times when you just, you can only take so much, and because you're trying to move forward, you have like a battle like these girls out here, and that you don't have time to mess around with them.
The easiest way to get around was go through.
Move them out of the way.
That's what you did to me.
Right on.
Watch out for those trees. 17, Hannah Hodges is making passes. This lap traffic's actually helped her a little bit. Wow. That is a lot of traffic.
That's the hardest thing to deal with, is you have girls going every which way, and you're not really sure which way they are going to go. So.
And the real danger is that rider right there, for example, moving clear from left to right through those 10 commandments.
I've had a couple tangles with that, and that's going to keep these girls closed up, or depends on when you catch them. If you catch them at the right time, it could just make you further apart. So it just depends.
It worked for Fosnock. Yeah, actually was able to get away. Her and Hodges were trying to both get to the one side of the track that didn't have any riders. They almost collided with each other. But Fosnoff was able to get out and pull away just a little bit from that situation.
Well, our first moto winner, Brandy Richards, now sitting in the second position. So moto number 1 winner, Brandy Richards, trying to get up there and challenge just a bit. Right now, less than 1 second back out of that position. So it doesn't get any tighter than this.
No.
The real heat right now on Kylie Fosnot looks like Hannah Hodges only half a second back behind her. So we've got 3 riders separated by about 1.1 second.
No. You turned it off when it was making the sound, right? No? It seemed like the moment you grabbed it.
All right, a little bit of a technical difficulty here, getting some batteries swapped out in one of these mics up here. Jessica, I still think you and I are good to go, that's for sure. And once again, we take a look back. My goodness, how about all that traffic?
That I know what it's like, and it's hard. And I mean, the thing is, you can't get it too impatient. And luckily, the lap track
it is wheel to
It
wheel
kind
now.
of helped Hannah, I see it.
For sure. Oh, and look at this. Holy
Oh.
cow.
Fosnot.
That
goes
is
down.
Fosnot in the dirt right now. Unfortunate. As deep as it is out there, JP, got just a bit wide, got sucked under. Now, was a lapper in between the two of them right there. Hannah to the inside, lapper in the middle. Of course, Kylie to the outside. Wow, just digging in a bit too much.
She really had no choice. She had to try to take that, but...
All right, looks like she's back up on 2 wheels in the 4th place, but we look back, she was able to get the bike back up, get on 2 wheels, and salvage some quick positions, because what can happen right now, hard to get back in line, hard to get back in that rhythm.
Yeah, it is harder now that, she's not going to be able to push up there with Hannah. She can just hope for it best for the lappers to be in her favor and just work forward from there.
Wow, holy cow, what a change of events right there. As they came up and over that tunnel jump the last time, the race was on, and 100 yards later it was over.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is the lappers, the way the track conditions are, she had no choice but to take a different line, and it was a little bit too soft.
Jessica, when that happens right now, we're looking at about 8.5 minutes in. You really have to reassess things. You really have to put a lot of thought into it. You want to get up in charge, but is the tendency to just override at that point? Is it to just charge too hard and make another mistake? We see people do one of 2 things.
Yeah.
Either get up, really get on a tear, and come through the pack, or make mistake after mistake. Seen it many times.
For sure. I mean, I've even done it myself. I try to override the bike if you're behind, trying to catch up and dealing with the lapper. So really, it's just putting in good laps. Hannah's just going to have to ride smart from here out, just trying to stay her way out of all the other people around and picking good lines. But if you're in the back,
if
of
you're
course,
Brandy right now,
if you're Brandy, if you're especially in sight like she is, I mean, I'd just be pushing for it. I mean, at this point, you don't have much to lose.
That's what I was wanting to hear at this point.
So you just go for it is really what I would do if I was in her position right now. Is I'd just be riding best I could and getting through these lappers best I could.
We're here. We're at the ranch. It's moto number 2. It's go time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is pretty much set you in your place. So you have to win it pretty much. I see it. And that's what sets you in the right position for the last moto.
As they came through last time, Hannah having a pretty comfortable gap this time. Looks like 6.4 over top of Brandy Richards as Brandy worked her way back into that second position. Caitlin in the 3rd spot now, about 14 seconds back. So there's still a race on our hands right here.
Oh, for sure. And like you say, there's still some laps to go with this traffic and stuff. You never know. Just minimizing mistakes right now.
Jessica, holy cow. I see only 2 bikes in the 10 Commandments.
That's
What's
crazy.
up?
I don't know. They must be all in one
they closed
section
the
of
10
the track.
Commandments? A detour?
Yeah, they must, though.
I want to give a mention. We got the 14-plus women's class out there right now. Another in a long running battle. Jordan Jarvis, Jasmine Canfield, and we got them. Oh, good job, guys, at Racer TV, making it happen. Jasmine and Canfield. Canfield's 46, and Jarvis is number 30.
Oh!
And an unscheduled off-track excursion. Wanted to go visit the dozer driver. Did 46
Pulled a
of Canfield.
Superman
Said, hey,
over the
let's see what
berm.
on. Yeah, Superwoman, bro.
Superwoman over the berm.
Over the
Yeah,
berm,
my bad.
So that's going to help out Jarvis. dude, these two always battle.
Yeah, I was watching the first moto, and these chicks were right beside each other the whole time. I mean, they're really good. They're obviously the younger ones, and they're coming up. So I think it's just going to make for better racing as they get older.
You know what was crazy about that, Weege? Canfield was really smoking that corner. I thought she was making a move, and then the next thing you know, it grabbed traction.
Man. You ever have any battles out here where it was one rider, one moto after another?
I've had quite a few, yeah.
Like 10 years in a row it felt like that.
This is just pretty much a mirror image of how all my racing was, especially here at the ranch. It was never in my favor, I feel like. I've always had tough luck here, but it's always been good battles.
You'd always crush the first moto.
Yeah.
Always crush Moto 1, and then 2 and 3, who knows what was going to happen, dude.
I know. And like, I heard you say earlier, he gets a third, he still has a chance. I never had a chance when I got third. I went 1-3-1. Yeah, never good enough. I had to at least no better worse than a 2.
If you had to win 2 motos and not get a
I had to win 2. I hear you giving guys props for getting third, and that's a struggle for me.
That's not how. For the guys, that's cool.
Yeah.
The women's class, they don't accept third.
Yeah,
I'm here to win.
You don't accept it. You got to push for it. You got to get that win.
Jordan Jarvis, Jasmine Canfield have settled down a little bit. Kennedy Lutz is third. I believe she was third in the first moto. So good job by Jarvis right now trying to carry the 1-1 into the final moto.
And Canfield able to salvage it there. You know, back on the track in second position could have been just critical. Could have been critical.
Hodges leads Brandy Richards and Caitlin Moreau. Fosnock, that's the crash, recovers. She's fourth. And Brinsley Diaz rounding out the top 5. Shelby Rowland had a good start. She's sixth. Watching a battle for second here. Richards, 2 Yamahas, Richards and Moreau. Oh, it is wheel to wheel.
Oh, look at our lap times, Weege.
All looking, bro.
2:26 right now. Good looking.
Down.
Good looking lap time, huh?
2:26 for Hodges. Big difference in that lap and everyone else's the last time around. The fastest lap.
But look at that fast lap.
Yeah, second group, Jarvis.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, Jarvis's best time is that true? She's a
2:22.
10th. She had the best lap of anyone, and that includes the riders in the 16-plus All-Star
Exactly.
class. The older riders.
Wow.
Exactly.
Her 2:22.7 is a 10th quicker than the best time that we see from Hannah Hodges. Jordan Jarvis.
Killing it.
Wow. Wow, so the two classes actually pretty well matched on speed. I got to go down to the podium. I'll make sure to remind them that third, not getting it done.
Not good enough.
All right.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, right now Weege making his way down to the podium right now. Going to watch this one run through its final stages now, Jessica. Already seeing just in the last 15 minutes as we look at this line through here up and over the Rocky Mountain, as we look, of course, at the end of the billboard. Normally a big wall turn down there and an inside berm. Man, oh man, look like 3 nasty berms and all having hooks on them down here by the billboard.
Yeah, every year that I've raced here, that turn's always been the worst. I mean, those ruts get so deep, and I mean, they can be past the mechanics area sometimes. I mean, they are the gnarliest things. You can't even get out of them. So once you get in them, you better ride it out to the end.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, taking a look at them right now, and you just look how nasty that looks right now.
Yeah,
doesn't look the least bit
honestly,
fun, does
it doesn't look that bad compared to years I've seen. So
very, very true. Like I said, a lot of times the horseshoe down in there,
yeah.
and man, oh man, they're just so deep. Their side panels are dragging there. You're pulling.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, sometimes.
Is that
a mistake by Hannah?
Hannah makes
Tips
a big
over.
mistake, tips over in a bad spot. Looks kind of deep and soft over there. Hope those controls are clean. Is the bike still running? No, she has to absolutely get this bike started again. Second place has to be closing in. Trying to put it in neutral right now. Jessica can't get the thing kicked over.
So
what a heartbreak.
frustrating.
2 motos in a row. Up front and leading the number 17 machine. Hannah Hodges sliding off the back of that jump. Look at this. Yep. Here comes that second place machine. Brandy Richards now working her way back into the number 1 position, and what that does now is that allows Caitlin Morrow and Richards to fight it out for the lead right now. Holy cow. And look at this. Hannah Hodges back in action right now, but the damage is done.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a bummer. I've obviously been in that same situation also, and you work so hard and then make mistake on last couple laps, and it's tough. But luckily she's able to salvage it a little bit, and I think she might still be in third. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I believe she is still in podium position right now. But, yeah, absolutely. We get word from the trailer. She is in third position. But the absolute frustration, you see her take her hand off the bars in mid-kick, you know, after that thing didn't fire, the realization setting in.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
what's
you're already
happened.
hot, you're tired, you know, it's rough, and the last thing you want to do is sit there and kick a machine for a little bit.
Absolutely. Holy cow, look at the beach changing. Well, look at those rollers. Every lap, it seems like there's a new roller. Like one gets built each lap. You know, the section gets longer and longer.
Yeah.
Right
especially
now,
you put that many girls out there, it's just going to build it up more and more. And also, you know, all the other classes before, so just a huge roller section, really.
man, we watched that thing just a few motos go, Jessica. Really almost smooth, you know, looking like the Veronica Beach race almost, you know. And now, not so good for volleyball over there.
No, not at all.
Looks like, let's see here, 17 and a half minutes in this one right now. Women's 16 plus All-Star and our women's 14 plus. Been exciting in both classes. Jasmine Canfield.
Takes the win.
All right, taking the win. It is. Want to make sure Brandy Richards. Okay, it's fooled me before. Brandy Richards taking the win right there. Looks like the number, the number 65 machine. Caitlin Morrow is going to finish in that second position. So those two fought it out the entire.
Oh, Fosnot finished third.
Third,
yeah.
did she?
Yep.
Really?
By Hannah.
Hannah not quite able to get back up there on the box. So a hard-fought battle between Richards and Morrow for second and third place throughout the course of the race. And, you know, that turned into a battle for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you never know. And it's always something here at the ranch. Something always happens.
You know, we say expect it. Anything can, will, and normally does happen.
Yes.
And excited to listen to these ladies down on the podium here. Interested to hear what they have to say about what has just taken place in Moto number 2. Now, unbelievable set of circumstances. Going to take a look at that Jasmine Canfield off-track excursion here.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Oh, holy cow.
Canfield isn't actually in the lead.
All right, knew we had a change right there, but yeah, actually went back into lead. Thought she was in the second place, so holy cow, great move, great ride right there. And as this one winds down, got a whole chock full of riders. Man, there were riders from one end of this track to the other, huh, Jessica?
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, that's going to be good for the third moto. I mean, they're both tied now, so it's going to be a go all out.
And as they say, the stage is set.
It is.
For the third moto here. Looks like we're getting that number 19 machine of Brandy Richards positioned down there on the podium right now up on that Bell Whole Shots bike stand. Of course, the 35th annual running here of our Rocky Mountain ATV MC Amateur Motocross National presented by AMSOIL. Getting things squared away down there, but holy cow. We've seen the whole gamut today. We've seen slop. We've seen tack. We've seen clay. And right now we're starting to see that transition back into the loamy texture. So hopefully we're going to see a little dust here shortly.
Yeah,
I got it, Megawatt. Wow, we're now sitting on a 1-1. Shocker at the end. Brandy Richards gets it done. Let's hear it for her. Well, I don't know if you even know what happened in the last lap, but whatever. You got a gold medal. No matter, right?
Yeah, I mean, that moto was so difficult with all that mud, you know. I guess I was pretty lucky that Hannah went down on that last lap. I just happened to see her in the corner of my eye, and I was like, you just got to hold on and get to that checkered flag, and I pulled it off.
Who do you want to thank, Brandy?
I want to thank JM Racing, John and Brad for getting my bike hooked up for that mud, my mom and dad, Yamaha, my trainer, Dustin Buckaloo, he's the best, Fly Racing, Bell Helmets, Oakley goggles, my vision was clear, City boots, and just my best friend Brittany, you know, she's been my mechanic out here, and she's the best, just everyone else that helps me out.
There it is, Brandy Richards taking the win. 1-1 now. Caitlin Moreau should be second. Silver medal. Let's hear it for Caitlin Moreau. Straighten that out. There we go. How'd that moto go?
It was okay. I got a decent start and just tried to stay up, pick some good lines, stay smooth, and look far ahead, see where the lappers are, who's down, and just finish strong.
He did that. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, Trampus and Sherry Parker, Fly, Rock River Yamaha, Roost MX, Scott, Heartworks, Dun & Stone Builders, Dunlop, and just everyone, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Caitlin Moreau, second place. And I'll get Kylie Fosnock up here as third, and then we could take Brandy Richards' bike off and bring Jordan Jarvis's machine on up. I think Jordan Jarvis held on for the win, but that last lap of some of these motos has been crazy. Well, this is how you do it, recovering from a crash, still getting a podium. Let's hear it for Kylie Fosnock. Tough battle out there, but you pulled out third place. That's still pretty good. Take us through it.
Yeah, it's still pretty good, but it's nowhere near what I want, what I work for. But the track's friggin', it's gnarly. But we're trained for it, we're ready for it. You know, I gave it all I had. Some lappers got in my way over there in that turn, and I tried to jump out of the rut that I was in to get around her because I knew Hannah was right there. When I jumped out, I jumped a little bit too far and got lost in the mud. But, you know, I recovered. I came back to, was luckily able to catch Hannah on the last lap and land on the podium because same thing happened the first moto. I was pushing and I went down and only made it back to fourth, so I'm pumped to land on the podium this time.
Who do you want to thank, Kylie?
I want to thank the great man up above. He, you know, I went down, but he kept me safe, and I made it off the track, so thank you for that. My mom and dad for supporting me day in and day out for everything I want to do. My brothers for pushing me during the week. My gym trainer, Nick Dion. My riding coach, Ronnie Tishner, and Nicholas Stankov. Dunlop Tires, Fox Racing Gear, Ride 100%, Team Green Kawasaki, everybody over there, and my bike is just excellent. I can't ask for anything better. Pro Circuit, I'm lost. Carb Sport, Nihilo Concepts, anybody else, just thank you so much for the support.
Kylie Fosnock taking the win. All right, we got to bring Brandy Richards' bike off. Can we get Brandy Richards' crew? And we're going to move over to the 14-plus Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, by the way, in Women's All-Star Shelby Rowland. Shelby Rowland has that. Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award is Shelby Rowland. Let's bring the winner's bike up from the 14-plus. Let's bring the winning bike up of 14-plus. Bring it on up. Shelby, you want to thank some people? Good job with the whole shot.
Thank you. Yeah, first off, I got to thank Rob Fox for the amazing tires. That bike hooked up perfect. And Recluse got my clutch dialed in, and it was just perfect. And my mom and dad, Todd and Aaron from Fox, FMF, Team Green Kawasaki, Brewer Cycles, Leat, Scott for the goggles. I could see the whole moto. Wiseco, Cometic, Pro X, SOBMX. They worked my starts hard, obviously. Anybody at Olin Suspension, my bike was handling great. I'm forgetting a ton of people. Pro Taper, No Toil, DP Brakes. And if I forgot you, I'm sorry, and thank you so much.
Shelby Rowland, Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. And we got to move on to the 14-plus. Let's bring up our winner. Let's bring up Jasmine Canfield, our winner. Boy, both these classes changing late. Put that up there. Well, boy, you got to watch these races right to the end. No giving up. And it results in a gold medal for Jasmine Canfield. Just take me through what happened there. It was another battle between you and Jordan Jarvis. You came out on top. Was it a late move?
Yeah, I just got to a decent start and fought all the way through. The track is rough. The track crew has been doing a really good job. I didn't think I was going to be able to race today, but it's actually amazing.
All right. And how'd you make that pass, or what happened late?
Well, she went down, and I just stayed right behind her, waited to pounce and make the move.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe, Team D, Triangle Cycles, Ethica, Sunshine State MX, Bell Helmets, TT1, Alpine Star, Scott Goggles, just everyone, thank you guys so much.
Good job. Jasmine Canfield taking the win. It's going to be a good battle in the next moto. All right, I'm looking for second place. Looking for second place in the 14-plus, second place. Second place. I need second place. I need third place. Looking in the wrong direction. All right, second place. I know you're bummed. I know you had that one. Could have won it. But third moto, I'll tell the story. Let's hear from Jordan Jarvis. Whew. Chin up, kid. You got another moto to get it done. Take us through that one.
I got a decent start. I think I was around third or fourth. I made some quick passes. Got in second. Made a pass around first. Started pulling away. I think I had like a 10-second gap. And then collided with a lapped rider. And that allowed second place to get back around me. And I just didn't have enough time to catch up.
I had some good news. You know you had the fastest lap time in the moto of anyone, even the other class. So you're rolling. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, Fox, FMF, EVO, MGX, Monster Army, Scott, Atlas, Nihilo, Lynns, MX Antics, everybody else, thank you.
Jordan Jarvis, second place. And we got a big championship battle brewing in the next one. Sorry, I know we got another moto on the track, but I need third in our 14 plus, and then we'll get back up to the tower. Hey, we got her up on the podium again. Oh, I got the pronunciation right now this time too. Kennedy Lutz taking third place. Not Lutz, Lutz. How was the moto?
Well, I didn't fall this time. That's a bonus, but I just rode way too timid, and I don't know what to say.
Still, you got a bronze. That's good. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Robin Trey Burkhardt at Real Deal MX, Schrader's, Yamaha Canada, Troy Lee Designs, 100% Goggles, Atlas Brace, TCD Racing, Lynx Racing, Hinson, and my dad. Thank you.
All right, good job. Kennedy Lutz taking third. We have a whole shot winner in 14 plus. Looking for Danielle Gringoletti. There she is. All right, Danielle. One more rider to talk to. Danielle Gringoletti has her whole shot award. So thanks to Bell Helmets for that. And who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom and dad, everyone from Thor, Brad Jerminski from Club 57. He's been helping me on starts all summer. Roost, Garnet, and my boyfriend, Chris Fortier.
There it is. Danielle Gringoletti, your whole shot award. Got to send it to the tower. Go ahead, Rodney. Or Megawatt or whoever's up there.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason Wygant. It's Wes Kane in the tower.
He's back.
No, it's not really. It's Kevin. Hey, we need to see Cameron McCarson to the announcer's tower. Your dad's looking for you, Cameron McCarson. Go to the announcer's tower. Your dad is waiting. He went and got the sheriff. He seriously did. He's looking for his son. He's been missing for a couple hours, probably in some RV playing some Xbox or something. So, Cameron McCarson, get out of there.
I know how he feels as a father, but I also know what the likelihood is. Hey, check it out. The 33 of Derek Drake grabbing the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award and has held on to this lead now through lap number 1 as we roll into lap number 2. He's got company out of Carson Brown. Brown took the third place position in Moto 1. Drake actually took second, if I'm not mistaken, and it was Jalik Swoll, the Moto 1 winner, who's back in the number 3 spot right now. So the cream is rising to the top right now, and we have ourselves a three-way shootout that has already started, and we're only a couple of laps into this battle, so this should get pretty exciting pretty quick, I think, Kevin.
Yeah, these are the 3 guys to beat. Derek Drake has done it all year long. Jalik Swoll's beat him here and there, and Carson Brown's coming into his own. He has not ridden like this in the earlier amateur nationals in the spring down in Florida, so good to see Carson coming in his own. I'm telling you, that head of steam he picked up from Washougal, winning that 125 race over Tedesco, Pingree, and all those guys at that pro national, man, it's carried over. He is on fire. He made the pass on Jalik Swoll, and I believe he's going to go after Derek Drake. And finally, we got a good racetrack, man. It's taken a while. The sun's just beating down on us, and it's good, Rodney.
It most certainly is. I was noticing that same thing. It's still pretty rough and choppy out there with the deep moisture, but like you say, it's turning around. There is plenty of raceable lines, and it is making for some great opportunities for these riders to either separate or make some time out there. It's certainly exciting visually to watch this. And watching right now, Jalik Swoll up into the number 2 spot as he is dialing in the number 33 now of Derek Drake, as we may be about to see the pressure applied here in Storyland. The gap is closing up very quickly from first to second, but all of a sudden it seems like Drake may have found a little bit of traction
there's an ebb and flow here to this racetrack. You'll see guys that are obviously quicker in one spot and slower in the other. So That's what's happening here. These top three have all finished in the top three in that first moto, so the math is going to be ridiculous. Swole's got a 1-3 going right now. Drake with a 2-1, that's 3 points, and Brown has a 3-2, I believe. So 5, 4, and 3 points respectively right now. But let's don't even worry about the math.
Right.
Let's just watch this awesome race.
Yeah, let's watch the awesome race. That's for sure. And we'll sort it all out whenever we get a little closer to it. And right now, these guys, that's what they're doing, sorting it out, trying to get themselves in position. And here we go again with Jalik Swole starting to close that gap up between that first and second place position. But, man, you got to give it to Drake. He's able to really hold the pace right now as we head into this big Thor Beach mogul sweeper turn now. And
Rodney, this class is one of my 3 or so favorite classes every year. The Schoolboy 125 is only in this bad boy. It is awesome.
It is. This is. I loved it the year that they opened up the Amateur National Championship at 7:30 on a Tuesday morning. That was pretty awesome, I thought. And anytime we see these bikes out on the track, we get pretty excited. You know, you were mentioning, oh, look at this. We got a drag race down in front of the billboard now. Swole swapping.
They were drag racing, and Swole popped the tear off side by side with Drake. That's nuts.
And Drake still holds on the lead. You were talking about Carson Brown coming into his speed. You know, one thing that I did want to talk about and at least make mention of, a lot of these riders, when they're training, and a lot of their training program is geared to peak about this time of the year. So that might be the reason that you see the gradual improvement of those riders.
That's an excellent point. I know Rob Beams trains all his athletes at Moto E to really prime and focus for this event, and that's an excellent point. And all that work shows up right here as they hit the 10 Commandments. Jalik Swole, Carson Brown wants to get in on the fun as well. Jason Wygant wants to get in on the fun, but he's got 2 hamburgers. Take care of those burgers. Have you eaten yet? Those are yours.
Those are yours.
I know you're hungry, man. I already ate, so we had those piped in from McDonald's.
Are they free?
They're free.
Are they free?
You got to eat them. You're up.
I'm doing it live on the mic.
You can afford that.
Free is good. Oh, is that a chicken sandwich? Put that whole thing in your mouth. Oh, he's got that whole sandwich.
He ate that half a sandwich in one bite.
That's how hungry the man is.
Wow.
Well, Derek Drake is hungry for a moto win, and Jalik Swole says some great analysis. So tell me about what you're seeing right now, Jason. What's on the...
Looking for the class is fun to watch. The 125, always Brent.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're on camera. Zoom in on that.
My first right now.
It looks like he's got a goldfish tail sticking out of his mouth or something.
So this is what happens in the tower, those of you watching on Racer TV. Yeah, there's 3 of us in the tower. We're having a 3-way battle for microphone time. And don't worry, we're not going to battle for that sandwich taking it out of your mouth. That's all yours. Derek Drake is holding it down right now.
I'll tell you what, if Jalik could take that sandwich out of the mouth of the 33 right now, he certainly would, because he's knocking on the door. And
it's a Drake's cake.
It's what?
It's a Drake's cake that he's got. No,
a Drake's cake.
Derek Drake.
But look at how much separation there is now between second and third as this battle is heating up front here, down in front of this billboard. We saw the drag race last time.
He's got it going on. Swole has got that figured out. That finish line section going into the billboards. He's going to go for it on the outside. He has got something cooking there. Next time around, if he's close, he can make the pass.
He's got it right here. He's got it right here. He had the setup. He saw the setup.
Oh, Drake squares him back up and gets the pass back. Swole makes it. They're still side by side, Rodney. Coming out of the trees, and now Double D takes back over. That was 3 lead changes.
That right there is why we come to the ranch, to watch these kind of races and to participate in races just like this.
Oh, Swole,
man,
what happened? The 180 that's gotten everybody. We've seen 180s and 360s, and Swole was able to ride his out. Totally shot out, went backwards on the racetrack.
Well, the thing that we got to realize is that Drake has got a little bit of breathing room right here, but at 8:47, approaching 9 minutes into this race, it's still got plenty of time for more things to happen. So watch Jalik begin to collect himself. I believe he's going to start putting that push on forward again.
No doubt. Let's take a look at the top 10 brought to you by Dunlop Tires. Derek Drake out front. Jalik Swole second. Pierce Brown in third now. Pierce has made some passes. We haven't even talked about Pierce. He's now third, gotten around Carson Brown. Ethan Mann is fifth. Parker Mashburn sixth. Colton Eigelman seventh. Mason Gonzalez eighth. Marcus Michael Phelps is ninth. And Luke Neese rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, good point there. Not a chance to talk much about Pierce. Pierce had some good things going on in Moto number 1 of this class, if memory serves me correct. Still finished with a 7th place position, but I think that Pierce was in line for a little better finish than that in the early part of the Moto. But as it is here at Loretta Lynns, something obviously coming up to switch that up a little bit. But he's back out here in this second Moto, and he's certainly going to make a name for himself and let these folks know that
his mom already named him. It's Pierce Brown.
Yeah, that's true.
We're going to go with that.
He's trying to make sure we know who he is.
We know who he is, no doubt. I've been expecting to say his name a lot more than I have. I'll be honest with you. Pierce has had a rough week, so good to see him in the mix. We're looking for the number 63. There he is.
Yep.
Those of you watching at home on Racer TV, Pierce Brown finally getting in the camera shot. Got some of that new TLD gear. It looks like some Skittles gear, doesn't it? Taste the rainbow. Look at that. That's awesome.
I do like it, though.
I dig it. There's Pierce. Got the terrible towel there. Up and over the Tunnel of Love. Across the straightaway over to the billboard. And he wants to get up there and roll up on Jalek Swoll. Pierce ran a 2:07, 4 seconds quicker than Jalek Swoll.
Yeah, and he was only 3.8 seconds back, so you got to take into account Swoll did have that little bit of a mishap there.
That's correct.
So he's making up some ground, I believe, but I think Jalek is back on the throttle there. But don't be surprised if Pierce doesn't capitalize on any more mistakes that are made up front, because he is rolling with a head full of steam right now. And he's slicing through the lap traffic. These guys aren't even bothering him right now.
Not at all. Pierce Brown finally got some clear track in front of him. Going to make a run at Jalek Swoll. Like you said, he's about 3-4 seconds back behind him. So he's got a little bit of work to do. We're out at the 11-minute mark. So we're looking at maybe 2 more laps for him to try to put something together. And, man, this track is finally, this is what we have waited for all day. We've seen this track a couple of times for maybe an hour or two at a time before the rain says, not so quick, guys, and wipes the smiles off of everyone's faces and puts the roll-offs back on everyone's goggles. Jason, you got anything to add to that?
That was a great sandwich.
It was a good sandwich.
And I got better news than that.
What's up?
There's a second one.
There's another one coming in right behind it.
Wow, you're right. I'm just noticing the Troy Lee design gear. I do like the style that we've got going on there. It does.
Do you see that rhythm section?
Yeah.
That's not a straightaway.
No.
Those are not rollers. Those are straight up Supercross rhythm sections.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think there is a normal straightaway, a normal sweeper. There's nothing normal about this racetrack right now.
I can tell you the only places.
Kind of like Rodney.
There's nothing normal about Rodney. Absolutely not. He is an alien, no doubt about it. These are not man-made whoops. Like, everything out here was shaved up, smoothed up, smacked up, flipped up, rubbed down, scattered, covered, and smothered. And then you guys with your little dirt bikes come out here and ruin it all.
You know, what amazes me most is that Camel.
Me?
Well, you do amaze me quite a bit, Kevin. There is no doubt about that. But that Kawasaki Camelback that has turned into a
downhill
roller section.
Escalator.
That was when I came here last week, and that track that had been constructed, we seen that was just a real smooth landing. I noticed early in practice on Monday that first mogul started building, and then there was a second, and then a third, and then it just progressed all the way around through that sweeper turn. And right now we are seeing a lot of progression. Is battling is starting to tighten up now for the number 2 spot, looks like.
Yeah, Jalek Swoll's got company. They're knocking on the door, and Jalek's looking out the curtain going, should I open the door or not? Yeah, he's going to kick that door in. It's the bill collector, and his name's Pierce Brown. You owe him $100.
Yeah, and kind of surprising. I'm going to say that, I didn't necessarily expect that Pierce was going to be able to close up on Jalek so quick anyway. I thought that, there might be a possibility. It could be lap traffic, but, we got to go back to that mistake that Jalek made in that short shoot section there.
The lap time's, again, 4 seconds difference. It's all math.
So that's consistent. That's what I was going to ask. Did he just maybe say, okay, I lost my shot at it. I'm going to save my energy from here on out? Or is there a problem right now with Jalek Swoll that's got him at that 2:11 lap time while the guys that he raced with are racing the 2:07, which he was racing earlier?
It's the white flag lap now. Double D, Derek Drake, the Red Bull KTM rider, the 2X Promotions sponsored guy. Myron Short and his crew helping this little dude out. There's Derek Drake. Got about 45 seconds worth of work to do. Again, check these straightaways out. You'll see the guys actually set up like they're hitting doubles. They'll come down, they'll kind of hop up this jump right here. They're going to jump that little single you're talking about. We're going to jump, and now we're going to try to jump out of it again. Well, not really here. Those are really just big, ginormous rollers. But Derek Drake is just putting it together on this race. Great ride for him, the number 33. It looks like he's going to pull it down. He's going to have a 1-2 going into that third and final moto. So the math is going to be fun. What you got for us?
Well, just looking through some notes and stuff here. Jalek Swoll we're looking at the number 2 spot. But Pierce Brown, whom we're seeing right in the number 3 position, he won all of his regional races as the checkers are out. And Derek Drake takes the win as we see Swoll and Brown going 2 and 3. And, of course, as we were saying, Pierce Brown actually won all of his regional races this year. It's his first year on the big bike, and he spent his first year at MTF this year as well. He's a previous Loretta Lynns winner on both the 65 and an 85. And that's one of the reasons that whenever we talk about that kid, we say we expected to say his name more than what we have already this week.
Absolutely.
So as we look a little further back, again, it's Drake, Swole, Brown. That's Pierce Brown taking third-place position. He took 7th in Moto 1. Carson Brown in the number 4 spot here in Moto 2 aboard the 91. The 32 of Parker Mashburn is 5th. Ethan Mann in 6th. Mason Gonzalez will take 7th. Luke Neese, the number 15, in 8th. As we see now a little bit of a change back there, 9th and 10th, as Dalton Dyer, the 92, will take over the 9th place position, and Connor Molinex will round out your top 10.
50cc action, 51cc action will take place tonight at 6 p.m. A, B, and C motos of those classes. So our 51cc riders, you will be coming up at 6 p.m. Wherever we're at in the program, we're going to stop, jump in there, and throw 3 51cc classes right at you. 51cc A, B, and C riders, you will be racing at 6 p.m. So, hey, let's take it on down to the podium. I'm sure we've got a happy Derek Drake, and Jason Wygant is going to ruin that moment for you. Jason Wygant, Derek Drake, take it away, boys.
Even the walk to the podium is treacherous in these conditions. Come around back. We'll show off the logos. Woo! Gold medal for Derek Drake. All right, Derek, how'd that one go? Looked pretty good from here.
Yeah, definitely. It was good all the way around. Got the whole shot. And I knew it was a husky behind me. I didn't know whether it was Brown or Jalik, but he was pressuring me the whole time. And once he passed me, like, there's no way, because once it takes too long to pass back from this track, I knew I'd make it right away, and I did, made it stick, and came out the moto win.
Yeah, that was a good battle to watch for sure. Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, my mechanic T2, Tyler Key from GoPro, Red Bull KTM, Orange Brigade, FMF, Adidas, Alpine Star, Spy, Life Proof, Adidas, Stance, GoPro, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for him. Derek Drake taking the moto win. Nicely done. Yeah, good battle. I believe we have second place waiting in the wings there. Here, go up out front. Gonna get our second place finisher. That was a battle to the end. All 3 of these guys had a shot at it. It was fun to watch, but Jalik Swole will hold on for second. So we've got a real championship scenario shaped up for the third moto. Pretty sure that's a 1-2 and a 2-1 in between these 2 motos, between Swole and Drake. Where's he at? I'll take Pierce Brown also if he's down there. Got to get this show rolling. Oh, they're doing a little bit more track maintenance while we have this parade lap going on, so just letting the track aerate out. All right, they got the gear ready to go. And Pierce Brown also will have it come on up as our third place finisher. Let's see who wins. They were battling on the track, and now they are racing each other. Who's going to get here first? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. By a nose, we'll talk to Pierce Brown. They were literally walking side by side to the podium. Good battle from behind. He ends up in third. Let's hear it for Pierce Brown. Dude, I'm sure you wish you had a little bit better start in that one, but you were definitely putting down some fast time. Oh, good, yeah, making sure that award is even facing the right way. I like it. All right, man, I know you probably didn't, you wanted to be up front, but you had put in some good lap times trying to make it happen.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to be up front. This is a good stepping stone because that last moto wasn't too great. It wasn't what I was hoping for. So just one step closer. Just all I can do now is get away and then hope for the best.
Who do you want to thank, Pierce?
I have to thank my mechanic Christian. He's been working his butt off all week, ever since Mammoth. And I'd like to thank my mom and dad, TLD, Red Bull, KTM, Scott, Dunlop, ODI, Factory Connection, Pro Taper, Vertex, everybody else, thank you so much.
Pierce Brown, third place on the Orange Brigade KTM. Thank you. And Jalik Swole will bring on up. And here is our runner-up, and right there in a championship fight. This is going to be awesome in the final moto. Let's hear it for the Husqvarna man, Jalik Swole. Dude, there was action out there. You were going for the lead. You had pressure from third. It was exciting to watch. I don't know. Is that fun to be in that?
Yeah, it definitely makes the racing more exciting and more of an adrenaline rush. And, well, it is what it is. You know, I would like to be up here at the top spot, but Drake was riding really good. Took second this time. Just looking forward to the third moto. So.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Who do you want to thank, Jalik?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic, Brandon, my trainer, Tim Ferry, agent, Bob Walker, everybody who's out here to support me. It means a lot. Rockstar Energy, Husqvarna, Alpine Star, 7MX, Bell, Pro Taper, Lynns Motors, I'm in a loss of words right now, but yeah, just everybody who I forgot, thanks means a lot, and definitely going to try to put you guys on the top spot next moto.
That's going to be a good one. Let's hear it for Jalik Swole, second place on the Rockstar Husqvarna. And that's going to do it for Schoolboy 1. Yes, it is. All right, we'll send it back up.
Hey, thanks
All right,
a
we're
lot,
going to do a
Jason.
whole shot picture. Okay.
All right, thanks.
Take it to the tower. You guys are taking. We're going to take some pictures down here.
All right, we're going to bring up Shane McElrath in the booth with us. He's on the mend right now, and I'm going to fire this one bad boy on there. Rodney Tomlin's with us as well. We've got the 250A class, man. It's going to be a good one. Who was our winner last time? Was it number 22? Was it number 37? Would have been Chase Sexton. I
How
wasn't here for
about
that
the
one.
number 19 of Bradley Taft?
How about Bradley Taft says you're an idiot to me? He just said you didn't even thinking of me. Taft's had a good year, dude. Taft has been up front and led some stuff for a while. Shane McElrath, welcome to the booth of Red Bull Orange Brigade. You're not an Orange Brigade guy anymore. You're a TLD guy, huh?
Hey, we're all Orange Brigade.
Oh, are you? I didn't know that. I thought you would graduate out of that. So, you ready to watch some pro class racing? You remember your last pro race here?
I do, yeah. It was about like this scenario, a bunch of rain and mud, and yeah, it's not much different.
Well, you know what though, you're back. You obviously made the best of it that day. That's when it all happened for you. Is signed, sealed, delivered. You're flying out to meet Troy and put your name on the dotted line.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it out here today, and really glad that I wasn't racing early this morning. And yeah, I mean, I felt for those little 60 riders this morning.
Wow, were you out there that early this morning watching them?
Yeah, I got here like 8 o'clock.
Thinking it was going to be racing ready to go, huh? Just like all the rest of us.
Yep.
Bradley Taft's going to be the one to beat here in Moto 1. Second went to the 37 of Sean Cantrell. And third place in Moto 1 to Egan Mast in the number 45 as we open this one up. Challen Tennant, the 71 KTM rider out of Willis, Texas, has the early lead. Tennant actually finished 11th in Moto 1, and I remember this first moto. He got off to a bad start, never was able to work all the way up through the pack, but 11th was a strong finish for the 71 then, but he's already under pressure.
Yeah, Challen, and one thing about Challen, he's on the comeback from a big crash. He broke his back. He's been MIA for 8 months probably. So Challen, I bet he's only been on the bike maybe 6 weeks. Would you guess, Shane?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how long ago that was, but I know it was a pretty big deal, and I got to spend a couple days down at the Bennett compound with all the Orange Brigade guys and see everybody riding. And, yeah, I mean, the KTM guys have got their stuff dialed in. And it's good to see Challen coming back from such a big injury. I mean, that's not easy for anybody. So
not at all.
He's out there mixing it up with the best of them.
250A class early moments here. We got Bradley Taft, who is looking to make his pro debut soon, along with Chase Sexton in the number 2 spot. Tennant's gotten displaced back to the number 4 spot. I saw one of your soon-to-be teammates there, Sean Cantrell. Not the best to start for him, but he's coming about in the number 5 spot, Shane.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's sitting in 5th, but he's just got to keep chipping away. I mean, this class is the best of the amateurs, and nobody's going to roll over for anybody. So 20 plus 2, and it's going to be good.
You're looking at it. 1 lap now in the books as they come across the stripe. It's Bradley Taft, Chase Sexton, Cameron McAdoo, another name we've been saying quite often here at the ranch. Challen Tennant and Cantrell rounds out your top 5. 1 lap in. We don't change the laps on these guys. We're going 20 plus 2 like you said. We've kind of shortened some of the other ones, Rodney.
Yeah, and this one, this is going to be the long haul for these guys, so we're going to see a lot of changes. not only in position on the racetrack, but again, I expect to see the racetrack continue to improve, but at the same time, it's going to change as well, and we're going to see lines choices, I believe, change, and I think that's going to change the face of this one quite a bit. But Taft, if he has anything to say about it, he's going to be the big smile up front the whole way.
Absolutely, and you're seeing those guys now starting to huck a triple about in the middle of those 10 commandments. You know they're feeling pretty good now. Finally, you can do some jumps, and a little bit of dust seems to be popping up.
Yeah, it looked like earlier they were pretty rutted out and had some pretty good kickers in them, but it looks like they fixed them up, and they're not just doubling through there like earlier today.
Hey, when you had your big get-off, I guess, where was that at?
Southwick.
Southwick.
Yep. We
were talking about that with Jason and your mom, and you said you just had it pinned. You were going for it. Tell us about that crash, and thank goodness you don't remember it now.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those racer things, and just being competitive in everything we do. And it was last lap and 2 turns before the finish, and at that point, I mean, yeah, you're a little fatigued, but when you're still in a battle, you're like, I just got to wear this guy out. And
who was that you were trying to wear out?
I was trying to wear down Troll, a.k.a. Alex Martin.
The Troll. Yeah. You ride with the guy all the time anyway, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've spent a lot of time with Alex Martin down at Club MX. And, I mean, he's really, the last 2 years, he's always had really, really good talent. And
I hope he's listening right now on the
podcast.
Me
too. I mean, he's really come around the last few years. And really nice guy, and it's good to see that happen to him because he's really, really talented, and I think it was his confidence. He's up there now fighting for race wins, and I just wanted a little bit of him that day.
And you got a little bit of that ground.
I did, yeah. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but we were trying.
Absolutely. Well, we're watching this race. Rodney, what are you seeing out there, bud?
Well, just checking into what's going on right now. It looks like everybody's pretty much settled in the pace. There's a couple of battles. Luke Perther is a rider that's trying to move up right now. That's back in the number 7 spot. That's probably the most contested battle throughout the top 10 at least. We got some in about the 15th place position, but right now Perther the 94 and Brandon Hartramp the 47 going at it for the 6th place. As we look back into about 13th place position, John Ames, Brandon Gorley, and Lorenzo Locurcio are all nose to tail right now as they're trying to get around Wilfredo Guzman, who's in the number 12 spot. So we've got a 4-way shootout going on right now. And those guys we expect to see in the top 10.
Big name guys, man.
Yeah.
We've seen those at Daytona. They've done some winning. John Ames done some winning out here at the ranch. Jason, what do you got, bud?
This is going to be kind of the setup we want with Taft in the lead, Sexton trying to catch him, and that Cameron McAdoo who's been making some headlines this week in 3rd. It's going to be a real battle of wills right now. All 3 of these guys got something to prove to each other. Here's your leader, Taft, into the sand section.
That's
Sexton's
the rhythm
close
section.
enough.
You see that double rhythm section?
Rhythm lane.
They're doubling through there. Give a call out to Chandler Lindsay. He's in the mix there as well in the number 9 spot, probably one of his better motos of the day. I love seeing those guys just kind of have their breakout rides, find some confidence. Shane, you know all about breakout rides. You had yours here at the best place. Better than doing it like at Devil's Ridge. Like, what if you had the greatest ride of your life that nobody would ever see? This is where you want to do it.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that this morning with my team manager and Jeremy Malott, and it's like, it's still like we were a little caught in the moment then, but still when I think about it, it's like, dude, it still doesn't feel real. It's still crazy to go back and think about that, and just to see kids have that happen into them now, it's like I know where they're coming from, and I know what they're feeling, and I just hope that they can soak it all in because it's
gone
cool.
before you know it, huh? Some of your best memories from the ranch are on the track or out in the pit somewhere?
I don't know. That's hard to say, yeah. I mean,
all right, what was her name then?
No.
Oh, Rodney. No, he's a God-fearing man here. Shane
not
Moody
like
McElrath. No, sir.
His
no,
face
sir.
turned red.
He is embarrassed. Look at that battle. That is fantastic. Taft and Sexton now. They have brought it together. And that Taft just opened that right back up and said, here you go. And Taft now moves back to the number 2 spot. He responds, though. I felt like coming in, Taft was wanting to prove something. Sexton's been the guy to beat once we graduated Fortner out of the amateur ranks here. So Taft definitely wanted a piece of him. All the naysayers were like, well, at the Spring Nationals, Sexton's on the 250F, Taft's on the 450. That's why Taft was able to beat him so handily. Here they are squared up, dead even on the bikes. Good race.
Yeah, in that first moto, Chase Sexton really started out from behind the 8-ball. I remember watching him the entire first moto of the 258 class, and to see him actually move up into a 5th-place position at the end of that one was a really remarkable ride. And seeing what he's able to do with this second moto is certainly going to put his hat in the ring for this championship, and if nothing else, he's certainly going to mix it up.
It's got to be cool, though, having your deal already signed, unlike some of the other guys that had to race their way into a deal. This guy's been signed, sealed, and delivered since he was in 3rd grade probably with AMSOIL Factory Connection. So that pressure's gone, but you still want to win, right?
Yeah, that's one of those situations where if this is your last race, this is more so about staying safe to go into next weekend at Unadilla. Everybody wants to win, but this one's the kind of go out with a bang, but play it safe too.
That's smart. That's the way you did it, Jason, right? Back in the day?
No
idea. No clue. Cannot hear
what?
Nothing. Just sit
I
over
can't
there.
hear a word you're saying.
Eat
dude.
your cheeseburger.
Jeez.
Why are you even in here then?
Listen, I'm here to point out and scream when we have passes to the lead, okay?
Point out and
You know the
scream.
best part was, remember 2 years ago we had Tyler Bowers in here and Wes Kane was just talking about himself so much that Tyler Bowers had to be the one that eventually was calling the
I
race.
do remember that.
While Wes talked about himself.
For a half hour,
Yeah.
Wes talked about himself, one of the
And
greatest
Tyler
races.
Bowers luckily was able to bring it back.
He reeled us back in and put us back on track.
Tyler Bowers eventually said, well, I don't know about all that, but let's get back to the battle for the lead.
And that hurt Wes's feelings a little. Hey, what's the problem with this guy?
Hey, Chase Sexton at 2:01.485. That's the fastest lap. If you look at that, it's only about 0.2 of a second faster than what Bradley Taft's fastest lap was there on that second lap. McAdoo in the 2:02 range. But the thing about it is, Taft on the lap that he was passed on dropped to a 2:05.608. So somewhere out there he slowed down a little bit and opened up the window of opportunity for Sexton.
There's a look at the number 81 machine of McAdoo. He's been slowly creeping up as one of the better guys to beat in this class. Out of New York. No, that's Justin Cooper there. We're looking at the 81 machine.
Hey, he's catching Taft. We're going to have a battle for second here the way it's going. It's got it down to, I think, under a second now. You see the 19.
There it is. Yeah, they're in the shot together now. And McAdoo, there's definitely new life. Yeah, he just dislocated his shoulder the way he rolled that thing.
He's actually riding with a fractured shoulder
That's
and
right,
some
a humerus or
ribs.
something like that?
I've spent a lot of time with him down at club, and that kid, he's tough as nails. He wipes out one day, and he's back the next day ready for more. And he's got the heart of a champion, and that's showing right there. I mean, he doesn't quit fighting until the checker flag sings.
Man, we're only halfway in, and this is where if you're a guy that's fit, like maybe McAdoo is, that's where he's going to shine this last 10 minutes, huh?
Yeah, if he can see anybody in front of him, he's going.
Well, as we wrap up lap number 5, Sexton still out front, a 6.3 second lead now over Bradley Taft, who has a second and a half over Cameron McAdoo. McAdoo and Taft turning nearly identical lap times on that one, only about 0.2 of a difference separating those two. Challen Tennant is back in the number 4 spot. Brandon Hartramp is 5th. Luke Perther now 6th. Ramiller Alvaz in the number 7 spot. Sean Cantrell is 8th place. 9th place, Chandler Lindsay. Joey Crown rounds out the top 10. And then some changes a little bit further back. John Ames is up to 11th now aboard the 17. Ashton Hayes, who's riding the number 16 in memory of Ty Keston, is running in the number 12 spot. We got Michael Mosman, the number 42 in 13th. Brandon Gorley, the 41 in 14th. Dustin Winter rounds out the top 15. Then it's Anderson Lacurcio. Looks like Loftsman and Hempen rounding out the top 20.
Man, I tell you, Michael Mosman, I expected a little bit more from him. Bummer that he's not been able to get a good start.
Well, a lot of folks in our chat room, I understand, we're being told, is wondering a few things about this race. And Shane, you might be able to probably answer this question as well as anyone. It's about toughness, mental toughness and physical toughness. When you come to an event like this, or even racing in general, which is more important, having the mental toughness or the physical toughness?
Definitely physical toughness gets you farther down the road, but I mean, when in a race like this, the first few laps is just an all-out sprint, and you're just worried about going as hard as you can. And then once the pace kind of settles in, that's where the mentality part of it really comes into play.
Right.
And in a position like this with with McAdoo and Taft, McAdoo is the aggressor in this situation, and so he's kind of coming up and going back a little bit on Taft, but Taft knows he's there, and ultimately McAdoo is in his head, and so McAdoo is just trying to stay on him to the point where either he makes a mistake or maybe he gets tired and falls off a little bit so that he can take that position.
I'd almost have to say, too, that they go hand in hand if you think about it. I mean, really, in order to be mentally tough, you got to be physically tough, and being physically tough does make you mentally tough, I would think.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm so confused at this point, Rodney.
When Shane follows along.
I do.
This battle here, this could have a play in the championship. If you're Chase Sexton, you're going to win this moto, trying to hold on, but fifth in Moto 1 is going to make it tough to win the title. So it would be great for him if McAdoo could make the move on Taft. Now, it looks like Taft got the word that McAdoo is closing. The last 2 laps, Taft has been able to pull back away, but he really needs someone to try to get in front of Taft because he's still going to have a lot of points to make up in the third moto. So McAdoo could be a spoiler here or maybe a championship contender himself. There's a lot on the line. Taft will be looking at a 1-2 if it ends like this, which will be a pretty sizable lead going into the third moto.
Yeah, and there's some other heavy hitters that, should they get a good start next time around, Sean Cantrell can win this thing. He's won these races before, so Cantrell could be a spoiler as well.
Yep. Yeah, and like you can kind of see watching the feed when I mean, I may be wrong in this situation, but a lot of times if people start kind of checking behind them or just even in their riding style too, you can see. But yeah, and like Rodney said, you can't be mentally fit if you're not physical fit, and that's one of those things where you can lie to yourself and be like, I'm in shape, and kind of get away with it to a certain extent. But at the level the racing is now here in the amateurs and then even in pros, it's like there's only a certain time limit you can get to in a moto when you just kind of break, and the mentality part kind of stops right there. But and that's where the physical part of it will take over again.
Exactly.
A 2:03 again for Chase Sexton. He's telling you just how fast he can do this late into a moto. And speaking of physical toughness, Cameron McAdoo has a broken humerus, I think is what the deal is. So he's fresh off a broke humerus. I don't know how broke it is. And a rib, a tib, a fib, a neck, a spine. Pretty much he's Evel Knievel after the Caesar's Palace jump, I believe is what we're saying. So he's battling some injuries. So you want to come into this race 100%. So if you got stuff like that going on, holy cow, you're a tough guy.
That's where the mental toughness comes in right there.
Exactly.
Right. Physical will only take you so far. You mentally have to block out those injuries, much like I did in my championship run back in '74 here.
Yeah, McAdoo's got that mentality of it. It'll feel better when it quits hurting. And so
good point.
Right now he's, I mean, the adrenaline is pumping through his body, and
was like 19.
And I'm sure he can feel it, but it's got that edge knocked off, and he'll probably be pretty sore later, but that's what racers do.
We are taking. Go ahead, Rodney.
I was just going to make some notes here. I was just noticing that a lap or so ago, we saw Lorenzo earlier in the race look like he was working his way up through the pack, and then he dropped back. I think it was like 19th place the last time I looked. Now Lecurcio is up to an 11th place position, as it looks like he's finally starting to make up some ground. He may have hit that wall. Whether or not he will make the top 10 or not, I don't know, but he is starting to come on stronger here later in the moto.
Good to note. Yeah, those guys, they train, they live for this stuff. So anyway, they can squeeze out a couple more positions going into the final portion of the moto. They're going to do it. Chase Sexton continues to pick up positions as we go, the lappers, that is. And we are now at 16.5 minutes into the race. So the white flag getting ready to come out in just a bit. There's a battle right there. Like, you don't know where you're even at on the racetrack. There's 3 or 4 guys. They're going to slug it out for 20th, 30th. It does not matter. There's Luke Perther, I believe. You can pick out that visor from a mile away, the number 94 KTM rider, battling it out with a couple of guys. That's the number 47 as well. And we will say hello to Brandon Hartramp out of Brick, New Jersey. The number 93 machine in there as well. And that was Michael Hartensveld out of Ringwood, New Jersey. How about that? Did I pull that off? Hartensveld. Coming across the stripe here. Laps The fastest lap of the race coming at lap 5 for Chase Sexton, a 2:01. So the track's starting to race itself back into shape. Rodney doing a little bit of math. How are we looking over there, buddy?
I'm just looking to see how consistent we are from the first moto to the second moto, and in reality, there's not a lot. So when we start looking at it like that, I mean, there are a couple that are up there, but, you know, Chase Sexton, the more I look through the top 10 right now, is looking stronger and stronger for the championship not to be as difficult as you would think it would be, taking a 5th place position finish in moto number 1. Of course, obviously, it's all going to hinge on what happens in that third moto, but right now you've got Shalyn Tennant. He's in 4th place. He finished 11th in moto number 1. Your third place rider, McAdoo took 6th in moto number 1. Your second place rider is the only rider really at the moment in that top 5 that I think that Sexton has to worry about, and that's Bradley Taft, as at least looking at it from this second moto perspective.
Yeah, and that's what Jason was alluding to. He needs some help. He needs to get some guys in between himself and Taft now to make that third and final moto a little bit less stressful for him. But, hey, you can only do what you can do. The 22 coming in, going to win the moto, it looks like. A couple more laps to go. White flag. It is out. The Amsoil last lap for number 22, Chase Sexton out of Illinois. One of his final laps he'll spin here at the ranch, coming in on closing in on an amateur career.
That's always exciting to be able to witness those riders' last amateur ride here at the ranch, and then be able to watch them move on and progress into the professional ranks within the next week or two. And it's always, it seems like we always seem to be surprised, but at the same time, it's always exciting to know that these guys, when they hit that first big professional race, a lot of them are really doing pretty well their first time out.
Absolutely. You see what Fortner's done, and Tristan Charbonneau had a 5th and a 6th. He's done pretty well. And I think Sexton's going to be good. I think Taft's going to be good. I think Cantrell's going to be good. They're all going to be on good equipment. And, I mean, if you're Sexton and those guys, you're watching what Fortner's doing, not saying you're going to go win motos, but you're like, hey, man, we just raced this guy in the spring. He didn't quite just destroy us. You know what I mean? I think we have got a good shot to jump in there and immediately play around in the top 10. What do you think, Shane?
Yeah, and I may be wrong on this, but I think Sexton was the only one to beat Fortner last year here. So, I mean, I know he probably wasn't too happy with a 5th in Moto 1, but right now he's taking advantage of everything he can and just doing the best he can. And right now there's not much more, but yeah, I mean, I don't know about these guys, but when I'm not at the races, I'm hooked. I'm probably one of the biggest fans out there, and I always, like, even if I'm sitting at home on the couch, I'm watching YouTube videos, and I just observe a lot, and I think that's big in this sport. You can learn a lot from being at the races, but you can also learn a lot from watching other guys ride.
As we close in on the last lap, number 22 out of Illinois, the Amsoil Factory Connection ride of Chase Sexton's going to win it, folks. Made the pass in about the 2nd lap, and he will make his way down to the podium. It's going to be Sexton with the win. Bradley Taft with a very good ride in the number 2 spot. Cameron McAdoo will finish up 3rd. Shalyn Tennant out of Willis, Texas will be 4th. Brandon Hartramp 5th. Luke Perther with a good ride all the way to 6th. Sean Cantrell 7th. Man, Michael Mosman, 3 laps ago, he was in 13th, and Michael's going to climb inside the top 10 with an 8th place ride. Chandler Lindsay, good job, buddy. He's going to finish up 9th, and Lorenzo Lacrucio fights his way up to a top 10. Lacrucio can jump on that podium. Sean Cantrell can jump on that podium. So this last moto is going to be fun.
That's what I say. I think there's going to be a lot of excitement in Moto number 3, and we could see the face of this whole thing change a lot. And I do got to say, I mean, we've had some pretty deep talent fields as far as the A classes and pro sport classes are concerned around here at Loretta's in years past. But I have to think that this might be one of the deepest fields of talent that we've seen at Loretta's in quite some time. Hey, getting ready to head down for our Race Tech post-race interview, and of course, it's all brought to you by Race Tech Engines, and they're now offering a full line of performance and rebuild services, including valve jobs, porting, honing, decking, and more. Visit them here at the ranch or online at racetech.com.
And before we send it down, Shane McElrath,
hey.
Thanks, buddy. Good to see you, Shane.
Thanks, you guys.
McElrath.
Yes. Always
Good to have
a pleasure.
you in the tower, man. You hang out as long as you want to enjoy this AC. And we will send it down to Jason Wygant at the Race Tech podium. Jason has your winner.
All right, gold medal performance. Still got a shot at the title if things go his way in Moto 3. Let's hear it for the 2-2, Chase Sexton. Take us through that one. You had to had to catch Taft, had to pass him. How'd it go for you?
It was good. I got a pretty good start. I was about third or so. I got my way to second and just caught Bradley and got by him and rode just smooth laps from there on. I felt really good in that moto and felt in control. So, yeah, just come back in Moto 3 and get this done again.
First moto, was it just a bad start? You were riding well coming through traffic.
First moto, I was in third, and I had a big get off in the sweeper. I was about 13th or so, about that for that, and climbed my way all the way back up to 5th and salvaged what I could, and this is what we got.
Who do you want to thank, Chase?
The whole Amsoil Factory Connection Honda team, my mom and dad, my trainer John Wesley, and Christian Craig, everyone for coming out and supporting us. It's an awesome event, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
All right, here it is. Still in contention in 258. Let's hear it for Chase Sexton. Let's get Bradley Taft on up, Horton Racing Yamaha, who is second in the moto and looking at a 1-2 set of moto scores going into Moto 3. To Chase Sexton, good job with the moto win, but we'll also talk to Bradley Taft here. He's getting ready. It's changed quite a bit down here. It's officially hot at the end of these motos. Haven't actually had much of that this week.
He hates your fucking guts for eating all the sandwiches.
Let's see if we can squeeze you through to the front here. This guy's doing what he has to do to try to win the championship. Second place. Let's hear it for Bradley Taft. Just take me through the strategy. Are you, woo? Hey, they say if you just bang on it there, then you don't have any big crashes in it. So you're just hooking them up. That's very courteous. Nice. Very nice guy. All right, take me through the strategy there. Are you battling for the moto wins, or are you thinking points? How does that work in a situation like this?
I mean, essentially, I'm going for moto wins. I mean, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to win motos. So I just made a couple mistakes, and Chase was going really fast. I mean, I got to give it to him. So was able to just get second. I mean, obviously, I still want to win a championship, so just rode smart after Chase passed me and just stayed smooth and came out with second.
Who do you want to thank, Bradley?
Horton Racing Yamaha, Rock River, Thor, Monster, Bell, Scott, Garnet, Tamer, Ride Clothing, Yamalube, GYTR, Donnie Luce at Yamaha, my trainer Gareth Swanepoel, everybody at South of the Border, my mom, my dad, my brother Daniel, my mechanic Jordan, and Lexi, Ed, just everyone. Thank you so much.
Bradley Taft, second place on the Horton Yamaha. Nicely done. Get Cameron McAdoo on up. Also, Challen Tennant, who is our whole shot winner. This dude is one tough hombre, our third place finisher, and he even gave Taft a run for second, despite coming in with some injuries. Well done for our bronze medalist, Cameron McAdoo. Come out front here if you can. Let's hear it for Cameron McAdoo. Dude, it's got to be hurting, but you're not giving up.
Yeah, pain's just temporary, but yeah, it hurts pretty bad, but we're out here. We're going to finish all the motos.
Nice. Who do you want to thank, man?
Oh, I want a big thank you to the Smart Top MCR team. Tony Alessi, Mike Genova, Cooler, all the guys over at Club and Max, Mike, wherever you are, Brandon, Deborah, Sarah, especially my mom and dad. Like, they've sacrificed everything for me to do this, so them, and I'd like to thank 100%, Kuzo, Race Tech Suspension, Alpine Stars, Fly, 60 helmets, God for keeping me here every day and safe, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, Cameron McAdoo, third place. Good job. Thank you. And we'll get Challen Tennant up. He's got the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, and this will wrap up our podium for 258. Let's hear it for our Whole Shot Award winner, Challen Tennant. Coming up front here. Really? All right. Thanks, Nate Dogg. You want to thank some people, Challen? That was a good moto. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, you know, I'd like to thank Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out there. Track's gnarly, and I'm dealing with some pretty gnarly sickness right now, riding out here and coming off my back injury, too. So I'm just very blessed to be here. Shout out to my whole family for getting me here, my mechanic Jared, my awesome dude Matt Lemoyne over there for dialing me in all the way up to this point, and Thor, Parts Unlimited, KT Barnes Brigade, FMF, Tamer, Whole Shot Devices, Dunlop, W, Shoei Helmets, CD Boots, Asterisk, Scott Goggles, and everybody else. Thank you guys so much.
Showing some heart, these boys. Challen Tennant, 4th place, and the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. These kids are digging down deep. Going to be really exciting when we get into Moto 3 of 250A.
Yes, sir. Shane McElrath, thanks again for stopping by. We want to go ahead and take that helmet down to 6D and let them look at it because they just threw it to the ground 3 different times during that podium interview. With Chase Sexton, you want to check that helmet off. Make sure it's still safe to wear. Hey, we'll be right back. We're going to pay some bills. We'll be right back with more from the RacerX broadcast of Loretta Lynns here at the ranch.
High RPM aggressive riding takes a toll on your engine. Extreme heat adds to the challenge. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil synthetic base oils resist viscosity loss. The oil provides a protective film against wear to gears, bearings, and pistons. An extreme simulated start test and on-track testing with professional riders reveals AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil delivers bulletproof wear protection. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil. Out front performance.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best? The best.
You have to have the best equipment under the hood.
That's why I
only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
The Andersons discovered life is easier with an Outlaw RV. The Outlaw is a complete home on wheels with a multifunctional garage. Getting on the road has never been quicker. The Outlaw is made to fit the lifestyle of today's active families. So stop roughing it and start enjoying your weekends. Find the Thor Motor Coach Outlaw that fits your needs at GarageRVs.com today.
And welcome back to the Dude Ranch. It's the 35th running of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com AMA Amateur National Championship Final. Loretta Lynns presented by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. And again, welcome to a Thursday here at Loretta's as we are motoring through our racing. And those of you folks tuned in to RacerTV.com, got some good news for you. You guys are going to get to watch all the great racing that we have throughout the course of the rest of the day. We're going to stay live till the final checkers fly here today at Loretta's. And I know coming up at 6 o'clock, don't forget, we will have those 50cc races coming up. And doesn't matter where we are in the program, we'll stop, and all 51cc programs will run at that particular point. So folks, be planning accordingly for that in that 51cc class. Right now, speaking of 50s, these are the Master 50 plus. These are 50 years of age, older, and of course, coming into this one, we saw that John Gruey, who was very well, I could say dominant in the plus 45 class, also dominant in this Masters 50 plus class. He actually turned 50 on Friday. Talking with him there last night, rules for the Amateur National Championship is that as long as you're as of age by the drop of the first gate in the first moto, then you are eligible to qualify for that. So basically, John Gruey qualified as a 49-year-old, but comes here in the Masters 50 plus class at 50, and it's already made some waves out here as he took that Moto 1 win. Second place went to Barry McCarty, whom we talked about being a former top ATV motocross star back in the day. And then third place, Pedro Gonzalez out of North Carolina on the 92 machine. Fourth place in Moto number 1 of this Masters 50 plus class went to your defending Masters champion, Tallahassee, Florida's own Earl May on the Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki. And then your fifth place position there in that first moto to Fred Nett on the Jeremy Wilkie's MX Tech Joliet Transmissions machine. Sixth place we take a look at next is that of Ralph Bentley out of Pittsburgh, PA on the Bentley Cycle Machine. The seventh place position in Moto 1 to Barton Newman out of Battle Creek, Michigan on the VCV Racing MCR suspension-backed Honda. He's riding the 13 machine. Eighth place to the 69 of Kirk Lewis. He's out of Henderson, Nevada on the Acerbis Matrix Magura slick-backed Honda machine. And then we look to the ninth place position of the Tim Philippi out of Sterling, Illinois on the Olson Farms Geisen Motors back machine. Your 10th place position in Moto 1 going to Jody Nevling, the number 93 out of Port Matilda, Pennsylvania on a Cernix Heaton Transport back machine. And the Masters 50 plus class, looking for some of those fast facts that we talk about these guys with. I know race number 15 is what we're looking at here, but yeah, the biggest fast fact that I got, though, I think honestly is that of John Gruey, and we've got some more fast facts our producer is telling us about some things here at Loretta's. Wow, so here's something very interesting. In 1960, Loretta Lynn received her very first guitar from her husband, Mooney Lynn, and of course began her singing career, and I believe wasn't until, 28 years old, I think they're saying. And then in 1962, at 30 years of age, she became a member and one of the longest-standing members of the Grand Ole Opry today, and as well became one day went on to become the queen of country music, the hierarchy. And a top female vocalist of the year for many different years throughout the time. So obviously this particular ranch and these soils here at Loretta Lynn's, you know, coming into this one, you've got the criteria set, so to speak, for greatness. And that criteria being set up like that really kind of sets the bar and the stage for the Amateur National Championship. For those of you kids that don't quite understand exactly how famous and how big of a deal that Loretta Lynn was, think about this. You know, Taylor Swift these days and how big of a mega and superstar you know that she is. Well, Taylor Swift is the Loretta Lynn of this day and time, is basically what it boils down to. Loretta kind of paved the way for such things like Taylor Swift to have the notoriety and the fame that she has. So thank you, Loretta, for not only making such wonderful country music and, of course, giving us some special memories in that, but also offering this opportunity for us to come and play in your ranch each and every year here in western Tennessee. Again, John Gruey going to be the one to watch, and as we watch these Master 50 guys out there, they got a little fresher track than what we saw with those 250A riders. Still a lot of chop out there, but we also seen the dozers and the skid steers moving some things around, trying to smooth it out to get this racetrack back into a little more raceable condition for these older riders and also the younger riders coming up. We got coming up race 16, the 85 9 to 12-year-olds. Coming up after that will be race 17, the 250B Limited. And I believe after that, race 18, the Vet 30 Plus. But again, got to keep reminding and reiterating, 6 o'clock tonight, 51cc class riders will be taking to the racetrack. And that's pretty much what we're looking at right now. How far we're going to go today into the program, not sure on the race number. Obviously, it's kind of hard to dictate that right now with the track conditions and different things. But basically, we know that we'll probably be racing to about the same time that we raced last night, which was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 7:30. And again, good news for those of you riding along on RacerTV.com. Well, you get to take the full trip today, and we're glad to have you folks on board with us. So in reality, you get the entire Thursday day of racing on RacerTV.com. We didn't get started until late because of the inclement weather. So the first moto we picked up on around 10:30 this morning was actually the first race of the day. And if you were tuned in then and you looked at that racetrack and the surrounding area and what everything was looking like, and you tune in now and you look at it, it looks like two totally different days, to be honest with you. The sun's out. Got folks down playing in the Thor Beach in the pond and having a great time there in the pond and getting set up for the Masters 50 Plus class. Come back on that again. We got something coming up here, you say? Yeah, Earl May. Earl May was your defending champion of this Masters 50 Plus class, and I believe he may be one. And other than Gene Nyman. Out of Cortland, New York, on the number 9. I believe he may have been a top finisher last year, a 9th place overall finisher. He finished 20th place in Moto 1, so looks like he'll have a little bit of ground to make up out here. I see. And yeah, I was talking about something totally different there. So anyway, yes, James Gruey did win Moto 1, but we're talking about the 9th place finisher from last year, Gene Nyman, is what we were talking about there, Griff. So Cortland, New York is where he is from. And again, Earl May took 4th in Moto number 1 as Gruey took the Moto 1 win. Can May redeem himself out here in this one? You say, well, you've got the youngster in this class of John Gruey at just 50 years old. We got to also take into account that even Earl May's not too much of an older guy in this class, as he is still one of the younger 50-plus riders at 52 years old. So don't know that necessarily age having a lot to do with it. What I will say had a lot to do with it is conditions of the racetrack in Moto 1, as it was, again, a very challenging racetrack, and we're seeing that challenging racetrack again. But will it be as challenging this time? There's a lot more moisture in it. The track has been prepped up a little bit more, so I'm assuming or thinking anyway the first couple of laps will be a little different and a little better for these guys, so it might afford us a little bit different look to the front of the pack of the Masters 50 Plus class, at least through the first few laps of racing. We'll find out. As I always like to say, time will tell the story, and we'll be waiting here for that story to be told. Right now, the riders are being checked down the starting line. One final time before the drop of this gate. We'll see the starting sequence underway here in just a moment. The card goes sideways, and then the gate drops, and the intensity reaches an all-time peak and level once again. By the way, John Gruey, the number 70, brought to you by Team Babbitt's Kawasaki, also Emsoil, Fox, Decal Works, FMF, and Factory Connection with those Dunlop tires, Renthal bars, and Bell helmets. He also keeps his machine clean with twin air filters. Second place rider Barry McCarty, brought to you by Pro Taper, as well as Bex Tech, FMF, Spaceport Cycles, HBD, and No Toil. And your third place finish coming out of Pedro Gonzalez was a Solo Motos Triangle Cycles JT FMF LS2 helmets-backed rider. As the gate goes down on this one, we got ourselves a KTM rider, and that might be Barry McCarty taking over the early lead, or at least the Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award. We got a Kawasaki, though, literally jumping into the lead through the Bell Moto Forest over there. And as we check in with our new leader out here. This is the number 70 of John Gruey. Gruey quickly making his way to the front of the pack as the number 1 of Earl May, now settling into the number 2 spot quickly off the bat now. And the early leader in this class was Barry McCarty, the KTM rider out of Port Orange, Florida. He grabs the Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award, but finds himself a little further back in the pack. We'll see how far back right now is already John Gruey. Look at the lead that this rider has amassed over second place opening it up over third and so forth. But we do back finally in the 4th place position, start to see a battle developing as we roll through Storyland back there, and it's going to intensify only that much more. I know that's not Earl May. That might have been the 52, having a tough time seeing those numbers out there, but if that is 52 of Kevin Byer, he finished 30th in Moto 1, but once we get a little clearer vision here of these riders, I'll be able to give you a few better numbers on that. But that, looking a little further back, is really starting to tighten up in this Masters 50-plus class.
Barry McCarty into the lead. Barry McCarty on the Yamaha Banshee here at the Veronica Beach race, clearing the dunes. Barry McCarty, former ATV rider. Barry McCarty has been good with the starts this week. There's no doubt about that.
Well, checking out, looks like we see that 76 of Ralph Bentley out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, working his way up through the pack right now in a Bentley Cycle Pro Action WPS machine, finishing 6th in Moto 1. Right behind him, that is the 92 machine of Pedro Gonzalez, your 3rd place finisher in Moto number 1. So we're seeing a little bit of flip-flops and changes up front here, but some good battles nonetheless really shaping up.
I saw some flip-flops everywhere. I saw a little bit cruising through the pit area down by the creek.
They're out there now.
They're flip-flops.
I got me a new pair of flip-flops. I paid $30 for them before we came down here.
That's terrible.
Rodney.
I would
money,
never.
Bro.
Those were some styling flip-flops.
Yeah, you'd have to put a gun to my head. Buy those flip-flops. Spend $30 on flip-flops.
Well, they were $70 to begin with. I thought, well, that's a pretty good deal. You know, actually the best pair of flip-flops I ever bought.
I can't resist.
Are we really talking about flip-flops?
Well, you brought it up. I'm talking about John Gruey, Earl May, Ralph Bentley, Gonzalez,
and
Barry McCarty. And then all of a sudden you guys start talking about buying flip-flops. So you brought me off track there for just a moment.
You said there were a lot of flip-flops out there.
There are a lot of flip-flops out there.
Are you calling the 50 class a bunch of flip-flops?
That might have been the case.
These guys stick to their guns. Whatever their personal views are,
hey,
they don't flip-flop.
No, not at all. You go find Earl May and tell that 6'5" ginormous man, you're a flip-flop.
Oh,
I'll tell him that his class see a lot of flip-flops in the positions out there in this second moto as opposed to moto number 1. How's that?
Well played.
I voted
now you're
for
flip-flopping. That's a good point. Rodney just flip-flopped
on it.
No, time out. I followed your lead, and I stayed the course that I started out on to begin with. I was just playing with you guys. I came out in the yard to play with you guys for a minute.
Never done this before.
I voted for it before I voted against it.
But now I vote for it again. Now I vote for it again.
Vote for me if you're going to vote for it.
I still stick to my guns. I came out in the yard to play with you guys for a minute. Now I'm back out here in the 50-plus class, and I got John Gruey still out front, and I still got Earl May, Ralph Bentley, Gonzalez, and McCarty back there jockeying for position as we roll through lap number 2. We see that Terry Bidlack is back in the number 6 spot. Fred Nett is 7th. Johnny Nevling in the number 8 spot. John Huffman in the number 9 position. And my good buddy, Grandpa Rick Custard, rounding out the top 10. Actually, I used to say it like this back in the day. Grandpa Rick Custard.
Is that cousin it?
Wow.
How about Earl May
fresh hair on that flagger?
Yeah, that is some of the best hair I've seen in a flagger in a long time. Is that Slash?
I think so. Got everything. He's got a Thor top hat. He's got his Thor top hat on. Slash down there.
Slash the finish line flagger here.
John Gruey, who I think is getting faster.
As he gets older, he absolutely has gotten faster. Earl May, I think you and I chatted with Earl about that. He has absolutely gotten a little quicker. And it's John Gruey out to a 16-second lead. Earl May is second, and Earl kind of on the comeback as well. He had a big injury earlier in the year, so we're just happy to see Earl back up on his 2 feet. So Earl is second. Pedro Gonzalez Sr. is third. Barry McCarty is fourth. Ralph Bentley is 5th. Terry Bidlack is 7th. Jack Lambert is 8th. Jody Newing is 9th. And John Huffman rounds out your top 10 as we are now 2 laps into this one. A 2:13 lap time. 2:13 for John Gruey. This guy's 50. Love it. John Gruey is 50 years old, and he flat rips. John Gruey could probably go to most local tracks and race a pro class and probably beat your local pro.
Dude, he's getting faster.
He's a bad dude.
He's getting faster each year.
And he is fit. That dude has about 1% body fat on him. Looks like a jockey. He's about 5'4".
He's negative body fat. He stands next to you. He actually takes some of your body fat away.
Yes, absolutely.
Man, it's getting
a little
out of hand with a little buffet that we have set up here in the announcer's tower. We got our buffet set up.
This is great.
Is that the sky? You just sky? Oh man,
this is
brilliant.
a first time ever.
We have our sound man has.
Stepping up in all
I don't really
facets.
care how the audio works, but everything else he's doing has been first class.
Jam up, jam up.
He's
Good to
really
have
got
you.
this program figured out. Big thanks to Ehab, making us sound good, feel good, and look good.
Look good, feel good.
Yep.
Hey, you know the plus 50 class a few years back, remember that was one of the split classes. We ran like a 50 and then a 45 together because there just
Something like
wasn't enough interest
Yeah.
in the 50 class. But that is no more. We got a full gate of 50-year-old riders. So what does that make? About 800 years of riding collectively.
Total
between them?
experience?
Yeah.
Yes.
40 riders times 50 years old, 800 years of racing.
Now here's what we need to do. We need to have a side-by-side shootout comparison. I think I'm going to do this between the names in the 50-plus age group and one of the 50cc classes. Here we got your Johns, your Freds, your
None of
Ralphs, your
that.
Barrys,
Oh,
your
no.
Girls.
None of that.
You're not
It's
running
steel,
any of that.
It's Ryder, it's Jet.
That's right.
It's Kimbo, it's Slicer, it's
Kimbo
Blazer,
Slice,
and
that's the first
Taser,
name.
Taser.
This is my
Razor, Taser,
this
and
is
Blazer.
Walker and his Texas Ranger.
That's all you need to know about.
It's my son Walker. My son Texas Ranger.
Texas Ranger. Did you throw my medals in the creek? Yeah, I like it when he does that. I found your Medal of Honors and threw them in the river. What? All right, John Gruey now extending that lead to 22 seconds. Man, how's that beverage going down there, partner?
It's good, man. Just cracked open a crisp Red Bull.
Yep. We needed one, man. That'll get us all fired up again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks to EHAB for making that happen.
So these are 15-minute motos. Keep that in mind as
I
John
think
Gruey
you're right.
puts the hurt on everybody. The number 70, Michigan Mafia member. I believe Gruey was here the first race back in '82. I don't think he's raced it every single year, but pretty sure he was actually here.
Probably about 15. Apparently he was 15. If
Yeah,
he's
it would have been
50 now,
15. Yeah, I'll have to ask if he was a mini-cycle pilot or up to a 125 or something.
50. Go find your local 50-year-old back home, and then watch this cat race around this dirt bike track. That is silly. He's getting quicker. The lap times are dropping. He had a 2:13 on lap number 2. Compare that to the next class.
It's funny how that works, how far apart you can go. Some 50-year-olds would be pretty much done with everything. This guy's competing in a very high level athletically. And I think getting fitter and getting faster at age 50 than he was even a few years ago. I feel like for years Gruey would be in these age groups and he'd be in the hunt, but he'd be like third or fourth.
Just the good
maybe
guy.
get a moto win.
Dubach or whoever.
Yeah, or all those guys.
Or Earl
Kevin
May.
Walker and Dubach or Earl May or Matt Tedder and all those guys. But the last couple of years, this dude has figured it out. And now that he's 50 in the 50-plus class, look out.
Probably just now getting his first free bikes. You know what I mean? Fine.
Yeah,
Hey, John,
yeah.
we want you on the program. Team Green really loves what you're about. I am 50 years old, and this is the first bike I've gotten for free.
Barry McCarthy is putting a battle on now. He has caught Earl May. That's a battle for second. They're coming our way in front of the announcer's tower. It's a good race between the 1 and the 17. As Gruey tries to get away, well, as a try, succeeds in getting away. But the second place battle is good. They're up over the Tunnel of Love, and McCarty has made the pass. So Barry McCarty into second.
Man, this place is finally coming back to life. Those first few motos are depressing. Look, it felt like I was in London at the Loretta London qualifiers.
Loretta London.
Now it's back to America. We got that hot, humid heat that we're all known for here. It is stifling, steamy, sticky hot out there. Just like must be what it's like to be Wes Kane's underarms. Just down there in Palm Springs on the
Sometimes it's
Vanilla
wet.
Ice Project, just wet and steamy. Sometimes it's cold like his heart, and then when it heats up, it's gross.
Man.
Ugh.
It's a constant cycle. It's hot, then it gets wet, and then hot, and
He's
it's
very
wet. That's his
moody.
underarms. That's the track.
It's bipolar underarms.
One time, sometimes the two sides don't match.
Oh, yeah, you got a
Wanna
hot
be
one over here,
cold,
then a sweaty,
wanna be
gross
sweaty.
one over there.
Whatever it takes for that gorilla hair.
He's got the blackest head of hair, man. I think it's getting thicker and prettier as he gets older.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You could just
Like
you
Grecian.
cannot run your fingers through it. They
No,
won't come
it'll
out.
stop.
It jaws of life.
Yeah, they actually used him when they had the Exxon Valdez. When that thing topped over and we lost some oil, they actually we flipped Wes underneath, upside down, and he kind of soaked up that oil
Sopped
slick
that up.
with his head of hair,
Yeah.
gorilla hair.
We recommend anybody if you're changing the oil in your bikes. We do not want to, pollute the ground. Let Wes Kane lay underneath that thing under the drain plug.
We'll run that
soak
through
that up.
Ray Butts' beard and onto Wes Kane's head.
Filter.
And it's brand new, ready-to-use race oil. Hair-filtered race
Hair
oil.
filter. You don't want to clean a filter? You just get Wes, ride the moto with you, stick his head down there where the filter goes. Just
The air
stick Wes Kane's hair.
Hey,
Hey,
slow
I
down.
on the bike. Oh, it's hot down here.
How much longer we got in this moto? I'm really tired. So Wes is in the airbox. His head is in
He's
the airbox.
in the airbox.
Providing
Filter in.
the filtration for the air pulling through the airbox. That's so stupid. All right, let's get back
I
on.
want to have a twin air filter, and we're going to hold it up next to Ray Butts' beard and just see how similar.
Very similar.
Yeah, it just seems very similar.
Put a little beard oil on there, and Ray Butts is ready to go.
Seal that up. Seal up the edges of that beard.
Put the grease around the edge of the beard. Don't laugh, Barry. Ray. Sorry.
Barry.
Oh, man, that makes me laugh. All right, John Gruey crushing it, 34 seconds out front, still turning those lap times in the teens. A 2:16. Now, the wheels have come off. A 2:13 earlier in the race.
Oh,
now.
he's really backed it down.
2:16. He's just chilling out now. Barry McCarty in the number 2 spot. Earl May is your third place. McCarty pulls off the racetrack as he found his way back onto the track. He thought it was a checker flag. Wishful thinking, young man.
Yeah. Oh, I'm tired.
These guys are grandfathers. That dude's doubling and tripling.
It's true.
He's a grandfather. And the track where they smoothed it up looks already gnarly and rough again.
Yeah, it's not
No
smooth
change
at all
there.
anymore. That's bizarre. I want a time lapse on that.
Man, that would look cool just to watch a rut develop.
Yeah.
Just a smooth, glassed over, buttered up rut.
Come on,
Or-
Wes Williams.
Make it happen, guys.
Get on that.
We're coming up with these great ideas, all you videographers. Speaking of videographers, we've got Harold Martin from Moto Playground. I wanted to get him up here. Harold's got the Sidewinder opening up. That's pretty cool. Harold has the official Sidewinder. They've got the motorcycles, and the Sidewinder is it's, for lack of a better term, it's a turn track. You go about 75 feet, hang a hard 180, 75 feet back way, hard 180, and you just go back and forth. It's called the Sidewinder. It's probably 15 turns. It is a work of art when you see a guy laying in his ruts, and they bring the bikes. They have their own bike, so it's a spec bike, and they're going to time you. And so you had they had it down at Minio's. It was fascinating to watch. And they've
That's
got
a
it
great
set
idea.
up. They got it set
Really?
up. It's set up in the Pat from Baja Bras out there. Got it all set up. I think we're going to do that tonight around 7 o'clock. So I want to see how that all shakes down. The Moto Playground Sidewinder coming up later on this evening in one of those fields out in the back 40. And there's a look at the big number 1. He is last year's champ. Look how clean Earl May is. How has he avoided all that roost? He likes that gear so much. He just does not want to get close to anybody and get it all roosted up. So Earl May back there in the number 3 spot. Only a couple of seconds back. That is second place right in front of Earl May. And Earl May is basically racing himself back into shape. The win goes to John Gruey. He's down there on the podium. Jason Wygant making his way down there. Make sure you stop Jason, high-five him, slow him down so he's about a half hour late for that podium. He loves when that happens. It's going to be Gruey with the win. Barry McCarty is second. Earl May is third. Pedro Gonzalez Sr. is fourth. And Fred Nettie rounds out the top 5. Man, the plus 50 guys got it good. They got a slap of sunshine right on their face. I think they'll take it, though. I would rather ride in this kind of hot, sticky heat than I would those nasty, muddy conditions we saw this morning. So as Jason Wygant gets down there, that'll give John Gruey a chance to kind of clean himself up, which he shouldn't be too dirty. Started off with a bang. The only reason he would be dirty is working his way through lap traffic. That was our Masters plus 50 class, and we'll see who's coming up next here. Race number 16, the 85, 9 to 12. Is that who we're looking at? That's right, 85, 9 to 12 is coming up. We'll toss it down to Jason Wygant with the two-handed grab as he falls just short of the goal line. Jason, take it away down at the Race Tech podium.
All right, we're going to go up, catch John Gruey. He's so fast, he's already up on the podium well before I am. These two guys are proud of the ages of these riders, so they wanted to come down and greet them. This dude's getting faster every year somehow at age 50. He's a moto winner again, John Gruey. Thank you, John. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Were you here the first year of Loretta's 82?
Yes, I was.
35 years ago.
Man, seems like yesterday.
What were you racing back then?
80 expert.
Okay, so you started on a mini cycle, and here you are winning the 50-plus class. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. 22nd time here, I think. And, it just keeps getting better. I say it every year. I love racing here. I don't know, it's just the hype and everything, and the track is so technical without having big jumps. And, man, it makes for great racing.
Who do you want to thank, John?
Yeah, for sure. Team Babbitt's, AMSOIL, Kawasaki, the guys at Fox, everybody at FMF, Twin Air, Bell Helmets, Renthal, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, and Guts seat covers, Bell Helmet, or the Flying Colors that painted my helmet, and Factory Connection for making this bike work so damn good out there.
All right, let's hear it for the number 70, John Gruey, taking the win. That's awesome. It's at the first edition of this event back in 82. Let's get Barry McCarty up. This guy's got some stories to tell. Thank you, John. Well, the results have been darn good. It hasn't necessarily been smooth the whole time. Keeping it interesting. Let's hear it for Barry McCarty. What happened there at the checkered flag, white flag, whatever the situation was?
I thought I saw a checkered flag because I wanted it to be over.
Yeah. You were thinking it was like a mirage in the desert.
It was a mirage. It was a long 5 laps.
Moto okay otherwise?
Yeah, I got off with a good start and made a few mistakes and got passed right away. But, hey, I was long as I could chase John a little bit and take second, I was happy.
All right. We got the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award for him, too. And hold that up. Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award for Barry McCarty. All right. Who you want to thank?
I would like to thank Spaceport Cycles, Bex Tech, Race Tech, FMF, HBD Motographics, Rhino Power, Dunlop Tires, Bell Helmets, Pro Taper, No Toil, Ankle Savers, Scott Goggles, and my family and friends for all the support.
Awesome. Hey, we're going to get you on a... Yeah, they're pumped. Go ahead.
And I'd also like to thank Rad MX. Awesome videos.
Road and dirt. All right, let's hear it one more time. Barry McCarty. We're going to get you a quad and get you out here next week. All right? Get you out for dirt days. Third place finish carrying the number 1 plate. Let's hear it for Earl May. Good to see you up here, Earl. Program wasn't quite the normal situation this year, taking on some lumps, some injuries.
Yeah, I had broke a bunch of ribs right after Christmas, and 5 months ago I was still walking with a walker, so I'm pumped just to make it to the race and to get on the podium. Is really honestly beyond my expectations. So I'm happy. I wish I was a little stronger, man. The track is like you guys made it like Florida, all the rolling sand whoops, but I sucked through them. I'm like so timid, I don't want to swap the bike, but track's awesome. All the interviews I've heard today, I haven't heard a single rider say there's nowhere to pass. So that's usually the gripe at every local track. Can't pass, but man, here there's, even after they just worked on it, there's 5 lines in every corner. So the guys are doing a great job.
Appreciate that. Who you want to thank, Earl?
My wife's awesome, for helping me at all the races and nursing me back to health and everything. She's fantastic. Ryan Holiday, everybody at Kawasaki Team Green, Pro Circuit, Oakley, Dunlop, Renthal, Twin Air. Greg at Rad and Dirt helping me out, Motion Pro. I think Ronnie Lusk. I've been going up there and doing like 10 million corners once a week, trying to get a little better on the bike, but it's fun.
Congratulations, third place. Earl May. Always fun to talk to these guys, the 50-plus and also the 45-plus class. Love it. These guys are salt of the earth, blue-collar, hard-working guys. Send it back to the tower. I'm done.
Thank you. All right, we'll take it back from here, Jason. 85-9 to 12 riders. The parade lap is done. Hey, man, it's kind of cool to see these guys do a parade lap, not be completely covered in mud. So track is coming back around, and nobody happier than Jet Reynolds to see a nice dry racetrack, see what he can do with it. Jet Reynolds won this race last time out. He's out of Bakersfield, California. Second place was Shane Gola out of Washougal, Washington on the Husqvarna. He's number 84. Third place finisher last time we went out with the 85-9 to 12. It was Crockett Myers His dad ought to be in some coveralls that are cut off, just some cut off coveralls, no shirt on. Crockett finished up third on that Suzuki ride. Your fourth place finisher was Chance Hymas out of Idaho, number 62 on the KTM. Fifth place finisher was Nicholas Romano out of Bayside, New York on the number 41 Kawasaki. Looking at our sixth place finisher, Lane Allison out of Texas, number 52. Seventh place finisher was Talon Hawkins out of Temecula, California. He's on the number 70 Kawasaki. Eighth place finisher last time we went out was Jaden Clough out of Elko, Minnesota on the Kawasaki number 45. And your ninth place finisher would have been Brock Lassiter out of Missouri, number 69 on the Husqvarna. Rounding out your top 10, it was Caden Braswell out of Shalimar, Florida on the Yamaha. The 2 card is up, it's sideways, and just in time to go racing. The Bell Helmets hole shot's now up for grabs, and the Suzuki ride looked like Crockett Myers going for it. Whoa, he shanked the hole shot. Holy cow. Crockett Myers, welcome to the show, buddy. What a hole shot on that Suzuki ride. That Moto X compound rider fired off that gate. I bet Matt Walker was down in here getting him so hyped up. We'll see if he can hang on to it as Crockett Myers with a sick hole shot. The number 62 coming right at him, though. And that is Chance Hymas. Chance got fourth in that first moto, so some of the players right back at it. But I'll tell you what, Crockett Myers was getting busy out of Culloden, Georgia. How do you say that? Culloden?
What? That's
I'm
your
from
state,
Georgia.
bro.
I don't
You
know
should
that.
know this.
I can't say that word. Culloden?
And you have
Culloden?
you have to say it with an accent, right?
Culloden.
Culloden.
That there's right there near
Georgia.
just below Jonesboro.
Crockett Myers.
Nate Thrasher up there. That's
Nathaniel
all. How
Thrasher.
Ewan's doing? His dad last night. Ewan's doing all right.
Yins.
Yes, sir.
Are you doing?
Yes, sir. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a ride with number 72, the Suzuki ride of Crockett Myers. Man, Crockett's having a good week. Had a podium spot in this last time. He was third. Chance Hymas finished up fourth, so no strangers to running up front. Look how slow they're going. They're going fast, but, I mean, that just tells you that's normally a high-speed section on the racetrack.
That's a good point. It's really shaped up. Not necessarily in a good way if you're one of the riders, although, as the 50-plus riders just said, they like that technical challenge. It's technical without huge jumps. That's what John Gruey said. That's a really good way to sum it up, although a few laps in, you're probably wishing that some of those bumps were not there.
There's the number 1 of Jet Reynolds. He is in that lead pack of riders. I also saw the number 17 of Max Volan. He got a 13th in that first moto, so Max Volan not used to being way back in. We got a race right here, Jason.
Crockett Myers under some pressure here on that 72. Volan, remember what happened? Volan had that first moto. He was leading it, and then he stalled with 2 or 3 laps to go, and that's how he ended up with that 13th. So it's helping out Jet Reynolds big time. And Reynolds just able to survive that battle.
Yeah, that was Lane Allison that almost came into him. And, folks, we've got a great one. Coming across the start line straightaway. Look at the new angle. I haven't seen that look. That's a great view. We're getting nice and low down there on the starting line. And that's the battle we are watching. We've got Crockett Myers. Then you have Chance Hymas in second. Now Jet Reynolds is third. Lane Allison on the 52 is fourth. There's Max Volan in the 5th spot. And, man, they are just letting it go.
It's going to be fun to see what Volan can do. Definitely had the speed in Moto 1, but then Crash had that stall. Now he's just a championship spoiler. Let's see if he can go to the front, battling it out with Allison and with Reynolds. Looks like he's got the pass.
On the inside, they're going to drag race down. Ooh, wow.
Wow.
He came all the way into him. He's up in the wall there, Allison
Man.
is. That's an Allison. Makes sense, right, to have that reference?
Oh, yeah, like Bobby and
give her a little
Davey
bit of that.
and all that.
Calm her
give
down a
him
little
some
bit.
of that. Yeah.
Little Dos
Cough
Equis.
syrup.
Robitussin.
Yeah.
All right, so the pass is made. Both those guys get around Allison, does Jet Reynolds and Max Volan. So now they're going to go after Chance Hymas and Crockett Myers. Dust on the racetrack, Jason.
Yes, there's dust at the end of the 10 Commandments. Wow. So Jet Reynolds, first moto winner, trying to move forward up to third.
Is that Jet?
Jet.
Jet Reynolds.
Jet. Yep, not a biplane, not a prop plane. That's Jet Reynolds with Maximus Volan right behind him. So this could be fun to watch them. They're third and fourth, trying to catch up to Chance Hymas and your leader.
Where is Nick Romano? We'll give you the top 10. Gage Linville is 10th. Jordan Beese is 9th. Caden Braswell is 8th. Nick Romano is 7th. Shane Gola is 6th in your top 5. Volan, Allison, Reynolds, Hymas, and Myers.
Battle continues. Volan is right there now behind Jet Reynolds.
They are like a parade lap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys all on that same straightaway. And methodical is Jet Reynolds. The guy consistently puts himself in a position to win. He may not go for it and just hang it all out and make 8 passes like Ken Roxon does on the first lap of most races.
Geez.
But he is always going to be up towards the front. He's very consistent. At a young age, he's done it. In fact, speaking of consistency, he's working on his 4th straight year of 2 titles, Jason, a feat that's never been accomplished at the ranch.
That's Jet Reynolds. He's already made the move on Chance Hymas. So he's up to 2nd on that number 1 with Crockett Myers holding down the lead. Hymas and Voland and Lane Allison top 5.
Gotta love these families.
Romano's in 6th.
Romano's coming, yeah. And not used to seeing Romano this far back. Love seeing these families that do whatever it takes to get their kid racing. Crockett Myers and his dad. His mom sells snow cones at most of the local races. It'll be a night race. It'll be a Sunday race, whatever. Just
Everybody
trying to
loves
make it
Nick.
happen.
Everybody loves Nick Romano.
Deborah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deborah. Oh, my parents live across
Romano,
the street.
not Nick Ray Romano.
Nick Ray Romano.
My parents live across the street. That's so annoying.
We're talking about Crockett Myers, your leader, number 72. Got 8/100ths of a second lead, so not much of a lead at all. He stepped it up, though. In the 10 Commandments, he's holding it down. Matt Walker's got him fired on all cylinders, right?
Crockett.
That live feed this morning got Crockett Myers fired up. We were watching the live feed back at the hotel.
On the Facebook Live. Matt Walker.
Jet Reynolds down as we talk about the consistency and the championship in the balance. Now the number 1 of Jet Reynolds is back up. Lost about 4 spots, Jason. He did this earlier in the week and still was able to recover and come back. He's out of sorts right now. He's off the track again in the mud. What happened? He's in the mud again.
Mud-bogging it.
That is a risky move right there.
Yeah, that bike could have just stunk. Could have lost
No
that
doubt.
front wheel.
We have seen that happen, though, where they push all the mud off the track and get stuck. That was a crazy sequence there for Jet Reynolds. Get it back together, son.
Well, one thing that might help him, 2nd in the first moto, was Shane Gola, and Gola is 7th. I think Gola might have gotten around him, though, due to the crash of the off-track excursion. So Jet Reynolds, if he's going to win 2 titles this week, he's going to have to work for it. It has not been easy.
He's behind Nick Romano now.
Another good battle to watch will be these two then.
So that puts him about 7th.
Hey, it's actually Shane Gola that's right behind him. You guys pumped on that? No? Am I supposed to say this or what? What's the problem?
Yeah.
Can I promote
tonight.
this? Well, yeah, tonight. Got the MX Prom and the Teen Dance and Silent Disco. So they said disco's dead, but apparently
not at all.
Not. You just can't hear it. That's the MX Prom tonight at 8:30. A lot going on over at the Amsoil Arena. A lot going on at the track as you've got Jet Reynolds trying to catch
Nicholas Romano.
And then the 84 of Shane Gola right behind him.
Hi-ho.
And also, Yamaha has the Blue Crew family dinner, and if you're a Yamaha rider, you definitely want to be there for dinner at 6:30, and then you want to stick around because there'll be a big announcement tonight that Yamaha is making, and they're making that, yes, live and in person right here at the ranch.
What time's that dinner, Yamaha
so
dinner?
the dinner's at 6:30, and about 7 o'clock or 7:30, I believe we'll talk to Aaron Plessinger a little after 7, and then we'll have a big team announcement at 7:30. And there will be some big superstar Yamaha people there, so you want to be there at 7:30.
I'll be there. I'm going to leave the announcer's tower and go up there and have some dinner with you guys. We're still racing then.
Yeah. So I'm going to be there. The rest of you guys,
lucky.
It's a slum it.
Gosh.
Okay, so we'll update you as Nick Romano, 41. He's 5th. Jet Reynolds is behind him in 6th. Who's 3rd in the first moto?
Shane Gola is right behind Reynolds here. I don't know who got 3rd. I circled all the guys here. I think Crockett Myers was. Crockett Myers, number 72, was 3rd. Now he's leading, so Crockett pretty solid right there.
Crockett would have the points lead right now if it ended like this.
Crockett.
He'd have a 3-1. Pocket Crockett. I like that.
He's a little baby Crockett.
Rocket.
He's going to grow up to be a ginormous Rocket like his old man. That dude's like 6'4".
A ginormous Crockett.
It's a big Crockett.
Look at Jet Reynolds trying to make moves now on Nick Romano.
I think he's got a shot here. Oh, almost pulls the left leg off. He's got the inside. He's got control of this right-hander here. And Jet Reynolds making that tough pass, gets around his teammate. So Jet Reynolds now making moves down in this what used to be one of the faster sections on the racetrack, and these guys bounce their way all the way through it. That is so tough, so tiring, just fighting the motorcycle right there.
So
arguing all
Reynolds,
day long.
excuse me, he's up to 5th.
Yeah.
He'd have a 1-5. Crockett Myers, if it ends like this, would have a 3-1. So it all comes down to this. Can Reynolds make some passes?
Shane Gola's up there as well. So this is going to be a goofy one to finish. Chance Hymas has got a 4-3 cooking. 4-3. Yep, Max Volan has climbed to the number 2 spot, but that 13th in the first moto going to make things difficult for him. Nick Romano trying to follow Jet Reynolds through, and he's there. He's tucked right in with him. But as is customary for Jet Reynolds in his motos, you blink your eye, it's checker flag, and what do you know? He got third or second, or he won it, even though he had some serious adversity. Going across the starting line in front of the billboards, they'll make that left, and man, these are some deep ruts, and those braking bumps coming in there are humongous. Look at that. Jet Reynolds looks over to his right. There's almost 2 guys to his right. That was cool.
Got to try to catch Lane Allison, who's 4th, while holding off Romano, who is putting serious pressure on. Reynolds made the pass on Romano half a lap ago. Romano is right there trying to get him back into the twisties.
Not out of the woods yet, though.
Not out of the woods.
In the trees, but not out of the woods.
Max Volan's coming. He has caught Crockett Myers, Kevin.
He has. Trying to work something on the outside, but, man, kudos. I thought he went off the racetrack. He did not go off the racetrack.
That's a split lane there.
It is a
Have you not been watching?
Split lane Allison, you are correct. Good day for Crockett Myers, and a good rebound ride for Maximus Volan. Way back in Storyland, some of the gnarliest deep ruts you'll see. They bounce their way through that section. They'll hang a left and fire right underneath the Suzuki banner.
Can't reach.
And now you have to choose one of 5 or 6 deep ruts there on the inside if you're protecting that inside line. Volan's going for it now. He's going to hit this jump with a head of steam. And Volan now has followed Crockett Myers for a couple of laps, kind of knows where he's going. And Volan's trying to sneak up on the inside, quietly walking, hoping the wood floor doesn't make a creak or a crack so that Crockett Myers wakes up and shuts the door.
Wow, nicely done. So Volan right there putting serious pressure on Crockett. And Crockett Myers, though, every time Volan gets close, he responds, yeah.
The big Thor, what is a beach? I guess it was a swamp earlier. Now we're going to call it the beach.
Yeah.
Good head of steam now for Max Volan again. This track is so deceiving there. You'll look at a guy, he's flying around the outside. Oh, he's got the pass made. Nope. They meet up, and the inside and outside are so even.
Yeah, and they just hit a soft spot, and it is unbelievable how quickly it'll slow these riders up, especially in this division. We're talking 85s. And
Volan is down big time.
Wow, look at that dismount.
Holy cow, he folded
made
up.
Of rubber.
And he is A-OK. He's back up on the bike. Man, he got folded up.
Jeez, he had his legs.
Volan, I thought he was about to get hit by that rider.
That was Lane Allison that came through. Here's the battle between Reynolds and Romano. So Reynolds picking up another spot. That actually benefits him and is going to hurt Crockett Myers, who is in the lead in this moto. And it looks like it'll be Crockett Myers against Reynolds for the title as far as the overall is concerned. And look, it appears that Reynolds has also passed Lane Allison.
So Reynolds having a good lap. It's a Reynolds
so.
lap
Is that
for
Lane
him.
Allison? No, that's the 84 from the first motor. Remember, that's Shane Gola. He has
Gola.
stuck with Reynolds the whole time.
How about that? You're right. So Gola making a go of Jet Reynolds. Hey, just follow the guy. He's fast. Obviously, pick up on some of the lines. Are they smart enough? Do you think they do that? Like, okay,
I don't know
a little slower
if they do,
here.
yeah.
And I think I saw Jet doing that, so I kind of tucked in there with him. I could tell he was pulling me through the 10 Commandments, but he's kind of been mirroring Jet's lines here as they work their way through a lap rider. This could be an issue here. Jet's got to kind of get around this guy here. Gola's going to go on the inside. Reynolds goes around the outside.
Gola's going to try to get him right here. And Gola, second in that first moto. If he passes Reynolds, this could be huge for the championship.
You sure that's not Lane Allison directly
Lane Allison's right in front of them.
Holy cow,
and
it
Shane
is.
Gola's about, whoa, now Reynolds is going to try to pass Lane Allison.
Boom, just
like
like
that.
that.
He got it done. It's the same section. He was using an outside line to get Nick Romano earlier.
Yeah, he's got it, and he makes the pass. That was a big pass there. Gives him a little breathing room for Gola. See if Gola can go right around Lane Allison. And Allison's beautiful gold locks flowing in the background there. The sunlight shining right through there.
A rainbow. Got the rain-sun combo. So Jet Reynolds, got to be a junk man.
Got to salvage.
Salvage. Doing a lot after that crash at an off-track excursion.
Planting that flag here on Iwo Jima as he raises that thing up in the sand.
And getting away now is Lane Allison and Shane Gola do some battle on a pair of Husqvarnas. So, fourth place for Jet Reynolds. He could be looking at a 1-4 where Crockett Myers is trying to get a 3-1. And remember, Myers no longer has to worry about Max Volan. Look at this battle between Gola and Allison. I think Gola's got it.
His Gola is to pass Allison.
Go!
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 And you're going to meet old man Crockett Myers down there, too. He's not hard to miss. Big, ginormous human
Oh,
being
can't
there.
wait.
He's stoked. I'm sure Matt Walker will be down there. That's his Moto X compound protege. The AMSOIL last lap, Crockett Myers. Dude, you got this. Crockett Myers is about to knock down. I don't believe he's ever won a moto here, so big week for the Moto X compound. And Crockett Myers, they are about to do it. We'll take a ride with Crockett one more time through. His dad's probably about passed out in the mechanics area. He's already came through. We're looking for that race back there. There's Crockett through the 10 Commandments. So now he's just got to work his way through lap traffic, pick the right lines, don't get yourself hung up. He has got an 11-second lead, man. Who would have thought it? Good for you, man. Crockett Myers, your leader. And now Chance Hymas is second. Hymas finished fourth in the first moto. Myers was third. So only 1 point separating these guys and 1 position separating them on the racetrack as well. So we're going to have a jumbled up mess come that third moto. Third place is Jet Reynolds. He's got a 1-4, and that's 5 points. Hymas with a 2-3 for 5 points. Crockett Myers with a 1-3 for 4 points. So Crockett Myers in the driver's seat come third moto time. He's got to do what he just did. He ripped a hole shot, absolutely crushed the hole shot, and has led every bit. He's taken on all challengers, and the Georgia rider looks to be on his way to a career first moto win here at the ranch. That is fantastic. There he is, bouncing his way right in front of us around the big roller section, usually nice and smooth as well, the sand section. And Crockett Myers is going to do it. He's got one more turn, one more obstacle. Hang that left. Look out for the lap rider. Double, and you got yourself a moto win. Fantastic. So that's how it's going to go down. Crockett Myers will take the win. Matt Walker is stoked on that one. He is pumped. All that work, man, all that hard work down there, sweating it out to that crazy stuff Matt Walker's putting you guys through. Well, guess what? It works. The number 72 is pumped. Get you some. Where's that old man of yours? Get up there, Pops. There's how it shakes down. Crockett Myers takes the win. Hymas the second. Jet Reynolds third. Shane Gola fourth. Lane Allison rounds out your top 5. The rest of the top 10 looks like this. Caden Bradwell 6th. Jordan B 7th. Gage Linville 8th. And that has changed just a little bit, though, since a few positions got swapped around. So it's Myers, Hymas, and Reynolds 1, 2, 3. And they are still rolling in down to the podium. We'll toss it down to Jason Wygant. If he's still alive, hadn't got high-fived to death by old man Myers. There's that big son of a gun, the big bear. Pops Myers. Matt Walker, Moto X compound, hands him the hat. Jason Wygant, take it away, buddy.
You got it. Oh, they are so stoked down here. We got a moto victory, and who knows, maybe a chance at a championship sitting on a 3-1. Crockett Myers. Hey, is that your first gold, Crockett? Is that your first moto win?
Yes, sir. My first moto win ever here.
How awesome is that?
Feels awesome.
How'd you get it done? You had some pressure. Guys were all over you. It's pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah. The key to a big race is getting the whole shot and just riding consistent and trying to stay up and not fall and just have fun.
Awesome. I got another thing for you. You got the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, so we can celebrate again. Crockett Myers, your Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Yeah. You want to thank some people?
I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Suzuki Cycles, Rhino Powered JT, Moto X Compound, Cernix, FMF, JT Racing, Nihilo, MX Tire, my grandma and grandpa, Scott Goggles, everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
There it is. Crockett Myers taking the moto win. Nice job. Looking for Chance Hymas, our second place finisher. There he is. Thanks. Come out front. This guy's been solid all week. Let's hear it for Chance Hymas. Yeah. How was that moto?
It was really good.
How's the track?
Oh, it's really rough.
You did good. Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, all my friends, Pocatello Power Sports, Western Power Sports, Fly Racing, the Ormix Series, W and Michelin, Sunstar Sprockets, Scott Goggles, Maxima Oils, Brad MX, and everyone I forgot, thanks.
Good job. Chance Hymas, second place. And I'll bring Jet Reynolds up. This guy is digging deep to try to win the titles this week. Had a crash, an off-track excursion, had to make passes. But he's where he needs to be to try to win a title again. Let's hear it for Jet Reynolds. Dude, that one was tough, I'm sure, but you did not give up.
Yeah, I didn't get a very good jump off the gate, and started getting one by one and was in second, going for the lead with Crockett, and just had a little tip over, dropped back to like 5th or 6th, and made my way back up to 3rd.
All right, good job, Jet. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Kawasaki Team Green, Oakley Goggles, South of the Border, Alpine Star Gear, Right Unlock Tires, Renthal, N-Style, Maxima, and just everybody else forgot. Thank you. Oh, and Pro Circuit.
All right, Jet Reynolds, 3rd place in 85cc. All right, so we got a tie going into that final moto between Crockett Myers and Jet Reynolds. That's going to be exciting for the title in this class. I'm going to send it back to the tower. Will not be nearly as exciting because Kevin Kelly will be the one doing the announcing. Sorry.
All right, from the Race Tech podium, some pretty stoked kids there, man. Chance Hymas looked extremely happy with that as well, so love to see those great finishes by those young riders. 250B Limited out on the racetrack. Say hello to your worst nightmare, a rough Loretta Lynns racetrack. Let's see how it all shakes down. Top 10 last time we went racing here in this 250B Limited class. Tenth place finisher was Blake Taylor out of Tennessee on the number 23 machine. Your 9th place finisher, it was TJ Albright, number 61, out of New York. Your 8th place finisher was Austin Winslow out of St. Cloud, Florida on the Yamaha, number 50. 7th place finisher out of Alpine, California on the Yamaha, number 72, Tanner Basso. 6th place finisher, looking down the line, it was Nolan Hepner out of Hastings, Minnesota, Yamaha mounted, number 44. Here comes your top 5 in this 250B Limited class, and your 5th place finisher was Jake Panakos out of Rochester, Massachusetts, on the Kawasaki, number 75. 4th place finisher was Cameron Cannon out of Anderson, South Carolina. He led that one for a bit. He's on the Kawasaki, number 33, and your podium looked like this. Your 3rd place finisher was Dylan Walsh out of New Zealand on the Yamaha, number 53. Your 2nd place finisher was Max Markov, and your winner, Mitchell Falk. So KTM's at the head of the class in this one. Race number 17, 250B Limited. Parade laps done. Rodney, we got a rough racetrack. It is hot. It is what Loretta's usually looks like 9 out of 10 days.
You're absolutely right. You know, we talk about the super minis, we talk about the schoolboys and all those classes being so exciting. I have to say that quite possibly this 250B Limited class could be another one of my favorite classes this year because of this talent that we've got in this one. I mean, the talent pool in just the top 10 alone that you went down there just a moment ago leads me to believe that we've got another great moto about ready to break loose here, and we could see some more changes coming up in this one. I know that a lot of the cream rose to the top of this one, but again, these conditions are a little different, I think, this time out for these 250B Limited riders, and again, the track is going to be as big a test as the competition that they're racing against.
You're absolutely right. I'm looking down the list to see if anybody else didn't perform as they should. Top 10, that's about where you know, that's the best kids pretty much finished out where they should have finished. I'm looking down the line if there's anybody else that had some issues. Not really seeing it, though.
No.
Gage Scherer, he's typically a little closer to the front. He finished 28th, so Gage out of San Clemente, California on the number 81 machine. But that's about it. So now the umbrellas come out, not for the rain, but for the sun. The pit boards are being used to keep the riders cool. Hashtag Loretta Lynn MX. Been seeing some pretty funny posts on that.
Yeah.
Go to that hashtag on Instagram, hashtag Loretta Lynn MX. And the card is back up. It's sideways. Man, that was a quick turn, wasn't it? Boom. The revs are up. And look at that, shaking the camera. It's got so crazy just then.
Oh, yeah. It's earth-shaking racing off and rolling now. Look at this. Two KTMs
yeah,
out
that's
front.
Markoff and Falk. I don't know who they're going to give that to.
They were side by side.
They absolutely were.
I think it's going to be.
Oh,
man, both
Markoff
of them
goes down. Big get off for Max Markoff.
that
He got clipped. He flew all the way off the side of the racetrack. So tough break for Max Markoff. I think Mitchell Falk cleared that. The Yamaha rider came into Markoff, and that was feet and elbows everywhere.
I thought that he got into his teammate there, but I guess that's not the case.
Clear.
Yep, he made it out. So,
Dang.
man, that's how quickly things can change here. So Markoff's going to have his work cut out for him, and he had a strong finish there in that first moto.
Second, absolutely. And Mitchell Falk avoids chaos right there. Mitchell Falk out of Costa Mesa, California on the Red Bull KTM. Clears that one, rides right through the smoke, just like Cole Trickle or whoever that was in that NASCAR movie. I just called him Cole Trickle. What was his name? Yeah.
Cole, yeah.
Was it? Cole Trickle? Yes. Not Dick Trickle, but Cole Trickle. Yeah. But what about the last name? It was Trickle. Days of Thunder, it was Cole Trickle.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Thanks. I'm not familiar with the movie.
I don't know what's your problem?
I've only
Can you
seen
not believe it?
I've only seen it a couple times. I just thought it was.
We got a special staggered set of tires in that car.
I knew his first name.
It'll hold.
It'll hold.
Is that 86 that we're looking at right there?
I don't know, let's guess.
That's Caleb Carter, if that is. And Carter actually DNF'd in Moto number 1. And if this is the case, he started out a great second moto, it looks like. Looking back there, also some battling going on in this front of the pack here. We got the 61 machine of TJ Albright. He finished up 9th in Moto number 1. We see as well the 44 back there. He's doing battle. Looks like he's got a solid start here in the second moto, taking an 8th in Moto, or 6th in Moto 1, Nolan Hepner. But as we wrap up the first lap, it is Falk. It is Carter, the 86, yes, in the number 2 spot. And again, Carter DNFing in Moto number 1 on the Carter Asphalt Sealing and Striping machine. Taylor Performance Systems also back KTM, so a big change and turnaround for him. And that could really jumble things up if he gets in the mix of this thing in both these final 2 motos. But TJ Albright, the 61 machine, back there in the number 3 spot. He finished Moto 1 in 9th. Nolan Hepner, who finished in 6th in Moto 1, is running 4th right now. Austin Winslow, the number 50. That rider is currently rounding out the top 5. He took 8th in the first moto, but back out here on the racetrack, the position jockeying continues as we check back a little further in the pack. You wonder what happened to Max Markoff after that first turn debacle there for him. He's all the way back in a 38th place position. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the 82 as time progresses here in this 250B limited class. Again, I believe this is one of the 15-minute motos, if I'm not mistaken, cut down from an original 20-minute due to the inclement weather here this week. But that could be good news for some and maybe even better news for others as we roll through this second moto here of race number 17 on a race docket out through the Rocky Mountain ATVMC mogul sweeper turn as they double through there. It is the 44 of Hepner making the pass now as he'll move up a spot. Looks like that's not over yet, though. The 86 machine of Caleb Carter feeling the pressure from Hepner. And I believe this is the battle for the number 2 spot, unless Albright, the 61, got around to take over the number 2 spot. Our leader still out front is Mitchell Falk. And we are wrapping up lap number 2 now as we speak. Falk a 2:03 as he checks in after 2 laps of racing complete. As we check back to the number 2 position, this is the battle for second. Caleb Carter, Nolan Hepner, 2:07s for both those riders. TJ Albright back in the number 4 spot now. Cameron Cannon, the 33, is 5th. Austin Winslow now drops to 6th. Chris Fortier, the 66, in 7th. Jake Penhankos, the 75, is 8th. Blake Taylor, the 23, in 9th. And David Hollenrate rounding out the top 10. You look down through that top 10, there are several that finished in the top 10 in Moto 1 in that one, but it's kind of mixed up a little bit. There's a flip-flop.
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 And again, it's still early in the moto, and I expect and anticipate some changes to take place. But amazing to me again, but not really, because this is the kind of thing that I anticipated with these weather conditions.
Look at this battle.
I know, it's all over the place like this.
50, We've seen him up front all week. Austin Winslow, 75, is getting in on this. That's Panancos. Markov is at least back on the track. He's in 34th. Good to see he's not hurt after that big crash early. He was going for the whole shot. Mitchell Falk.
He is 34th place position right now, Jason. You look at the lap times around him right now, 2:18, 2:33, 2:24, 2:20. He turned a 2:08.5. That is just off the mark of the top 3 that are running out there right now in the 2:07 range, and he is in amongst some major traffic. It's going to be interesting to see how far up and how fast Markov is going to be able to move through this moto. Look at this battle that we have going on right now while Markov is battling through the pack. These two are battling for the number 2 position out here. Carter and Hepner, both of these guys getting a much better position, it looks like, here in Moto 2 than what they had in Moto 1. Of course, Hepner did finish there, I believe, in 6th place that first moto. But what about Caleb Carter? DNF to come up here and battle for a second, that's got to make you feel pretty good.
Absolutely. Caleb Carter's been pretty solid this week. I had that DNF, but he's had good starts. He's shown speed. He's had some bad luck there. Easy to pick out with the retro numbers on the KTM, which is not even close to retro colors because they were totally different colors back in those days.
But I like the retro look to the number plate, if nothing else. I think that's pretty cool.
So he's got Hepner all over him. Then it's Cameron Ken and TJ Albright, Charles Fortier. Look at Mitchell Falk getting away. Now, Falk's had a couple of leads this week that he's thrown away with some crashes. You know his goal is simple. Stay up. Don't throw it away this time. In 250B Limited, Mitchell Falk got a lead of 11 seconds, so it's his race to win or lose.
Wow, Falk turning a 2:05 the third lap around. His second lap was a 2:03.3. So Falk is still hot on the gas. His gap now 11.3 seconds, so that's a comfort zone that continues to build, it looks like, there in that first place position.
Some battles back there. I just saw Panancos on that Kawasaki. Look at this pack.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. These guys basically 5th through 10th.
And I imagine they'll be like this for quite some time. I mean, it's like one gets the better of one, another gets the better of the other, and then all of a sudden it flip-flops around again.
There you go. You just can't help yourself.
I can't.
It's just too fitting to use that term because look at this. You got 5 riders that are basically on the same straightaway. Charles Fortier, Austin Winslow, Jake Panancos, David Hollenrake, Blake Taylor. That rounds out your top 10. That's 5th through 10. Battle is on again.
Falk, Carter, Hepner, Cannon, Albright, your top 5 here after 3 as we approach the halfway point of lap number 4 now. Things continually intensifying now on the backside of Storyland. Markov is now up to the number 25 spot after that last lap around, so he still continues to roll. Lap time still in the 2:08 range in all the traffic. Man, it has to lead me to wonder how fast he could go with a clear racetrack ahead of him right now.
Tough break for Markov as we see him there trying to work his way forward. Oh, yeah, you're not kidding. He's losing tons of ground as other riders around him get on the brakes in areas that he wants to get on the gas.
And he's still turning 2:08s in amongst this. That's what is most impressive to me right now.
It's a fun one to watch. It's the type of comeback ride.
A year ago, Max Markov sat here in the tower, if you remember, a whole different scenario and situation, and it was probably one of the best things that the rider could have done. It was as if something had to be taken away to let you realize how bad you wanted something, and I think that what we're seeing out here on the racetrack is translating into a good move on the camp, on behalf of the camp of Markov in the last, over the course of the last year and a half or so.
He is now with Panancos. How did he get back there?
I don't know. But right now, up to 17th is Markov now from 25th last lap, now to 17th place position.
Look at these
like you
passes.
said,
He's getting 3 or 4 guys at one time. Oh, no. Oh, no. What's happened? Something has gone wrong for the second time in this race for Markov. It looks like the bike has come to a stop. Unbelievable. What a charge that he had put on to come from last to 16th.
And I don't think he realizes his mechanics. He needs to get back to the mechanics area. He's signaling for somebody to come help him right there. But unfortunately, he's kind of like a fish out of water at this point in the race.
And as Wes K would say, that is the thrill of agony and the victory of defeat.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. Square Octagon was able to get him. Man.
What a heartbreaker as we turn our attention back up front. Caleb Carter still holding on to the number 2 spot. We have a 13-second gap between first and second place.
Oh, gutted.
Man, that's
Markoff.
I mean, you know it has to be frustrating, the level of intensity.
Caleb Carter, big swap. Sorry, Rodney. Yeah, it has to be frustrating. Caleb Carter, meanwhile, has had this kind of pressure. 44 of Nolan Hepner has been there the whole race.
All right, we got Markoff going to the mechanics area. We got Hepner going to the rear wheel of the 86 of Caleb Carter. And we got Cam Cannon now into the number 2 spot. I don't know where we missed that at. I didn't see that go by, but it looks like Cameron Cannon has moved into second. Carter now third, and that drops Hepner back to the number 4 spot. Must have been while we were following the 82 of Markoff there a moment ago. TJ Albright rounds out your top 5. So we even seen some changes up front there, Jason. Changes that we didn't anticipate, I believe.
No, definitely not. Because basically we've been watching this battle. These two guys, Hepner are going to try an outside line on Caleb Carter. It's for third now. So we've been focused on that. Haven't even seen too much of our leader. He is gone. Mitchell Falk is through the 10 commandments and out. We'll still watch this battle for third. Caleb Carter again able to hold off Nolan Hepner. Hepner's going to try an inside line.
I love these drag races down this 10 Commandments section of the racetrack, and on the outside, Carter's able to hold the momentum and maintain the place of third place position out there as they head into Storyland now. Hepner, man, there's areas, and we keep pointing it out, there's areas that he's able to pull up, but the one thing that he hasn't been able to do is get that wheel in and under and actually force a pass.
Hepner's going to have to try again. Pulls a fresh, I think that might have been a roll-off string I saw him going for. Maybe it was a tear-off. Going back after Caleb Carter for third, Cameron Cannon in second, and Mitchell Falk trying to get the moto win. Now, Falk, I believe, first moto was leading, but then had some problems. Where did the 62 end up? Not in this one. No, he held on. He got the moto win. So this is a 1-1 score for Falk. That was his other B-class. We had problems. There's a bummed out or something else.
Wow.
Max Markoff. So his chances for a title in this class are gone. So we go back to the never-ending battle between Caleb Carter and Nolan Hepner.
Great kid, no doubt about it. Max Markoff, all these kids are great kids, and it's a heartbreaker whenever you see those kind of issues. Just like I know Caleb Carter having the heartbreaker DNF in Moto number 1. All he can do, though, is come out here and do what he's doing in these second and third motos, and that's to ride the best race that he can ride. I guess in a way, in theory, honestly, in theory, it's the best, and it actually takes a lot of the pressure off of him. So maybe better rides in the second and third motos might come easier than they would have had he actually finished better in that first moto.
All right, this has become a masochist film as we just continue to watch the frustration of Max Markoff.
I think that they're still going to try to get the machine going back running. I think they don't want the DNF there. They want to get whatever position. Yeah, any position is better than a DNF, I'm sure, at this particular point. So they're going to try to get that machine rolling again, but right now Falk is pretty much walking away with this one. 17.7 seconds. His fastest lap of 2:03 has dropped to an average now of about 2:07 flat on this one, and that's pretty much where he's remained over the course of the last 4 or 5 laps or so.
So Mitchell Falk looking at a 1-1, and also soon a white flag. It'll be the AMSOIL last lap, and it means I'm going to the podium.
All righty, and we'll continue to watch this race unfold here in Moto 2, the 250B limited class. It's race 17. We got race 18 on the docket, the Bet 30 Plus coming up after this. And we've got Mitchell Falk on his way home to a big Moto 2 win to make it 2 first place finishes here for the number 62. And there they are, historic checkers for the 62 machine, a Mitchell Falk, as he steps one step closer to becoming the national champion of the 250B limited class. Cam Cannon checking in some 17 seconds back is what we'll be waiting for that, and another 4 seconds or so back to Carter. And whether or not Hepner is able to get Carter or not remains to be answered, but it seems like that Hepner, or excuse me, oh, he did. Carter had answered all the advances that Hepner had made in the previous laps, but the final lap, Nolan was finally able to make the pass, make it stick, and secure the third-place position finish here in Moto 2, dropping Carter now off to a fourth-place position, but still an amazing finish going DNF 4 right there for the 86 of Carter. But Hepner, the 44 machine, finishing sixth in Moto 1. He certainly betters his chances here today, but it's Mitchell Falk, Cam Cannon, and again, Nolan Hepner, your top three. I'm looking to see where the 33 finished again there in Moto 1. See, Cannon was fourth. It was the 44 I'm looking at. He was sixth. So actually all these guys except for Falk have bettered themselves here in this second moto in that second and third place position. So interesting. It's going to make the championship a little easier for Falk in that third moto. Should be able to ride a little easier. 250B limited overall results after Moto 2. Your Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com leaderboard says Falk, Cameron Cannon, Nolan Hepner, Caleb Carter, David Hollenrake in fifth, TJ Albright in sixth, Chris Fortier in seventh, Derek Kelly is eighth, Blake Taylor in ninth, and Austin Winslow rounds out your top 10. And we get set to go down to the podium here in just a moment as we'll be heading to the winner's circle and getting the word in from those guys as to how this one all broke down for them. We see, too, that we have our next class, the Vet 30 Plus, out on the track for their sight lap. Let's head on down to the post-race interview brought to you by Race Tech, who is now offering a full line of performance and rebuild services, including valve jobs, porting, honing, decking, and more. Visit them here at the ranch or online at racetech.com. Jason Wygant down on the podium with our top three.
Well, let's start right here with our moto winner. Looking good to the first two. Let's hear it for Mitchell Falk. Lots of action behind you, but you were running your own race out front. That had to be good.
Yeah, for sure. I got a good jump off the start, and Max was right beside me, and the ruts are really long on the outside of it. I just got a little bit leaned over to the left off balance and gave it to Max, but I knew it would still come out good. And then I was just following him around the inside, kind of launched the inside single, and then so on a Yamaha actually came in between us, and it was carnage. We all kind of three collided, and I was able to get away with it, luckily. Hopefully they're both okay. And it was an awesome race from there. I just sprinted away and basically put her on cruise control at the end and made sure no one was catching me, and did a great race.
See what happens in Moto 3. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my whole Troy Lee Designs, Red Bull GoPro KTM team. They've helped me out a bunch, and I wouldn't be here without them. My brother Hunter, my mom and dad, my trainer Tyler Klusiak, Dunlop 100%, Stance, FMF, Troy Lee, and everyone that just helps out the team and me. Thank you, MTF, everyone that I forgot, thank you.
All right, there it is. Let's hear from Mitchell Falk taking the win. Good job, Mitchell. Sitting on a 1-1, Cameron Cannon. We're looking for our second place finisher. There we go. Good job, Cameron. Lots of talent in this one. You come out in second. Let's hear it for Cameron Cannon. Take us through that race.
Well, you know, I had a good gate pick. I've been struggling with gate picks all week. But, you know, I had a good gate pick, and I ended up spinning real bad on the start, so I had to pretty much come from dead last. I haven't been feeling myself all week, but now that the track's starting to dry out, I'm feeling like I'm riding more like normal, so ready to bring on the next motos.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Cameron?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ first to keep me safe. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here, nor would I have that talent. Monster Army, Pro Circuit Kawasaki, 7MX, 100% goggles, Pro Taper, Bell Helmets, Nihilo Concepts, EVS, Panic Rev, Matt Walker. He's been doing a phenomenal job getting ready. Elusive MX, OGO, W Wheels, ProMotion Suspension, Alpine Stars, Pirelli, and Ethica.
There it is, Cameron Cannon, runner-up. All right. And I believe Nolan Hepner ended up in third in that one. Dude, this guy, Caleb Carter, battled like seriously every inch of this entire moto. But he comes out on top. Third place, Nolan Hepner. Dude, what a battle.
Yeah, I could tell. I followed him like the whole race, and it seemed like every time he made a mistake, I wasn't there to capitalize, and I could tell he was getting tired because the last 2-3 laps he was making a lot of mistakes. So I just pushed as hard as I could to get on him, so as soon as he made a mistake, I'd capitalize on it.
Awesome job. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my brother, sister, my whole family. My trainer, Dylan Turner's helped me out a lot. Nitro Lubricants, FXR, Merit Chev, Black Diamond MX, just everybody's helped me. Scott, everyone. FXR, thanks.
Good job. All right, let's hear it for Nolan Hepner, third place. Still looking for our Whole Shot Award winner. Yeah, we'll give out a Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, and then we'll send it back up. Well, it was good for 2 corners, maybe 3. Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, Max Markoff. Dude, bummer. What happened there?
Well, pretty much the least I can say is I'm disappointed. You know, I mean, coming in with a 2 and then another 2 in the other class. I mean, to say the championship's out is a bummer. It is. You know, I was feeling good, and thanks to my Twisted Development FMF KTM 250F for getting me off to a crazy sweet start. Unfortunately, I just got tangled with some. I made a cut, and the kid behind me, whoever he was, just happened to hit my back wheel, tag me. I go down, me and him go down, get up 2 corners later, same exact situation. So to say I'm disappointed is the least. You know, I'm pretty devastated, honestly. But I mean, I guess all I can do now is go out and go with the 1 and come into the next race. You know, I mean, it's definitely a bummer, but it is what it is. It's motocross, you know.
Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Tim Ulinski. Let's see here, Tyler, my mechanic, KTM Orange Brigade, Hope, Christy, Nathan, everybody there. 7MX, FMF, Dunlop Pro Taper, DT1 filters, Nihilo Concepts, 7MX, Bell Helmets, AP Designs, Oakley, keeping my vision clear all week, can't thank them enough. And Garnet, Nihilo, Pro Taper, ODI grips, Dunlop. I'm sure I'm repeating them all, but just a little frazzled right now. I got to go and regroup here. But thanks to you, Jason. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks, Max. All right, Max Markoff, Whole Shot Award for Bell Helmets. Tough break, rough moto for him. Let's see how it goes in the next one. We'll send it to the tower.
Live coverage of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com Amateur National Motocross Championship continues after this.
With 16 total pro AMA motocross and supercross titles, the KX250F has proven time and time again to do one thing: win. It's the bike that builds champions. To learn more, visit Kawasaki.com.
KTM is a European motorcycle manufacturer specializing in ready-to-race on- and off-road motorcycles. Proven successes in worldwide competition are embodied into the design and function of each KTM. With more than 250 world championships and counting, the technology, design, and performance of KTM continues to race past the competition.
When it's time to prep your dirt bike for the extremes of motocross or just off-road fun, you want to buy from the manufacturer that is the expert in chassis and suspension maintenance. You want a brand that you know is backed by quality, a brand that is synonymous with being the fast, easy, and complete solution to suspension and chassis maintenance. You need PivotWorks, the only product of its kind with a lifetime replacement. Yes, a lifetime replacement on all products. PivotWorks, the official bearings and seals of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship. Ride hard, ride fast, ride PivotWorks.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 35th running of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by Amsoil, live from Loretta, Lynns. And now, your host, Megawatt and Rodney.
And back here on RacerTV.com as we pick up the action in the Vet 30-plus class. We saw this one take off. Kevin Kelly, Randy Woodring, the number 90 out of Fruitport, Michigan on the M&S Motorsports Magix Racing back Kawasaki, taking the hole shot. He finished 22nd in Moto number 1. As we wrap up that first lap of racing, though, it's Robbie Smith, the 66 out front, a familiar name from here at the ranch of Carl Scott from years ago, the 44 in the number 2 spot, Josh Mass, the 39 in 3rd. Randy Woodring drops to the number 4 spot, Charles Ellis, the 81, rounds out your top 5. Then it's Blake Keaton, Paul Hines, Michael Mercer, John Lawrence, and Eric Swan, the winner of Moto number 1, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, if you watch that start, I have yet to see a start where a crash happened so quickly. Two guys got together about 2 bike lengths out of the gate, slammed each other to the ground, and that's where the fun began. A couple of turns later, about 8 or 9 guys got together. They all went down, and Eric Swan looked like he almost got collected in that carnage, but he was able to make it through. He is in 10th. Like he said, he was the first moto winner, and Eric was about 50 seconds out front of everyone in that first photo. We'll see if Eric can do it again.
Well, with stats like that, you'd have to think that he should be able to make up the ground and cover the top 10, but obviously time will tell that story as we roll into the...
It's like a brand new racetrack. It's like you just loaded up, went down the road 40 miles to a new racetrack from the last time these dudes rode.
Oh, I promise you. And that sweeper turn is proof of that. That is no longer a sweeper turn. It's a mogul turn.
That is a whoop section.
That is a whoop section with a big turn, and a big turn is basically what it boils down to right now.
All right, up and over the center portion of the racetrack, we're taking a ride with Robbie Smith on the Kawasaki.
Carl Scott right there in the thick of it aboard that 44 in 2nd out of Noonan, Georgia. He's on a Carl Scott MX Schools Fly Racing Pro Action Suspension 100% goggles back machine. He finished 8th in Moto 1.
Yeah, Eric Swan was talking when we spoke to him on the podium. He wasn't used to this humidity. He lives on the beach in California, so this is a little bit different ball game up here in the sweaty hills of Tennessee. We got cold and humidity, son.
I'm sure he's getting acclimated to it quickly. Oh, look at this, a 21 machine working up through the pack right now.
That was Charles Ellis on the Suzuki. Gets around Josh Matt. I believe on that 39 Kawasaki. So Smith out front. Scott is 2nd. Mast has been displaced. He's back in 4th now as Ellis gets around him. And we should start to see Eric Swan here in just a bit.
Yeah,
Swan now is in 7th, starting to creep up there. He'll be tapping on the shoulder. Leader goes down, so that changes it all again. Robbie Smith hits the deck.
Tough break there for Smith, but Carl Scott opens the door up for him. And
well, there's Smith. He's still up right there.
Yeah, he's still going right now. That
guy's missing a fender there. Going to need to order one of those from Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Have it shipped overnight right to your door. So this is your plus 30 class, race number 18, race number 19, the girls 12 to 16 class. Coming up next, yellow flags continue to fly as one rider goes down, and everybody's having a shuffle around him. Kind of a blind section to go down. Brian Spencer there kind of waving the yellow flag for the blind riders out there. That was your leader that went down again. So Brian Spencer having some issues out there. The blind motocross rider is a blind flagger as well. That was for you, Brian, if you're out there listening. Should be on the grounds here at some point. You know our buddy Brian Spencer, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's actually flagging out there. He's blind. How does that work, though?
You know, that he is one of the most intuitive people I've ever met.
So he can just tell when the motorcycle slows down.
He can tell by the revs. He can tell by it's all noise.
Right, we're kidding. There's not a blind flagger out there. Contrary to what you may think, sometimes when the guy doesn't jump up and gets to the flag
we haven't seen Brian this week. I kind of
he texted me, and Wygant says he's going to be here, so hopefully we'll get him up here in the tower, get some of his thoughts on the race. He's fun, man.
I haven't heard from him in a few weeks. Last time I heard from him, he said, "Am I bugging you?" And I said, "No, not at all, brother. You don't bug me one bit." Look at this.
He's bugging him. There's Eric Swan.
Yes.
He just zapped him on the Kawasaki, so Swan now moves up to, heck, I can't see.
That's going to have to be...
Wow, where
is he? Oh, he's up to 1st already. Wow.
He was in 6th. I was looking at for 5th or 4th.
That was
a pass for the lead.
I asked the question, how quickly, I mean, he had a 50-second lead of Mast, you said, and I said, well, you got to wonder how quick he's going to be able to move up through the that answers that question.
It sure did, with a 2:07 lap time. Well, I guess that'll do it. That was only 12 seconds faster than the rider in front of him with a 2:19. He had a 2:07, and a 2:19 was the next quickest lap on the racetrack. That's silly.
Crazy for sure. There's Carl Scott now under pressure from Charles Ellis. Ellis taking the second place position away from the 44 already.
Wow, there's the rest of the gang coming through.
Yeah.
That's second through seventh right
and
there.
there is the 39 making the pass. John Mast now around Carl Scott. Scott's like thrown the anchor out, it looks like. And believe me, I feel it. I know exactly what he's probably feeling right now. If that's the case, it could be mechanical even as far as that goes. But sometimes you can see whenever something goes amiss out there for these riders. And Carl is trying to get things back on in order here, it looks like. And there it goes. He's back on the throttle.
Back in the mix.
Yeah, he's starting to put that pressure back on Mast now for the third place position. Blake Keaton not far behind in the number 5 spot. He's sneaking up as well.
Jason Weigott, look to your right there. That is the dirtiest mouth in amateur kid motocross right there. Absolutely. Fortier has quite possibly the worst mouth.
Who is
he's
this?
Been crowned. Fortier. Remember, we met him a couple years
Yep.
back. That's Christopher Fortier's little brother.
Oh.
He's probably about 8 beers into his day. What are you, about 11? Well, how old are you? Oh,
He's
you're
14.
Oh, dude. He's been doing work out there in the creek, I'm sure. I'm good, buddy. How are you doing? Welcome to the tower, man. Your brother got 7th just a minute ago. How about that? Pretty stoked on that? Oh, wow. So Christopher Fortier having a good day. What's your first name? Randy Fortier. That's right. I met Randy at the Applebee's about 3 in the morning one night down at Minneo's.
You guys, a shot for shot match, shot for shot?
Yeah, he's a tough kid to beat, man. 14 years old. Matched Don Collings shot for shot till deep into the night there. Don had a tap out. That's Randy Fortier. He's a one in a million there for sure.
Nice to meet you, young man.
Out front, still leading 11 seconds now. Eric Swan with a even quicker lap time, a 2:08. Charles Ellis on the 81 machine second. Carl Scott, Blake Keaton, and Josh Mast round out your top 5.
Well, you got to hand it to Carl Scott with the pressure being applied by Mast. We saw that coming on there early through that 4th lap, and as they wrapped up lap 4, there were 0.2 of a second that separated them. But Robbie Smith, the 66, in 6th place, is right behind them now. So it's starting to become a 3-way battle for the 44 of Scott. So he's got not 1 but 2 guys that are trying to sneak up on him. But honestly, it looks like through the short chute. Look at that. That looks like another whoop section heading into the Cometic Bowl turns where the true whoop section is here at.
Doubling through those. Get on top of those. That's the goal there.
But Scott
two
really,
guys bench racing out front there.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think they're thinking about?
I don't know. Jeff Emig and Chad Reed.
Just hanging out. Jeremy McGrath, Ricky Carmichael. Collectively, some of the ton of wins out of those guys. Ricky's here. Jeremy McGrath, there's Fro Daddy, there's Chad Reed.
Impressive lineup of folks just along the fences here watching the racing today. Well, there's Blake Keaton. That number 2, I believe, may signify that he was, number 2 in this class a year ago, if I'm not mistaken.
That's absolutely correct.
So with that being said, second place finish in Moto 1. He's right on track from his first Moto score, and he's running in 4th here in the second Moto now as he's gotten around John Mast, number 32. He's going to be the next force that Carl Scott is going to have to deal with here on this lap number 5, it looks like. And Scott is seeing that real estate start to tighten up once again between that 3rd and 4th place position. This time, though, when he looks back, he sees a different set of number plates. It's the 66 of Robbie Smith.
Yeah, Scott's just dealing with everybody. It's like
number 2.
Toughest man stays contest. Just keep fighting, guys. The next fresh guy comes after you.
Yeah, it's the number 2. I said 66. I looked at that wrong. It's Blake Keaton. Keaton, though, is hammered down right now as we roll into this one. Eric Swan, who is out front, 2:07.9 lap time. That's what he had to do to get up through the pack. His fastest lap, a 2:07. Get this, the next fastest lap of the moto is a 2:15.9, turned by second place. That's an 8-second difference in fast lap times.
Well, the rule for this is in this class, you can never have raced professionally and gotten a national point. I believe that's the rule there. So Swan, I guess, has never done that. He's going to attempt it, though, in the next 3 weeks. He's going to Unadilla.
Is that right?
That's what he told Wygant on his 2014 KX450 to do some work out there.
That's pretty impressive if you think about it. And I think that's neat. You know, that says a lot about our sport for riders at this age to even consider going and trying to qualify for a professional event. And I think that's pretty cool. It shows how hard they train, and I think that we may even be surprised at how well he does in his inaugural run out there.
Blake Keaton out of Benton, Arkansas. You know where that hometown, what's that place famous for? Walmart. It's the hometown of Walmart. That's where it all began. I wonder if he works there. Cashier or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be the nicest Walmart in the world.
Oh,
if the
you'd
one in
think,
Benton, Arkansas. Or maybe it's the first one, so it's probably as big as like a CVS Drugs or something. Really tiny, a big all-glass front window.
Got a big plaque out front
Right.
that says this is the first Walmart in
Just
history.
leave it the same. It's like the Dwarf House at the Chick-fil-A Dwarf House down in Georgia. First one.
5 laps into this one, Swan, Ellis, Carl Scott, Blake Keaton, John Mast, your top 5. Miller, Edmonston, Garrett Edmonston, the 59 is up to 7th. Robbie Smith is 8th. Andy Matthew is in the number 9 spot, and Randy Woodring, who got the whole shot, is 10th now. 11 through 20 sees James Singer, Michael Mercer, Brandon Belcher, Travis Pranger, and Eric Fullerot is your top 15. John Boland, Rob Flotch, John Lawrence, Garrett Carter, and Ryan Gauld round out your top 20.
Check him out. That's his signature look there. The number 27 always wears a button-up flannel shirt. Oh, and Swan goes down. He's going to get back up, keeps the machine running, and the button-up shirt going to need to be permanently pressed to take that thing down to the cleaners. They'll run it over to Nick Romano's Bayside Cleaners right here in the back 40 and get that thing cleaned up for him.
You know, you have to think that this week might be actually lending a hand to the efforts of what Eric Swan is going to be tackling next week at Unadilla.
Yeah,
it's the Amsoil last lap that is going to be rolling through here in the...
No, somebody's got to do it. I don't have a shirt. Yes. Last lap, Rodney Tomlin's going to head down and grab the podium.
I did not know I was doing podium. I'll go do it.
With Eric Swan.
I'll take care of it.
He's got it. What's that? Oh, okay. Well, Rodney, you're going to do the podiums, man. Head down there.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing podiums.
All right, well, I'm going to get his shirt then. I'll do it.
I'm going to pull out. I'm not doing podiums.
So Jason White will do the
Amsoil
podium.
last lap underway here for Eric Swan, Charles Ellis, Carl Scott, John Mast, and Blake Keaton, your top 5. Miller, Edmonston, Robbie Smith, Andy Matthew, James Singer, your top 10. Woodring, who got the whole shot, back now into the number 11 spot. So right now it's a waiting game, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen with Eric when he heads to Unadilla next week. That's one of the impressive feats that I think that is underway this week. And like I said, this week's racetrack here at Loretta's may be lending a hand to getting him ready for what he is to expect when he rolls into Unadilla here in a few days. Look at this. This final couple of laps have been some of the most challenging for the number 27 so far. A couple little mistakes, but he still keeps it upright, only going down one time over there behind the billboard. But he'll take the checker flag and the win here in the Vet 30-plus class. A 22.5-second lead. After that first lap, he was way back in the pack. I think somewhere around 10th place after at least the second lap. He moved up to 7th, and then wham, voila, before we even realized it or knew it, he was up to the number 1 position. I mean, that came out of nowhere, and he went blowing by everybody. And he's showing that he is ready to make the next steps, even at the age of 30-plus here, and he is 31 years old. So way to go, Eric, man. Congratulations on making things happen here at Loretta Lynns. And it looks like the Rocky Mountain ATVMC leaderboard, Charles Ellis in second, Carl Scott. Well, we're waiting right now. Yep, they finished in second and third. Blair Miller did finish in fourth. Mass was fifth. Keaton is through in sixth. Edmonston, seventh. Smith, Andy Matthew, and James Singer round out your top 10. That's your Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com leaderboard there for the Vet 30-plus class. Look at that, man. I mean, even at that, Masty's pouring the cold, or excuse me, Swan pouring the cold water on his face. He still doesn't seem to be all that taxed after that 15-minute moto he just ran there. Let's head on down to the podium where Jason Wygant stands by.
I want to see you drink it. I want to see you drink it. Yeah, that's how you do it. This guy's a character. Awesome to have him here with us at the ranch. He's got himself a gold medal again. Let's hear it for Eric Swan. Energy drink? Is that your energy drink right there?
Yeah, it's the Fast House soda. So,
how'd it go for you? We saw one little mistake over there by the mechanics area, but how was the moto overall? Oh, was there more than that?
That was the only one you saw? Shit. No, I fell probably like 4 times, dude. I just spent more time on the ground than I did in my bed all week long. So, Yeah, it was a good moto to actually come away with this again. So just stoked to be up here. I was just looking for a top 3 out of those first couple laps. So stoked, dude.
Nicely done then. All right, who do you want to thank, Eric?
Dude, I got to thank my mechanic, Rob, right here, dude. He spent so many hours framing this poor old bike and getting her back together so I can go beat the hell out of her. The dudes at Team Green hooking me up, taking care of me. Really, dude, PC, Pacific Coast Customs, dude, hooking it up. There's too many. I'm overheating, so I'll get you guys on the next one.
He worked hard for this one. Let's hear it for Eric Swan. That's good stuff right there. Looking for Charles Ellis, our second place finisher. Somebody get that bike for that guy. Help him out. All right, he's tired. He's going to have to put that thing on the stand. Look at that, showing what strength is left, getting that bike back on the stand. And Carl Scott, our third place finisher, we'll get to in a moment. Let's go around this side. It's got a lot of jerseys and shirts to remove, our moto winner. If you don't mind, we'll come right out front here. Let's hear it for Charles Ellis, finishing second. How'd it go, Charles?
That was a good ride. I mean, Swan was ripping. My buddy Kyle Kraus warned me about him. So, man, just having fun. It's been a while since I've been here, and having a good time with my friends and family and enjoying it.
When was the last time you were here? What class were you racing?
2007, I raced Pro Sport, and then, yeah, my first year here was 99, and I carved my initials in the tree up on the hill, and I found it yesterday. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, who do you want to thank?
That's it. I want to thank my wife and my parents and my mechanic, Albert, and, you know, just everybody out there that puts this event on, and Davey Coombs, all you guys. You do a great job.
Thank you, Charles. Let's hear it for our second place finisher. Thank you, Charles. Looking for Carl Scott, who should have the bronze. All right, come on out front so we can see the logos. Let's hear it for our third place finisher, Carl Scott. How'd it go?
Went really good today. You know, I got a good start, put myself in a good position, and just kind of rode my own race. And wound up leading for a little bit, and then got past, and started leading again for a little bit, and got real tight, and just tried to keep it on two.
Got the bronze. That's good. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd really like to thank good Lord above for keeping me safe and keeping all the riders safe. And couldn't do it without my father. You know, he makes a trip down from Ohio, and I come from Georgia the last 4 years, and it's been fun going back to the races with him. My wife, family. I've got to thank Pro Action. Those guys have been with me for a long, long time. Fly Racing, 100%, DT1 filters. If I forgot anybody, sorry, a little drained.
All right, good job. Let's hear it for Carl Scott, third place. Let's cheer for him. Thank you. I don't know if we got a whole shot winner gathered up or not. I see a bike. I think they got it done. Oh, we got the rider too? All right. Bring it all the way up. Randy Woodring with our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. How'd that moto go?
Man, this track is tough. I've never ridden anything like this. Last time I was here was in 1999, and I didn't remember getting near this rough. But, you know, my family's been behind me, supporting me, and my sponsors, and I had to go out there and give it my best efforts. And I said, best way to do it is pull this stinking hole shot. So my mechanic, Mikey Smith, said, hang it out, man, and you can do it.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
You know, foremost, I got to thank my family, my wife and kids, Trista, Braxton, Adeline, Mikey, Pops, Mike and Sandy from M&S Motorsports, Fly Racing with this vented gear out there is amazing, and Greg Sims. I got to thank Magix Racing, Speed Technology Suspension, Babbitt's Kawasaki out of Muskegon. They helped me out a lot this year. And anybody I forgot, I really appreciate all the help you've given me over the years.
Awesome. All right, let's hear it for Randy Woodring. Get the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Extra 30 plus. I'll send it back up. Got it. Thanks, Randy.
Live coverage of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com Amateur National Motocross Championship continues after this.
Moto, defined by DC. Visit us at dcshoes.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook.
Dunlop Geomax MX32 and Geomax MX52. Take your performance to the next level.
Even if your kids aren't quite ready for an MX National, the whole family can still have fun on Honda's best-selling line of CRF-F off-road bikes. They feature legendary reliability, non-stop fun, and they're all styled up to look like bikes the pros ride. They're just the thing for your up-and-coming motorcycle gang. Honda, performance first.
From their very first motorcycle in 1903, Husqvarna Motorcycles has built a pioneering tradition through a series of visionary street and off-road motorcycle innovations that profoundly shape both the history and future evolution of motorcycling. A premier quality look and feel is the minimum standard on every Husqvarna motorcycle. The Husqvarna brand was born in Sweden and is defined by its proud Swedish heritage, attitude, and design influence. Originally founded in Sweden in 1903, Husqvarna motorcycles have been designed and manufactured in Austria since 2013.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 35th running of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by AMSOIL, live from Loretta, Lynns. And now, your host, Megawatt and Rodney.
And back here at the Dude Ranch, the Vet 30-plus class getting wrapped up right now, and the girls' senior class getting ready to roll next. Actually, we got the girls' seniors and the girls' junior getting ready to roll, and that's a 9 to 13 class and a 12 to 16-year-old class. And honestly, we have got some really good stuff going on there. As great as the first moto finishes. Jordan Jarvis, of course, coming into this one aboard the number 30 in the girls' senior 12 to 16-year-old class. Triangle Cycles Blue Crew, Scranton Craftsman back Yamaha rider, having a great Moto 1, but we can't count out the 46 of Jasmine Canfield out of Deltona, Florida. She's also a Yamaha Blue Crew Triangle Cycle rider. She had a great Moto 1 ride, so we're going to want to be keeping an eye out for her. The MTF ride of Chile's Valentina Galaz finished up third in Moto number 1. The fourth place went to Jamie Ostadillo out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, the SOBMX and also Renegade Fuels backed ride. And the fifth place position there in that girls 12 to 16, the senior class, went to Gina Grigoletti out of Elwood, Illinois on the Garnet Boots Renthal Rock River backed Yamaha ride. Girls junior 9 to 13 class saw, I think, equally as exciting battling going on there as well, Megawatt.
Yeah, there's an amazing level of competition in that young class right there. Watching the lead changes, watching the track savvy of these young ladies, it was as impressive about any races we've seen this week so far.
No doubt about that. Looking at the standings in that first moto of girls junior class, it was Taylor Allred, the 34 out of Riverton, Utah, on the Pocatello Power Sports Rhino Designs back KTM, taking the Moto 1 win. The second place position, I believe, in the girls senior class went to, this is going to be a tough one to find out here. Oh, here. So second place position actually went to Katie Benson. And third place there in Moto number 1 going to Alyssa Cole, the 97 out of Ashley, Illinois, on the ATVs and more Fly Racing 100% goggles machine. You heard it. You heard the alarm right there. That means that the Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com depot is open and ready for you folks as they got a new shipment of the UPS deliveries in over there. So head on over to the outpost over here, the post, and pick up your packages if you're expecting a package. That, my friends, that call, that signal, that horn was for you.
Hey, want to remember to remind everybody in these 51cc classes coming up at 6 o'clock, you guys will be racing. So you guys will be next on the dock. A, B, and C are 51cc classes. A, B, and C will be going off right about 6 o'clock. And you guys can start making your way down to the starting area here in just a few minutes if you haven't already done so. But one more reminder, at 6 o'clock are 51cc
and
A, B, and C.
And just a note to my producer, the Rocky Mountain ATVMC post is closed, so there is no UPS shipments there. You're feeding me wrong information, man. So girls class racing, here's a couple of notes for you. We are going to be going into the, I think right around this 6 o'clock hour. Wow, I can't believe we're approaching that already.
Right.
Up next after the girls are going to be the 51 classes. Now listen up, everybody that's after that. That includes mainly the mini senior class. If time allots, we will run the mini senior moto. However, if it does not, we will not after the 50s. If we do run the mini seniors, it will be the last moto of the day. So anyone after the mini seniors, you guys can take note that you will not be racing for sure today. Still up in the air as to whether or not the mini seniors will be racing. So just kind of keep that in mind. These 51s will follow the girls. Following that, if time allots, will be mini seniors. Otherwise, we'll either be finished after the mini seniors or finished right after the 51 classes.
All right, just a few more moments here, getting the final touches put on this racetrack, getting ready to get underway. Of course, with our girls junior 9 to 13, as well as our girls senior 12 to 16. So eagerly waiting the start of this moto. Track in amazing shape right now. Just putting the finishing touches, as we said, on looking real good in all of our corners right now. The soil, amazing condition compared to what we were looking at 7 o'clock this morning.
You know, the great thing about it, you know, you were talking a little bit ago, watch the dirt right now, the consistency of the soil. Earlier today, you know, a lot of people question, why don't we do this, why doesn't we do that? You got to wait till the dirt actually gets a certain consistency before it actually, I think, pack and build the way that they want it to. So that's why they work certain sections of the racetrack at different times and different ways, as a matter of fact. You know, they might work it one way back and forth, kind of tilling it over, getting the stuff to dry out, and then all of a sudden they come out and do something totally different. The reason is it's a matter of just trying to get the right consistency in this soil to get it to do what they want to do. And again, it's a science. There's no doubt about it.
You're 100% right with that. And well, they'll do tractions based on where track sections based on where it's shady, where the sun's hitting it, what had the low spot in it, where it's like, just depending on what needs the attention. Then these guys know exactly how much to work it, how to push the moisture out of it, how to reclaim it back, shove it off the track and pull it back in a little bit and recover this area. So these guys know exactly what they're doing with it. When you say it's a science, you better believe it. Watched them do the same thing at places like High Point and Steel City for years.
Taking a look there, I want to say a big shout out to Justin Perkins, who is down there with us right now. JP, he is the event coordinator for GNCC and also the ATV Motocross National Championship Series. They'll be bringing the ATVs here next week for Dirt Days. Next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday will be the Amateur Series finale. Part of the world's greatest ATV race and vacation right here at the Dude Ranch. And JP's out there, Justin Perkins, just kind of watching over things and saying, what am I going to be able to do with this place next week?
Exactly. You know, amazing stuff going on there in the quads. When you take a look at the season this year, Rodney, you've just given me so much information, told me who's coming along. I mean, everybody from Hedrick to Bird to these guys, just all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah, and a lot of the ATV guys, I've seen some of the top professionals out here earlier today. Ronnie Higgerson was here. Joe Bird was here yesterday. Seen Travis Moore, who is a former pro Tennessee rider and the former pro that is training a bunch of guys. So we've seen a lot of those guys watching the action and prelude to what they got going on down here next week. So a lot of interest generated this week across the industry, whether it's 2 or 4 wheels. Everybody wants to be a part of, I think, the Amateur National Motocross Championship Finals.
Yeah, you better believe it. And when you take a look at this track, this is basically what those guys will be seeing in a week or so. Just like when you go to the RC Daytona Supercross, those guys, man, amazing ability on those quads to watch the level that those guys have risen to and watch the machinery adapt to the new tracks. It has just been amazing. Used to have almost different sections for quads and bikes and that type of thing. Right now, let me tell you something. That quad will launch as far as that bike will.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about that. And also want to remind you, viewers at home, if you like to watch good racing, just like what you're watching here, I mean, that National Championship Series week after week after week, just like here at Loretta Lynns, you drop the gate, you got the best riders in the country, and that's what you'll have here on Four Wheels as well. So you'll be expecting to see great racing. If you're a fan of racing, tune in next week when we come to Loretta Lynns for the ATV Motocross National Championship. Right now, girls, again, senior 12 to 16 and girls junior 9 to 13 getting ready to roll. As far as tonight is concerned here at the Dude Ranch, we got more activities coming up. I believe we've got the senior prom. The prom coming up tonight at the AMSOIL Arena. That is also in conjunction with the silent disco. Now, for those of you folks that don't know what a silent disco is, that is one of the coolest, funniest, most intriguing things I've seen in a while. Basically, you get it's two DJs. They get up there and they have, and you as a participant have the option of listening to either DJ, and you can switch in between. So if you don't like the song one DJ is playing, you can switch over in your headphones to the other. The thing is, nobody outside of where you're at can hear what's going on but you. So you're up there, you're dancing, you got all these flashing lights on your headset and stuff, and you're grooving out to your tunes and everything, and people are watching it. It's kind of funny in a way, but you with the headphones on, it makes it a lot of fun, man. And then the DJs get in their own little war, and you try to get a dance lines and stuff like that going. It's a lot of fun. We were doing it at Snowshoe a few weeks ago, a month or so back, man, and that brought out a lot of fun. That brought out the idea we got to do this at Loretta Lynns.
First time I'd ever experienced it, thought it was awesome. Laughed my rear end off, man. All these guys out there just doing their moves, and next thing you know, changing them up seemingly for no reason. You know.
What was funny is when they all went into the big line dance. It looked like they were all doing the electric slide. They're all out doing their own thing, and then all of a sudden everybody lines up and starts doing the electric slide with those headphones and no music, and that was what was pretty cool to watch that with. Hey, we're peeking at the Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com starting gate down there right now as these riders are out on their sighting laps. You notice that some riders haven't gone out for a sighting lap. You see a few bikes back there. Just an FYI, the sight lap is an optional thing for riders. Most riders do elect, especially when conditions get like this, to go ahead and check out what changing scenarios we have on this racetrack. So we've got about in the neighborhood of about 60 girls out there right now doing this sight lap via the senior 12 to 16 and junior 9 to 13-year-old divisions. Again, riders to watch out for: Jordan Jarvis in the girls senior 12 to 16-year-old class. Second place was Jasmine Canfield. She was the 46 machine. And Valentina Galaz, the number 98, was third place in the senior division.
Yeah, in our girls junior, with the win, it was Taylor Allred coming in third place. Alyssa Cole, second place, was Caitlin Benson. And in the fourth position in our junior class was Sydney Wagner. Let me tell you something. Amazing race in both of these classes.
It was. And Sid Wagner, I want to talk about Sydney. We talked to her dad, Jay Wagner, earlier this morning before racing and stuff got underway. We also saw that he got second in the senior 45-plus class there a little bit ago. Sydney was running in moto number 1. Actually, was in a third-place position, and on the last lap, she had a little spillover. She basically just went down, said it was a mental error. She made it herself. She went down, took herself up, got back up, and finished up in the number 4 spot. A little dissatisfied with the finish, but at the same time realizing that it was not the end of the world. Right. I have to say that I commend her on her solid thinking and knowing that, hey, we're here for the long haul, and we've got plenty more motos to go here.
Yeah, and that's the big picture. I mean, that's the attitude you have to have. You can't dwell on it. You have to get up and get going. And the bottom line is there's 3 motos. You have to do it 3 times. And, that's what you have to focus on. That has to be the task at hand.
Yeah, we want to welcome out in this girls 12 to 16 class Corey Steed. She's out of Damascus, Ohio. She finally returns to the ranch after a podium in 2013 in the girls 9 to 11 class. She missed both the 2014 and 15 seasons with injuries. Maiden competition, Jordan Jarvis and Jasmine Canfield is who she's going to be rolling against this week. Now, she's running under the number 16, and that is in memory of a close friend, Ty Keston, who tragically passed away while racing GNCC in Georgia earlier this year. We see several of those riders in different classes that are running the number 16 in Ty Keston's memory here this week, and we salute Ty. And also just really looking forward to seeing what Steed is able to pull out. She does a lot of GNCC stuff right now as well. Hey, we got the word in. Open Pro Sport class is going to be our first moto up tomorrow morning, and I believe we will be going live on Racer TV. Wait a minute. Now I'm getting an update on that. Okay. All right. So never mind. Hang on. We're getting some miscommunication. They're telling me now, so they're retracting that statement at the moment. Stand by. We'll know more about how that's all going to work in that. But again, we're hoping to at least get through the mini seniors. If not, if we do, there will be no more classes ran after that. But mini senior, we want you to stick around and stay on standby. Speaking of standby, these ladies are standing by, waiting for this gate to drop and this action to get underway here in these girls classes, I should say.
Yeah, and so am I. I can't wait because, man, I'm telling you, it was great racing, a lot of fun to call, and just so close, and something happening all around the track. We got 2 classes out there at one time, so there's always action taking place everywhere. You got 2 leaders to watch, and let me tell you, watching these guys watching these girls dice, watching them choose their lines, watching them make the passes, man, one of the most exciting classes we've seen this week.
For sure. Every drop of the gate. That's the thing I like about coming here. If somebody says, what do you like most about Loretta's? I like most about Loretta's. It doesn't matter what class is on the track. You've always got a great race to watch. We have seen, as the races wear on here in the last day or so, I think the conditions have warranted that. A lot of separation of riders toward the end of the race. That's one thing that we can say that might be a little bit different than what we've seen in the last few years past. We've seen a lot of stiff competition passes in the last turn and side-by-side battles right down to the wire. The conditions, I think, warrant the battling more in the early part of the motos this year versus the end of the motos like we saw in the last couple of years. And it really becomes a war of attrition as much as it does anything out there toward the end of these motos and all these races so far, Moto 1 and the motos that we've seen in Moto 2 so far.
Yeah, I like that, Rodney. Jessica Patterson and I were talking about that. One of the things she was noted for was she would make big moves in the first couple corners if she didn't get the best start. Wasn't the greatest starter at all times, but you know what? Would pick up 2, 3, 4 positions quickly. And noticing that in both of these classes, moves being made early in the first few corners. And this one's about to go right now, Rodney.
Revs up on this one. You see the girls' heads go down, staring at that gate. The gate drops now, and rolling into that first turn, this 12 to 16-year-old class.
Wow, big hole shot.
Big lead there for the Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award. Is that Jamie? Yeah, I believe it is the number 3, Jamie Ostadio out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. She finished 4th in Moto 1 on her Husqvarna.
Not sure who this is. Somebody making a challenge here. Looks like we've got a new leader already. Looks like the number
I think that might be
machine.
Canfield. Canfield on the 46.
Yes,
that is, yeah. I can't quite make those numbers out so they get pointed right at us. But Jordan Jarvis, the Moto 1 winner, is in second. Canfield, who finished second in Moto 1, is out front. So we got the flip-flop situation again out here in this girls' Moto 1.
And keep your eyes on it because that was an incredible race last time. Let's see what we can do with the roles reversed this time.
Ostadio taking the hole shot for Bell Helmets in that girls' senior 12 to 16-year-old class. And back there in that second start of the girls' junior 9 to 13-year-old class, we'll try to pick up on the hole shot award winner in that one and let you know who it is. But right now we turn our attention back out front. It's actually the 34 Taylor Allred out of Riverton, Utah, taking that hole shot. Here's the 46 out front now. Jasmine Canfield out to the number 1 position as Jordan Jarvis is right there in the thick of things. And these 2 young ladies are already starting to stretch out over the 3rd place position. And
already starting to make a big break for it right now, Rodney. As you said, now what's going to happen? These 2 definitely aren't going to slow each other down.
No.
These 2 are going to push each other all the way through this moto right now.
To new limits.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Jasmine Canfield having this crazy off-track excursion earlier in the day. Actually laid that thing over, grabbed a big handful. I thought it was one of the greatest corners I've ever seen. Then it shot clear off the track and cost her a couple positions. But right now, look at this. Right back where we left off between Jasmine Canfield and Jordan Jarvis.
Jarvis is right there all over that back wheel of Canfield as we head down in front of the billboard now. The hard left-hand turn, these 2 Yamaha riders look to be equally matched on speed and talent. It's going to be a matter of, at this point, minimizing mistakes for both of these riders. The one that makes the least amount should be able, or at least the the smaller mistakes in this one should be the one that pulls out the win. And if that's the case, you know, it looks like the championship could go right down to the wire.
Oh, no.
Mercy. Down goes Jordan Jarvis as she gets a little bit out of shape in the inside of that rut.
And
She's
you
gonna
just said it, Rodney. You just said it. No mistakes.
Minimizing mistakes, and that's what it took. And it's not a matter of a number of mistakes now. It's making sure that you don't make the huge mistakes. And that was a pretty big mistake. Don't want to say it was a big mistake, but it cost her a lot of positions.
But here's what I want to say about that. That was a gutsy move. I was
It
just
was.
getting ready to comment, said, look at this. Jarvis able to hook up inside. I mean, bottom line is Canfield was wide open on the outside. Jarvis recognizing that, trying to make it happen. So you got to give her credit for going for it, man.
You most certainly do. It's Canfield, Jarvis, Astudillo at the end of that first lap. So Jarvis will move up into, or Astudillo will move up into that second place position. Corey Steed now into the number 3 spot as Avery Berry will round out the 4th place position. I believe Maggie Garretts will then move into a 5th place position. But here we go now, working through some lap traffic, or through that traffic. The 30 of Jordan Jarvis has got a lot of ground to make up right now. She's getting by that 36 of Avery Berry, so that'll put her back into a top 5 position right now. So back into 5th now is the number 30 of Jordan Jarvis.
Key was able to get that thing back up, get rolling again quickly. Believe the bike was still running, so able to put the thing in gear, catch back up to what was happening, get back in this race, like you said, into the top 5. But take a look at our girls junior right now. Taylor Allred back up front again. I think in the first moto, where did she finish? Yes, she won that first moto and back out front where she left off. Looks like, let's see, is that Benson in the second position right now? It does look like Benson. I believe
Katie
she was
Benson.
also up front last. Yep, and she got second in the last moto. So having pretty much a repeat ride in our girls junior 9-13 right now.
Looking back there to that 54 of Carney Samples, she was 8th in Moto 1, running 3rd in that girls division. As we look at the distance between Canfield and now Jarvis, who is up to a 4th place position. Doing the math right now, about 8. We call that now 10 and 11. So we're looking somewhere in the neighborhood of just under 14 seconds between that number 30 of Jordan Jarvis and Jasmine Canfield. And one has to question at this particular juncture in the moto, is that going to be enough time at nearly 12 minutes in this race for her to catch up, and not only catch up, but move into a top 3 position even in this moto?
Rodney, quick math tells me it's going to be close.
Yeah.
You know, when you try to figure out how many laps we're going to have, how much time is left, looking at the lap times right now, man, she's going to push forward, and it's going to take every second of this race. She's going to not be able to let up one bit, got to charge to the front. But
and she's doing that. She's gotten around Steed, and now she's right there on the rear wheel of Astudillo as we head out of Storyland. Canfield is making up, Jarvis is making up some time now, it looks like, on Canfield, and now into that number 2 spot will go the number 30 of Jordan Jarvis. So she had dropped back to about a 7th or 8th place position, and we have seen her steadily passing riders throughout this entire lap of racing here on lap number 3. Very impressive push by that young lady.
And this is exactly what we're talking about. Now she's on a mission. Now that's going to change these numbers again. Will she have enough time? Riding at this pace, man, anything is possible. No question.
Well, at the end of lap 2, Astudillo was about 8 seconds behind Canfield. And if that pace hasn't changed much and there's still an 8-second deficit, still quite a bit of real estate for the number 30 to make up out there. But it becomes I wouldn't say a likelihood, but definitely within the realm of possibility.
Possibility, yes.
But here we got to look at the time again. Timing is going to be the critical thing on this, and I believe this is only a 15-minute moto, so she's only got about a minute and a half or so. So we're
That's
probably
where my math went bad.
Yeah. That's where we might be finding things a little more difficult for her. Now, how far and when they're actually going to throw the checker, this might be an 18-minute moto, so if that's the case, then we may be going a little longer than what I realized, but regardless. All right, so our clock on the TV is wrong. It's saying like 14 minutes. I'm looking at the wrong clock. Guys, you might want to reset that or take the – all right. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm looking at the wrong lap time. We're getting wrong. That needs to be reset. So we won't even work off of that. We'll do more along the lines of 3 laps times 2:17. That
right.
is more like a 6 minute. I put that at 7 minutes. So we're approaching the 9 minute mark in this race now. So that makes a little more sense. That does give her now that for the Jarvis fans, that gives her a little bit more time now to make it up. But that gap is not 8 seconds. It is 11, almost 12 seconds.
Right, we've increased that. We've increased that by about 4 seconds. So now you're adding 2 more laps easily in terms of trying to overcome that. But what we're seeing right now is we're seeing a big push. Is this pace going to increase? Is she going to be able to force a mistake? Is she going to be able to pull the lap times down even slower? Because I can tell you right now, her pace right now is faster than it was on her first lap.
Yeah, but the saving grace for Jarvis will be that Canfield is going to be approaching the tail end and more of the brunt of that girls' junior 9 to 13-year-old class before she does. So she's going to try to obviously work through the lap traffic that she can, making up as much ground, but hope that Canfield gets held up for just a moment, that she can actually capitalize out there.
I got to tell you, Rodney, I just witnessed something. I just witnessed Jasmine Canfield seat wheelie that bike through a couple little holes to keep it smooth. You know, that's an experienced rider move right there. She stuck that leg out, slid that clutch. Next thing you know, just rode that bike through the holes, man. Impressive maneuver for a young rider like that.
Most definitely. Jamie Osadio now back in the number 3 spot, I believe. So here's the way it works after 4 laps complete. We will be now about, I believe that would be 9 minutes into this race. We're looking at Jasmine Canfield, Jordan Jarvis, Jamie Ostadio, Corey Steed now is in the number 4 spot. Avery Berry is 5th. Maggie Garrett's actually moving up to 4th. I apologize. Avery Berry is now 5th. Gina Grigoletti is 6th. Valentina Galaz is up to 7th, the number 98 machine. Corey Steed drops now to a 8th place position aboard the number 16. Caitlin Claus, the 76th and 9th. And Shelby Benson rounds out your top 10 there in the girls' senior class.
You mentioned Corey Steed there. I talked to Ray Steed, her dad, yesterday briefly, and in her first moto, getting landed on by another rider just actually across the edge of the handlebar, ripping the bars out of her hands and stuff. And, of course, out here racing again today. So Corey Steed encountering some bad luck in Moto number 1 for sure.
She did. And girls junior class 9 to 13-year-olds watching Taylor Allred, Katie Benson in 2nd, Alyssa Cole in the number 3 spot. There's Sydney Wagner, who finished 3rd in Moto 1 or 4th in Moto 1. So there again, we got Jada Murphy in 5th aboard the 21. Carrie Wilson, the 52, is 6th. Cammie Samples, the 54, in 7th. Adeline Malcolm in the number 8 spot. Mackenzie Brocata is in the number 9 spot, and Kendall Miller rounds out the top 10.
Rodney, I cannot believe the conditions of this sand section back here that I'm seeing right now. Number 1, that looks like any section from Southwick, but number 2, the condition that was this morning
at
6:45, 6:30, whatever time we got here, 6:45, that thing was an absolute mess, and I can tell you, we've watched it change personality so many times today. Amazing shape it is in right now, but also the caliber quality of a professional racetrack should be.
It most certainly is. And Canfield coming around for 5 laps complete now.
White flag is out.
The white flag is out. We're motoring along. 1 more to go. The gap last time around 11.4 seconds. And again, I don't know that Jarvis, well, she may have made up some of that time. Looking at the lap time after 5, a 2.8. She matched the lap time.
Yeah.
She did shave just a few tenths of a second off, so they're just under the 11-second mark. So really not a lot of ground made up. And at this point, it's just a matter of Jasmine Canfield not only minimizing mistakes, but most importantly, not making any on this final lap that will open the door a possibility for Jarvis to step on in.
And I got to say the absolute same thing about Taylor Allred. A beautiful race ridden by her. I didn't see any mistakes out of that young lady. Kept that thing pinned, made good line choices, and with the white flag out, leading this one in our girls junior 9 to 13.
Well, looking at lap times right now, as far as fast ones go, we're starting to see the lap times get quicker. Jasmine Canfield turned a 2:15.033. That's the fastest of the moto so far in this girls' senior and junior classes. And again, that's faster than some of the classes we were watching. I know when we first started out today, some of the fast classes were down in the 2:20s, and Some riders were even looking at 2:30. So to see these 2:18s popping off out here are starting to look rather inviting as opposed to what we'd seen earlier today.
That's big. And I was doing a little maintenance out there and kind of listening to Jason and Kevin. And if I'm not mistaken, they said the 65 9-11 class was running a similar or a quicker time than 450C, was it? 45, that's it, senior 45 plus, man. I was only able to catch part of that conversation. I'm like, did they say what I think they said? Right. For sure, no doubt.
That's pretty funny. That goes to show you, though. I mean, if you were to scale these machines down, just think, I mean, or scale them up as to what speeds they would really be running by comparison to a 450cc when you're talking 65s and 85s and things like that. But right now we're talking girls senior 12 to 16. Canfield making her way around for a Moto 2 win. Pulling that one out, that is going to certainly put her in a great position heading into those, well, that third and final moto coming up for sure. Her and Jarvis, I believe, swapping positions. I believe it was Jarvis taking the Moto 1 win and Canfield second. So these girls will go into this one in a tie. Jamie Ostadillo should have a great position heading into the third and final moto as well.
Think of some of the great ties.
Yeah, I can think of another one. The same two people in their other class.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've been battling in both women's 14 plus and girls 12 to 16. They're going 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 in every moto. I believe it's the same situation in the other class.
Jason, I'm just sitting here thinking, wait a minute. They've raced again.
Yeah, they raced this morning, and they raced again, and they're 1-2 again.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. You know, when we switch up every couple hours or whatever, you know, I lose a little track. But I'm thinking, I know these girls have ridden more than this, so holy cow, doing it in two other classes, tied going into the championship. Has it ever been done? Wow.
Taylor Allred making her way around here on the final lap as we watch the 34 machine, who had a 6.3 second lead over Katie Benson, the 28, heading into this final lap of racing. Alyssa Cole, the 97, was running third with Sid Wagner still in fourth and Jada Murphy in fifth. Now Wagner dropped back to fourth in out of third place on the final lap yesterday in Moto 1. Can she turn it around and maybe move up from fourth into third here in Moto 2?
Anything certainly possible here on that final lap at Loretta Lynns. Man, we've seen so many things happen. We've seen Hannah Hodges, I believe, go down yesterday on the final lap while in the lead and giving it away. We've seen several bikes wash out this morning on that final lap, pushing a little too hard. I believe our 450C maybe leader washing out just a few turns from the finish line. So that last lap can do strange things down here at the ranch.
So girls seniors, top three will be Canfield, Jarvis, and Ostadillo, the 46, 30, and 3. And as we look at the girls junior 9 to 13, Taylor Allred, Katie Benson, and Alyssa Cole are your top three in that one. The Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com leaderboard. Again, it is Avery Berry in fourth, Gina Grigoletti in fifth, Maggie Garrett's is sixth, Valentina Galaz in seventh, Corey Steed holds on for eighth, Caitlin Claus in ninth, and Shelby Benson rounds out your top 10. Girls junior 9 to 13, Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com leaderboard will be Allred, Benson, Cole. Wagner will hold on for fourth, and then we look at Jada Murphy in fifth, Carrie Wilson in sixth, Cammie Samples in seventh, Adeline Malcolm in eighth. Ninth is Mackenzie Brocado, and Kendall Miller rounds out your top 10. Getting ready to head down to our Race Tech podium here in just a moment. And again, saying thanks to our good friends there at Race Tech Engine Services, now offering a full line of performance and rebuild services.
Man, Rodney, I'm sitting there just looking underneath the starting line a second ago. Blue skies, the green grass in the background. Unbelievable, the gamut of weather that we've run this week, man. I'm telling you, not to mention just the weather, the emotions, the excitement through this week. I mean, almost unmatched by any other, the things that we've seen in such a small time. But
like the weather, the emotions, one extreme to the other, from pure joy to pure disappointment, and and what seems like in the circumstances, your world falling apart, although we realize it's just a race, but sometimes this race means the world to a lot of people.
Yep, sometimes this race is everything.
And, you know, I think we recognize
All
that.
right, Rodney, shut her down, son. We're
All
down
right,
here on
son,
the podium.
get-
I'm going to
get
make a
going.
block pass on you guys right here. First things first, let's say hello to your winner, number 46. Give it up for Jasmine Canfield. Jasmine, you are soaking wet. You guys poured water all over yourself trying to cool yourself off here. Talk about that race win. Talk about the moto. Congratulations.
I just got off to a good start and real consistent and never gave up.
What's the plan? Same plan going into that next moto?
Yeah.
How's that track? Is it fun? Just a great track out there now. It's way better than it was this morning, right?
Yeah, it's so much better. It's just a lot more rougher, and it definitely is a separator right now.
Any nervousness there as second place rider closed in on you there for a little bit?
Nah, I just I let up a little, and I'm just riding consistent. We're both riding really great. It's so awesome to have another girl here to battle it out with me.
Awesome job. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe, Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, MotoX Compound, MGX Graphics, Sunshine State of Mags, Team Dunlop, Ethicas, Slack Aware, DT1 Filters, Bell Helmet, Jam Racing, Nihilo Concepts, Pro Taper, and just everyone. Thank you guys so much.
She's all smiles, folks. Let her hear it one more time. Jasmine Canfield takes the win. We're going to bring our second place finisher up here. Come on up here. Jordan Jarvis, the number 30 Yamaha. We're going to give her the silver medal. Great ride for Jordan. She charged all the way back. She was challenging for the lead. Fell down. Let's hear it for Jordan Jarvis, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan, great job. We got a great third moto shaping up here. Tell me about the race, the track, everything. Let's get those goggles situated. Craig will be happy to see that. Talk about that race.
That race was really gnarly. They just groomed all the corners and super, super smooth. And I made a mistake. I tried going through a corner, and my front wheel popped up, and I cartwheeled. But I got up to where I could, and I finished second.
Yeah, what's going through your mind whenever that happens? Like, oh, man, got some work to do.
I was really bummed out because I had a lot of bad luck in my last women's race. I was ready to come back and prove myself, but I think I'm going to have to wait another day to do that.
You proved yourself. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, Fox, FMF, EVO, MGX, Monster Army, Atlas, Pro Taper, Nihilo, Lynns, everybody. Thank you so much.
Let her hear one more time. Your second place finisher, it's Jordan Jarvis. Now we're going to say hello to our Whole Shot Award winner, and we'll bring up Jamie Astudillo. She's going to finish up third as well. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jamie Astudillo. We'll get this bronze medal as well, the Bell Whole Shot Award winner. Nice ride there for Jamie, and then we will put that around your sweaty little hair there. Jamie, great job. You got a third place finish. The gear, you chose white. You went with white. That's a risky move, but it seems to work out for you.
Yeah, someone told me before the moto, why are you wearing white? And I said, I'm getting the whole shot and can stay out at front as much as I can. And I got the whole shot, but didn't stay out in front too long. But I'm happy to be on here on the podium. It's been a long week with fifths and fourths, and I didn't want that anymore.
Yeah, it tastes a little better now. You got the whole shot. You got a medal to go with it. Pretty good day for you. Who do you want to thank, Jamie?
Watts, Motors, Nihilo, Dunlop MX Tire, Oling Suspension, Bell Helmets, FMF, ICW, Mad Brothers Racing, Bud Racing, EVS, CD Boots, AXO, MGX, all the trainers at SOB, Scott Goggles, and Defiance Moto Lifestyle. Thank you.
Great work. Put your hands together one more time for Jamie Astudillo. Great job, Jamie. Congratulations to all of our girls senior class riders. We'll go ahead and get Miss Jasmine Canfield's bike off of the stage here, and then we'll roll up our winner in the girls 9 to 13. We're going to bring Taylor Allred up first with that number 34, KTM. If you want to grab that bike, thanks a lot, guys. Be careful. It's slick out there. And now we'll bring up Miss Taylor Allred. Grab all your goodies that we left up here. I believe Taylor got the Bell Helmets whole shot, so that'll make things a little bit easier. It is slick up here. Hey there. How you doing, Taylor? All right, we're going to say hello to Taylor here. All right, we got Taylor already. You've got the check. Where'd that check go? Did I give it to you? All right, let's hold that Bell Helmets whole shot check nice and high. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the number 34 of Taylor Allred. Oh, yeah, she's pumped on that one, Taylor. Get the cameras ready with the gold going around your neck. You got yourself a moto win. Taylor, how's it feel? Talk about that race.
It feels good. I think like second or third lap I went down, and then I just knew that I was needed to ride smart and smooth just to get up here right now.
Hey, is this the first dry moto you've had this week?
I won the previous one as well.
No, I'm talking about as far as the moto, the dry weather. Is it the first dry one you've had on?
No, it's actually been good for the whole time I've been racing.
Really? So you guys in this class have gotten lucky enough to have dry motos. That's fantastic. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here, Taylor?
My mom, my dad, Mike from Fly, Chris from Hotel Power Sports, RMX, Maximus, Scott, Rhino Designs, D21 Filters, and anyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for the number 34 of Taylor Allred. Fantastic job, Taylor. We'll take that back from you. The 50cc rider's about to fire off. We got a couple more podiums to go. We'll bring our second place finisher up here. How about it? Let's hear it for Taylor Allred. Katie Benson, come on up here, our second place finisher, Miss Katie Benson. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Katie, great work out there. We'll wrap that around your head. You finished up second. How are you sitting in the championship?
I'm sitting second overall, but that's all good.
What's the plan going in that third and final moto?
I'm just going to try to stay up and just race my race.
How gnarly was that racetrack?
It was pretty bad. There was long ruts and the bumps were crazy.
All that training in summer paying off?
Yeah, south of the border really helped me with this.
Who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandparents, Brewer Cycles, Golden Tire, Accurate Pest Control, Lynns, FMF, Bel-Ray, Bell Helmets, Razor Image, South of the Border, Nihilo Concepts, 100%, Traders Racing, Works Connection, Too Tall Racing, Motor Concepts, Radamex, ICW, and everyone else out there. Thank you.
Killer job. Katie Benson one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Second place finish. She's second in the points. And now we will say hello to our third place finisher, number 97 on the Kawasaki. How about it for Miss Alyssa Cole? All right, Alyssa. Who is that? Is that your dad? Is that a relative right there, Alyssa? Is that embarrassing? Not at all. You're stoked about it. Alyssa, she's all smiles. Tell me about that race. You got third place. Is this your best finish here at the ranch?
Yes, it is. I got third last moto, and yeah.
All right, so you're very consistent. 2/3, looking pretty good going in that last moto, huh?
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank, Alyssa?
I'd like to thank Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, I couldn't do it without them, 100%, Fly, and my mechanic.
All right, let's hear it for Alyssa Cole one more time. She finishes up third. Great job, Alyssa. Cute little smile on her. We'll toss it back up to the tower. Rodney and Megawatt. Take it away, Panama Red.
All right, thanks a lot down there, Kevin. As you said, a hot one going on the track right now. Our 51cc 7-8 limited hole shot rider, the number 11 of Braden Johnson. Braden going down here just a moment ago, out front and leading, and experienced a little soil sample there. Dug that front end in a bit. Looks like it is that number 18 machine coming out right now. These guys, look at this battle going on. Our first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders in a line right here. All of these guys on top of each other. Less than a second separating each of these riders as they make their way through right now. It is the number 18 of Landon Gordon out front. He's, as I said, about 1 second. Look at this. 1.2 seconds back to Jordan Slusher. Luke Foster, 0.60. Looks like we've got a battle for the lead right now. Look at this. The number 51, Jordan Slusher, up there putting some pressure on that 18. Slusher looks over right now. Looks like it's Luke Foster. Luke Foster, quite familiar with this kid. Look at this, a huge move by Foster. Foster holds it wide open around the wide side, making the pass, going from the first position to the second. But look at this, the number 18, Landon Gordon, wants none of that, trying to take the position back. Foster able to hold off, but Gordon one more time coming through. Foster leg out, gas on, trying to take the inside line, trying to make it stick. Holy cow. Gordon trying to get back at him, trying to come through these rockers and get a drive. Right now, the third place machine looks like that's probably Slusher right now. I'm sorry, Gordon in that third position. So right now, the number 46 machine, Luke Foster, leading the way. Holy cow, what a lot of action, Rodney, in just a small amount of time. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. I can see the intensity level. I stepped out for just a moment. I come back in, the intensity level of this battle starting out. I mean, this is what it's like starting out. I got to wonder, can these kids keep good? Got a battle for fourth.
Oh,
got a man down. Tough break there as he's trying to remount his machine. The 36 machine there. And
Austin Schaefer having a little bad luck, man. Fighting it out, trying to maintain that fourth position. Back up front, though, Luke Fauser, man, laying the fuel to it. Got that thing wide open, making his way back into the beach now. Watch Fauser set up for the sand. Right now, Luke Fauser back over the rear wheel, keeping that front end light, leg out right now, trying to make a perfect corner, doing everything he can right now to keep Slusher, Gordon, looks like Schaefer, Tucker, Palmer, Johnson, Buge, Floyd, all those guys right now trying to get up there and make some time up on our leader, Luke Fauser.
Yeah, here's the battle for second now as Slusher has Fauser all over his rear wheel, and then we got Austin Schaefer back in the number 4 spot, and Mason Tucker, whom we thought might be seeing a few things start to tighten up there, rounds out your top 5. Got Jaden Palmer back in 6th aboard the 80. Braden Johnson is 7th. Kai Burge in 8th. 9th will be Zy Flord. Cruz Rainwater rounds out your top 10 in that 7-8 limited class there after 1 lap of racing complete. Looking at the 7 and 8 limited. Oh, I thought that was another class, but we've got one class that's 42 riders in this class. So Luke Fauser, though, is your fastest rider. 2:41.5, and to 46 of Luke Fauser, who's we're taking a look at right now. That gap right now is only 2.1 seconds, and Fauser on the gas. You can expect that gap to increase a little bit more as this race wears on. This kid has got a head full of steam. Look how his head is down and how hard he is charging.
Well, I'm familiar with Luke Fauser. I've seen this kid ride many times. I've actually seen this kid train and practice several times. And this is what he's all about. You know, he gets out there, he gets it done, and I can tell you, he trains and practices just like this, at race speed. They find as many kids as they can ride with, and they get out and they try to get it done. They know coming down here they have to go the distance, and right now, not a big shocker to me.
Pretty amazing how even at this level that folks are learning what intensity they have to race at. Whoa, look at these kids going through this rhythm section we call the 10 Commandments. Man, they have got it dialed in.
Rodney, our 3 leaders on the gas, not letting off through these jumps. As soon as they hit the downside, the roof's flying above the helmets. These guys instantly launch in the next one. Incredible action out of these 51cc riders.
Landon Gordon in the number 2 spot. Jaden Slusher, the 51, is 3rd. Mason Tucker in 4th. And again, Jaden Palmer rounds out your top 5 in that front group there. As we'll continue to watch now Landon Gordon as see whether or not he can mount enough of a chase on Fauser. 3rd place coming around is going to be the 51 machine of Jaden Slusser. Let's see if that maintains that position, and that is the case. So as intense as things were on that first lap of racing, it's maybe a little bit of a relief for these kids that they were able to separate a little bit so they could all go out and ride their own race, Matt.
Well, Rodney, at this age, I'm going to tell you, oh, holy cow, little bobble there by that number 51 machine of Slusher. Close call in the deep sand. Rodney, you have to imagine that at this young age, all of them were feeling a little bit right there, and that intense action allowed them to separate each other. They're into their own pace right now, and now they can make a more calculated move on each other.
A lot of adrenaline flowing out of these 51cc riders. Intensity as they are really just nailing these jumps out here. That's a testament to this racetrack. What we're seeing these little guys do in these rough conditions, getting the air that they're getting on some of these big jumps and things, it's a testament to just exactly how much this racetrack is coming around. We've been talking about it, and it's not hype. It is the truth.
Well, Luke Fauser bringing it right now, doubling up over right in front of the tower right now, heading up over that tunnel jump, back down past the billboard. I'll tell you what else it's a testament to, Rodney, making the call, putting the foresight into it to race these guys at 6 o'clock and give them this type of track, knowing and having enough foresight to make that call.
It was certainly a roll of the dice, not really knowing for sure what the rest of the day was going to hold weather-wise. We weren't anticipating we were anticipating some rain showers early this morning. Wasn't real sure what it was going to do the rest of the day, but as the morning went on, it became obvious that regardless, it was going to be the best move to wait to run the 50s, and it obviously was.
Because, Fauser goes down.
Fauser is down. Your leader is down.
Tucks that front end just a bit.
Lead.
Keeps the bike running, though.
Second place, though, closing in. It was a 7-second gap. And now things are starting to heat up, and Landon Gordon gets the incentive that he needs. He sees the rear fender of Luke Fauser, and now That right there has got the adrenaline flowing in that young man. You can see the intensity. You saw how much more serious he got about attacking and trying to reel in that number 1 spot.
We talked about that with Jessica Patterson, seeing that mistake in the girls' class earlier. Next thing you know, the guy behind you gets all the motivation in the world, sees that mistake, believes that mistake may have been caused by him, trying to take advantage and force another one.
No doubt about that. Is Jaden Slusser still back in the number 3 spot. Tucker and Palmer rounding out the top 5. Then it's Braden Johnson, Cade Johnson, Evan Woody in 8th, Kai Burge, and still Cruz Rainwater rounding out the top 10. We'll check a little further back, 11th through 20th. Now Cason Little, Gabe Mahoney in 12th. Caden Wharton is 13th. William Conagier is the 14th place ride. We got Kyler Rom in 15th. Enzo Timmerman is 16th. Nicholas Stefanchek is 17th. Diesel Thomas in 18th. We see Crew Ketton is 19th, and Drew Adams rounds out the top 20 aboard the number 33. Through the beach we go now, and Fowler, a little bit of a struggle there, allowing Landon Gordon once again that bit of confidence to rise there, so we see him twist that throttle a little bit harder.
That's the situation. Landon's smart enough to know there was a problem, smart enough to know that issues are arising, and look at this, starting to close that gap on our leader right now.
I tell you, man, Landon's smelling blood in the water right now. He's trying to circle the boats and
look at this. Look at this. Getting on top of Fowler right now. Here's the thing. I think Fowler may have really got overheated there when he dropped that bike. The anxiety started really kicking in. And right now, trying to get the heart rate back under control, I'd imagine, and trying to get back it settled into the pace. But right now, all kinds of heat coming in the form of Landon Gordon.
No doubt about that, as I agree. I believe that he's just trying to reposition himself mentally as much as physically on the racetrack. He's got the physical positioning. It's the mental thing that he's got to get control of here on this AMSOIL last lap. Now, these guys only got one more lap to go. That's going to work out, I think, in favor possibly of Luke Fowler if he can just maintain his control and composure over this final lap of racing. And I think that he has honestly settled into pace. It took him a lap and a half or so to get into that rhythm again, but I think about halfway through that last lap we started seeing it come together. A little push there at the end by Gordon, but already now that looks like Fowler has just got her nailed and railed.
Yeah, you know, Fowler made a mistake on his own. He was all alone by himself. And look at this, though. Gordon going wide, trying to keep that momentum up. But he had a 7-second lead or so, made a mistake, and all of a sudden that just threw that train of thought off.
It did, and here comes. We got half a lap left to go. The big question is, will Gordon actually be able to reel in Fowler? Will Fowler be able to maintain the pace? And as they head into Storyland, so many things develop back here, and we could see yet another story start to develop.
Into the back reaches of Storyland, into the shadows now, Rodney. Things look a lot different than they do out here in the front of the racetrack. Fowler doing everything he can to ride smooth now. Looks like he has definitely opened up the gap right now.
Well, what that is,
holy cow.
that shows that Landon Gordon is searching out there. He's searching for those lines. He's switching things up, and though it may have slowed him down on this final lap, he had to pull out all the stops to try to reel that 46 machine back in.
Just like in our girls' moto just a moment ago, our second place rider, Canfield and, young lady tried to come underneath her. You know what? Bottom line is, stuck it in there, tried anything to make it happen. So that's what we're seeing right now out of Landon Gordon. So the number 18 machine throwing everything at him he can, but Fowler able to answer each and every time. Fowler right now, half a lap to go, headed for the checker flag, trying to make his way smoothly back to that checkered flag, and right now up and over our infield, 2 small sections to go here, Rodney, coming around the pond.
Amazing the difference a lap makes. A lap ago we saw Landon Gordon right there trying to reel him in. He was actually making up a little bit of time over that past section of racetrack, but from about this point on, heading toward the white flag, it seems like all the composure in the world that Fowler needed to have, he was able to muster up, and he carries it home to the checker flag. And a Moto 2 win here now at the ranch.
Rodney, able to muster it back up, like you said, almost looked like 2 different kids on 2 different laps right there. So Fowler able to really reel it back in, gain control of it, and bring himself to a victory right now. The number 46 machine absolutely able to answer every challenge on the track here.
Well, we see holding on for the number 2 position will be Landon Gordon, and Jaden Slusher now checking in the number 3 position, as we'll look for Mason Tucker in the 4th place position as he does check in there. And if things remain consistent over this final lap, we'll see Jaden Palmer, the number 80, rounding out the top 5. Just an FYI for you, Luke Fowler, the fastest lap time at a 2:41.5. He turned that on lap 2. So Fowler, Gordon, Schlusser, I should say, Mason Tucker in 4th, Jaden Palmer in 5th, Braden Johnson in 6th, Evan Woody in 7th, Cade Johnson in 8th, Kai Burge in 9th, and Kason Little rounding out the top 10. So,
Rodney, I feel like I ran a race.
I know.
I'm spent right now, man. I want to tell you right now, Fowler, Gordon, and Slusher, man, wore me out in this one.
I could see that. And look at all the smiles down on the podium. And
hey, Luke, what's up, man?
Good racing there, and of course some good interviews, I'm sure, about ready to take place as we throw down to Mr. Kevin Kelly standing by with our top 3.
Well, I don't want to interrupt the kiss from Mom, so put that around your neck, my man. Put that one. There you go. Luke Fowler with the win, number 46. Man, you about gave your mom a heart attack there. I'm sure you about crashed that one time. Luke, tell me about that ride, dude.
It was good. I got a 4th place or 5th place start and tried to work my way up through the pack. And about for the 3rd lap, I got everybody, and it was just a good ride.
Yeah, well, you crashed there towards the end. You gave us all a little bit of a scare, dude.
Yeah, I just leaned over a little bit too much in the rut, and I fell, and I got up as quick as I could, and I tried to pull away.
Well, you did a good job. How old are you, bud?
I'm 9 years old.
9 years old. That is fantastic. What grade are you in? Are you in school yet, or are you about to start school?
I'm going in the 4th.
4th grade, man. You going to go back and show everybody this medal when you get back to school?
Yeah.
What about that to girlfriend? You think you're going to wear that to school? Maybe you'll get you a girlfriend by wearing that?
Yeah.
I dare you. Wear that thing all the time, man. I would. I'd be stoked. Hey, you're looking pretty good going to that final. What do you think? You going to win this championship?
Yeah.
You got a full-time job, or are you just a stay-at-home dad, or what? What do you do?
I practice in my backyard as much as I can.
That's it. He just practices in his backyard and goes to school. All right, man. I'll stop the funny business. Can you read good enough to tell those sponsors? I bet you can. You're going in 4th grade. Let's talk about the people that help you.
I would like to thank Mitten Cycle and Rob Mitten for building all my motors, Cameron Mitten, Drew Mitten, Carson Mitten, Cobra, Answer, SRS Suspension, Gene Stahl, Rip Vinyl, Pro Tapers, Scott, 6D Helmets, 21st Century Sounds, and Secret Motocross Fest.
All right, let's hear it for Luke Fowler. Nice work, dude. Number 46, Luke Fowler with the win. Now we're going to bring up our 2nd place finisher. Where are you at, Landon Gordon? Where are you at, my man? Number 18, Landon Gordon. Come on up here, Landon. Come get your silver medal. Just like picture day at home, man. Your mom's getting your hair all fixed up. That is precious. She just licked her hand and ran it right through. I'm sorry about that. Landon Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Landon Gordon. Awesome job, Landon Gordon. Come on up here. They're high-fiving. Put that around your head, my man. All right, 2nd place finisher, Landon Gordon. Come here, dude. Let's talk about it. Your mom fixed your hair. You feel good about your hairstyle?
Yeah.
You like that? Is that looking good?
Yeah.
All right, man. What'd you think about that race, dude? You got close there. Almost made a pass.
Yeah, I was close, but...
Yeah. Hey, man, where'd you go with the tank top here? Sun's out, guns out. Show me them guns. Can you flex up for everybody at home? Look at that. Oh, that's what's up. You got them big guns. How old are you, dude?
9.
You're 9 years old, too, so I guess you're going into 4th grade?
Yeah.
Are you homeschooled or do you go to the regular school?
I go to regular school.
Are you skipping school this week?
No.
Oh, you're not out of school? All right, man. Well, cool. Hey, well, tell me about the rest of the race. You got 2nd place. You're looking pretty good going to that final. How'd you do out there?
I did good. I wasn't doubling into the 10 Commandments, so he was faster.
So you think you might try it next time?
Yeah.
Maybe. It's pretty scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it. I'd roll it, man. That'd be me. But if you want to win, you probably have to do it. Who do you want to thank, buddy?
My mom, my dad, the Lord Jesus Christ, my brother, my grandpa,
Dennis from Nobby Shop, everybody else, thank you.
Awesome job. Hey, before you leave, one more time, show the guns off, dude. Show them everybody at home. Yeah. That's Landon Gordon, ladies and gentlemen, rocking that tank top jersey. That's awesome. That's really just his bib. So go eat, man. You got your bib on now, Landon. All right, let's say hello to our third-place finisher, number 51. Where are you at, Jaden Slusher? Man, Jaden, how you doing, dude? Feeling pretty good? Yeah, let's put that around your head. Jaden Slusher, where are you from, man?
Idaho.
Idaho. Is it this hot in Idaho?
No.
No, it's pretty hot out there. Did you have some fun out there?
Yeah.
Are you pretty pumped on this third-place finish?
Yes.
What's square root of 144? You'll learn that later on. Don't worry about it. Tell me about the rest of that race. Did you have a good time?
Yeah.
Did you make any good passes?
No, my bike wasn't just working good now. It just was bogging.
Well, you go back and blame that on your dad. You got third. Say, man, I could do better. You got to work on that bike for me. It's your chance to yell at him. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't going to happen. I wouldn't yell at my dad either. Hey, who would you like to thank for getting you up here? You got some good sponsors?
My mom, my dad, Spy, Fly, Walker Seat, and everybody else.
All right, let's hear it for Jaden Slusher. He's going to finish up third. Outstanding job, Mr. Jaden. Good work, dude. Handsome young man out there. Now we're going to bring the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner, Braden Johnson. Where are you at, dude? There he is. I see Braden Johnson. He's got that Moto X compound. I'm going to give you an even bigger check. He'll get that check. Now, you hold that ginormous check over your head. Come right here. Yeah, sure. We'll stand right here. Braden, hold that up nice and high. Yeah, Braden Johnson got the whole shot. I bet his dad was super pumped on that. The Instagram, Twitter, all that going nuts right now for Braden Johnson. Hey, Braden, let's talk about that whole shot. How did you get the whole shot? Is it practicing with Matt Walker at Moto X Compound? Does that help?
Yeah.
Yeah? You ready for this thing? How did you finish in the moto?
I finished 6th place.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. So you got the whole shot and only went back to 6. Did you crash or anything?
Yeah, I got stuck in a cross rut.
Man, those ruts are deep out there, huh?
Pretty deep.
Pretty deep. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandma, Matt Walker, Timmy, EBR, Buddy Brooks, Micah Meadows, and anybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Great job. Let's hear it one more time for Braden Johnson. He gets the whole shot. He finished 6th. Good work, dude.
Live coverage of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com Amateur National Motocross Championship continues after this.
As riders and racers, we understand the need to get quality parts, apparel, and accessories fast. We have the horsepower of multiple warehouses to make sure your gear, OEM parts, or accessories make it to your door quickly. Check out our easy-to-use website and experience customer service that takes the whole shot. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Consistent clutch feel is vital to effective starts or to confidently maneuver around obstacles on the trail. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil was subjected to an extreme simulated start test. After 32 simulated race starts, AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil continued to deliver consistent clutch feel, and the clutch plates remained clean with no visible wear. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil. Out front performance.
You smell it, you feel it, you can taste it in the air. Speed, man. Full wide open. Blast. I didn't really like high school too much. Too booky, too take notes, learn this, and that's it. Got WyoTech. They had full-size motorcycles. The feeling of taking them apart every day, putting them back together. I can't explain it. Everything I learned applies to now. Seeing your motorcycle that you put together right around the track at 180 miles an hour, oh, definitely rewarding. My name is Mike. My school's WyoTech.
Get on the fast track to a career. Turn pro at WyoTech.
The 2017 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross, presented by Seven, returns to the World Center of Racing at Daytona International Speedway on March 12th and 13th. Watch the best racers in the world battle it out on Saturday, and then race on the same track as them on Sunday and Monday. Registration and information is at racedaytona.com.
And welcome back to Loretta Lynns, enjoying a little social media viewing ourselves of poor Adam McGill, man. I can't believe he did that to social media from the GNCC. Hey, gate down on, oh, mercy sakes alive. These little fellers are flying everywhere out there as we're off and rolling in the 4 to 6 limited class. This is the B of the ABCs of 50cc racing. Jesse James Shedden out of Rosamond, California on the 86 Cobra, grabbing the early lead in this one, and the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Yeah, we don't have the paperwork on this one right now, so it's going to be tough for us to make the race calls on it, but we'll try to sort them out as much as we can. We know that Jesse James Shedden, though, is that leader on board the number 86 to kick things off. Actually, he got the whole shot. Now we got a new leader in the 56 machine.
And that number 14 machine trying to work his way around the outside, trying to make the track shorter right now, getting his way up into the position to make possible pass for second place right now. The number 14 trying to work his way up there. These guys now coming back into the back section, now through the shadows. So it's a going to be an interesting time. Whoa, right now we see a bobble. These guys coming through that big sweeper in the back. Number 18, number 14 actually sticking that foot down, getting stuck in a rut just a bit, but able to maintain it, reel it back in as they work their way back in through the end of Storyland, coming back out into the sunshine, headed for that sand section.
Here's where the battle is, though, Matt. I think it's going to be for that second place position, at least here in the first lap of racing, as this thing just continues to intensify out here. Jesse James Shedden, who is now second place position with that 14, but look out, coming behind, a little mistake by the 14 machine, and now all of a sudden that 93 machine is, uh-oh, down goes the leader. Leader is down, and Shedden gets the gimme on that, and Jesse James is back out front leading the gang.
Yeah, that quick with these small wheels, Rodney. Anything like that can take control, take hold of that front end, and the result is you end up on the deck right now. But these guys, look at this. Out front, taking advantage of the situation. Jesse James Shedden trying to take full advantage of it, trying to put some distance between him and the rest of these 51cc guys as he makes his way around that big sand sweeper. Going to work his way down into that left-hander. Going to be curious to see how he negotiates that turn down. There's several big ruts. How's he going to play it? Very smart, right in between those two biggest ruts, and second and third follow him through there. Battle for fourth starting to develop right now. Taking a look at the timing and scoring as these guys come through.
Jesse.
That is Seth Dennis in the second position behind Jesse James Shed. Looks like Brandon Eade now, Rodney, in that third position, only 1.4 seconds back, but the real battle for that fourth position.
Yes, it is a real battle for that fourth position. Also, Miles McCarty, that fifth place ride, is one putting on Reese Seba, the 66 in sixth, and seventh is the 70 of Hogan Mims. Checking back just a little bit further. Look at the battle that's going on right now. Cole Bleacha is trying to put the pressure on Brandon Eade, that 14 machine, or actually the 25. That's Miles McCarty putting the pressure on Bleacha, I guess. I thought that Bleacha had reeled in Eade there for just a moment, but that's not the case right now as we check that out.
Making the pass and making it stick there as well. So these guys, wow, using every inch of racetrack, Rodney. As I said, the shadow's starting to grow longer there in the back, and these guys right now going to have a hard time really focusing on some of those ruts. Going to look a lot different, and with a 10-inch wheel, holy cow, man. Big trouble in some of those ruts if you don't get lined up.
Big trouble for sure, and big battling going on the track right now as the 86 of Jesse James is feeling the pressure now from the 39 machine. Is that the 86? And we got the pass being made right there, looking like it was about ready to be made now. So, wow, man, I mean, this rider moving up through the pack and already attacking as we head into Storyland right now. If I'm not mistaken, this is the battle for the lead. As I see that
yeah, this is our race right now out
Miles
front,
McCarty
Rodney.
is really moved ahead.
Look at this. Big move on the outside, trying to keep that momentum up. Looks like Jesse James still able to answer right now, though. Keeping this thing alive right now. These guys trying to keep it on two wheels right now, but trying to pull away from the rest of the pack. Once again, these guys going in and out of the shadows, but with Jesse James Shedden answering the call each and every time.
Well, Seth Dennis was a Moto 1 winner as we get some of the results rolling in now out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. He opened up the in the second place position, but already that 39 machine that we have seen working up to the pack, Miles McCarty, he finished fifth in Moto number 1, and he seems to be showing the most aggression here in this second Moto, like maybe he got the kinks worked out in that first moto, and he's ready to come out here and try to make things happen. Another rider we'll be watching out for is the 56 machine, who got the second place position in this race. We don't see him right now so much a factor in, well, even all the way through the top 10. So, wow, big change there for that rider. As far as Brandon Eade, the 14 machine, he took a 17th place finish in Moto number 1. The 86 of Jesse James Shedden out there, he took an 11th place finish in Moto number 1. So, wow, some big differences here in this second Moto as opposed to Moto 1, I believe.
Man, you used the word intensity, though. Thank you much. You have much better with that glare on the monitor. You mentioned the intensity level. Look at these guys right here, not letting off. These guys keeping that same distance here for the past 2 laps. The man on the move right now, trying to get out and make a break for it, is Seth Dennis out front, having just about
wow.
7 seconds?
Yeah, and he turned a 10-second faster lap than the rest of the field out there. He had a 3:20. Actually, Miles McCarty, the third-place ride, had a 3:19, but Jesse James had a 2:30 in second, and the fourth-place ride of Cole Blecka had a 3:26. So right now, Miles McCarty and Seth Dennis seem to be the quicker of the two, at least out on that second lap of racing.
Man, these guys all over each other.
We got things happening out there as we've got that second place position battle really heating up. Now Miles McCarty trying to get around the 86 of Jesse James Shedden, and he does as they go under the Red Bull arch there and heading down the short chutes. These used to be 2 straightaways. Now they are mogul sections for these youngsters heading into the Cometic Gaskets Bowl turn before the GoPro 10 Commandments.
And did it on the long way around, too, my man. Came through there, never shut off, and used that momentum one more time. Look at this. New race on our hands.
It's Dennis, Shedden, McCarty, Blecka, Brandon Eade in the number 5 spot. Hogan Mims in 6th. In 7th will be Kai Morgan. 8th is Brenner Lemons. 9th spot, Madden Jones. And rounding out the top 10, 7 Henderson up from 11th after that first lap.
The 93 machine of Seth Dennis, so right now trying to just trying to make everything he can of it. Almost 8-second lead. Last time around about 7.5, up to almost 8 seconds right now. Dennis, understanding the urgency right now, knows exactly what time it is and what he has to do.
Well, the battle really seems to be still. Back for the number 2 spot is Jesse James Shedden, and Miles McCarty continue to go at it with about a second to a second and a half separating them according to the clock. But you look visually, it seems to be a little bit closer. And speaking of close, folks might be getting close tonight at the Promise. We've got DJ Double Cheese in the house with us tonight. It's going to be a part of the action that's coming up. We got Silent Disco and the Prom. DJ Double Cheese, man, how's it going, bud? Welcome out to Loretta Lynns, man.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Great to be here.
What do you make of this spectacle, Cheese?
Unbelievable. I've never been here, and it's a week long of agony of the weather and all the things that you have to deal with.
All right, still looks like this time around, lap number 2, Seth Dennis still making it happen up and over that Rocky Mountain, as they call it, working their way back through into the infield. Miles McCarty, though, showing us right now a 3:19 possible on lap number 2.
Cole Blake, look at this, getting around the 86 now, Jesse James Shedden. So Jesse's under all kinds of pressure here on this lap of racing. Heading to the heart of this race course now, and looks like Cole has moved ahead now.
I tell you, these kids moving so quick and making such fast moves, Roddy, tough to keep track of them, and really need to count on our spotters and our timing and scoring system. But
yeah,
I mean, tell you,
even watching that one, you know, at the end of that last lap, it kind of looked like things were going to settle into pace there for a little bit. But then I got to thinking, these are 50cc riders, and you can't necessarily bank on something like that happening.
I'm amazed at how quick they're able to cover such large amounts of ground and close the distance and the gap on each other. So maybe it's a small mistake. Maybe it's just a burst of anxiety or adrenaline or something. But these guys, man, really putting themselves in different positions on the track like seasoned veterans.
They are. It amazes me how they do look like seasoned veterans at this level and only in the 50cc classes. And while we watch this continue to unfold, DJ Double Cheese, I got to ask you at the prom and the side, battle for the lead coming on, so we'll get back with that. Look at that. This one snuck right up on us. Miles McCarty all over the 93 now. Seth Dennis says this is a two-way shootout for the #1 spot, and this could be ultimately for the national championship possibly between these two when it's all said and done. We're going to have to obviously wait.
Look at this. Holy cow. Stuck it in there, kept it tight in that right-hander, Rodney, and I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
Threaded the needle, and on the outside comes Seth Dennis to repass him coming out of that 10 Commandment section heading into Storyland. So there's a couple of lead changes taking place, and don't be surprised to see Miles McCarty back out into this front of this one again as we continue to roll through Storyland. The stories begin to unfold, and these could be some tall tales by the time it's all said and done.
New chapters being written in Storyland right now as these guys ride to impress. These guys letting it all hang out right here. No hesitations or reservations by these guys. One position for all of them out front. Holy cow.
I can't believe how intense it has been basically since the drop of the gate. We saw it in the 7 to 8-year-old division there a few moments ago, and now we're witnessing it here in the 4 to 6-year-old division. These kids came here to race this weekend. They've got a mission statement that they made to their parents coming into this one. Many of them you may not even realize, understand what the importance of this is, but believe me, folks, they honestly do know why they're here.
Wow, no doubt about that. You know, they've lived for this. They've thought about this since last year. Maybe for some of them it is their first year, so it's been the big goal, the big carrot dangling in front of them all season long. So here it is. It's go time, and amazing how well they understand the task at hand.
Seth Dennis, Miles McCarty battling for the #1 spot. Brandon Eade has made it up to the #3 spot. Cole Blecka, that's one rider we need to keep an eye on, I believe. Also, Jesse James Seddon dropping back to 5th now. So we got Hogan Mims in 6th. Brenner Lehman's in 7th. Micah Carter in 8th. We got Madden Jones in 9th. And then 7 Henderson still rounding out the top 10 after 3 laps of racing complete.
All right, looks like our leaders one more time. Rodney coming back right below the timing and scoring tower right here. Oh, holy cow. Is that McCarty that did get hung up right there?
So I believe McCarty might have lost a little bit of time there, which will give Dennis the opportunity.
Checkered flag is out.
This one is in the history books as they'll be heading down to the podium. We'll see Seth Dennis, Miles McCarty, Brandon Eade, Cole Blecka, and Jesse James Seddon rounding out the top 10 or 5.
You know, Rodney, well, we got a few moments here while our riders are making their way down to the podium. DJ Cheese, I got to tell you, you're known as an innovator, a trendsetter, basically being ahead of your time. And one example of that, being ahead of your time, I heard you went viral before there was ever such thing as an internet. I mean, can you tell us a little about that, man? How does one go about doing such an amazing feat?
Well,
how does that happen?
Well, I took some antibiotics and everything came out well. So
I thought accomplishments like that were reserved for the likes of Jason Wygant and other greats. You know, being able to leap forward in time like that, just an absolute amazing feat.
Wow, look at the cuteness on the podium right now, Seth Dennis. That is adorable right there. There's no doubt about that. And, again, while we're making this happen and getting things ready to go down there, DJ Double Cheese, I got to ask you, what is silent disco? Can you tell the folks?
Well, silent disco is where the guests put on headsets, and then they have the option of listening to one of 2 DJs. And so my goal is to obviously win the battle, and I'll be winning the battle because I'll be playing some line dances, some old school, some current dance stuff, maybe a little country. But one thing's for certain, the hokey pokey and the chicken tans will be going down because we make them look silly.
Hey, I don't know if it's smart to show your hand, DJ Cheese. I mean, you know, that's insider information right there, son.
I got a lot of tricks in my pocket. I think I'll be the winner.
I think you'll be all right, too. So at the end of 4, it's Dennis, McCarty, Ede. That's going to be your top 3 on the podium. Blecka, Shedden, Hogan, Mims in 6th. 7th is Micah Carpenter. Layman's holds on for 8th. 9th is Madden Jones. 7th, Henderson will get the nod for 10th place. And I believe we are gearing up for the podium presentation down there where our own Kevin Kelly has made his way to celebrate with these young 51 4 to 6-year-old riders.
You are right, Don. The number 93 of Seth Dennis. Dude, you got it. Put that around your head, man. Around that cool, elusive gloves hat you got there. Seth Dennis, look at that. Look what I got, Mom. Cool, man. All right, Seth, how did you do it? You got the gold medal. How'd you do this?
It was really hard to get through the ruts. You had to really lean it over. It's really hard to get through the track, but it's muddy.
Man, I bet it was. But those tires look like they were hooking up pretty good for you, huh?
Yep.
Did you have fun?
Yes.
I got a question for you. When you're riding on that racetrack and somebody yells, can you hear them and do you look over at them?
Yes.
You do. You just look over. Somebody's cheering for you like, hey, man, thanks, dude. That's cool.
Yep.
Awesome job. So did you win the first Moto 2?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you're going into that 3rd and final Moto. You might win a championship. Are you pumped?
Yeah.
Hey, I guess you know your dad raced here back in '94 on one of these Cobras, huh?
Uh-huh.
That's pretty cool. So we got 2 generations that have done it. You think you could beat your dad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't waste any time answering that question. Hey, Seth, who do you want to thank? You got some cool sponsors?
My mom, my dad, my sister, my cheering down, Answer, 45 Zine, the Elusive Gloves, Scott, Cobra Moto, MCO Suspension, Rad MX, Moto Vest, and Moto Tape.
Man, that's awesome. Hey, are those your permanent teeth? Have you ever lost a tooth?
Yeah.
Oh, you have? So you've gone through that. You believe in the tooth fairy and all that stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, man. One more time, let's hear it for Mr. Seth Dennis. Good job, man. He's got those cool Elusive Gloves, the Elusive Gloves hat. Justin Brousseau is right here from Elusive Gloves. Donald Soley, his trainer. He's got the whole program, man. He's got everybody in his corner looking good, Seth Dennis. Got the paparazzi. His Instagram people, I guess, Greg Brotman over here knocking them down as well. Greg, good work out there. All right, let's bring our second place finisher. Where are you at? Miles McCarty. Come on up, dude. Let's talk to Miles McCarty. Let's see what this little guy's got to say. Man, he's got a little patch on his eye there. Come on up here, dude. What do you think, Miles? How you feel about a second place finish? Ladies and gentlemen, Miles McCarty. Come on up here, man. Let's talk about it. What happened to your eye, man? Did you get in a fist fight over there?
No, it's just when I got you, I stepped on the trailer tongue, hit my eye on it.
No way. You already got hurt before you even rode a dirt bike, huh?
Yeah.
Well, hey, you're doing pretty good. You got this cool-looking scar. Girls are going to dig scars later on. That'll be important. Maybe not now, but later on it'll be important. But tell me about that race. Did you have a good time?
Yeah.
What'd you do out there? Did you fall? Did you crash? Have some good battles?
I had a good battle.
Yeah, who'd you battle with? Any you know the guy's name?
No, but I think it's 95.
You think it's number 95? Maybe it's that dude right there, huh? You finished second. Maybe it was that guy. You got any cool sponsors you want to thank?
JL5, Power Sports, and Cowboy.
Where are you from, dude?
Iowa.
Iowa, another little kid from the Midwest, man. Good job. Is that all your sponsors? You want to thank some more? Do you want any sponsors? If you could have another sponsor, who would it be?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's a tough question. It's too many to list. All right, buddy, hold that medal up one time. Let Mom and Dad see that big old grin. That is Miles McCarty, number 39. He finished second. He even fell on a trailer, cut his eye open. That ain't going to stop this guy. He got himself a medal. Let's bring our third place finisher, Brandon Eden. Come on up here, Brandon Eden. Where you at, Eden? There he is. Look at this little fellow. Whoa, don't fall, Brandon. He came charging at me. Brandon, you play football. You brought some speed up there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Mr. Brandon Eden. Come on up here. Don't be afraid. Come here. Come right here. Stand right there, young man. There you go. Put that around your head. You got that cool Matt Walker Moto X compound hat. Hey, is Matt Walker helping you out pretty good?
Yeah.
Did he help you with the starts?
Uh-huh.
Does he tell you what to eat?
No.
Doesn't tell you what to eat. What about when to go to bed?
No.
What about how to hit a jump?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Well, what's Matt Walker taught you?
Riding in ruts, focusing on switching out lines when someone's down and stuff.
Wow, that's pretty advanced stuff there. Did you use some of that out on the racetrack when you were racing?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Did you have fun?
Uh-huh.
What you gonna do tonight after you're done with this? You gonna go get in the creek, maybe cook yourself a steak or something?
Sure.
Gonna cook himself a steak. That's pretty awesome. Do you have some awesome sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Nobby Top Cobra, Alias, Pro Tape, Dunlop, DT1 Air Filters, Pro Tape, Alias, Factory Backing, and Leah.
Awesome job. Let's hear it for our third place finisher, Brandon Eade. Good job, man. Nice work, buddy. All right, we're going to bring our Whole Shot Award winner. Where are you at, young man? Where's that big old check? There it is. We're going to bring up Jesse James. Come on up here, Jesse. The Whole Shot man, Jesse Shedden. Come on up. Come on, buddy. Let's grab that, and let's talk about that whole shot. How did you get the whole shot? Come on up here. Stand right there, my man. Tell me about that whole shot. How'd you do it?
It's because, when the board goes sideways, you, hold your gas a little, and when the gate drops, you go.
That's how you get a whole shot. So those of you out in the pits that are wondering how you get the whole shot, you hold the gas a little. When the gate drops, you go. That's awesome. You got some sponsors you want to thank?
My mechanic and my team JJR, Pax Racing, NOS Suspension, Dunlop Mecha Metal, Cobra, Factory Backing, O'Neill, Liette, and all my other sponsors. Thank you.
Awesome job. Let's hear it one more time for Jesse James. Hold that check nice and high. Good job, buddy. Got those sponsors on lockdown too, man. That's a lot to remember, man. You're only like 6 years old. We'll toss it back up to the tower, boys.
All righty, as we get set to continue here and taking a look back down at the Rocky Mountain starting gate once more and welcoming to the broadcast. Yeah, starting. I did that on purpose. We're in Tennessee. I'm allowed to say starting. I want to say welcome to Miss Chelsea Taylor, our one of our media girls, as well as what is your exact title there?
It's a media relations manager.
And Mega One babysitter at GNCC.
Now, what do you do as a media relations manager?
So pretty much as a media relations manager, I just head up all the series PR stuff. So the great thing about this job is we get involved not only with Loretta's, but we have GNCC, ATVMX. It's just a really great way to get involved with all sorts of racing.
And I understand you're quite the race commentator as well, Chelsea, as you're going to join us here for just a few moments.
Become highly recommended from the guys in the trailer.
Yeah, yeah.
And they say your skills are amazing, and we're about to find out.
So as we get set to go in this one, now, Chelsea, you're a racer yourself. Did you race at this 4 to 6 year old level, or did you wait till a little later to get into racing yourself?
No, unfortunately, I didn't start racing until I was about 15. I actually started playing softball around 5, so a little delayed.
So, a delayed start on that. Well, believe it or not, when you were playing softball at this age, these kids are out here doing it on the motorcycles, 4 to 6 year olds. Speaking of the ones that made the best grades, I guess you could say, in that first moto, Ryan Herring, the number 15, and also Mason Rayner, the number 13. Now, Rayner had a pretty good lead, and he led a good portion of the first moto in this 4 to 6 special limited class, but Herring didn't get off it to his greatest start, and remember, he had to work his way up through the pack. It was kind of a calculated ride for such a young man, believe it or not, and Herring was able to pull off the win in the end.
Yeah, it absolutely was a calculated ride, but the deciding factor in my book was having to come through the pack like that, and it just used up a lot of energy and time.
It most certainly did, as the gate is down on this one now, and as we roll into the Bell Helmets Whole Shot for us now. We'll get it all sorted out, let you know who has grabbed the early lead in this one. Man, these little guys are going everywhere. Some are going to the outside, some to the inside, some deciding at the last minute and changing up there. But early on, we see, there's Rayner. We see there's a 60 and the 13 machine. So we got Colton Waits, who finished 8th on a KRW Cycles Moto 1 out of Troy, Ohio. And we've got that 13 of Mason Rayner battling for the lead here already. And this is a lot of the situation that we saw Rayner in early on yesterday. Got out front early and started the checkout. Back there in the number 3 spot is Walker Herndon. Herndon finished 3rd in Moto 1.
Trying to do the same thing here. Rayner, do you notice actually trying to scrub that little bike through the 10 Commandments there, caught in that front wheel, trying to get back on the ground, and able to put that machine out front and actually pull a little bit of gap through the last 2 corners.
Wesley Baldwin out of Elko, Nevada, the 21 machine, running back in the 4th place position to kick things off here on lap number 1 for the 4-6 Special Limited. Now, we've got another 4-6 class. It's a shaft drive starting right now, but here's the battle up. Wow, well, there's a battle up front for that class. So we move into the realm of the shaft drive class. A lot of PWs out in this one right now. And believe it or not, 20 years ago, when I first started coming here, they were making the transition. There were more of these PWs on the line than there were anything. A few KTMs and a few Cobras. But we've seen so much advancement in the 50cc classes since I began announcing here, and it's all taken place in the last 20 years.
Yeah, those PWs, one of the main reasons the protesters became so prominent back in the day. Those guys were putting cylinder spacers on them, putting different pistons and stuff in them PWs.
And
look at this,
they are
Rodney.
dog paddling through this section of the track. That's how deep the lines are out here right now. By the way, Colton Waits gets the whole shot in the 51cc 4-6 Special Limited class. That was Waits, the number 60 that we've seen doing the battle up front here, I believe. And now we see that the 23 machine of Walker Herndon has worked his way around the number 60 now. I believe that would be for a 2nd place position. And down goes the 23.
Oh, no.
Herndon out of Conley Springs, North Carolina. Oh, what a heartbreaker. Having trouble struggling to get that bike up. Fortunately, the bike didn't die, so he gets back up and on the throttle really fast.
Oh, look at this. The number 60 having some issues right there as well. Holy cow, this loose sand providing all kinds of challenges for these young riders here. Watching them work their way around Lake Loretta's right now. Coming back down. Here we come toward the finish line right now with that number 13 machine.
Well, it's Canton Richards out of Murfreesboro, Illinois, grabbing the early lead in the hole shot, the Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award in the shaft drive class. He finished 10th in Moto number 1. Mason Rayner finishing up this first lap of racing in the number 1 position now. And, man, it's wow. And look at this change taking place again right here at the finish line. Was that Herring that we seen?
It may have been.
And if that was Herring, the 5th, no, it wasn't Herring, I don't think, that made the little stutter or mistake there. But he's up to the number 4 spot, and we're seeing pretty much the same thing we saw out of him, I think, the lap or the moto before. He is all over Wesley Baldwin now, the 21 machine. If I'm not mistaken, this is for the 3rd place position as Colton Waits, the number 60. Actually, Waits has dropped back to 4, so this is a battle for 2nd now.
Man, they've got me confused right now, Rodney. These guys shaking these positions up.
Wesley Baldwin in 2nd. Ryan Herring is 3rd. Colton Waits, the number 60,
Look
back
at
in
this.
4th. And we're side by side. I bet softball wasn't this exciting at 5 years old, was it?
No, it was not.
Now, Chelsea, watching these kids ride out here, I know that you being a social media and being a media person, you're probably picking up on a lot of things. But most importantly, how prepared these kids are coming in to this event.
Yeah, it amazes me just their skill set at such a young age. You see so many people that, they can barely read and write, but they can sure go out here and ride a dirt bike.
I think that is impressive. And we brought that point up a couple of different times, man. These kids, some of them are born into it. Some of them are just get an opportunity to get on a bike and just excel right off the bat. But, yeah, it is pretty amazing how quickly they excel before they can even pick up a book and read it. And speaking of excelling, look at this right now. Wesley Baldwin has reeled in that front position now, it looks like, as things are starting to heat back up once more here again for, I believe that is
So it looks like Baldwin made a couple moves on this lap.
Yeah, so Baldwin really moving up through the pack out here and making things happen. Mason Rayner, the 13, leading this one at the end of that first lap. But it was that battle between Colton Waits, Wesley Baldwin, and Ryan Herring that we were watching unfold. Waits, we saw drop back, like we said, to the fourth place position. So Baldwin and Herring moving up into second and third. There's a 14-second gap right now between Rayner and that second place position, or at least whenever they came through the finish line. The question right now is, if Herring does get into the second place position, is he going to have the time in order to catch up to the number 1 spot and press Rayner for a second moto win?
Don't ask me, Rodney. My math didn't work out too good last time.
These things go along pretty quickly, and I think we're running, 12-minute motos, 15-minute motos for these 12-minute motos for these little guys out here. So it goes pretty quick, but at the same time, it can seem like a lifetime for these little guys out here. There's Wesley Baldwin checking in. He's your third place position. There is the 60 of Colton Waits, fourth place in this 4 to 6 limited class. Now let's turn our attention back to the shaft drive class, whom we haven't really looked at so far today. It's Kevin DePino. He was the Moto 1 winner aboard the number 94. Second place right now is Ryder Skodratz, and back in the number 3 spot, the 25 of Landon Ballou. Now, Ballou nearly took the top 3 position yesterday. It was on the last lap, actually, that we saw him drop back to 4th, if memory serves me correct. But Landon Ballou is back in it again, and he's going to be going for some Moto medals himself here today.
Yeah, taking a look at the gap right there, 20 seconds for DePino. An impressive ride the other day in Moto number 1. But as we look back a little further, only a second and a half separating your second and third place right there. So that's the real action in that shaft drive class, the battle for that second position. Right behind them, though, Keaton Richards only about 2.5 seconds back there. So about 3 riders separated by about 4 seconds.
Now, keep in mind, yesterday, this race was when the rain had just started beginning to fall. So that definitely played a role in who got the podium yesterday as well. So we're going to see who can ride well in the mud and who can ride well in the rough and rutted conditions.
You're right, and it was the final lap. The rain started falling there yesterday for these guys, so very good point to ponder on there, Chelsea, and great insight, no doubt about that. Folks, listen up. This is the way that things are going to run here tomorrow. Stick around right here, Kayla, for just a moment. The Open Pro Sport Motos changed times. So that's one thing that we want to point out. Now, this is where we're starting tomorrow, race 21, correct? I believe we've got scheduled for Friday motos, the 65 7 to 11. So it looks like we are going to be going, I believe, with that 85cc class, or the mini senior class that we were looking at. That's race 20. So race 21 will be the 65 7 to 11. So hopefully all your mini senior riders are out there. What's going on, Megawatt?
I'm telling you, it looks like the 21 machine has stalled right there. That looks like Wesley Baldwin, and for some reason just pulled up there and the bike shut off. He didn't seem to stall it, didn't seem to fall over, but had to kick that thing and get it going again, and lost a couple positions there, did Wesley Baldwin.
That's odd on these little automatic machines, but it does happen. But, you know, that's great to see. In this class, 4 to 6 years old, I mean, the kid immediately started kicking. He knows he's at a race that mom and dad or the flaggers and nobody else can help him at it. He's got to do it all on his own, and that's exactly what he's doing. Now, is he got company coming up behind him now that he had that little tip over, or that little stall out, I guess I should say? I think he might have some company coming back there from another rider, one of his class riders, and that is Cobra-mounted pilot. Is that Walker Herndon now putting the pressure on?
I'm not sure if the pressure is. I think when he was getting up, when Wesley was getting up to take off, they were all about set, and he pulled away from him. So
there's our leader, Mason Rayner, as we check in with him heading into the heart of this race course right now. Last time around, enjoying a near 11-second lead. Ryan Herring, who had taken the Moto 1 win, is in the number 2 spot, has gotten around Baldwin, gotten around Waits, and Herndon rounding out the top 5 now. Wyatt Thurman was 6th, 7th was Charles Morris, Gage Dunham in 8th, Knox Lewin in 9th, and Ryan Pace rounded out the top 10.
The leaders in our shaft drive class already on their second lap as well. So those guys picking up the pace there. Still DePino out front. DePino this time around about a 36-second lead over Ryder Skoders. Ryder has only 2 seconds between him and Landon Ballou, and it looks like Jandon Lewis only about 11 seconds back there. So that's a real race in our shaft drive for that second and third position. Those two guys right now, like we said, only separated by about 2, maybe 2.5 seconds last time around. So the number 47 of our Ryder Scoters going to have to ride defensively. That number 25 machine trying to make his way up into that number 2 position right now. And the checkered flag is out, Rodney.
Wow, that one happened fast. Sorry about that. Didn't get a chance to give you a heads up on that, Kevin Kelly. But Mason Rayner will take the second moto win in the 4-6 limited class, while Ryan Herring will take second. And it looks like Wesley Baldwin, look at that. Look at the little fella already down on the podium. I believe, yeah, and Walker Herndon will actually round out the top 3. So a big move there for the 23 machine. And we see changes here on this final lap. Wyatt Thurman moving into 4th. Colton Waits will hold on for 5th. Wes Baldwin drops back to 6th. Then it's Knox Lewin, Charles Morris, Gage Dunham, and Ryan Pace to round out the top 10. Looking to now the 51 shaft drive. Kevin DePino we should be seeing out front. Ryder Snodgrass, as you had said. Landon Ballou had an 11 only actually, almost a 12-second gap back to Jordan Lewis, the number 50 for 4th. So Ballou may hang on to this one for 3rd. Canton Richards, the 78 in 5th. The 59 of Braden Malmgren in 6th. Matthew Williams in 7th. Colton DeRico, the 80 in 8th. Ryder Holland, the 35 in 9th. And Walker Brown, the 58, rounding out the top 10. Your take on this one, Chelsea?
I just can't believe how well that those little bikes. I figured that flagmen would be hard at work getting them stuck out of those ruts after all the rain we had.
A very good observation as well. The track crew, again, commending the track crew on a job well done. They prepped this track actually about 3 races ago, leading into this ahead of the girls and things like that a couple of different times to get this track ready for this particular situation. What a great move, again, by the track crew. These guys are aces, no doubt about it.
Race strategy and track savvy just killing me out of these guys. Each year, these little guys get smarter and smarter. I want to tell you some of the strategy. I saw some of the setup moves. I saw some of the techniques for the passes. Just unbelievable. Squaring up corners and things like that. Those are advanced techniques. You know, normally a child 4 to 6 years old really focused on concentrating on his ride and racing ahead. Now these guys analyzing the track ahead of them, analyzing the bikes ahead of them, deciding what to do about it, making that decision, and then implementing the action. So crazy what we've just seen in these last 3 races.
If this is any insight of what future of the motocross has, we're in for a treat.
We are, and I say that every year too. I mean, it's almost like you're rewinding back and saying the way that I feel about this, Chelsea, because
don't be a copycat, Chelsea.
And that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that, yeah, I mean, what these kids are able to achieve out here is just amazing. It blows your mind, and every year the level continues to raise, it seems like. There's Kevin DePino taking the win, the 4 to 6 shaft drive class. I believe Scodras still about 36 seconds back with Ballou only 2 seconds behind him. So we will see those riders checking in.
The gaps that we've had this year between 1st and 2nd also are pretty impressive.
Yeah, and look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd, though. Scodras hangs on to that one, but Ballou, he was on the push there on that final lap. 7.746 was how far he was behind Scodras when they came across the checker flag. As we take a look at that 4 to 6 special limited Rocky Mountain leaderboard, Mason Rayner, Ryan Herring, Walker Herndon, also Wyatt Thurman, Colton Waits, your top 5 with Wes Baldwin, Knox Lewin, Charles Morris, Gage Dunham, and Ryan Pace rounding out the top 10. We'll check in with Kevin Kelly, who I think is about ready for our first podium presentations. Maybe. Maybe not.
Rodney, you talk about different things here, but the concentration required. You can barely get the average 4 to 6 year old pay attention long enough to get in the car or get the book bag, and that kind of thing. But the concentration it takes to make these decisions out on the racetrack, adjust your line, change your lines, make up a move, plan a pass. Incredible level of concentration. The mental game shown by these guys is incredible to me.
It certainly is. I mean, at this level, I mean, they are. Sometimes it seems like some of these guys are really in the same mindset as a lot of the professional riders that you see, and rightfully so. I guess, they look up to those guys, so they try to mimic everything that they do. Oh, poor little feller being pushed off. That's Davey Coombs out there helping out. Push that little fellow off. The 72 machine. Tough break there for him.
Speaking of future stars, I think Davey's daughter Sloan might try her hand at motocross. She's been riding around on the Grom quite often. I'm just waiting on her to get a dirt bike.
Oh, that'll be awesome to see that. That's Ryder Hendrickson having some problems out of Midway, Utah. Man, hate to see those little guys travel that far and have those mechanical issues like that. But, I mean, just the experience of being here at Loretta Lynns is an amazing feeling in and of itself. Again, we'll be heading down to the podium as soon as Kevin is ready. You can be sure and let us know. We'll also
I'm ready, man.
All right.
I'm ready. I had to do some math here. All right, first things first. Let's put our hands together for your winner, Mason Rayner. Mason, awesome job. Put that around your neck, man. You did good. Let's wrap that thing up. Oh, how does that gold feel?
Good.
Did you have some fun out there?
Yeah.
Did you battle with anybody, or were you just kind of disappear?
I just disappeared.
That's pretty awesome. Would you like to thank any of your sponsors?
Yeah. My grandparents, Mom and Dad, Lane, MXN, Born Race, and MotoVest, First Choice Homes, Doug Henry Chevrolet.
Great job. Let's hear it one more time for number 13, Mr. Mason Rayner. Awesome job, Mason. We're going to bring our second place finisher up here on the number 15 machine. Where are you at? Ryan Herring. Let's put our hands together for Ryan Herring, ladies and gentlemen. Come on up here, Ryan. Come on, bud. Good job, man. There you go. Wrap that around your neck. We got our second place finisher, Ryan Herring. Ryan, how did you do it out there, man? Did you have any good battles out there?
Yeah, but I got a really bad start.
Yeah? What kind of start was it?
Like, off the gate, I got 13th.
Whoa, so you had to battle all the way back to second. You were passing guys like crazy. Did you know what position you were in at all?
No.
Awesome job. Would you like to thank some of your great sponsors that got you up here? I see your bad wheeled this motorcycle up here. He wants to show that thing off. You got some cool sponsors?
My dad, my mom, my brothers, my mechanic, Chuck, and that's all.
Man, you're going to have more after this one, folks. Let him hear it. He finishes up second. It's Ryan Herring. He gets the silver medal. And now we're going to bring up our third place finisher, the bronze medal. Come on up here. Walker Herndon, where you at, dude? How about it? Walker Herndon, here he comes. I'm going to put that around your neck, Mr. Walker. Hey, buddy, how you feeling?
Good.
Are you pumped? Is that your best finish here?
Yeah.
Third place. You're pretty stoked on that?
Yeah.
How old are you, buddy?
6.
6 years old.
7.
Oh, you're 7. Oh, somebody had to correct me. He goes, you're 7, man, so you're older. What grade are you going into?
2nd.
2nd grade. So you got first grade out of the way. Now you're a big dog second grader now, huh?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Would you like to thank some of your awesome sponsors to help you get third?
Uh-huh.
What's that?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Who are your sponsors?
My mom, my dad, Cobra Moto.
Is that about it?
Yeah.
All right, smile for the cameras. Let's hear it one more time for Mr. Walker Herndon. Good job, Walker. It's got to be nerve-wracking, man. I'm nervous up here. This kid's 7 years old looking at everybody like, what do I do here? Hey, where's our Whole Shot Award winner? Is that him, number 60? Is this Brandon Collins? Canyon Richards? I got 2 names here. Brandon. Is that you right there, that top name? Colton Waits. All right, come on up here, Colton Waits. There we go. Bring that machine on up here, Colton Waits. And now we are going to say hello to our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner. Let's hear it for Mr. Colton Waits, ladies and gentlemen. Throw that thing nice and high. You want to look at it? Pretty cool, huh? All right, now hold it above your head. Now look that way. There you go. You got to look that way. All right, we're not covering his head up, is he? Got to smile now. Do some smiling. Can you smile? Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we got it here. Colton Waits. All right, dude. Come here. Let's talk about it for 1 second. Put that check down. Give it to your dad. Here, I'm going to give that to you, Pops. Colton, how'd you get that whole shot, man?
Give it gas.
Everybody says the same thing. I gave it gas. You're smarter than I am. That's how you do it. Would you like to thank some of your sponsors?
Yeah.
Well, let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, this is where you do it right here. You're going to do it now. Go.
KRW.
Is that it? All right, well, whole shots like that, you're going to get more of them. Let's hear it one more time for Colton Waits. Good job, Mr. Colton Waits. We're going to talk to our now, the 50cc shaft class. Colton waits. I'll steal that check from you, sir. Thank you very much. Colton, good job, man. You can hang out if you want.
And again, welcoming Chelsea Taylor back here to the studio with us as she will help us through one more race, mini senior
Checker
1, 12
flag
to
now.
13.
We're going to talk to our shaft class. Where is my winner? Where are you at, Kevin DePino? Where are you at, Kevin DePino? Yeah, bring that motorcycle up here. Mr. Kevin DePino, the gold medal shaft class winner here. Oh, yeah, Kev. How you doing, buddy? Kevin, that's a cool name, man. That's my name. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Nah, I know you didn't. You knew it now, though. Kevin, put that around your neck right there. You got the gold medal. You are the champ. It's like winning the Olympics, isn't it? You're an Olympic gold medalist, dude. That's awesome. How'd you do it, dude? How'd you win that race?
It was easy. Just hold the throttle.
He said it was easy. Just hold the throttle. I love it. But did you have any cool jumps out there? What's your favorite part of the track?
The turns, the jumps, and everything.
He says the turns, the jumps, everything. That's a pretty good answer, dude. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here, man? That's a cool bike, by the way. Who's your sponsors?
My mom, my dad, my mechanic, Dan Callahan MX School, TTG, Scott, FMF, and all my sponsors.
Woohoo! Let's hear it, folks. Your gold medal winner, Kevin DeFino. Yeah, he's got those missing front teeth. The big teeth are coming in, man. You're going to be an adult before you know it, dude. You'll be in that plus 25 class in just a few years. That's Kevin DeFino. Now we're going to bring up our second place finisher. Come on up here, Ryder Skadras. Ryder Skadras. Where? All right, Ryder. Man, there's a lot of people here cheering for you, man. You know that? Who are those people?
My mom, my dad, my sister, my uncle.
Could you hear them whenever you were riding around that racetrack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you could, man. They're a loud bunch right there. All right, buddy. What was your favorite part about that race out there?
That, I got a good start.
I got a good start. Well, that's awesome, dude. Would you like to thank some of your sponsors, Ryder?
Scott, Robs, Brady from Ogio, and my mom, my dad, my uncle, and my grandma and grandpa.
Awesome, man. Let's make some noise one more time for Ryder Skadras. Man, that's a bunch of dudes right there. Good job, buddy. Get out of here, Ryder. Good job. He's got second place. Now we're going to say hello to our third place finisher, Mr. Landon Ballou. Where are you at, buddy? Billu. Okay, man. Thanks for fixing me up. He goes, hey, dude, get my name right. It's Landon Billu. Look at that smile. Look at that cheese-looking grin right there. That's awesome. All right, Landon, you set me straight on that name. Now set me straight on your race. How did you get third place, dude? That's awesome.
I just tried.
You just tried really hard. You got some good sponsors you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, God, Mimi, Papa, and anyone I forgot.
All right, let him hear it one more time for Landon Billu. Awesome work, buddy. He set me straight right out of the back.
Are you done down there, Kevin? I believe
Nope.
so.
We got one more. We
one
got
more.
the whole shot award. That's 8 different podiums, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing work down here. Oh, man. All right, buddy. Let's say hello to this young man right here. Put your hands together for the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner. Are you nervous? Heck no. He's got a big old smile. What's your name, dude?
Kenton Richards.
Kenton Richards. All right, let's hold that up nice and high. I just hit you in the head with that sign, didn't I? Hold that up above your head. That is right. That's Kenton Richards, and I just whacked him in the head with that sign, so don't sue us, okay? I'm going to give that to your dad. You got the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner. Kenton, I'm sorry, buddy. We're going to go see the folks at the ambulance after this. Dude, good race out there. You got the whole shot. How'd that feel? Was it awesome?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got $100. What you going to do with that? You going to go to Disney World?
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're going to go buy a Bell helmet with that. You got some sponsors you want to thank?
My mom, dad, my brother, Big K, Coben, Gage, Nene, Mama, Brody, Giga,
All right, let him hear it one more time as Canton Richards with the hole shot. And, Rodney, we got a lot of racing going on. Catch us up, buddy. Nice.
Yeah, we certainly do, man. We got a barn burner up front going on right now. Max Miller and Max Boland battling it out up front. Finally, Max Miller around Maximus Boland. We got Brandon Walther back in the number 3 spot. Joshua Varese in the number 4 spot. Dylan Swartz, the Moto 1 winner. He rounds out the top 5. But this one has been pretty much a barn burner, Chelsea, since the drop of the gate on this one.
Yeah, Rodney Kimball Jett actually grabbed that $100 Bell Helmets Hole Shot Award, but it didn't take long for him to fall back, unfortunately, because the duos of the Maxes up in the front just quickly vaulted up there.
Yeah, and actually he's finding even more problems as the second lap, they rolled through the second lap. Kimball Jett has dropped back to the number 16 position. Max Miller, the 64, who has taken over the lead, actually posting up the fastest lap on that last time around at a 2:13.7. Max Boland now in the number 2 spot. Walther is 3rd. Dylan Swartz up to 4th. He was your Moto 1 winner with Josh Varese now rounding out the top 5. And I have to think that right now the 74 Swartz is not done at this point.
Yeah, Rodney, you have to keep in mind they're facing some of the toughest track conditions. We've had rain today. We've had sun today. We've had a little bit of everything. And now shadows are coming into the factor. Most of the track is shaded, but you do have that occasional sun glare that's coming into play as well.
A very good point about the shadows, especially here late in the day. You see the sun already down below the trees over there, so those shadows, as low as it is, casting long out there, and that can be a little bit deceiving for these guys. But one thing about it is the riders seem to be adapting okay in and out of those spots. The reason I think it's not as big a deal is because we are seeing it more behind the trees now, so it's not as intense on these riders.
Yeah, I think the main thing right now is just going to be those ruts that developed from where it was so muddy earlier. They've got kind of ruts going every which way. The track crew has done a really good job trying to get the track to the best condition, and it's pretty amazing how fast it dried out. But just with this many riders on a track in one day, it definitely takes its toll on it.
It certainly does, and right now we're looking at mini senior 1, 12 to 13-year-old class rolling through this one, and the battle is now on for what looks like the 3rd place position. Is Swartz, your Moto 1 winner, if I'm not mistaken, is now knocking on the door for 3rd place of Brandon Walther. And as they wrap up lap number 3, we'll see just exactly how close things have gotten here as Swartz actually gets around and now starts to open up the lead by about 1.1 seconds. Actually, it's now about 3.1 seconds over Brandon Walther. That's how quick things can change. 2.5 seconds behind Boland now. They're turning nearly identical lap times, but now that Swartz is out of those battles for the 3rd and 4th place positions, you got to wonder, is he going to be able to reel in Maximus Boland?
Yeah, I definitely think we should keep an eye on him, especially if he got that first moto win. He's definitely got a championship on his mind, and these kids are at the age that they're going to do anything to get that championship. They want to win, and they want it bad.
Yeah, at the 50s, they may not realize what they're actually here for at this level. They have realized it, and look at this. They're riding like they realize it right now, as a matter of fact, as Swartz now trying to better his position out here on the racetrack as he gets by yet another rider, I believe, as actually that's the 68 of Brandon Walther, I think, is doing some battle out there also. So, I mean, we got not only Dylan Swartz who's trying to work up through the pack, but we've got several other riders that are battling back there. Look there, we see in the number 5 spot, Joshua Varese. Shane Gola is 6th aboard the number 24. We've got 7th, that's 51 of Jace Kessler. Caden Amorine is 8th aboard the 32. Braden Bruce in 9th aboard the 23. And Michael LaCour rounds out the top 10. There's Crockett Myers back in 12th. Nathaniel Thrasher is 11th. We're seeing a lot of familiar names out here. Kimball Jett, who got the whole shot, he's all the way back in 15th. But, man, a lot of changes, Chelsea, in this moto. And I anticipate there could be more before the checkers fly on this one.
Yeah, I think another rider to definitely keep an eye on is Crockett Myers. He took that moto win earlier. I can't remember the exact class. It might have been super mini. But he knows what the speed that it takes to win, and he's definitely going to start pushing through the pack.
No doubt about that. Myers knowing what it takes, and the 72 machine back in the 12th place position, so he's got to start pushing and pushing hard at this particular point. Now Max Miller 4 laps in, 2:15 the lap. nearly 6 seconds, almost 7.5 seconds ahead of Maximus Volan now, as we're 0.6 of a second back to Dylan Swartz. Here's the race right here coming on.
Oh, look at this move. Holy cow, digging right in there, going to the outside, using the power, trying to keep that momentum going. Look at this, back to the inside, trying to square him up. Holy cow, at number 17, Maximus Volan, trying to get it done right there. Inside out, squared him up, then kind of checked up, wasn't able to make the pass.
So now we see Dylan Swartz has moved into the number 2 spot. He sees now about an 8-second gap up to Max Miller, and the question becomes, do we have the time if he's got the speed to reach Max Miller? You look at the lap times right now, Miller turning his fastest at a 2:13.4. He's been running consistently right there in the 2:15 range. Dylan Swartz also been running consistently in the 2:15 range, but that's been in some traffic. Max Volan, though, has been running in the 2:17 range, so that's why we see that Swartz coming up with a head full of steam. I don't even know if Volan realized that Swartz was coming that hard and fast, to be honest with you.
Are you saying we're somewhere around the 9-minute mark?
I believe that's exactly where we are, yes.
So I tell you, once again, quick math in my head makes it look like it's going to be really close, but what's going to make the determining factor is going to be how you're going to be able to translate that ground speed through the traffic. You know, what the actual time is going to show at the end of the lap.
Well, we are going to find out, certainly for sure, here soon, I would assume.
Yeah, it seems as if 20-minute motos, sometimes there's time for stuff to happen, but as soon as you take those 5 minutes off and make it a 15-minute moto, you're cutting it short on time.
You are, and the pace of the race really changes. I mean, there's so much that happens in 5 minutes of time. I mean, it translates into 2 to 3 laps or whatever the case may be, but so many things can happen in that amount of time. And whenever you lessen the time, you lessen the chances of opportunity. So I like the longer motos because I like more opportunities to shake things up out there. But I also like how these guys have to ride so much more intense, knowing that they have less time to get the work done in.
Yeah, and everybody knows that going in. It's clear exactly what's happening. So these guys right now, every lap truly counts. No pacing yourself, no holding back, no running, at 3/4 speed. You have to get out there, take advantage of it, because as Chelsea said, 5 minutes, a lot of time. As you said, 2.5 laps.
Yeah, and that means quite a bit out here for these kids, and a lot of things, like I say, a lot of time can be made up on the racetrack. I mean, if you got a rider that's running 5 seconds a lap faster than another, that gives him a chance to make up a whole lot more real estate out there. We are 5 laps into this one now at about 2:15 lap time, so that puts us at 10, 11 and a half, pushing 12 minutes now into this moto. These are 15-minute motos, so we got a lap or 2 left to go in this one. Max white flag is out, so we got a lap to go in this one, it looks like. Max Miller, Dylan Swartz, 9.8 seconds separating those two. I don't think that Swartz is going to be able to close that gap for the win, but if we start doing the math here, Chelsea, what place was it that we saw the 64 Max Miller get in Moto 1? He got an 8th place position finish, so an 8-1. That's certainly bettering his opportunities, but at the same time, when you look at the 74 machine with that 1-2 situation, man, that makes that 2nd place position not seem so bad in the end.
No question. But what's impressing me right now, the number 17, Maximus Volan, still riding this thing wide open in that 3rd position. You got the camera on him right now, trying to make up some time, trying to pick up a position. Last lap of the evening right now, and the intensity level still 110%. But I can ask you guys a question. All 3 of us stood there on that deck this morning. Did you ever imagine that this is what we'd be looking at this evening when that rain was coming down at 7:30, 8 this morning, 2.5, 3 inches of standing water in between some of these jumps? You imagine we'd be looking at this tonight?
No, the track crew has worked all day to get this track. The weather helped, of course, but the track crew has definitely been out there, and I believe the sand helped as well.
At 8 o'clock this morning, we had, say that 5.69 inches of rain that had fallen since it started raining on Monday. 5.69 inches of rain. That's a lot of rain for this place to absorb. For any place to absorb. Now, I just got the word from the producer. He misunderstood him. He said the white flag was going out next lap. He misinformed us. He does take credit for that. So we do still have one more lap to go in the Amsoil last lap.
There we go. Miller has actually gained a second on Schwartz in second, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to close that gap up or not.
Wow, so it is down to 10, up to 10 seconds now. It's a 2:16.4 for Schwartz and for Miller and a 2:17.2. Again, maybe the folks over there say, wait a minute, at 8-1, he's not much of a threat for the title right now. There's no sense in pushing the envelope. These are when the biggest mistakes can be the most costly. So right now it's just a matter of get that bike to the checker flag, take that second place position, your Moto Silver, and set yourself up for a national championship.
Rodney, that's the only decision. There's no other choice. I mean, to push and to cross the line, a potential injury, damage the bike, and that type of thing, just not the smartest way to go.
Last lap of racing, Max Miller, Dylan Schwartz, Max Volan, the top three. Chase Kessler is up to the number 4 spot as Braden Bruce rounds out your top 5. The 81 Shane Gola is 6th. Joshua Varese up from 10th to 7th now in 8th place. Brandon Walther, the 68 machine. 9th place, Carter Bees, the 43. In 10th place is Michael LaCour aboard the 33. Then in 11th, Caden Ammerine, Larry Reyes, the number 50 and 12th. We got Nathaniel Thrasher, the 42 and 13th. Chandler Baker, the 11 and 14th. Preston Kilroy, the 80 is 15th. Gage Stein.
Oh, it looks as if Max Miller just had an issue in that turn. I think he had a big enough lead, but that it didn't affect him, but he did stall for a second.
So Maximus Volan having a little bit of issues there. And like you say, a big lead of, what was it, about 10, 12 seconds, actually 13 and a half seconds over Chase Kessler. So he had a little bit of time to reconcile that as the 64 machine of Max Miller rolls across the finish line, a fist pump into the air. It's an 8-1 for that rider, but several steps forward over what he saw in Moto number 1. And second place here in Moto 2 will be the 74 of Dylan Schwartz. He'll be going 1-2, so that will set him up for the lead as far as the championship heading into the third and final moto. Maximus Volan will finish up in the number 3 spot, about 11 seconds back. So those last couple of laps, we saw a lot of distance starting to open up. And look at the facility. Now, I think the camera, I look outside, it doesn't look that dark really, but the camera is showing that, yes, the sun is down here today, and we are starting to see the day turn in tonight, and Loretta Lynns race day number 3 coming to a close here, and day number 4 of your Loretta Lynn experience. Check out everybody out there in the Thor Beach and the Thor Pond taking a swim and a dip out there at the day's end. So, you know, the atmosphere is still light heading into the nighttime, and good times are going to be had by one and all around here.
Well, I know one thing, Rodney, when we stop and reflect on the last few days here, the 35th running of the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Amateur National Motocross Championships at Loretta Lynn's, when we stop and look and we look back at the racing itself, we look back at the facility, we look back at the weather, we look back at the crowds, the participation from our sponsors. So it's just everything brought to the next level this year was intensified by our weather conditions. And you know what? That only made us better as spectators, as a crew, as racers. And, man, here we are back on track and, you know, almost caught right back up on time.
Almost. But right now we head down to the podium with Kevin Kelly.
Hey, guys, thanks. We've got the number 64. How about it, Mr. Mad Max Miller? Max, great job out there. Finally, I was about to come jerk you out of your trailer and do something different, man. Finally, you get on the podium. Tell me about it.
I've been working towards the podium all week. I've gotten close a few times. My last Super Mini Moto, I was in 3rd place, and I was feeling good. I didn't think I was getting caught, and then in the stand over there, I just came across and tucked the front and endoed and then got up and got 5th. But, I mean, I've just wanted to get on this podium for such a long time, but I'm a little disappointed there's no trophy girl or anything.
Yeah, I'm all you got, so steer clear of that. You don't want nothing to do with this. No trophy girl like Mammoth, they have those there for you. Hey, Let's talk about what happened in the mechanics area after you got into the lead. What did you say to your mechanic? You gave him a sign, right?
Yeah, I was pushing for the lead, and I didn't even think I was up there. And then once I got in the lead, I was pretty pumped, and I knew Taylor was going to be pumped. So when I came around the corner out of the mechanics area, once I got going straight, I just threw up the horns. I was so excited.
Pumped. You got that win there. You got that elusive moto win. You're on the box here. Got a whole host of folks happy to see you. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
My mom and dad, my sister Allison, my brother Jack came out here to watch me. I bet they have better things to do right now, so I'm really happy they're here. The whole KTM Orange Brigade team for training us before we came out here, getting me ready. Pro Taper, ODI, Dunlop, Axo, FMF, Scott, Def Family, Bell Helmets. Actually, Bell just gave me a brand new helmet for this race. It's a Jeremy McGrath replica Showtime helmet, so I'm excited about that. All the Nihilo guys, Rad MX, Dunlop, Skull Candy, Ethica, DVS Shoes, Liet, Factory Connection, Lynx Racing Motors, anybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, that's your cue, Mike Miller. Everybody else, make some noise for Max Miller. Great job there. It is Miller time for sure. It's Miller time for Mike Miller right now. I guarantee you. Pop top, old man Miller. All right, we're going to say hello to our second place finisher, Dylan Schwartz. Where are you at, Dylan Schwartz? Come on up here and see me. Let's get this medal handled. Dylan Schwartz made some passes. We were watching Dylan. He got around Max Volan and got himself into the number 2 spot. Dylan, where are you at in this championship? You got second place here. What did you finish in that first one?
The first one I got first, so I'm going 1-2 right now.
I'm feeling pretty good going to that final moto. You got what it takes to win this thing?
I think so.
Who would you like to thank for getting you up here, Dylan?
Definitely my mom, my dad, Lynx Racing, 7, Garnet, Von Zipper, 6D, FMF, Dunlop, Pro Taper, and just everybody else. Thank you so much.
How about it? Let's hear it for the number 74 KTM ride of Dylan Schwartz. That was a KTM sweep there. He got second place. We're now going to bring up the third place finisher. Come on up here, Mr. Max Volan. Where are you at, man? Max Volan, come on up here. Let's make some noise. Put your hands together for Max Volan, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Max, great job out there. You had to fight for that one. You got third. Tell me about the moto. Take me through. You didn't lose hope whenever you got past, right?
No, it was a great moto. Got off to a great start, and I was in second, holding Schwartz for a while, and once he passed me, I knew I was good in the points. I have a great chance for winning the title tomorrow, and I just made sure I didn't crash after all the tough luck I've had this weekend. But, yeah, great moto.
Awesome job, man. So you're in the hunt. That's all that matters. We're still in it going into that third moto.
Yeah, definitely.
Who do you want to thank, buddy?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to thank my dad, Grandpa, my mechanic, TJ, Dunlap, FMF, KTM, Orange Brigade, Red Bull, Troy Lee Designs, Nilo Concepts, Scott Goggles, John Moore, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for Mr. Max Volan, a KTM sweep of that 85cc class. And now we will move the number 64 machine off of the podium, and we'll bring up Kimball Jett. He is our Whole Shot Award winner, the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner, Mr. Kimball Jett. He's pumped. He wants to leave it up there all week. Sure, why not? Kimball Jett, got that red hair, man. That's good luck. That means you're going to be a great motocrosser, period. Come on up here. The number 94 machine are right here. Got the bike coming. If you can make it, that's pretty slick. Grab that bike here. Hold it for your pops there, then he'll get up here and throw it up on that stand. Yeah, you can do it. As soon as we get out here, you guys can take the family photo here. Kimball Jett, your dad is 7 foot tall, son. You're going to be off these 80s in about 30 minutes. All right, Dad, toss that thing up on the stand here, and then we'll talk about this whole shot Mr. Kimball Jett got. He'll throw that thing up like it's a PW50. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Kimball Jett with that whole shot. He's $100 richer. Kimball, let's slide on up here. Got something under the hood here, pretty slick little motor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, big enough to haul you around. That's awesome, man. How'd you finish up in that moto?
I didn't do very good. I got pretty tired, but it was still good.
How rough is this racetrack?
Rough.
I believe it. What you going to do to cool off, man? You going to go hop in that creek?
Probably so. Pour some water on my head.
Who would you like to thank for getting you up here, Kimball?
My dad and my mom,
Jets Food Mart, Roost MX, X Brand, Motorsport, Power Band, MSR Racing, Faction Supply, Shade Du Gray, and anybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Hey, buddy, it's all good, bud. Whole Shot Award winner goes to Kimball Jet. Nice work, and that'll do it from the podium. Racing is done for the day. Got some stuff going on tonight. I know that I just spoke with the folks at Moto Playground. 8:15 tonight. They've got the Sidewinder going down. They're going to light that thing up. They got the Sidewinder. If you guys remember that from the Mini O's, the Sidewinder, you can go ride your motorcycle under the light and get so you can get the best lap time down there on the Sidewinder. We'll toss it back up to the tower one more time. Wrap it up, boys.
All right, thanks a lot, Kevin. Good job, and thanks for sticking around to do those podiums. It truly is appreciated. You do a great job down there. I want to let folks know we're going to pick back up tomorrow morning at race 21 with the 65 7-11. Also note the Open Pro Sport motos have changed. You could check out the posting board for tomorrow's race order. That's going to do it here from Loretta Lynns Dude Ranch in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee, as we wrap up race day number 3 of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynns, presented by AMSOIL. On behalf of Kevin Kelly, Jason Wygant, Megawatt Matt Watson, and Chelsea Taylor, I'm Rodney Tomlin. Good day, everybody.